Tiepziving Mia Beasts. Time in the imperial capital. September 1st, noon. Today, the entrance of Haigang University is undoubtedly teeming with people. On either side of the electric gate, nearly 100 individuals, armed with knives, guns, and clubs, and puffing on cigarettes, stand glaring at each other. The two factions are less than 3 meters apart, locked in a fierce stare-down, as if on the verge of unleashing their weapons and plunging into a chaotic brawl. They wield an assortment of lethal implements essential for street fights, ready to hurl them at their adversary. Take this moment. During the midday enrollment period, all students have been rendered too frightened to approach, retreating to a safe distance. Even as the first class bell is about to ring, no one dares to enter the school. For what reason? Simply because no one wishes to be harmed by these brutish delinquents of Haigang. Classes can be attended at any time, but life is singular and irreplaceable. Once lost, it is gone forever. The confrontation between the two groups seems imminent. Advancing toward them would be tantamount to courting death. Yuqing, when will the 6 gates arrive? I've been calling the police for ages. A young woman, approximately 1.65 meters tall, clad in a black skirt and flesh-colored stockings, anxiously stomps her foot as she surveys the scene. She turns to her friend, a girl nearly 1.7 meters tall, adorned in light blue denim capris and silver crystal sandals, with a fair complexion and delicate figure, her eyes shining. Like the moon, it's still uncertain. They appear to be en route, but the 6 gates is quite far from Haigang University. The police estimate it will take at least 15 minutes to arrive. By then, the entrance may very well run red with blood. Upon hearing this, the girl, now troubled, gazes at the school gate, biting her lip in concern. This girl is none other than Chu Yuqing, the esteemed president of the student council at Haigang University. Her companion, Shun Jialin, in her flesh-colored stockings, shares her anxiety. Only moments ago, they had briefly indulged in 2 bowls of spicy hot pot at the nearby snack street during a short lunch break, and were now returning to class when they encountered this alarming scene. No one dares to venture inside instead. They join the other students in retreating to a safe distance. Compared to Shinjialan, as the student council president, Chu Yuqing feels an even greater weight of concern regarding the unfolding chaos. For within her line of sight, she observes several students in Haigang University uniforms joining the fray, brandishing mops and wooden sticks, aligning themselves with the two factions. It is glaringly evident that this violent clash at Haigang University's entrance has been premeditated. It is highly probable that this is not merely a confrontation between local thugs, but a manifestation of long-standing grievances between 2 groups of students within the campus. This cannot stand. Jialin, I must go and see for myself. We cannot allow them to engage in a brawl like this. With this thought, Chu Yuqing took a deep breath and, after speaking to Shinjialan, set off towards the school gate. The profound sense of responsibility as the president of the student council compelled her to intervene rather than merely watch the impending clash unfold before her. Yuqing, do not go. The leaders of these 2 gangs are formidable. Point 1 is the notorious Ma Dong from the 14 Association, and the other is Xiangzhua, a prominent figure in the Hong Gang. Both are infamous for their ruthlessness in the harbor. They are not individuals that a mere student council president like you can persuade. In contrast to Chu Yuqing's impulsiveness, Shun Jialin maintained a level of reason. She hurriedly grasped the former's arm and urged her to reconsider. Alas, what should we do? I am not particularly worried about these 2 groups. My concern lies with the numerous students from Harbour University present. If a fight breaks out with weapons in hand, it won't be long before many of them are lying on the ground. Jialin, perhaps you should call your father and let Uncle Shun try to mediate. Upon hearing Shun Jialin's words, Chu Yuqing halted, letting out a heavy sigh. She then turned to Shun Jialin, speaking earnestly. Acknowledging the validity of her friend's points, she realized that the current situation was far beyond her control as a mere girl. She had some knowledge of Ma Dong and Xiangzhua. Understanding their brutality and the thousands of followers they commanded in the harbor, they would hardly regard her with any seriousness. Thus, contemplating whether Shen Wansan, the president of the Harbor Chamber of Commerce, could intervene to defuse the situation, she remarked, "There is little we can do. It seems that Ma Dong and Xiangzhua are resolute in their intention to fight today. Even if my father were to call them now, it would likely have no effect." Shin Jialin sighed in agreement, speaking slowly. At this moment, Chu Yuqing might not fully grasp the dynamics at play, but Xun Jialin was acutely aware. Despite her father's significant position in the business world as the president of the Harbour Chamber of Commerce, Ma Dong and Xiangzhua had never regarded him with any seriousness throughout the years. Thus, persuading them was futile. If she were to place a call, it would likely result in her father being insulted. Just as the two felt helpless regarding the situation, convinced that a confrontation at the gates of Harbour University was inevitable, an unexpected figure appeared. A tall young man, nearly 1.8 meters, donned in a crisp white shirt with hair flowing elegantly in the breeze, strode past them, hands in his pockets, heading straight for the school gate. Hey, classmate, you cannot go over there. A fight is about to break out. Seeing this, Chu Yuqing, in her capacity as student council president, was alarmed. She rushed in front of him, grasping his arm and exclaiming in alarm, attempting to block his path and prevent him from proceeding. The appearance of this individual suggested he was merely in his early 20s, leading Chu Yuqing to surmise that he was likely a student of Harbour University, much like herself. However, what perplexed her was the possibility that this young man might be blind. Before him stood two groups of ruthless individuals engaged in negotiations, yet he strode forward unabashedly, hands in pockets, seemingly unperturbed by the danger that loomed. Did he not fear that this gang would strip him of his skin? Subsequently, Chu Yuqing felt compelled to inform him just how ferocious those individuals were, especially the two ringleaders, Ma Dong and Xiangzhua, notorious for their mercilessness in gangsters. She advised him to refrain from entering the school until the police arrived. Just when Chu Yuqing believed that this young man, who bore a striking resemblance to the Hong Kong and Taiwan celebrity Liang Chaowei, would heed her warning and retreat, he uttered words that nearly caused her to stumble in disbelief. They are but mere cattle. Today marks my first day of enrollment, and I have no intention of being tardy. In this world, no one dares to stand in my way. Qin Feng. No one has before, and no one will in the future. He cast a cold glance back at Chu Yuqing, uttering those words with an air of indifference. Having said that, he shrugged off her grasp and continued forward with unwavering determination. Chapter 2. Hands off? What? Stunned by his declaration, Chu Yuqing stood frozen, murmuring to herself as she gazed at his retreating figure. She was somewhat taken aback by the audacity of his classmate named Qin Feng. Throughout her life, she had never encountered anyone exuding such a commanding presence. Despite having only just met him, she sensed that he was far from ordinary. Though he appeared youthful, he radiated an aura of dominance that seemed to proclaim, "None shall rival me." It was difficult for her to believe he was merely in his 20s. His demeanor and behavior bore no resemblance to that of a fresh university entrant. Rather, he resembled a seasoned man hardened by the tumult of life. Yuqing, who is he? Do you know him? It's evident that a fight is about to break out ahead, yet he brazenly walks forward. Isn't he courting death? What a pity, he's quite handsome, but it seems his intellect may be lacking, remarked Xun Jialin, now standing beside Chu Yuqing, admiring Qin Feng's strikingly suave and charismatic silhouette, her voice laced with infatuation. With a heavy sigh, she expressed her concern over his apparent recklessness, daring to approach the imminent brawl alone. I do not know him. It seems today is his first day at our university, likely a recent transfer, Chu Yuqing replied, taking a deep breath and shaking her head. She could almost foresee the consequences awaiting Qin Feng, that if he brazenly crossed paths with the two negotiating gangs, it would likely result in a brutal beating. The possibility of his handsome visage being marred was not far-fetched. Damn, who is that fool? He strode boldly towards the school gate. Is he blind? Indeed, it appears there are those in this world who fear not for their lives. We, however, are wise enough to seek refuge at the first sign of conflict. This fellow is likely not of sound mind otherwise. He wouldn't be walking forward as if oblivious to his surroundings. This promises to be quite a spectacle. Do you think these two factions will strip him of his belongings? At that moment, a significant discourse erupted among the students of Harbour University, all convinced that Qin Feng was doomed. A mere beating would be a light punishment. He might even have his possessions forcibly taken, only to be used for drinking games later. Who is this fool? Doesn't he see we are in the midst of negotiations? Get lost. Move it. Be careful lest you find your belongings taken from you. As Qin Feng approached the two groups, he immediately caught the attention of several lackeys on the periphery. Brandishing their weapons, they shouted insults at him. Is that so? I would very much like to see who dares to take my belongings today." After hearing their words, Qin Feng retrieved a thick golden dragon cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and took a deep drag before replying with a cold laugh. It had been years since anyone had dared to speak to him in such a manner. "How dare you? Do you think you could talk to me like that? Get lost. Seriously, are today's college students all this foolish? Truly, they are ungrateful for the face they have been given. Since that's the case, I shall teach you a lesson." Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, the lackeys grew irate and advanced toward him, ready to give him a beating. "Feng, brother! Brother Feng, is it really you?" However, the next moment, the words that escaped the lips of their two leaders rendered the lackeys utterly speechless. They stood frozen in place, unable to move, as if petrified. The reason for their shock was clear. They had just heard Xiang Zhuo and Ma Dong refer to this young man as brother. In the midst of the crowd, Xiang Zhuo and Ma Dong, both in their 40s and clad in black suits and brown tang jackets, were taken aback upon recognizing Qin Feng's face. They immediately called out to him and then rushed towards him. "Brother Feng, when did you return? Why didn't you inform us beforehand, so we could welcome you properly?" "Indeed, Brother Feng, it's been so many years since we last saw you. Today's encounter brings us immense joy." They then stood before Qin Feng with utmost reverence, bowing their heads and not daring to meet his gaze, stuttering as they spoke. Their legs trembled uncontrollably, and beads of sweat cascaded down their cheeks, resembling mice before a formidable cat. Meanwhile, vivid scenes, deeply embedded in their memories, evoked genuine trepidation, causing them to awaken from their slumber in the dead of night. These images resurfaced incessantly in their minds, as if a film were being replayed before their very eyes. You too. You now possess far more grandeur than when you once followed me. Each of you has risen to become a prominent figure in your own right. The subordinates you nurture are quite accomplished as well. They dare to challenge me." Qin Feng remarked, taking a drag from his cigarette, a cold smirk playing on his lips as he flicked the ash towards the two men, his disdain palpable. Upon Qin Feng's utterance, the few subordinates who had just boasted of confronting him turned ashen, resembling specters, for even the dimmest among them could discern the gravity of the situation. The individual they had just threatened was clearly no ordinary person. Even their elder brothers, Xiang Zhuo and Ma Dong, would bow in deference before him. What did that make them but mere ants indeed, less than ants, who just claimed they would challenge Brother Feng? "Step forward." Upon Qin Feng's declaration, Ma Dong and Xiang Zhuo exchanged glances, their expressions shifting dramatically. They turned to their respective groups of subordinates. Barking orders, trembling figures emerged from the throng, quaking in fear, acutely aware that they were entangled in something monumental. In the next breath, the synchronized command from Ma Dong and Xiang Zhuo nearly caused them to faint on the spot. "Sever their hands," they shouted, each tossing a dagger to the ground with fierce authority. Although both Ma Dong and Xiang Zhuo understood that such punishment might seem excessively harsh for mere disrespect towards Qin Feng, they were equally aware that their actions were a form of protection. For when Qin Feng chose to act, the consequences would not merely involve losing a hand, it could very well mean their complete obliteration. Having witnessed Qin Feng's ruthless nature firsthand, Ma Dong and Xiang Zhuo opted for this preemptive punishment to shield their subordinates from a far more brutal fate. Only they comprehended the true terror of the seemingly benign young man before them, clad in a white shirt, exuding an air of tranquility as he leisurely smoked his cigarette, a smile perpetually gracing his face. This fad belied the fearsome reality that he was even more deranged than the war-hungry maniac, Telegy, who had once swept across the hemisphere. If Qin Feng were to become ruthless, he would not hesitate to eliminate even himself. Consider the fate of those who stood in his way. Chapter 3. Even without this shirt, I can still be a rogue. Upon hearing the resolute words of Ma Dong and Xiang Zhuo, and gazing at the two gleaming daggers on the ground, the four young subordinates appeared pallid, drenched in sweat, as if they had just emerged from a sauna. After a brief moment of hesitation, two of them gritted their teeth and stepped forward, picking up the daggers and aiming them at their left wrists. The other two also drew their knives from their waists, inhaled deeply, and mimicked the same action. These four fledgling members of the gang had never encountered Qin Feng before and were utterly unaware of the nature of this individual. However, they were acutely aware of one undeniable fact. Xiangzhou and Ma Dong were renowned figures within the harbor underworld. In their minds, these two were the epitome of ruthless enforcers, merciless in their dealings and devoid of reason. Yet, upon meeting Qin Feng, they were instantly struck with fear. At that moment, any semblance of the authoritative figures they had once appeared to be had vanished, leaving them akin to kindergarten children awaiting punishment for their misdeeds. Thus, they realized with clarity that this young man before them was 100 times more formidable than their own leaders, truly a figure to be reckoned with. Proceed, gentlemen. Do not hesitate. Otherwise, when he takes action, you'll find your own heads rolling on the ground, left to be fed to the dogs. That will be the least of your worries. Today, none can be blamed but yourselves for crossing paths with the harbor's sole divine figure. Not even the mayor would escape unscathed if he uttered a word against him. At that moment, an older, more seasoned member of the underworld spoke softly to the four, his body trembling uncontrollably as he struggled to steady his breath. He had not anticipated seeing the man who had once instilled fear in countless notorious figures, causing them to lose control of their faculties after all these years. Qin Feng's sudden return portended a new wave of upheaval for the harbor. No one knew his intentions. But as the saying goes, when a wolf returns, it is either to repay a favor or seek revenge. Those who had wronged Qin Feng in the past, now perched atop the harbor's hierarchy, were likely to face turbulent times ahead. Upon hearing this warning, the four subordinates were momentarily stunned. Without a second thought, they raised their knives high, shouting fervently as they scrambled to slash at their own left hands. Fear of inciting the wrath of this formidable figure consumed them, as did the dread of seeing their own heads thrown aside as mere fodder for dogs. When weighed against the significance of a life-altering injury, a mere left hand seemed trivial. At that moment, nearly 100 individuals armed with picks and knives gathered at the entrance of Harbour University, witnessing this scene unfold with profound trepidation. Even Ma Dong and Xiangzhou clenched their teeth, silently turning away. It appeared as though they were reluctant to witness the gruesome spectacle of four vibrant left hands tumbling to the ground. Just when everyone anticipated that a tragedy was destined to unfold at the gates of Harbour University, the next moment revealed a startling scene. The four underlings simultaneously clutched their blood-soaked right wrists, unleashing a heart-wrenching wail. Concurrently, their cleavers clattered to the earth. The onlookers were left bewildered, utterly perplexed by the sudden turn of events, until they discerned a bloodied ace of spades lying on the ground, which instantaneously illuminated their understanding. It turned out that in that very instant, the four henchmen had raised their cleavers, poised to sever their left hands, with the blades already descending. However, an ace of spades in a flash of brilliance had sliced through their right wrists, interrupting their grim endeavor. Remarkably, this ace did not sever their arteries, but merely grazed their flesh. Otherwise, it is likely that these individuals would now be beyond salvation. Quick, thank Brother Feng. At that moment, Ma Dong and Xiangzhou comprehended the situation, and they sighed in relief, urgently calling out in unison to the underlings. Although they had no idea from whence the ace had been launched, for from their vantage point, Qin Feng had remained motionless, hands in pockets, seemingly unperturbed. Yet they were certain that he alone possessed the capability to execute such a feat at the entire Harbour University venue. Gazing at the ace of spades on the ground, Ma Dong and Xiangzhou's hearts churned with excitement. Undoubtedly, Qin Feng had returned even stronger than before. His prowess had undoubtedly eclipsed that of 3 years prior. For the Qin Feng they once knew could never have accomplished such a thing. A man who had already been formidable in their eyes had grown even more powerful after 3 years. How could they not feel a profound sense of trepidation? Only the heavens could fathom the true extent of Qin Feng's current strength. Thank you, Brother Feng. We are eternally grateful for your mercy. For the rest of our lives, we shall toil ceaselessly to repay your immense kindness. At this very moment, the four underlings comprehended what had just transpired. They promptly knelt before Qin Feng, bowing repeatedly in gratitude. Simultaneously, a pool of golden liquid began to appear beneath their black loafers. Indeed, they had soiled themselves in fear just as they were about to sever their hands. They had thought they were destined to lose a hand forever. only to be saved at the critical moment by Qin Feng. You should consider yourselves fortunate that I am clad in a white shirt today. Had this been years ago, speaking to me in such a manner would have warranted a fate far worse than being buried alive in a coffin. Qin Feng then approached them, drew a deep breath from his golden dragon cigarette, and exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, regarding them with a steely gaze. Indeed, it was true. Upon his return, Qin Feng's mindset had undergone a profound transformation. He no longer wishes to tread the murky paths of the world, nor does he desire to retrace the steps of his past. The former Qin Feng has perished. From this moment forth, he yearns to breathe life into a new incarnation of himself in this realm. Yet, do not be deceived by the pristine white shirt that adorns my frame. Clad in this attire, I may assume the role of an indifferent scholar, but stripped of it, I can just as easily embody a rogue. Subsequently, Qin Feng cast the cigarette butt to the ground, extinguishing it with a forceful stamp. With a voice resonating throughout the venue, he declared loudly. His words were not solely directed at the four subordinates kneeling before him, who had just offended him. They were intended for the entirety of the harbor. Thus, upon his return, Qin Feng seeks nothing more than to lead the life of an ordinary individual. No surprises, no unforeseen events. He aims to rectify the regrets of his past ignorance, striving for a stable existence as an ordinary student at Harbour University. He has no desire to look back. However, should anyone force him to revisit his past, he would not hesitate to reclaim everything from those days. A bloody massacre awaits. Chapter 4. In the harbor. He is the sky. As Qin Feng's words echoed, a profound silence enveloped the entrance of Harbour University, where over 100 armed thugs stood, their malevolent demeanor palpable. Not a soul dared to breathe, for no one would question the authority of the man before them. Once upon a time, in this very land, he was indeed a deity. Undoubtedly, what he could accomplish in the past, Qin Feng could achieve now. It merely depended on his desire. In this world, should anyone dare to doubt Qin Feng's prowess and ferocity, they must have suffered a severe blow to the head by a donkey during their childhood. Not just once, but 180 times. At this moment, observing the abrupt shift in circumstances at the university gate, even the nearby students were rendered speechless. Their gazes fixated on the unfolding drama, desperately trying to comprehend the situation, though they stood at a distance, unable to discern the exact words exchanged. The body language of those present conveyed a clear message. The young man in the white shirt was no ordinary individual. Even Ma Dong and Xiangzhua, notorious gang leaders in the harbor city, immediately tempered their tempers upon encountering him, standing before Qin Feng with a demeanor far more obedient than they exhibited in class. All of this incited an overwhelming curiosity among the onlookers about the identity of this young man, clad in a white shirt, who had so suddenly appeared at Harbour University. Wow, Yuqing, what is happening? This person seems to be no braggart. Ma Dong, Xiangzhua, and the other gang members regarded him with the reverence usually reserved for a grandparent. It appeared that this young man, named Qin Feng, was indeed extraordinary. Even Shun Jialin, who had just mocked Qin Feng, believing him to be a mere pretender, stood dumbfounded. Gazing at Qin Feng's silhouette, she murmured in disbelief. Unable to fathom that a mere lad in his early 20s could resolve matters that even her father, Shan Wansan, the chairman of the Harbor Chamber of Commerce, could not. Undoubtedly, with Qin Feng's arrival, the imminent conflict at Harbour University's entrance was likely to dissipate. Observing Ma Dong and Xiangzhua, who appeared almost paralyzed with fear, it was clear they would not dare to act rashly in Qin Feng's presence. He resembled someone from my distant memories, a figure who, at this moment, should not be so youthful. I cannot quite articulate it. He bears an uncanny resemblance to that person. Upon hearing Shun Jialin's words, Chu Yuqing inhaled deeply, biting her lip as memories surged within her. At the age of 16, while accompanying her father to sell goods on the streets of the harbor, she had encountered a group of ruffians who nearly demolished their stall. Had it not been for the intervention of that individual, she might have faced dire consequences. To this day, Chu Yuqing vividly recalls that night of rain. A black Land Rover with a license plate of 59s passed by her family's stall, coming to a halt just as she witnessed a remarkable scene unfold. A young man, appearing to be in his mid-20s and clad in a black casual suit, emerged from the rear seat, braving the rain to stand before her stall. The moment the group of ruffians intent on harassing her laid eyes on him, they were immediately struck with fear, their bravado crumbling as they fell to their knees. If her memory served her correctly, the only words escaping their lips were two simple syllables, Brother Feng. Although she could not recall his exact name, Shu Yuqing was certain that it contained the character for Feng. Leave. From this day forth, should anyone dare to disturb my family again, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Since that day, when he had uttered those words to the thugs, her family's stall had been free from harassment. Later, she had inquired of her father about the identity of the man who had come to their rescue, but her father had simply replied, "In the harbor. He is like a god." When Shu Yuqing spotted Qin Feng at the entrance of Haigang University, an uncanny sense of familiarity washed over her, as though she had encountered him before. However, if Qin Feng were indeed the same person from that time, he must be around 30 now. Yet, the current Qin Feng appeared even younger than the man she remembered, resembling someone just in their early 20s. How could it be possible for someone to grow younger with time? This conundrum stirred a profound sense of confusion within her, leaving her questioning whether the man from her memories truly was the Qin Feng before her. Meanwhile, not far off, Xiang Zhua and Ma Dong gazed at Qin Feng, cautiously voicing their own doubts. "Brother Feng, it has been a long time. You still look so youthful, unlike us, who seem to be aging with each passing year. Indeed, Brother Feng, you appear even younger than when we first met." They raised their hands to wipe the sweat from their brows, stammering as they inquired, "How have you managed this?" If their memories served them correctly, Qin Feng should be nearing 30 years of age. Yet, after 3 or 4 years apart, he looked even younger than before, defying the appearance of someone in their 30s. Particularly in that white shirt, he bore an uncanny resemblance to a contemporary university student. When they first laid eyes on Qin Feng at the university's entrance, they were engulfed in disbelief, struggling to reconcile the man before them with the legendary figure who once commanded respect and fear throughout Longnan. While a person's appearance might change, the essence of their gaze remains unchanged. Upon witnessing the familiar, commanding intensity in Qin Feng's eyes, they were resolute in their conclusion. The man who had suddenly appeared before them was undoubtedly Qin Feng, the feared first enforcer of Longnan, who had once instilled terror in the hearts of many. Some questions are best left unasked. Do not inquire. You too are but mere cattle, utterly worthless, hardly superior to a basket. Do you expect me, Qin Feng, to be like you? After hearing their words, Qin Feng retrieved a golden dragon cigarette from his pocket, lit it, inhaled deeply, and coldly remarked to the two, "That is simply unacceptable, absolutely inconceivable. Brother Feng is a person of immense worth, favored by the heavens. How could he ever be compared to two pieces of trash like us? To Brother Feng, we were merely being foolish with our words. Please do not take it to heart." Ma Dong and Xiang's will quickly recognize their recent misstep. While vigorously slapping their own faces, they smiled at Qin Feng. How could they, mere mortals, dare to question Qin Feng? Although one of them is a prominent figure within the Haigang 14, and the other the leader of the Hong Gang, each commanding nearly 1,000 subordinates, they are acutely aware that in the presence of Qin Feng, they are utterly unworthy, fit only to assist him when he relieves himself, and that only if he is in a good mood. Otherwise, even that privilege would be beyond their reach, let alone offering assistance. It is worth noting that those who once aspired to serve Qin Feng in any capacity had to queue from Haigang to the imperial capital. Chapter 5. The Blade as a Boundary, the Forbidden Zone of the Underworld. Just know this. As Qin Feng spoke, he picked up a gleaming machete from the ground, gripping it firmly in his hand. The sight instantly terrified Ma Dong and Xiang Zhua, leaving them bewildered about Qin Feng's intentions, fearing he meant to harm someone. However, the very next moment, as they witnessed Qin Feng's actions unfold before the crowd, they both exhaled deeply in relief. With a sudden and forceful motion, Qin Feng slammed the machete into the ground, embedding half of its blade into the concrete at the entrance of the school. Listen closely. Inform everyone in the Harbour District, including Xie Kuan. This blade marks the boundary. I will not concern myself with your reckless behavior outside. From this day forth, Haigang University shall be a forbidden zone for all underworld figures. Anyone who dares to step even a half step beyond this blade shall not blame me, Qin Feng, for exterminating their entire family. Pointing at the knife embedded in the ground, Qin Feng cast his gaze upon the more than 100 notorious figures present, his voice resonating clearly for all to hear. From this moment on, he transformed Haigang University into a real-life peace hotel. Incredible. Is there truly such a formidable person in this world? He embodies the very image I have dreamt of. We are fortunate to have such a remarkable individual at Haigang University. Surely, no one will dare to disturb us again. Indeed, does anyone know the name of this handsome figure? Which class does he belong to? Every word and action exuded an aura of undeniable dominance. How I wish to add him on WeChat and be his little wife. You may not even be able to achieve that. Even the leaders of the 14 and the Hong Gang bow humbly before him, not daring to utter a word. His identity and background must be unimaginably lofty. The number of women wishing to share his bed could circle the harbor 3 times. It is certain that he was never a student of Haigang University before. No one had ever seen him here. It seems he just transferred today. Regardless, having such an impressive alumnus is a blessing for all students of our university. Indeed, it is likely not just us. Even the teachers and the principal will bask in his glory. Although the students gathered at the school gate did not clearly hear the conversation among Qin Feng and his companions, they certainly comprehended his authoritative words. They understood that on his very first day at Haigang University, he had established a boundary with the blade, commanding all individuals from the Harbour district to cease their harassment of the university. How could they not feel a profound sense of excitement upon hearing this? Their faces were beaming with joy, fervently discussing among themselves. It is worth noting that prior to Qin Feng's arrival, Haigang University had suffered numerous disturbances from outside forces, with many male students having been extorted for protection fees at the school gate. However, from this moment on, they knew that such occurrences would no longer be tolerated. After all, the strength of this individual can be likened to that of the sun and moon. The demeanor displayed by the 2 gang leaders, Ma Dong and Xiang, upon encountering him speaks volumes. All right, Brother Feng, I shall promptly inform everyone in the gang. From this day forth, if anyone dares to cause trouble at Haigang University, I shall break their legs. Indeed, Brother Feng, I believe that even without your prompting, upon learning of your return, any sensible individual in the underworld who values their life would refrain from disturbing Haigang University. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, both Ma Dong and Xiang took a deep breath, nodding gravely as they acknowledged the truth of the situation. After all, one's skin reflects their essence. And who Qin Feng truly is requires no elaboration. Those who understand will naturally comprehend, and the astute will make the right choices. Only the most foolish, ignorant, and arrogant individuals would dare to oppose Qin Feng. In the earlier days, when Qin Feng first established himself in the port city, there were indeed many such individuals. However, they have since dwindled, as those who dared to challenge him have long been dispatched to the depths of hell. Ma Dong and Xiang was surmised that the grass on their graves had likely grown to nearly 3 meters high by now. Brother Feng, our forces, along with other gangs in the port city, will always heed your command, regardless of the time. If you direct us eastward, we shall never venture west. However, they expressed concern that Xie Kun might seek to confront him upon learning of his return. It is worth noting that during Qin Feng's absence from Haigang, Xie Kun had grown exceptionally powerful, amassing a following of nearly 10,000 underlings. Indeed, Brother Feng, I fear Xie Kun will trouble you. They continued anxiously, their brows furrowed. They were acutely aware that Qin Feng had specifically mentioned Xie Kun, indicating that they should relay this warning to him. In the past, when Qin Feng ruled over Haigang, Xie Kun would not have dared to lift his head in his presence, obediently following his commands. Yet, after all these years of Qin Feng's absence, Xie Kun was no longer the same man. He had not only expanded his ranks to nearly 10,000, but also boasted a brash demeanor, often boasting while intoxicated that he had never regarded Qin Feng as a threat. Even now, with Qin Feng back in Haigang, he dared to challenge him openly. Given Xie Kun's current audacity, these two felt compelled to caution Qin Feng to remain vigilant. After all, he had just returned to Haigang after many years, and facing the now formidable Siekuan head-on might not be wise. Haha, Siekuan, 1,000 men? How could a mere Siekuan dare to call me Qin Feng to account? Back in the day, I could knock him to the ground. I could do so again. Upon hearing their words, Qin Feng could not help but shake his head and laugh heartily. It seems that Ma Dong and Xiang Zhua have truly overestimated Siekuan, this inconsequential cur. A dog will forever remain a dog, never worthy of the grand stage. It is only during these past few years, with his absence from Haigang, that Siekuan has been granted the opportunity to flourish, allowing him to rise to prominence and frequently proclaim himself as the next leader of Haigang. Had he not distanced himself from Haigang during these years, it is likely that Siekuan would still be found polishing cars at the street corner. Brother Feng, it is not that we doubt your strength. Rather, it is the sheer number of Siekuan's underlings in Haigang that poses a significant challenge. They far exceed the number of your own followers during your zenith by at least threefold. Indeed, Brother Feng, it would be wise to exercise caution and avoid any conflict with Siekuan. Both Ma Dong and Xiang Zhua remained apprehensive, continuing to counsel Qin Feng. Over the years, they had crossed paths with Siekuan numerous times, each encounter resulting in considerable losses. The disparity in manpower is a formidable weakness, as Siekuan commands an army of no less than 10,000 followers. With such overwhelming support, even Qin Feng, who once ruled Haigang and the entirety of Longnan with an iron fist, may not stand as his equal in the present day. Mentioning others in front of me. Qin Feng, does Siekuan even have the right? In this world, none dare to speak of others in my presence. Not even Siekuan holds any sway. Come now, you two, take a look at this. With a cold smile, Qin Feng slowly unfastened his shoulder bag, opened the zipper, and beckoned Ma Dong and Xiang Zhua to approach him. Chapter 6. The Red Dragon Twin Sticks commanding 160,000 forces. What? This? Is this the leading staff capable of mobilizing 100,000 men from both Hong Kong and Liansheng? And the red sticks that can rally 60,000 from the Ho, Jianghong men? Upon discerning the two items nestled within the shoulder bag of Qin Feng, both Xiang Zhua and Ma Dong were so astonished that they nearly lost their footing and fell to the ground. With wide eyes and agape mouths, they stammered in disbelief. To think that the Red Dragon Twin Sticks, which could command a combined total of nearly 160,000 social figures from Hojiang and Hong Kong, now rested in Qin Feng's hands. Could this signify that Qin Feng had unified the region of Hojiang, not far from the harbor? If so, in this world, no one could stand against Qin Feng, not even Siekuan. It is essential to note that even the formidable Siekuan commands merely a mere 1,000 subordinates. Yet, the Red Dragon Twin Sticks, capable of mobilizing 160,000 men, now belong to Qin Feng. With a mere command from him, these 160,000 could board ships and reach the harbor within an hour. Moreover, the social figures from Hojiang and Hong Kong are vastly different. They are not comparable to Siekuan's motley crew. Each one is astute, battle-hardened, and possesses formidable combat prowess. One could take on 10. If these individuals received a summons from Qin Feng and surged towards the harbor, it would be unlikely that even the mightiest could save Siekuan's life. Should anyone dare to intervene, Qin Feng would not hesitate to address them as well. As the saying goes, with the twin sticks in hand, the world is mine. In the days when Qin Feng ruled the harbor with an iron fist, he was a formidable presence throughout Longnan. However, the cities of Hojiang and Hong Kong disregarded him. Yet, 3 years later, even Hojiang had fallen under Qin Feng's influence. Who could fathom the extent of this man's strength in the Dragon Kingdom now? Brother Feng, could it be that you are now the master of Hojiang? Xiang Zhua and Ma Dong simultaneously turned their gazes toward Qin Feng, their voices hushed and filled with astonishment. As they spoke, their bodies trembled with a palpable sense of fear, for it was evident that the power of the man before them surpassed their wildest imaginations. In this world, there was nothing beyond Qin Feng's capabilities. Once again, let it be said, there are questions that should not be asked, and words that should not be spoken. In this realm, no one vanishes without reason, including me, Qin Feng. Years ago, He Hongsheng, That arrogant wretch persistently sought to belittle me in public and scorn me. If I did not make him aware of my prowess, I would not be worthy of being a prominent figure in the harbor. As Qin Feng zipped up his shoulder bag, he cast his gaze towards Ho Jiang, seething with indignation. Of course, all of this belonged to the past. He had long since reconciled with the Hongsheng and now possessed a 30% stake in the He Group, along with 13 casinos. In a bid to reconcile with him, the Hongsheng was willing to marry off 4 of his 6 daughters to Qin Feng. The remaining 2 were not unappealing to Qin Feng. Rather, he simply found them lacking in physical allure. Although he had entered into a union with the Hongsheng by marrying 4 of his daughters, he did not formalize these marriages. Thus, it can be accurately stated that he remains in a state of bachelorhood. Rest assured, given your unwavering loyalty to me in the past, as long as you both adhere to my instructions and assist me with some errands upon my return, no one in the harbor will dare to lay a finger on you. Not only in the harbor, but even throughout the entirety of Long Kingdom, I, Qin Feng, find no worthy opponent. Qin Feng chuckled as he patted the shoulders of the 2 men before him. He held a favorable opinion of Xiang Zhuo and Ma Dong, considering them to be natural sycophants. They possessed some capabilities, albeit limited, and having secured positions as leaders of 2 factions in the harbor was a stroke of extraordinary luck for them. Assisting him with minor tasks in the harbor would pose no issue. Fear not, Brother Feng. Our lives are yours. If you had remained in the harbor, we would never have found ourselves in such a predicament. From now on, Ma Dong and I shall be your most loyal subordinates. Anyone who dares to challenge, you will be affronting us. We will ensure they face the consequences. Indeed, Brother Feng, command us as you wish. Our loyalty remains unwavering. Ma Dong and Xiang Zhuo nodded vigorously, their resolve palpable. Although they were both leaders of their respective factions, they were in dire need of a strong figure to provide support from behind the scenes, ensuring their endeavors were free from worry. Undoubtedly, Qin Feng was the most suitable candidate for this role. Just then, a young man in his 20s, clad in a sporty ensemble and sporting a Rolex watch, emerged from the crowd. With a bald head, he approached Ma Dong and questioned him in confusion. Brother Dong, are we not going to proceed with today's confrontation? This individual, named Yang Fan, hailed from a wealthy family and was a student at Harbour University. He had orchestrated this confrontation to compete with another affluent student, Zhao Yang, for the affections of a girl. He had even invited Ma Dong, a prominent figure in the Harbour S14 society, to lend his presence. With the battle on the brink of erupting, he anticipated a decisive victory over Zhao Yang, securing the admiration of the fair maiden. However, he had not anticipated that Qin Feng's sudden arrival would render his plans futile. Observing the demeanor of Ma Dong and Xiang Zhuo, it was evident that they had no intention of continuing the fight. They seemed almost ready to embrace in front of the gathered crowd. It was worth noting that Yang Fan had expended a hefty sum of 300,000 yuan to secure Ma Dong's participation. Indeed, Brother Zhuo, Yang Fan, that insufferable brat, has been posturing at school for quite some time. Did you not promise me that you would teach him a good lesson? A young man, clad in a black Armani short-sleeved shirt, broad-shouldered and stout, emerged from the crowd and approached to the left, questioning with a hint of dissatisfaction. This individual is named Zhao Yang, a sworn rival of Yang Fan. To enlist Xiang's assistance, he, too, has expended a considerable fee. What nonsense! Are you both fools? Can't you discern the situation? Upon hearing their words, Xiang furrowed his brow and turned to Zhao Yang, reprimanding him loudly. He was baffled as to how these 2 wealthy scions from the harbor city had grown up so obliviously. Just moments ago, his older brother had established a boundary with a knife, declaring the Harbour University a no-go zone for the underworld. In such circumstances, these 2 lads are still speaking of brawls. It is undoubtedly a sign that their heads were knocked around by a donkey in their youth, leaving them utterly daft. Chapter 7. Your father once knelt on the ground, polishing my shoes, Yang Fan. I will return the 300,000 intact to you. I can no longer assist you in this battle today. Do not think it is merely me. Across the entire harbor, no one in the underworld would dare to set foot on the campus of Harbour University again. Henceforth, do not entertain thoughts of seeking fights. In contrast to Xiang's ferocity, Ma Dong's response to Yang Fan was rather sincere. Not only did he offer kind words of advice, but he also promised to refund the 300,000 appearance fee that Yang Fan had previously transferred to him. Brother Dong, this isn't merely a matter of money. The fight has already been arranged. We cannot back down simply because of the appearance of that individual. By the way, who exactly is he? Is he truly that formidable? Yang Fan approached Ma Dong and subtly nodded towards Qin Feng, taking a deep breath and cautiously inquiring. He understood that all the sudden changes today stemmed from Qin Feng alone. Yet, he found it hard to believe that a young man barely in his 20s could wield such influence. Even seasoned figures like Ma Dong and Xiang Zhua had to comply with this person's wishes. Qin Feng appeared to be in his early 20s at most. How could a man of such youth possess such power? This left Yang Fan in a state of bewilderment, prompting him to voice his doubts to Ma Dong. The response from Ma Dong, however, left him utterly astonished, as if a jolt of electricity had surged through him. At that moment, he comprehended the true identity of a young man standing before him, who seemed to be of similar age. Have you heard the saying in the harbor, "In a world as vast as this, Brother Feng reigns supreme"? If you have ever heard this phrase, you should know who he is. Remember, from this day forward, anyone may be provoked at school, but this man must not be crossed. Otherwise, not only you, but even your family, the Yang clan, could vanish from this world overnight. Ma Dong raised his hand, patting Yang Fan on the shoulder, and spoke in the most solemn tone he could muster. In a world as vast as this, Brother Feng reigns supreme? Upon hearing Ma Dong's words, Yang Fan stood frozen, as if struck by a bolt of lightning. He had indeed heard that phrase before. If memory serves correctly, it echoed loudly years ago. Back then, he was still in middle school, only aware of a man named Brother Feng in the harbor who wielded immense power, not only in the harbor, but throughout Longnan. He was a figure of great notoriety, feared by all. His methods were exceedingly ruthless, and no one dared to utter a word of dissent in his presence. Could it be that the man who suddenly appeared at the gates of Harbour University today is the legendary Brother Feng from years past? The thought sent a chill down Yang Fan's spine as he turned his gaze towards Qin Feng, who was calmly smoking a cigarette. The admiration within my heart surged forth like an unceasing torrent, a cascade of emotions. Brother Feng, I yearn to be by your side. In the next moment, before the gaze of all, I clenched my fists and called out to Qin Feng with fervor. To demonstrate my sincerity, I fell to my knees before him, not for any trivial reason, but because in my middle school days, the individual I revered most was not a film star, nor a singer, but rather the formidable figure whose very stomp would send tremors throughout Longnan. Brother Feng, though I had never laid eyes upon him, nor knew his visage, I had heard countless tales of his exploits. He drove a black Range Rover with a license plate and 99999, and even the traffic police would yield upon encountering this vehicle. This attests to the immense influence Brother Feng wielded in the harbor back then. From that moment, the desire to follow such an extraordinary man and serve as his underling took root in my heart like a seed. However, for reasons unbeknownst to me, Brother Feng seemingly vanished from the harbor for nearly 3 years. Yet today, at the gates of Harbour University, fate granted me the chance to behold once more the man I had idolized in countless dreams. Furthermore, we became schoolmates. Without hesitation, I knelt to express my loyalty to Qin Feng, pledging to serve him diligently at Harbour University. Young Fen, are you out of your mind? This is clearly a staged act orchestrated by Xiang Zhua and Ma Dong to swindle us out of our appearance fees. You actually believed it? And you went and knelt before this guy? Who does he think he is? Though I had grasped the situation, my fellow wealthy peer, Zhao Yang, remained oblivious. He raised his hand, pointing at Qin Feng, and unleashed a torrent of insults, still embittered over the thwarted showdown he had meticulously planned. Upon hearing Zhao Yang's words, Ma Dong and Xiang's were incensed. The over 100 individuals they had brought along, armed with pickaxes and machetes, were eager to retaliate against Zhao Yang. How dare this foolish rich heir insult Qin Feng? Was he courting death? Yet, Qin Feng intervened, stopping them. Kid, considering the time your father knelt and polished my shoes, I want to hold your words against you. Go ask your father if he knows Qin Feng, and you'll discover the truth of my worth. Qin Feng approached the arrogant young heir, smiling. Having returned with a transformed disposition, he had weathered too many storms of life to be the impulsive youth he once was. He sought not to engage in petty disputes, especially with someone as young and brash as Zhao Yang, who had just crossed into his 20s. He merely wished to remedy the regrets of his past ignorance and to live a tranquil life as an ordinary student at Harbour University. You all may leave now. I shall contact you both if necessary. Recently, drink less and ensure that the subordinates are well prepared. Be ready to heed my commands at any moment. After uttering these words to Zhao Yang, Qin Feng turned his gaze towards Ma Dong and Xiang Zue, speaking slowly. Although he had returned with the intention of leading a quiet and unremarkable life, Qin Feng was acutely aware of a profound truth. The trees may desire stillness, yet the winds do not relent. In life, circumstances do not always align with one's desires. Ultimately, one will encounter obstacles that hinder their aspirations. If Xie Kun were to behave with decorum and refrain from causing him trouble, he would have no inclination to engage with Xie Kun, the scoundrel. However, should Xie Kun foolishly challenge him, Qin Feng would not hesitate to ensure that his opponent would be left searching for his teeth. Much like that stormy night 7 years ago in Haigang, Xiang Zue and Ma Dong commanded a following of over 2,000 subordinates. Unless absolutely necessary, Qin Feng was reluctant to deploy the forces of Haoxian. For once he brandished the Red Dragon twin sticks and called forth soldiers from the second city of Haoxian. It would no longer be mere conflict, but an earthquake, a cataclysmic event destined to claim many lives. Chapter 8. Quickly find a beautiful woman and send her to Brother Feng. All right. Yes, Brother Feng. We are always ready for your call. Although the 14 Society is not large, it boasts over 1,000 registered members. These individuals are the type who, when the moment calls for it, will unhesitatingly take up arms and charge forward. Indeed, Brother Feng, our Hong Gang stands resolutely in the same manner. Though we may not possess the deep-rooted history or the vast numbers of the Haokong Hong men, every member under our banner is willing to brave any peril for Brother Feng. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, both Xiang Zue and Ma Dong nodded earnestly and responded loudly. After 3 years of preparation, they stood once again beside Qin Feng, ready to weather any storm together. Let us head back for now, Qin Feng said, patting both of their shoulders with a smile. Focus on your studies. The world out there is not as simple as it seems. He then walked over to Yang Fan, who was still kneeling on the ground, tossed him a parting remark, and turned on his heel, hands in his pockets, striding confidently towards the school. Brother Feng. Yang Fan scrambled to his feet, shouting as he eagerly pursued him. Along with him, more than a dozen of his schoolmates followed closely in Qin Feng's wake. Once Ma Dong, Xiang Zue, and Yang Fan's entourage had all retreated, only Zhao Yang remained at the entrance of Haigang University, accompanied by 7 or 8 of his companions wielding wooden sticks and mop handles. Brother Yang, this matter cannot simply be brushed aside. Yes, let us give Uncle a call. Have him intervene. That brat not only insulted you, but also disrespected Uncle. Indeed, with Uncle's esteemed position in Haigang and his numerous businesses, there's no way he should be made to kneel and clean that spoiled brat's shoes. In that moment, the group of 7 or 8 expressed their indignation towards Zhao Yang. All right, I will call my dad right now. Have him help me regain my honor. Feeling the weight of their words, Zhao Yang took out his phone and dialed the number for Zhao Honyuan, the chairman of the Zhao Group in Haigang. Hello, Xiao Yang. What is the matter? The call connected after just one ring, revealing the voice of a middle-aged man. At that moment, Zhao Honyuan was seated in the headquarters of the Zhao Group, answering the phone while playfully interacting with the secretary perched on his lap, puzzled as to why his son had called. Dad, I've been bullied, Zhao Yang shouted into the phone, his grip tightening around it. The memory of Qin Feng's arrogance ignited a furious flame within him. As the eldest son of the Zhao Group, he had never been subjected to such humiliation. After all, the other party was merely a young university student in his early 20s. What gave him the audacity to claim that his father had knelt to polish his shoes? This was utterly outrageous. If his father did not teach this university student a severe lesson, Zhao Yang vowed he would no longer bear the Zhao surname. In the harbor, is there anyone bold enough to bully my son, Zhao Honyuan? What is his name? What have you done to him? Upon hearing Zhao Yang's words, Zhao Honyuan was instantly engulfed in fury. He abruptly pushed aside his secretary and rose from his chair, his voice resonating with authority. His name is Qin Feng. He hasn't harmed me. He merely scolded me at the school gate, advising me to mind my words in the future and not to act arrogantly. He even mentioned that you once knelt down to polish his shoes. Zhao Yang exclaimed in one breath, his entire body quivering with indignation. It was unfathomable that someone of his father's stature, the esteemed CEO of a publicly listed company in Harbour, would ever stoop to kneel before a mere university student barely in his 20s. What? Feng, Brother Feng has returned. Upon the completion of Zhao Yang's statement, Zhao Honyuan was so shocked that he plopped back into his chair. His eyes widened to an alarming degree, nearly causing him to drop his latest model, a 20000 folding smartphone. Meanwhile, memories of that fateful night 7 years ago resurfaced in his mind, realizing that Qin Feng had indeed spared him some dignity in front of Zhao Yang. For back then, he had not only knelt to polish Qin Feng's shoes, but had even gone so far as to lick them in an attempt to curry favor. Little did he anticipate that the formidable Qin Feng, who had once ruled the harbor with an iron fist and had been absent for nearly 3 years, would make such a triumphant return today. Cao Yang, you truly are courting disaster. You dare provoke someone even your father would not challenge. Let me speak plainly. Not only did I kneel to polish his shoes back then, but I even licked them. If I hadn't done so, our Zhao family would not have survived in the harbor. It is precisely because I clung to Brother Feng's coattails that you are able to enjoy the privileges of a wealthy heir today. Following this, Zhao Honyuan slammed his right fist onto the conference table, vociferously berating Zhao Yang over the phone, determined to impress upon him the gravity of the situation and to dissuade him from ever provoking the formidable Qin Feng again. He was compelled to reveal the humiliating truth of his past actions to emphasize the seriousness of the matter, for he feared that his reckless son might bring ruin to the Zhao family's hard-earned legacy. What the hell? Uncle Zhao actually knelt down to polish that man's shoes? And he even licked them? Incredible. This is beyond explosive. I never imagined that Zhao Honyuan had such a remarkable past. Truly, one is often astonished when such secrets are revealed. That young man is astonishingly powerful to have compelled the CEO of the Zhao Group to lick his shoes. As Zhao Yang had used the speakerphone during his call to Zhao Honyuan, his words were clearly heard by the several young men beside him, leaving them utterly stunned by this sensational revelation. They exchanged incredulous glances, unable to believe what they were hearing. Dad, did you really back in the day polish the shoes of someone named Qin Feng? In that moment, Zhao Yang felt utterly bewildered. His face flushed. He clenched the phone tightly and stammered his question to Zhao Honyuan on the other end. He never imagined that what Qin Feng had casually mentioned was, in fact, true. If even his father had knelt to polish Qin Feng's shoes, how formidable must Qin Feng have been back in the harbor? Zhao Honyuan felt his mind struggling to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Xiaoyang, this is no longer about whether your father polished his shoes, Zhao Honyuan admonished urgently. The real issue is that you have offended Brother Feng. You must seek his forgiveness at once, or our Zhao Group may not survive the night. Meanwhile, at the Zhao Group headquarters, Zhao Honyuan was exasperated by his son's fixation on the shoe polishing incident instead of devising a strategy to appease the formidable Qin Feng. Dad, what should I do? I just saw that Brother Feng seemed quite angry. He can't truly annihilate our Zhao family, can he? Zhao Yang's voice trembled with desperation, tears threatening to spill as he spoke to Zhao Honyuan, who was breathing heavily on the other end. It suddenly dawned on Zhao Yang that in the presence of a man before whom even his father would kneel to shine shoes, a mere scion of a wealthy family from the harbor was insignificant, no more than an ant, perhaps even less than that. For Qin Feng, extinguishing the Zhao family was merely a flick of his wrist. Well, Xiaoyang, Zhao Honyuan continued, does your school have any beautiful women? If so, send one to Brother Feng immediately. She must be exceptionally stunning. Only then do we stand a chance of survival. After his mind had raced through the possibilities at breakneck speed, Zhao Honyuan recalled that Qin Feng had a notorious reputation for his fondness for the fairer sex, surrounded by countless admirers, if not 100, certainly 80. With Qin Feng's power, he had wealth, fame, and influence at his disposal. The Zhao family had little to offer beyond beautiful women. Thus, he pondered whether sending a stunning beauty to Qin Feng might earn their forgiveness. Beautiful women? Okay, I understand. Dad, don't worry. The person I send will surely satisfy Brother Feng. Chapter 9. The astonishing policewoman Xie Shanshan upon hearing Zhao Hongyuan's words. Zhao Yang immediately expressed his excitement. He was not concerned about Qin Feng's lascivious tendencies. Rather, he feared the absence of such inclinations. As long as Qin Feng had an affinity for women, matters could be easily resolved. Speaking of beautiful women, Zhao Hongyuan indeed had a suitable candidate in mind. He felt confident that introducing her to Qin Feng would yield satisfaction, for she was not only stunning but also possessed remarkable skills. The individual in question was none other than his girlfriend, Lu Yu. If Chu Yuqing and Shun Jialin could be ranked as the top two beauties at Haigang University, then Lu Yu undoubtedly deserved the third position. The first two were too aloof to approach, but Zhao Yang could certainly persuade his girlfriend. A few luxury handbags and some of the latest high-end lipsticks would surely entice her to willingly accompany Qin Feng for a night, thus securing the survival of the Zhao family in Haigang. In Zhao Yang's eyes, sacrificing Lu Yu for the greater good of the Zhao family was an exceedingly worthwhile trade. Without hesitation, he concluded his conversation with Zhao Hongyuan and promptly called Lu Yu, who was currently in the female dormitory with no classes that afternoon. He requested a meeting, claiming to have a significant matter to discuss, one that pertained to the very survival of the Zhao family. Once Zhao Yang's associates departed, the previously bustling entrance of Haigang University transformed into an eerie silence. The students who had gathered to witness the commotion began to disperse and return to their afternoon classes. At that moment, the air was pierced by the blaring of sirens as police vehicles, flashing lights ablaze, descended upon the vicinity. After the skirmish concluded, the officers from the 6 Gates precinct arrived, albeit belatedly. What transpired here? Was it not reported that 2 rival gangs were engaged in a violent clash at the university entrance? Where were they? Who made the call? Among the officers, a slender female officer, standing nearly 1.7 meters tall, clad in a crisp police uniform and wearing a cap, stepped forward from the lead police car. Her fair complexion and delicate figure were striking as she surveyed the deserted scene at Haigang University's entrance. Furrowing her brow, she inquired of the students present. This officer was none other than Xie Shanshan, renowned in the 6 Gates precinct for her beauty and prowess. At just over 30 years of age, she had ascended to the role of chief of the Major Crimes Unit. She had recently received urgent reports alleging a confrontation between 2 groups of local gangsters, armed with pickaxes and knives, numbering at least 100, planning a merciless brawl at the university entrance. Aware of the gravity of the situation, Xie Shanshan had taken it upon herself to lead her team swiftly to Haigang University. Arriving in less than 15 minutes, she was utterly bewildered by the scene before her. There were no gangsters in sight, not even a single hair. It raised her suspicion that perhaps someone had made a false report. Are they toying with the 6 doors? Officer, we are the ones who reported the incident. Upon hearing Xie Shanshan's words, Shun Jialin and Chu Yuqing emerged from the crowd and approached her, inquiring, "What is happening? Wasn't it said that 2 gangs were embroiled in a violent clash here? Could it be that they fled upon learning we were on our way?" Gazing at these 2 enchanting female university students, Xie Shanshan furrowed her brow. It seemed implausible that they would fabricate a report. It was highly likely that 2 gangs were indeed preparing for an unprecedented confrontation. Upon realizing she was personally leading the operation, they might have been frightened into a hasty retreat, vanishing from the scene at lightning speed. Although Xie Shanshan initially believed this, the subsequent revelations from Chu Yuqing and Shun Jialin left her momentarily stunned. She recognized that she had overestimated her influence. It was unlikely that her name alone could instill such fear in local gang leaders Ma Dong and Xiang Zue, prompting them to flee. After all, she was keenly aware of the indomitable spirit of the underworld figures in Haigang, who had never regarded the 6 doors with respect. Even when brought into custody, they comported themselves with an air of superiority. Yet, she was oblivious to the identity of the individual they referred to. Was there truly someone in Haigang wielding such formidable power? "My apologies, Miss Xie," Today's events have absolutely no connection to the six doors. It was the sudden appearance of a man that dissuaded Xiang Zhua and Ma Dong from continuing their brawl. Upon seeing him, they were like frightened children in the presence of a deity. Indeed, furthermore, this individual established a boundary with his knife, designating Haigang University as a no-go zone for all gangs. He warned any gang member not to set foot here. Henceforth, it is highly unlikely that anyone from the underworld will dare to wreak havoc at Haigang University. Chu Yuqing and Shun Jialan replied earnestly to Xie Shanshan. The two had a fair understanding of Xie Shanshan, having seen her featured in numerous news articles and television programs. Despite her youth, she held the esteemed position of the head of the major case team at the Six Doors. Upon entering the police force, she had cracked several significant cases, seemingly aided by divine intervention. Thus, in a mere 7 years, she had ascended to the pinnacle of her profession. Do you know who he is? After their statements, Xie Shanshan stood there, eager and impatient, inquiring further. In her view, it had been many years since such a powerful figure had emerged in Haigang. The position of the underworld's top authority had remained vacant for nearly 3 years. Although the leader of the Qiangxin group, Xie Kun, now held significant influence in Haigang, he was nowhere near the level of the individual who once ruled the city with an iron fist. In the past, only during that person's reign did anyone possess such power that would cause others to tremble in their presence. Yet, after his departure, no one had reached such heights. I'm not entirely sure. I have not encountered him before. I believe his name is Qin Feng. After a moment of contemplation, Shun Jialan turned to Xie Shanshan and continued. What? You mean Feng? Brother Feng has returned. Upon hearing Shun Jialan's words, Xie Shanshan involuntarily shivered, gasping in astonishment. Her eyes widened and her mouth fell open as she exclaimed in disbelief. The instant she heard the name Qin Feng from Shun Jialan, a multitude of memories associated with this man flooded back to her. Perhaps only Xie Shanshan truly understood the significance Qin Feng held in her life. It was during her early days as a fledgling officer at the Six Doors, by a stroke of fate, that she forged a friendship with Qin Feng. It was his unwavering support that enabled her to crack numerous intricate cases, ultimately leading her to the esteemed position of chief in the Major Crimes Unit. She had once harbored feelings for this man, yet due to their respective roles, she could only confine her affections to the recesses of her heart, buried beneath the sands of time, drowned in the tides of the future. Since Qin Feng departed from the harbor 3 years ago, Xie Shanshan had not seen him again. He had never reached out to her, and she had assumed him to be dead, still keeping a black and white photograph of him in her home. Each day, she would light incense in his memory. Thus, hearing the unexpected news of Qin Feng's return from Shenzhen was nothing short of astonishing. Who could have imagined that, after so many years, the man she had tucked away in the depths of her memory was still alive? One could say that without Qin Feng, there would be no present-day Xie Shanshan. In that moment, a surge of emotions overwhelmed her. Where could he possibly be now? Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to calm her emotions and inquired of Chu Yuqing and Shun Jialan. She understood that perhaps Qin Feng, upon his return, did not wish to see her, which was why he had not contacted her. Nevertheless, she still yearned for a meeting, even if it were just to share a simple meal and engage in conversation. Little did she know, upon his return, Qin Feng did not wish to see anyone at all. He merely desired to lead a tranquil life as an ordinary student at Harbour University, bidding farewell to all that had come before. You should be inside now, Shun Jialan remarked, raising her hand to gesture towards the campus of Harbour University, responding to Xie Shanshan's dazed inquiry. Simultaneously, her curiosity about Qin Feng's background intensified, pondering what kind of person he had been on this land and the extent of his influence. After all, it was no wonder that Xie Shanshan, the beautiful police officer, instinctively called out Brother Feng at the mention of his name. Chapter 10. Principal Wang, do you refer to this student as brother? Are you implying that Feng has returned to school? Regarding Shun Jialan's response, although Xie Shanshan was somewhat astonished, she could discern the situation clearly, as it was not beyond her expectations. She recalled a casual conversation with Qin Feng years ago, during which he had jestingly remarked that one day, upon his retirement, he wished to bid farewell to the world of intrigue and live as an ordinary student, free from worldly concerns. To remedy his lack of knowledge and experience the life of a common person. There were no surprises, nor unexpected turns. Yet, it was indeed surprising that Qin Feng had fulfilled his promise made to her long ago. After many years, he had enrolled in the university he had always yearned for, Haiyang University. As she contemplated this, a solitary tear slipped from the corner of Xie Shanshan's eye. It was unclear whether she felt joy for Qin Feng realizing his dream or delight in the prospect of seeing him again. Very well. Thank you all. Since everything is peaceful at Haiyang University today, we shall take our leave. If any similar incidents occur in the future, do not hesitate to contact us. However, I believe such occurrences are unlikely to arise again henceforth. With that, Xie Shanshan wiped away her tear and smiled at Shun Jialin and Chu Yuqing. She then cast a glance at Haiyang University before leading her team away. Though she was fully aware that Qin Feng was within the school, she did not rush to meet him. After all, it was still working hours. It would be inappropriate to seek him out in her uniform. Instead, she intended to wait until the end of her shift, change into casual attire, don a lovely dress, and apply an alluring shade of lipstick. As an ordinary person, she planned to invite Qin Feng to dine at the finest restaurant in Haiyang, to express her feelings of longing and gratitude. Meanwhile, in the office of the principal of Haiyang University, a middle-aged man in his 50s, dressed in a tailored suit and sporting a receding hairline, stood before the mirror adjusting his attire and regulating his breath. This man was none other than Wang Yusheng, the principal of Haiyang University. Upon learning that the former leader of the entire Haiyang, Qin Feng, was about to enroll in his university, excitement mingled with anxiety filled Wang Yusheng. It felt somewhat surreal. Years ago, when he had encountered Qin Feng, he had not yet ascended to the position of principal. At that time, Qin Feng was the most illustrious figure in Haiyang, unparalleled by anyone. Wang Yusheng vividly remembered the black Range Rover with a license plate of 5 nines as it smoothly halted before him, and Qin Feng emerged from the rear seat, under the gaze of all around him. His imposing presence was unmatched in the entire city. Wang Yusheng had silently vowed that one day he would become a man like Qin Feng. Years later, although Wang Yusheng had not realized that initial ambition to stand at the pinnacle of the city like Qin Feng, he had nonetheless become the principal of a university, achieving a measure of success and surpassing the vast majority of others. The mere thought of soon meeting his former idol filled Wang Yusheng with a genuine sense of nervousness. He meticulously adjusted his attire once more. At that moment, in the office, sat a young female instructor named Su Feng, clad in a pink skirt and black high heels, her smooth, fair thighs exposed. She was an intern at Haiyang University, just in her early 20s, almost the same age as the students at the university. Having recently graduated from Northern Normal University, she was assigned to Haiyang. Seated in her chair, Su Feng observed Wang Yusheng with a hint of confusion, unable to comprehend why he appeared so anxious. After all, Wang Yusheng had never exhibited such demeanor even during significant meetings. Principal Wang, is it really necessary to be this way, just for a student? She inquired, crossing her arms in bewilderment. Su, you might not understand since you are not from Haiyang. The person I am about to meet is technically a student, yet more accurately, he is my idol. Years ago, I aspired to become a man like him, standing at the pinnacle of a city, shining brightly. Yet here I am, years later, with little resemblance to him except for a growing radiance atop my head. Alas, but it is quite normal. After all, how many Qin Fangs can there truly be in this world? Wang Yusheng replied, turning to Su Feng while adjusting his tie, a smile illuminating his face. He then lifted his hand to glance at the watch on his wrist, estimating that Qin Feng would soon arrive. Su, I have entrusted Feng Gu to your class out of my confidence in you. Therefore, in the days to come, please do your utmost to accommodate any requests he may have. Back when he was a prominent figure in Haiyang, he jokingly mentioned his desire to study at Haiyang University one day. Who would have thought that years later, he would actually come? It is indeed an honor for me, Wang Yusheng, to have close contact with Feng Gu at school. He continued, his face radiating with warmth. What? Principal Wang, you call that student good? I must have misheard. Su Feng's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly toppling from her chair. Having been in the educational field for so long, It was her first time hearing a principal refer to a student in such a manner. Her curiosity about the person named Qin Fong grew immensely, pondering what experiences he had in Haigang that could inspire such admiration from Wang Yusheng, akin to a pilgrimage. Suddenly, there was a knock at the office door. Ah, it must be Feng Ge. Upon hearing the sound, Wang Yusheng took a deep breath and dashed toward the door with great haste. After adjusting her breath, she boldly swung open the door. Upon seeing Wang Yusheng's demeanor, Su Feng, along with him, instinctively rose from her chair, anxiously casting her gaze towards the entrance. She was eager to behold the appearance of the Qin Feng that Wang Yusheng had spoken of. As the office door swung wide, a young man clad in a white shirt, standing nearly 8 meters tall, and possessing an extraordinarily elegant and handsome visage, emerged before them. The moment Su Feng laid eyes on him, her heart inexplicably fluttered. At that instant, a single word resonated within her mind. Handsome, 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 beyond handsome. He was simply captivating. To be candid, Su Feng felt that the man standing before her was unequivocally the most striking student she had ever encountered in her life. Without exception, if she were to rewind 3 years to her university days, encountering such a boy would have compelled her to pursue him actively. This individual appeared youthful, perhaps in his early 20s, and wore a charming smile that made it difficult for her to associate him with the societal figure Wang Yusheng had described. Instead, he resembled a delightful boy next door. Without question, this was the type of young man Su Feng cherished most in her life, utterly irresistible. In an instant, her heart raced uncontrollably. She reached out, discreetly touching her chest in an attempt to steady her emotions. After all, she was to be the instructor of this classmate named Qin Feng, a role she would hold for 4 years if he remained at the school. Feng, brother Feng, how come? Upon seeing Qin Feng, even Wang Yusheng was taken aback, nearly stumbling to the ground. This astonishment stemmed from the fact that, after many years apart, Qin Feng appeared even more youthful and handsome than when they had first met. Back then, Wang Yusheng had thought that with Qin Feng's physique and looks, he could easily ascend to stardom in the film industry, even if he were not a prominent figure in the city. Yet, to his surprise, all these years later, Qin Feng had not aged a day. Rather, he had become even more enchanting. Even Wang Yusheng felt an impulse to lean in and kiss him, let alone the fresh-faced female university students just entering their 20s. Once Qin Feng enrolled, he would undeniably become the heartthrob of the campus. It was astounding to realize that Qin Feng could wield such influence not only in society, but also within the school. It seems the old adage holds true. Outstanding individuals will excel wherever they go, while the ordinary will always remain so. Chapter 11. The wealthy heir Zhao Yang who wishes to gift his girlfriend to Qin Feng. My apologies, Principal Wang. I just encountered 2 old acquaintances at the school gate, which caused a slight delay. Upon meeting Wang Yusheng, Qin Feng immediately extended a hand to convey his apologies. Prior to the commencement of classes, he had arranged to meet Wang Yusheng at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, yet now it was already 1:10 p.m., making him 10 minutes late. Qin Feng had no intention of being tardy. However, fate had it that he stumbled upon Ma Dong and Xiang Zhua, 2 of his former subordinates, who were congregating at the entrance of the school. Consequently, he found himself delayed. Brother Feng, what are you saying? In fact, I should be the one expressing my gratitude. Had it not been for your timely arrival, a brawl at the school gate today would have been inevitable. Who knows how many students might have been injured? Wang Yusheng exclaimed, grasping Qin Feng's left hand as he guided him toward a chair, smiling all the while. His statement bore the truth. He was well aware of the tumultuous events unfolding that day at Haigang University. While in his office, he had witnessed a large gathering of nearly 100 individuals at the school entrance, each wielding weapons such as pickaxes and machetes, with many students embroiled in the chaos. Nevertheless, Wang Yusheng understood that such matters were beyond the jurisdiction of a mere school principal. In this era, the moral conduct of students was all too apparent to him. Recklessness prevailed, and in a heated moment, even he, as principal, could become a target. Thus, he refrained from intervening directly and instead called the authorities, waiting quietly for the personnel from the 6 doors to arrive and manage the situation. Little did he expect that Qin Feng's unexpected appearance would effortlessly diffuse a conflict he felt powerless to address. As he observed the throngs of individuals dissipate at lightning speed from the school gate through the floor-to-ceiling windows, Wang Yoxing's admiration for Qin Feng ascended to new heights. He even contemplated asking Qin Feng to be the godfather of his soon-to-be born child. However, Wang Yusheng recognized that some sentiments should not be expressed too hastily, especially since he had only just met Qin Feng officially less than a day prior. Thus, he decided to postpone such discussions for a later time. "Come, Brother Feng, please, take a seat." He enthusiastically ushered Qin Feng to a chair. "Allow me to introduce you to Su Feng, who will be your advisor during your 4 years at Harbour University." He gestured towards Su Feng, who stood beside him, and addressed Qin Feng, "Brother Feng, or rather, classmate Qin Feng. Regardless of your past or your previous accomplishments, I expect your sole identity hereafter to be that of an ordinary student at Harbour University. You must heed my guidance. Otherwise, you might find yourself in quite a predicament." Su Feng, nearly addressing Qin Feng as brother due to Wang Yoxing's influence, quickly corrected herself, adopting a serious demeanor. In Su Feng's eyes, the man named Qin Feng, while undeniably handsome and seemingly formidable in the past at the harbor, was still ultimately her student. There was a distinct hierarchy to uphold. Upon hearing Su Feng's words, Wang Yusheng immediately furrowed his brow, attempting to interject, but was halted by a dismissive gesture from Qin Feng. "Indeed, Teacher Su, I fully comprehend the school regulations. However, you should consider yourself fortunate to have met me here at the university. In the past, had anyone dared to speak to me, Qin Feng, in such a manner, their beautiful visage would have been swiftly dealt with." "Haha, just jesting. Please do not take offense, Teacher Su." With a faint smile, Qin Feng regarded Su Feng. Although he had returned with the intention of living as an ordinary student at Harbour University, that did not imply he was there to be disrespected. Even Wang Yusheng, the principal, bowed in deference before him. What was a mere internship instructor to him? Perhaps some men would treat Su Feng, with her so-called version T0 demeanor, with utmost caution, fearing to offend her, and showering her with undue reverence, as if she were something to be cherished. However, Qin Feng was not like those men. He was a singular presence in this world. Regardless of whether she was version T0 or T1, if anyone dared to flaunt their authority in his presence, they would only receive one response: a resounding slap. If one hand wasn't T-sufficient, he would use both to ensure they learned their lesson and knelt to call him daddy. Seeing Su Feng, there was undoubtedly an air of version T0 about her, likely a result of being spoiled by her previous boyfriends. If she insisted on applying her past attitudes towards other men to him, she would soon discover the taste of both slaps and a powerful reprimand. Qin Feng had never grasped the concept of cherishing beauty. He only understood that disobedience warranted punishment, regardless of gender. This was precisely why he was renowned as the most ruthless figure in Longnan. After concluding his conversation with the principal, Qin Feng headed to his class to report. Upon finishing his statement, Su Feng was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing crimson like ripe apples. She stamped her foot and, after delivering a parting remark to Qin Feng, stormed out of the principal's office. Upon first encountering Qin Feng, she had thought him to be a charming, boy-next-door type, far from the terrifying figure Wang Yusheng had described. Only now did she realize she had been deceived by Qin Feng's white shirt. This boy was far from an innocent neighbor. He was a quintessential domineering figure. Yet, Su Feng was no pushover. She would not easily yield to any man. In the days to come, she was eager to discover who was truly more domineering, Qin Feng or her version T0 self. After all, she was well aware that the boys she had previously encountered had all been brought to their knees. Calling her mommy, she could hardly believe that she would be at the mercy of Qin Feng, much less kneeling before him and calling him daddy. However, at that moment, Su Feng was unaware that one day she would not only call him daddy, but would willingly submit to him by calling him grandfather. Qin Feng, just wait and see. In the coming 4 years, I shall undoubtedly showcase the prowess of Su Feng. Standing at the entrance of the principal's office, Su Feng turned her head and, peering through the glass window, gritted her teeth as she gazed at Qin Feng. Meanwhile, in the cafeteria of Harbour University, as Qin Feng conversed with Wang Yusheng, Zhao Yang and his girlfriend Lu Yu were engaged in a fervent discussion. What? Zhao Yang, did I hear you correctly? You actually let your girlfriend sleep with another guy? Exclaimed Lu Yu, a petite girl of approximately 165 meters, dressed in black loafers and short stockings, her eyes wide in disbelief. Upon hearing Zhao Yang's words, she instantly spewed the milk tea she had just sipped all over him. I've told you, he's no ordinary guy. If you manage to be with him from now on, it would be a stroke of fortune for your family. Zhao Yang insisted, wiping the milk tea off his face with a tissue while earnestly explaining to Lu Yu, I'm only looking out for you. Looking out for me? Zhao Yang, I never knew you could be so generous. If you're so generous, why don't you let her mother sleep with that guy named Qin Feng instead? Huh? Lu Yu retorted, glaring at Zhao Yang, utterly exasperated. Earlier, when Zhao Yang had called her, asking her to step out of the dormitory for an important matter, Lu Yu had assumed he was taking her out for a trip. After getting ready, she had eagerly left her dormitory, only to be met with news that nearly knocked her off her feet. She could hardly believe that the usually jealous Zhao Yang, who would throw a fit if she merely texted another guy, would make such a proposal today. Initially, she thought he was joking or testing her in some way. However, upon witnessing Zhao Yang's serious demeanor, she realized he was not jesting. He was genuinely preparing to hand her over to someone else. The next moment, when she heard Zhao Yang's response, she sprayed him with milk tea once more. I told you, my mother is no longer alive. If she were, would such good fortune ever come to you? My father would be the first to seize the opportunity. Chapter 12. Ah, how elevated it truly is. Zhao Yang cast a fierce glare at Lu Yu, indignantly exclaiming his frustration. He lamented the audacity of Lu Yu, this insufferable woman, who seemed utterly oblivious to her own shortcomings. Did she genuinely believe herself to be a paragon of virtue? Zhao Yang was acutely aware of her wild nature. She had long sought a remarkable man to become her husband. Now, having presented Lu Yu with the very man she desired, she continued to play coy, feigning resistance. It was as if she had been struck on the head by a stubborn donkey in her youth. If only his mother were still around. For Zhao Yang would undoubtedly wish to elevate Qin Feng to the status of his godfather. Very well, Zhao Yang, you are quite formidable, as long as you have no regrets. His name is Qin Feng, is it? Which class is he in? Take me to meet him at once. You have already struck a deal with him, haven't you? Upon hearing Zhao Yang's words, Lu Yu was rendered speechless. In a fit of anger, she raised her cup of milk tea and splashed it across his face, gritting her teeth as she spoke. Though Lu Yu recognized her own flaws and acknowledged her less than virtuous behavior, she felt that Zhao Yang had completely disregarded her dignity. To openly suggest that she accompany another man to bed was nothing short of dehumanizing. In light of this, Lu Yu resolved to ascertain the true nature of the Qin Feng Zhao Yang spoke of, his appearance, his charm, and his strength. If he turned out to be an extraordinary individual, she would not hesitate to cast aside Zhao Yang and pursue a relationship with this Qin Feng. After all, she was well aware of her own worth. As the saying goes, he who possesses a trump card can play with anyone. Wonderful, sister Yu. As long as you can ensure Brother Feng is well taken care of, our Zhao family will be spared from impending disaster. From this day forth, you shall be my revered elder. Upon hearing Lu Yu's declaration, Zhao Yang's face broke into a radiant smile. He felt a glimmer of hope for the Zhao family's future. After inquiring from various sources, Zhao Yang learned that Qin Feng was currently in the office of the president of Harbour University, conversing with Wang Yusheng. Without a moment's hesitation, he promptly led Lu Yu to the building where Qin Feng was located, eager to introduce her to him before any potential threat could emerge to jeopardize the Zhao family. Soon, the pair arrived at the door of Wang Yusheng's office. Look, that is Brother Feng. Zhao Yang pointed cautiously at Qin Feng, who was seated in the president's chair, while Wang Yusheng stood beside him, beaming with respect as they conversed. At that moment, Qin Feng sat comfortably in the exclusive chair, casually crossing his legs, while Wang Yusheng, with a smile plastered on his face, shared insights about the development of Harbour University over the years, occasionally nodding in affirmation. Their dynamics seemed to reverse the roles, as if Wang Yusheng were the new student and Qin Feng the president of the university. As the conversation reached an engaging point, Qin Feng suddenly felt the urge for a cigarette. He retrieved a thick Dragon Hua cigarette from his pocket. Is smoking allowed here? He inquired, gesturing towards Wang Yoshing's office. Brother Feng, other students definitely can't, but if it's you, not only can you smoke, you could even defecate on my desk. Wang Yusheng promptly retrieved a lighter from his pocket, lighting a cigarette for Qin Feng while chuckling in response. Indeed, this was the reality. In Wang Yoshing's mind, he had never regarded Qin Feng as merely a student. From the very beginning, this man before him had always been his idol. Whatever his idol desired, Wang Yusheng would wholeheartedly support. All right, Xiaosheng, if you need any assistance in the future, just let me know. Although I haven't been in High Gang for many years, I still have many connections here who can help with various matters. A person's skin, a tree's shadow. I, Qin Feng, need not boast about who I am. In High Gang, there is nothing I cannot resolve. Observing Wang Yoshing's unwavering loyalty, Qin Feng took a drag from his cigarette and patted him on the shoulder, expressing his approval of his attitude. It was no wonder Wang Yusheng, with his receding hairline, could ascend to the position of president of High Gang University. He possessed remarkable self-awareness, distinguishing between the significant and the trivial, understanding who stood where in the hierarchy, unlike Su Feng, who, believing herself to be a student of High Gang University, attempted to exert pressure on him due to her teacher's status. Wow, this Brother Feng you speak of is incredibly handsome. Why didn't you introduce me to him sooner? At that moment, Lu Yu, standing outside the president's office, exclaimed upon catching sight of Qin Feng's visage, chiding Zhao Yang for not facilitating an earlier introduction. To be fair, Lu Yu felt that in all her years, she had never encountered such a dashing and suave young man. Every gesture he made exuded an aura of unparalleled confidence. One must ponder, is there any woman in the world who wouldn't desire such a man as her husband? Moreover, in the presence of this man, even Wang Yusheng bowed to light his cigarette. Heaven knows how formidable he must be in High Gang. Upon hearing Lu Yu's words, Zhao Yang's expression turned dark with realization. Yet he felt powerless, for he understood that, despite being a top-tier wealthy heir in the port city, he was merely a mere shadow compared to Qin Feng. Not even his father, in his heyday, could stand in front of Qin Feng without kneeling to shine his shoes, perhaps even licking them for good measure. Witnessing Wang Yoshing's deference towards Qin Feng, Zhao Yang could ascertain that the stories of the past between his father and Qin Feng were undoubtedly true, beyond true. They were undeniably authentic. For even the president, Wang Yusheng, stood before Qin Feng, lighting his cigarette. This was truly beyond the expectations of both him and Lu Yu. However, in the next moment, an even more astonishing event unfolded. In the principal's office, Wang Yusheng suddenly fell to his knees before Qin Feng with a resounding thud. Brother Feng, throughout my life, I have seldom sought your assistance. If I must mention one thing, it would be my earnest wish for you to become the godfather of my soon-to-be-born son. I sincerely hope you will not decline. As Wang Yusheng knelt before him, he lifted his gaze, his eyes firmly fixed on Qin Feng, speaking with unwavering conviction. Goodness, Wang Yusheng truly knows how to play the game. He is already paving the way for the next generation. At that moment, outside the door, Zhao Yang couldn't help but grind his teeth in frustration. Acknowledging Wang Yoshing's meticulousness as the principal of High Gang University. Just moments ago, Qin Feng had offered his help for any matters, and unexpectedly, Wang Yusheng had made the boldest request of all by asking him to be the godfather of his child. This would undoubtedly forge a brotherly bond between them and secure a prosperous future for his son. With a figure as formidable as Qin Feng as the godfather, wouldn't his son's life be as smooth as sand, free from challenges? Truly impressive. Zhao Yang couldn't help but extend his thumb in admiration. Rise. When is the child expected? Qin Feng stood up from his chair, helping Wang Yusheng to his feet with a smile. I cannot accept the title of godfather, but I wouldn't mind considering him as an adopted son. Brother Feng, then it's settled. The child is likely to be born around the 18th of next month. You must be present. If you cannot make it, I will have my wife hold the baby in until you come. This son of mine I shall not bear. Wang Yusheng exclaimed with exuberance, gripping Qin Feng's arm tightly. All right, call me in advance next month, and I will certainly be there. For now, I must report to my class. Su Feng is probably waiting for me. Qin Feng replied, patting Wang Yusheng on the shoulder before making his way towards the door. Upon exiting, he encountered Zhao Yang and Lu Yu, both of whom awaited him with broad smiles. What is the meaning of this? Is there a special reason for you to wait for me? Are you looking to challenge me? As he caught sight of Zhao Yang, Qin Feng momentarily paused, furrowing his brows, uncertain of Zhao Yang's intentions. Was he dissatisfied with the events that had just transpired at the school gate and seeking a confrontation? Chapter 13. Does she desire a duel or a group encounter? Oh heavens, please do not misunderstand, Brother Feng. It is not my intention to challenge you. Rather, is she who seeks to engage with you. Zhao Yang hurriedly shook his head vigorously, resembling a rattle drum, before gesturing towards Lu Yu, who stood beside him, her unwavering gaze fixed on Qin Feng, her eyes nearly shimmering with eagerness. He surmised that Qin Feng had comprehended his insinuation, for certain matters do not require explicit articulation. Those who understand will naturally grasp the meaning, especially a man like Qin Feng, who, according to his father, possesses an insatiable appetite for women. Upon hearing Zhao Yang's words, Qin Feng turned his attention to Lu Yu, raising his eyebrows in curiosity. He wondered which overconfident rich heir from Harbour University dared to test the resilience of his fists. Although Qin Feng had no desire to engage in a contest with a woman, given that she had cornered him at the principal's office, it would be somewhat unbecoming of him to remain unresponsive. Very well. Does she wish for a duel or a group encounter? He then produced a long-Hua cigarette from his pocket, placed it between his lips, and ignited it. After taking a deep drag, he pointed at Lu Yu with the hand holding the cigarette and solemnly inquired of Zhao Yang. The moment Qin Feng spoke, Zhao Yang's face turned pale, and beads of sweat began to form in Lu Yu's palms. To his astonishment, Qin Feng was so audacious as to suggest grouping up against her. Be Brother Feng. It's best if it's a one-on-one duel. She wants to challenge you directly. A group encounter, well, that could be considered, Zhao Yang stammered, wiping the sweat from his brow. He glanced at Lu Yu, who, after biting her lip and nodding, prompted him to respond to Qin Feng with a degree of hesitation. As the top-tier rich heir of gangsters, Zhao Yang had believed himself to be sufficiently bold and open-minded. However, after this direct encounter with Qin Feng, he increasingly felt like a mere child in the presence of a true king, discussing such matters with such ease and nonchalance, as if it were as commonplace as a family meal. Oh, could it be that she possesses some skills? Upon hearing that Lu Yu wished to duel him, Qin Feng was taken aback. He scrutinized her from head to toe and questioned Zhao Yang with a puzzled expression. Lu Yu appeared as slender as a reed. It was difficult to imagine her as someone adept in martial arts. Brother Feng, allow me to assure you, she is extraordinarily formidable. Her skills are quite impressive. If it's just you against her, she could likely have you vomiting in mere minutes. Zhao Yang seemed to grasp Qin Feng's intent, and with a sense of excitement, he pointed at Lu Yu. Is she truly that remarkable? I would be keen to engage her in a contest. It has been far too long since I, Qin Feng, faced a worthy female opponent. After Zhao Yang's words, Qin Feng promptly discarded his cigarette, but, extinguishing it beneath his foot, inhaled deeply and spoke with a serious demeanor. Meanwhile, the faces of the top two women on the Haoxiang assassin leaderboard emerged in his mind. Back in the days when he roamed the banks of the Haogong River, he encountered those two women whose skills were truly formidable. With merely a short dagger, they nearly claimed his life within 5 minutes. Fortunately, timely rescue intervened. Otherwise, he would have met his demise. Now, Zhao Yang spoke of a girl who could incapacitate him in merely 3 minutes, which implied that she might surpass even the leading female assassins of Haogong. In that moment, Qin Feng felt an undeniable urge to test his skills against Lu Yu, to ascertain her prowess, and see if she truly possessed the extraordinary abilities Zhao Yang described. All right, Brother Feng, if that's the case, let's set a time and place for Lu Yu to have a proper duel with you. To speak candidly, Lu Yu undoubtedly stands as the premier female university student in the harbor. While I cannot attest to the outside world, within our campus, none surpass her. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Zhao Yang immediately gave Lu Yu a thumbs up, offering her the highest praise he could muster. It seemed that his plan to leverage Lu Yu to win favor with Qin Feng might bear fruit, as Qin Feng appeared genuinely intrigued by Lu Yu. Concurrently, Lu Yu could hardly contain her excitement at the prospect of engaging in a fierce duel with Qin Feng in a confined space. However, the next words spoken by Qin Feng sent a chill down her spine, freezing the smiles off both her and Zhao Yang's faces. There's no need to choose a day. Let's seize this moment. I haven't fought in ages, and today I shall witness just how formidable she truly is. With that, Qin Feng tossed down a shoulder bag containing the means to mobilize the forces of Haoxiang City, which number 160,000, and began unbuttoning his white shirt, revealing his impressively toned muscles adorned with a Qinglong tattoo. He earnestly addressed the two. Brother Feng, please, don't rush to remove your shirt. There's no need to hurry. This might not be the most suitable place. Listening to Qin Feng's words and observing his actions, Zhao Yang nearly lost control, rushing to Qin Feng's side to fasten his buttons. He marveled at Qin Feng's audacity to challenge Lu Yu right there, transcending the very definition of boldness. A true wolf. Undeniably a wolf. Why not? Qin Feng replied, gesturing to the spacious corridors of the teaching building. This area is ample enough for both of you to display your skills. Indeed, the space is sufficient for your duel. However, Principal Wang is still inside. If he discovers that you two are openly fighting out here, it could lead to complications. Zhao Yang gestured towards the office, his expression one of distress. It's fine. Let us just do this here. Wang Yusheng is on my side. Even if he happens to witness this, it won't matter. Rest assured, even if Lu Yu were to incapacitate me today, there will be no repercussions afterward. Come on. I'm itching to engage. Upon hearing Zhao Yang's words, Qin Feng quickly grasped the situation. He realized that Zhao Yang was concerned about Wang Yusheng potentially reprimanding them for their duel after witnessing Lu Yu challenge him. However, there was no need for such concern, as even if Wang Yusheng possessed 100-fold courage, he would never dare to impose any penalties on him. As for Lu Yu, it was unnecessary to mention. She was willingly entering into a duel with him, which was merely a friendly exchange of skills between practitioners. Wang Yusheng would not take any action against them. Having said that, he unfastened his collar once more, preparing to engage in a one-on-one duel with Lu Yu in the corridor of the teaching building, right outside the principal's office. It was the first time in his life that he had been approached by a woman for a duel. Since she had the audacity to challenge him, this seemingly delicate woman must surely possess formidable skills behind her unassuming exterior. He could hardly wait to discover her prowess. All right, Brother Feng, today I will find a venue for you two. I'll cover the costs. Zhao Yang continued. I know Brother Feng is not short on money, but rather, he is carefree and unconcerned with trifles. Although Principal Wang is indeed the head of Harbour University, he is quite similar to your son in demeanor. However, with people coming and going, there is always a chance that other students or teachers might pass by. It wouldn't look good if they witnessed it. Zhao Yang took a deep breath, fastening Qin Feng's collar while patiently explaining. He emphasized that Wang Yusheng would likely not intervene, but if other students and teachers witnessed their duel, it could lead to complications. If Qin Feng and Lu Yu were to engage in their duel openly in the teaching building and it were to be captured on video, it might very well make headlines the next day. Thus, he proposed to personally fund the rental of a venue for Lu Yu and Qin Feng to ensure they had a private space for their match. All right then, once you find a suitable place, let me know. Qin Feng, will definitely be in attendance for this grand battle. Since we are renting a venue, let us make it a spacious one. We wouldn't want to feel restricted during the duel. Observing Zhao Yang's unwavering insistence, Qin Feng decided not to elaborate further. He picked up his shoulder bag from the ground, held it in his hand, and earnestly addressed Zhao Yang. He surmised that Lu Yu likely wished to keep her martial prowess a secret from others. After all, it wouldn't reflect well on a young woman to be embroiled in physical confrontations with men. Rest assured, Brother Feng, the venue I'm renting for you two is definitely spacious enough. Lu Yu and I have visited it once before, and it's more than adequate. I guarantee your satisfaction. Zhao Yang responded with an okay gesture, smiling as he spoke. Chapter 14. Murder? I suspect he has dined on human flesh. Very well. Let's proceed thus. Here's my phone number. Once the venue is secured, do inform me. I, Qin Feng, am ever at your service. If I do not extract every bit of her essence, I shall not bear the Qin surname. Damn it, as he handed his number to Zhao Yang. Qin Feng turned his gaze towards Lu Yu, who was adorned in fashionable shoes and stockings, her large waves framing her face, and spoke with indignation. After uttering these words, he pivoted and departed, reflecting on the complexity of his return, which far exceeded his expectations. Even a woman like Lu Yu dared to challenge him to a duel. Regardless, in this impending battle with Lu Yu, he could only permit success, not failure. He must exert all his strength and remain vigilant. Otherwise, the tale of how a once mighty leader of the harbor was subdued by a woman would be utterly disgraceful. Lu Yu, did you hear that? Feng, brother Feng, declared he would extract your very essence. Does that not imply his intent? Upon hearing Qin Feng's words and observing his dashing silhouette, Zhao Yang trembled, his eyes widening as he stammered towards Lu Yu. It seems that the depths of Qin Feng's ruthlessness surpass all imagination. Not only is he merciless, but in terms of perversion, none can rival him. No wonder even his father had to kneel and polish his shoes back in the day. There is indeed a reason for everything. It appears that Lu Yu, this little vixen, is in for a night of reckoning. How exhilarating! I can hardly contain my excitement. I yearn to spar with Brother Feng and witness his true prowess. Meanwhile, Lu Yu appeared exceptionally exhilarated, her arms crossed over her chest, eyes radiating intense fervor. She eagerly anticipated the monumental clash with Qin Feng that awaited her tonight. On the other side, within the confines of the Harbour University playground, two young beauties, each over 165 meters tall with slender frames and fair skin, strolled hand in hand. These two were none other than Chu Yuqing and Xin Jialan, who could easily claim the top 2 spots on the beauty rankings at Harbour University. Yuqing, who exactly is this student named Qin Feng? He is simply remarkable. Even the notorious gang leaders Ma Dong and Xiang Zhua, along with the serious crimes unit leader Xie Shanshan, must address him as brother. I'm so eager to learn everything about him. Xin Jialan, clad in a black short skirt and nude stockings, inquired with a look of bewilderment on her face as she walked alongside Chu Yuqing. Her expression was one of infatuation. For Xin Jialan, there was but one word that encapsulated her thoughts about Qin Feng: marriage. Throughout her life, she had encountered many handsome young men and numerous assertive ones. Yet none matched the striking charisma and dominance that Qin Feng possessed. The scenes that unfolded at the gates of Harbour University were indelibly etched in her memory, leaving her yearning to uncover every detail about this remarkable young man named Qin Feng. By the way, John, Uncle Shun is not the president of the Harbour Chamber of Commerce. His position in the harbor is exceptionally elevated. Perhaps you should give your father a call to inquire. I believe Uncle Shun might have some insights regarding this individual and know more about him. Upon hearing Xin Jialan's words, Chu Yuqing suddenly had a moment of clarity and thought of someone. That person is none other than Xin Jialan's father, Shun Wansan, who currently holds the esteemed position of president of the Harbour Chamber of Commerce. Indeed, Yuqing, I nearly forgot until you mentioned it. I will call my father right away. As soon as Chu Yuqing finished speaking, Xin Jialan seemed to awaken from a dream, promptly tapping her forehead. She quickly retrieved her phone from her pocket, located Shun Wansan's number, and dialed. Hello, my precious daughter. What is it? The moment the phone rang, it was answered, and Shun Wansan's affectionate voice resonated from the other end. At that moment, he was seated in his company's conference room, conversing with Xin Jialan while enjoying a foot massage from his secretary. He was puzzled as to why Xin Jialan would call him so unexpectedly during the midday hours. Shouldn't she be in class at school at this time? However, the very next second, the words that came through the phone made him involuntarily shudder, causing him to drop the phone into the foot basin. Father, do you know who Qin Feng is? Xin Jialan, standing on the playground of Harbour University, asked Shun Wansan earnestly. Hello, father? Father? After she posed her question, the line fell silent. Simultaneously, a crackling noise emerged from the phone. My dear daughter, why are you suddenly inquiring about this person? Xin Wansan hurriedly retrieved the phone from the basin and held it to his ear, taking a deep breath before asking. At that moment, the smile that had adorned his face vanished entirely, replaced with an earnest gravity reminiscent of a solemn general. In the harbor, he could hardly recall the last time he had heard that chilling name. The moment he heard Qin Feng from Xin Jialan's lips, A multitude of memories surged in his mind, explaining why he had dropped the phone in shock. Father, who exactly is he? Why does everyone seem so terrified upon hearing his name? Has he perhaps committed murder before? Shinjalan was taken aback by her father's reaction. She had not anticipated that even her father, the president of the Harbour Chamber of Commerce and a figure of considerable influence, would be so sensitive to the name Qin Feng. Clutching her phone tightly, she questioned whether Qin Feng might have committed murder, as it seemed that many prominent figures in the harbor were dreadfully afraid of him. What Shun Wansan conveyed in response sent shivers down the spines of both Shun Jialin and Chu Yuqing. It was at this moment that they profoundly realized Qin Feng was far more terrifying than they had ever imagined. Daughter, let me put it this way. If his transgressions were limited to mere homicide, I would not be so thoroughly unsettled. After all, this world is rife with murderers. The true concern lies not merely in the act of killing. I have even come to suspect that he may have resorted to cannibalism. Clenching his teeth, Shun Wansan trembled as he spoke. Although he could not fathom why Shinjalan had suddenly mentioned Qin Feng, the mere utterance of those two syllables unleashed a torrent of memories, each one leaping forth with fervor. Particularly haunting was an incident that transpired 7 years ago in a dilapidated warehouse on the outskirts of Haigang City, an episode he could never forget. One fateful night, he had implored Qin Feng to intervene on his behalf regarding a contentious matter. The individual in question was a notorious figure in Haigang, a constant source of his troubles. Merely an hour later, Qin Feng called to inform him that the issue had been resolved, instructing him to bring cash to an abandoned warehouse in the southern part of Haigang City. Upon his arrival, he witnessed Qin Feng surrounded by several subordinates, gathered around a fire, grilling food. Each bite appeared to be a struggle for them, beads of sweat cascading down their faces. In stark contrast, Qin Feng savored his meal with a nonchalant demeanor, leisurely sipping on Jiang Xiaobai. Rest assured, that individual will no longer make an appearance in Haigang from this day forth. After accepting the 3 million yuan in cash he had packed in a suitcase, Qin Feng dismissed the matter with a mere glance. Since that day, Shen Wansan had indeed never encountered that man again. Daughter, why had you suddenly brought up this person? At this thought, a shiver ran down Shun Wansan's spine, prompting him to urgently inquire of Shun Jialin. It's nothing. I just happened to see him at the entrance of Haigang University and became quite curious. So I thought I'd ask you. Shun Jialin replied, her voice quivering. Little did he know, Qin Feng's past was far more terrifying and complex than he could ever have imagined. What? Feng! Brother Feng has returned. Upon hearing Shun Jialin's words, Shen Wansan leaped from his chair in sheer disbelief, exclaiming with fervor. Indeed, he is currently at Haigang University. It seems that from this point forward, we will be alumni. Quickly, Jialin, you must go to the university entrance now. I'll be there in 10 minutes. Brother Feng has done our family a great service. Although he did not inform us of his return, I, Shen Wansan, must fulfill my obligations. Realizing that Qin Feng was truly back, having vanished for 3 years only to return as a formidable force, Shen Wansan hastily donned his shoes, neglecting to wipe his feet, and rushed outside, eagerly speaking to Shun Jialin in a tone of urgency. Chapter 15. He dares to consume even humans. Do you think I should be afraid? I am preparing to visit Qin Feng at Haigang University. If it were anyone else returning, the current president of the Haigang Chamber of Commerce would have no need to pay them any mind. However, this individual is someone I must meet, for only he comprehends the unparalleled ruthlessness and tyranny of Qin Feng, a rarity on this planet. Were Qin Feng to have been born in an era of war, he would rival the notorious general Bai Qi, who mercilessly slaughtered 400,000 unarmed soldiers who had surrendered to the Zhao army. Perhaps he would even surpass the latter in brutality by 100-fold. It is precisely because of this understanding of Qin Feng's cold-blooded nature that Shen Wansan, upon learning of Qin Feng's return, hastened to Haigang University without delay. All right, good dad. I will go wait for you at the school gate with Yuqing. Upon discovering the profound connections between the Shun family and that man, Shun Jialin felt a sense of urgency and quickly grasped Chu Yuqing's hand, racing toward the entrance of Haigang University. 10 minutes later, a luxurious Toyota Alphard, worth over 1 million and bearing high-gang plates, screeched to a halt. As the rear door opened slowly, Shun Chu and his companion hurriedly entered. "Daughter, this is a gift I have prepared for Brother Feng. You must ensure it reaches him," Shin Wansan said earnestly, handing a beautifully wrapped gift bag to Shin Jialan. "Just tell him it is from me, Shun Wansan. Should he require any assistance from the Shun family in the future, I will mobilize the entirety of our family's resources, ready to face any challenge." Inside the exquisite bag lay pearls and gold, valued at 1 million. Shin Wansan was aware that Qin Feng might not regard such items highly, but regardless, it was the sentiment from the Shun family that mattered. It must be conveyed properly. "Okay, Dad, I will take this gift and find Qin Feng in his class. I will relay your message to him," Shin Jialan replied, preparing to exit the vehicle. "Jialan, remember to call him Brother Feng." Shin Wansan gently patted her arm, emphasizing his point. Yes, I understand, Dad." Shin Jialan paused, then nodded earnestly. It struck her that even her father, a man of considerable influence in High Gang, referred to that young man as brother. How could she, a mere girl in her early 20s without any notable abilities, do otherwise? The sight of both father and daughter referring to the same individual as brother seemed almost surreal, a thought too beautiful for her to grasp. However, there was no escaping the reality. This world is ultimately governed by strength. What could one do when faced with the sheer ferocity of a man named Qin Feng? With resolve, she took hold of Chu Yuqing's hand and swiftly made her way into the campus of High Gang University, prepared to present herself as the esteemed daughter of the Shun family and to offer a gift in celebration of his triumphant return. On the other side, the events that transpired today at the entrance of Harbour University have begun to circulate widely, capturing the attention of many. Increasingly, people are becoming aware that the formidable figure who once dominated the port city and vanished for 3 years appears to have made a triumphant return. Even Xie Kuan, the leader of the Qiangxin group, who is closest to Qin Feng's former status, has received this astonishing news after Qin Feng's departure. What nonsense is this? Are you certain that the individual spotted at the entrance of Harbour University is Qin Feng? Xie Kuan, currently at a karaoke venue, with a girl on either side, a cigar in his mouth, dressed in sleek black trousers and the latest Gucci shoes, and sporting a long scar across his face, suddenly felt his companions lose their allure upon hearing his subordinate's report. He abruptly pushed the 2 girls away, rose from the sofa, and, pointing with his cigar-clenching right hand at the subordinate, exclaimed in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Indeed, Brother Kuan, I can assure you, that person is none other than Feng Ge. Yes, Qin Feng. He has truly returned," the subordinate affirmed emphatically, nodding vigorously, although he appears much younger than before. The murderous glint in his eyes is unmistakable. It is undoubtedly Qin Feng. Upon hearing these words, Xie Kuan collapsed heavily back onto the sofa, his mind reeling as he stared blankly at the coffee table, murmuring to himself in a daze. "Brother Kuan, who is he to frighten you so?" one of the girls asked, bewildered. "Indeed, Brother Kuan, who doesn't know that you reign supreme in Harbour? How could a mere Qin Feng instill such fear in you?" The 2 girls, who had recently come from elsewhere to work in Harbour, were unaware of Qin Feng's notorious reputation. To them, Xie Kuan was undoubtedly the most formidable figure in the city. They could not fathom how someone named Qin Feng could terrify him so profoundly. However, the next words that erupted from Xie Kuan's mouth instantly froze the smiles on their faces, nearly causing them to lose control of their bladders. At that moment, they realized just how fearsome the man named Qin Feng truly was. He dares to devour men whole. Shouldn't I be terrified? With that, Xie Kuan swung his hand, delivering a resounding slap to each of the 2 flirtatious karaoke companions beside him, and then bellowed fiercely. Upon finishing her words, she raised her hand to touch her chest, taking a deep breath in an attempt to steady her emotions. "Brother Kuan, what is there to fear? He has been gone for 3 years, no longer the formidable Qin Feng of yesteryear. You now command a legion of no less than 10,000 underlings, a number far exceeding the zenith of Qin Feng's reign in the harbor. I concede that Qin Feng was indeed ruthless, a man of exceptional caliber. Yet there is no need for such trepidation. You are the king of the harbor now, while Qin Feng is but a relic of the past. At that moment, the door of the KTV private room swung open. A young woman, clad in an elegant black sheer gown, nearly 175 meters tall, adorned with enticing lipstick. Her long hair cascading down her shoulders and teetering on high heels, burst in. She addressed Siekuan with utmost seriousness. This woman was none other than Zhou Yun, the proprietor of the establishment named Above the Moon KTV, renowned throughout the harbor. When Qin Feng was mentioned, Zhou Yun's eyes blazed with a fierce intensity. Her teeth clenched in frustration. As the saying goes, love taken to extremes can become cruel. In the past, she had been hopelessly enamored with Qin Feng, yearning to share intimate moments with him. During his time in the harbor, he frequently visited Above the Moon, with expenditures reaching hundreds of thousands each time. As the owner, Zhou Yun personally attended to him on every occasion, nearly exhausting herself in the process. In her inebriation, she had once expressed her affections, desiring to be his woman. Yet, Qin Feng not only rejected her, but, in front of others, splashed a drink in her face, declaring that he would never stoop to consorting with someone of her ilk. At that moment, Zhou Yun felt utterly humiliated. However, given Qin Feng's immense influence in the harbor, she had no choice but to swallow her pride, vowing that one day she would seize the opportunity to trample him underfoot and make him pay for his insolence. Today, Zhou Yun believed her chance had finally arrived. In the 3 years since Qin Feng's disappearance, the majority of his former subordinates had been absorbed by Siekuan. Although Siekuan commanded many followers, he lacked intelligence. If she could manipulate the situation to incite Siekuan to strike against Qin Feng and elevate himself as the new overlord of the harbor, he would undoubtedly be unable to resist the allure of becoming the harbor's supreme leader. This would inevitably lead to a confrontation with Qin Feng. In doing so, she would finally exact her revenge. At that moment, she envisioned Qin Feng kneeling before her as she removed her high heels, dawn stockings, and viciously trampled his face, avenging the humiliation he had inflicted upon her with that drink. Chapter 16. Leading 10,000 followers to conquer Harbour University. Zhou Yun, you are suggesting that at this moment, I, Siekuan, am the true sovereign of Harbour, the king of the harbor. Even if Qin Feng were to return, it would be inconsequential. Upon hearing Zhou Yun's words, Siekuan blinked his large, glistening eyes, speaking in a dazed manner. He wondered if he was perhaps being overly paranoid. Although Qin Feng was indeed formidable in his earlier years in Harbour, wielding immense power, there were few in the current business elite of Harbour who had not once knelt to polish his shoes. However, the fact remains that Qin Feng had been absent for 3 long years, during which Harbour had undergone a profound transformation. It was no longer the Harbour of yesteryear. Moreover, nearly all of the 3,000 followers once under Qin Feng's command had been absorbed by others. In addition, the Qiangshan group had developed a considerable number of new subordinates, totaling nearly 10,000. With such a vast support base, why should he fear Qin Feng? Indeed, Brother Kuan, you are now the master of Harbour, the paramount leader of the entire harbor city. Before you, Qin Feng is nothing but a mere shadow, insignificant. Zhou Yun chimed in enthusiastically. You are absolutely correct. I, Siekuan, the current paramount leader of Harbour, have no reason to fear Qin Feng, the former king. Now that Qin Feng has returned, it presents a splendid opportunity for me to demonstrate my power to the people of the harbor city. Zhou Yun, you shall go to Harbour University on my behalf and deliver my message to Qin Feng. Instruct him to kneel before me at the entrance of the Qiangshan Group headquarters tonight. Otherwise, I shall lead my 10,000 followers to flatten Harbour University by noon tomorrow. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Siekuan regained his composure. He raised his hand to adjust his hairstyle and spoke fiercely to Zhou Yun. He resolved to confront Qin Feng directly, using the opportunity to assert his dominance over the former king of Harbour, thereby making a statement for all to witness just how formidable he truly was. Very well, Brother Kuan, I shall immediately head to Harbour University to convey your words to him. Zhou Yun responded eagerly, nodding vigorously. She was not afraid of a confrontation between Siekuan and Qin Feng. Rather, she feared the absence of conflict. In her eyes, Qin Feng's sudden return after 3 years was merely that of a paper tiger, formidable in name only, lacking any real power. Perhaps in the past, he could have easily defeated Xie Kun, leaving him utterly powerless. However, those days were long gone. Now, Xie Kun was the chairman of the Qianxin Group, commanding a legion of 10,000 men from Haigang society. At the mere sound of his command, they would rush into Haigang University, ready to dismantle Qin Feng's reputation. With this thought, Zhou Yun crossed her arms and let out a cold laugh, envisioning the inevitable downfall of Qin Feng. Without a moment's hesitation, she turned and exited the room. Upon arriving at the entrance to the moon, I settled into the driver's seat of a crimson Porsche Panamera, bearing the number 888. I ignited the engine and sped towards Harbour University, eagerly anticipating a reunion with a man who had once doused her in beer. I was determined to deliver Xie Kun's declaration of challenge to him. Meanwhile, Shun Jialin and Chu Yuqing had already arrived with gifts, having met Qin Feng ahead of time. At this very moment, they stood respectfully at the entrance of Qin Feng's classroom, awaiting his release from class. Inside, a history lesson was being conducted by Su Feng. Dressed in a pink miniskirt and high heels, her smooth, fair thighs on display. She could not help but feel irked by the sight of Qin Feng sitting at the back by the window. The reason for her annoyance was simple. Once Qin Feng entered the classroom, all attention shifted from her to him, especially the 20-something female students, who frequently turned their heads to gaze at Qin Feng, their faces adorned with infatuated expressions. The focus of the class had unmistakably transitioned from Su Feng to Qin Feng, a fact that incensed her greatly. She was tempted to expel Qin Feng from the classroom on the spot. Had it not been for Wang Yoxing's explicit instruction to treat him with respect, she would have done just that. Qin Feng, it's your turn to come to the front. Please read this historical biography for everyone, Su Feng commanded, throwing a piece of chalk towards the back row where Qin Feng sat, which fortuitously landed on his desk. She folded her arms, visibly frustrated by Qin Feng's ascendance as a more prominent figure in the class than herself. Ms. Su, if you wish for me to come up, you must personally come down to invite me. Qin Feng retorted, crossing his legs and fixing his gaze upon Su Feng at the podium. As the history teacher and counselor, Su Feng's request was not unreasonable, yet the manner in which it was presented did not sit well with him. You still wish to hear me, don't you? Very well. Since you asked me to come down, here I am. Su Feng, incensed by Qin Feng's response, felt her temper flare. In her career, it was a first to encounter a student who dared to challenge her. Without hesitation, she stormed down from the podium, quickly approaching Qin Feng with determined strides. Get up there. How dare you disregard my authority? Do you wish to be expelled from school? She exclaimed, raising her delicate, fair hand and grasping Qin Feng's shirt in an attempt to pull him to the front. However, Qin Feng remained firmly seated, unmoving. In the struggle, Su Feng inadvertently tore open all the buttons of his white shirt, upon revealing his impeccably toned physique adorned with a large dragon tattoo. The classroom erupted with a cacophony of gasps, all eyes fixated on Qin Feng. Su Feng stood frozen in astonishment, scarcely daring to breathe. At this very moment, she finally comprehended why Wang Yoxing harbored such fear towards the young man before her. Encountering him was akin to facing her grandfather. Qin Feng's body, adorned with scars and vast tattoos, was sufficient to elucidate everything. It represented an abundance of meanings. Fasten this for me. Just as Su Feng was lost in her daze, a sharp reprimand from within the room abruptly pulled her back to reality. Qin Feng fixed his gaze upon her. His voice, though not particularly loud, sent a tremor through her and all her classmates present. Trembling, Su Feng approached him, raising her hand to stand less than half a meter away. Fastening the buttons of his white shirt one by one, Qin Feng felt a twinge of anger at Su Feng for tearing open his shirt in front of everyone. Not for any trivial reason, but because this shirt had been meticulously chosen for his enrollment. It concealed all his tattoos and scars, simultaneously shrouding his past. Moreover, the color white symbolized purity and innocence. Qin Feng yearned for his future to be as simple and clear as this white shirt. Wishing to avoid the path he had previously trodden, and desiring that his past remained unknown to others. Yet, Su Feng, before the eyes of all, had unveiled the side of him that signified his past, leaving him overwhelmed with anger. To be candid, had it been in the past, he would have seized Su Fong by her hair and forced her to kneel in submission. However, the man he was now could not succumb to such actions. Half a minute later, in front of the entire class, Su Fong had fastened every button of Qin Feng's white shirt from top to bottom. Although this half-minute was not excessively long, it felt interminable to her. She had never trembled as she did moments ago. Su Fong had dated several boyfriends before, but never had she dressed anyone, especially not with such patience as she did for Qin Feng. She had always been the one accustomed to being served. Through Qin Feng, she experienced an entirely different sensation. Once the buttons were fastened, Qin Feng ascended the podium under the scrutiny of all present. After what felt like an eternity of 10 minutes, the bell signaling the first afternoon class at Harbour University rang. Su Fong raised her hand to wipe the sweat from her brow, exhaling deeply. Clutching her textbooks, she hurriedly made her way towards the door, wishing to linger not a moment longer. One more second in that room felt suffocating. As she stepped outside, she spotted Chu Yuqing and Shun Jialin standing respectfully at the classroom door, seemingly awaiting someone. Particularly, Shun Jialin held an exquisitely wrapped gift bag in her hand, the contents of which appeared to be quite valuable. Su Fong was somewhat familiar with Chu Yuqing and Shun Jialin. One of them is the president of the student council, while the other is the illustrious chairman of the Harbour Chamber of Commerce, Shun Wansan. Ahem, Mr. Su, we are here to find Brother Feng, to deliver a gift for my father. Could you please call him for us? Shun Jialin pointed towards Qin Feng, who was seated in the classroom, and smiled at Su Fong in response. You two are looking for Qin Feng? Upon hearing Shun Jialin's words, Su Fong suddenly came to a realization. Her heart raced as she glanced at the gift bag in Shun Jialin's hand, feeling as if it might leap out of her throat. She was astonished to learn that even the esteemed chairman of the Harbour Chamber of Commerce, Shun Wansan, had to offer a gift to Qin Feng. What kind of identity and background could this young man possibly possess? The thought of it left her utterly bewildered. Brother Feng, someone is looking for you. She then called out, poking her head back into the classroom and addressing the young man seated at the back, dressed in a white shirt, quietly engrossed in his book, resembling a handsome figure. Initially intending to call out to Qin Feng, she quickly reconsidered her approach. There's an ancient proverb in Longwa that states, those who understand the times are the true talents. She, Su Feng, was merely an intern teacher at the Harbour University, whereas Qin Feng might very well have once stood as the absolute ruler of a city. If she were to persist in her futile attempts to show off in front of him, it could very well lead to her being unceremoniously tossed into a KTV as a karaoke companion. Even if Qin Feng did not take action himself, there were bound to be others who would. At that moment, Qin Feng was seated quietly, immersed in Haruki Murakami's Norwegian Wood. Upon hearing Su Feng's call, he set his book down, raised his head, and turned his gaze towards the door. To his surprise, he saw two young and attractive female university students standing there, one of whom was holding a gift bag. If he remembered correctly, these two were the same girls he had encountered at the school gate on his first day. Curiosity piqued, he wondered what they wanted from him. With his hands in his pockets, he stood up and walked towards them. Do you two need something? Upon reaching the two, Qin Feng glanced at them before coldly inquiring. Feng, Brother Feng. This is a gift from my father, entrusted to me for you. I hope you can accept it. Upon seeing Qin Feng again, Shun Jialin had lost her earlier bravado. Trembling, she held out the gift bag towards him, stammering as she spoke. Your father? Who is he? Qin Feng furrowed his brow, not taking the item from her hand, but instead asking in confusion. He was uncertain about the identity of the young woman in the black skirt and flesh-colored stockings. However, the words that followed from Shun Jialin provided him with the answer. It's from Brother Feng. My father is the president of the Port Chamber of Commerce, Shun Wansan. Shun Jialin continued to respond with a tremor in her voice. Oh, so is that Shun Wansan? I never imagined that after several years, he would now hold the esteemed position of president of the Shanghai Port Chamber of Commerce. Truly impressive. And he has raised such a beautiful daughter. Qin Feng, upon hearing this, let a cold laugh and slowly remarked. He then surveyed Shun Jialin from head to toe, realizing that she was undeniably captivating, a paragon among university students. The thought that such a striking daughter could belong to that bald-headed man made Qin Feng contemplate a paternity test to ascertain whether Shinjalan was indeed his biological offspring. What else did your father mention? Qin Feng leaned against the wall, gazing intently into her eyes as he inquired further. My father also said that you have consumed human flesh. He advised me to keep my distance from you, for you are possibly the most ruthless and perverse man on this planet. Without exception, at that moment, Shinjalan seemed momentarily stunned, as if her mind had short-circuited, suddenly recalling her father's suspicions about cannibalism, which she then divulged to Qin Feng. Chu Yuqing, witnessing this, abruptly pinched her from behind and shot her a fierce glare. No. Brother Feng, my father did not claim that you have consumed human flesh. He merely instructed me to inform you that if you have any matters, you could discuss them with me. The Shun family remains, as always, at your service in the port. Regardless of what you ask us to do, we shall comply without hesitation. There will be absolutely no dissent. Realizing her blunder, Shinjalan quickly raised her voice, explaining to Qin Feng in a manner loud enough for all to hear. Chapter 17. Everyone go to the Prosperity headquarters to relieve themselves. I shall accept you all. As soon as Shinjalan uttered these words, she instantly captivated the attention of all her classmates, both inside and outside the classroom. Even Su Feng, standing nearby, was left gaping in astonishment, nearly dropping the book she held. She then discreetly turned her head, incredulously directing her gaze towards Qin Feng, gasping in disbelief. To her astonishment, Qin Feng had indeed consumed human flesh in the past. Although she was uncertain about the veracity of this claim, it was plausible that Shun Wan-san, the president of the Harbour Chamber of Commerce, would not make such statements lightly in front of his daughter. This could very well be grounded in fact. At that moment, Su Feng felt immensely relieved that she had chosen not to associate with Qin Feng at Harbour University. Not just relieved, but she considered it the wisest decision she had ever made in her 22 years of life. Without exception, the mere thought of her delicate, fair hand being severed by Qin Feng and turned into a delicacy sent shivers down her spine. She trembled uncontrollably, as if something was vibrating within her. Meanwhile, upon hearing Shinjalan's words, Qin Feng was evidently enraged. His brow furrowed deeply, and his handsome face was overshadowed by a stormy expression, as though a tempest was imminent. Is that so? Since your father claims that the Shun family is willing to do anything for me, then tonight, let his precious daughter keep me company in slumber. With this cold retort aimed at Shinjalan, Qin Feng turned on his heel and strode back into the classroom without a glance back. Initially, Qin Feng's words were spoken in anger, reproaching Shun Wan-san for saying what should not be said. However, outside the door, Shinjalan, Chu Yuqing, and Su Feng took his words to heart, genuinely believing that Qin Feng intended to engage in something inappropriate with Shinjalan that very night. Especially Su Feng, whose cheeks flushed even more than Shinjalan's. She could not articulate why, but the thought of what was to unfold between Qin Feng and Shinjalan ignited a fervent heat within her. Simultaneously, a profound sense of loss washed over her. Why was that person not her? As this thought arose in her mind, Su Feng herself was somewhat taken aback, puzzled as to why she felt an inexplicable discomfort upon learning that Shinjalan was to share a night with Qin Feng, as if he were her own boyfriend. Clearly, they shared no such bond. At that moment, she was not alone in her feelings. Standing beside her, Chu Yuqing shared the same sentiment. Yuqing, what are we to do? If I heard correctly, Feng Ge mentioned wanting me to accompany him in slumber tonight. You know I, Shinjalan, have never engaged in relations with any man and am still a virgin. What if I cannot satisfy Feng Ge? Shinjalan exclaimed, stamping her foot in urgency as she grasped Chu Yuqing's hands, her eyes brimming with tears. You should ask him first. Uncle Shun, do you agree? Let's not celebrate too soon. After hearing Shinjalan's words, Chu Yuqing nearly choked on her own blood. To her astonishment, Shinjalan's concern was not about her body belonging to someone else tonight, but rather her anxiety about not satisfying Qin Feng. Chu Yuqing was truly rendered speechless. She immediately shook off Shinjalan's hand and coldly remarked, much like Su Feng, Chu Yuqing felt a twinge of disappointment that Shinjalan had been unexpectedly chosen by Qin Feng. The thought of her dear friend engaging in something trivial with Qin Feng made her feel as though she had been forced to swallow something vile. It is well known that women possess a competitive spirit, especially among close friends. Everything becomes a matter of comparison, including matters of intimacy. However, in Chu Yuqing's view, Shen Jialan's current elation was somewhat premature. After all, how could Shen Wansan, the president of the Harbour Chamber of Commerce, possibly consent to such a significant affair? While it was true that Qin Feng was indeed formidable and held considerable power in the port city, the individual he had singled out to spend the night with was none other than Shen Wansan's own daughter. Would Shen Wansan truly agree? It was possible that upon hearing such news, he might immediately turn against Qin Feng, leading to a confrontation. Not only Chu Yuqing, but even Su Feng harbored the same sentiment, believing it impossible for Shen Wansan to accept this situation. However, upon Shen Jialan's completion of the phone call with Shen Wansan, relaying Qin Feng's words, the response from the other end left both women utterly shocked, nearly causing them to lose control of themselves. Ha ha ha, that's wonderful. Jialan, our Shen family's ancestral grave has finally emitted a wisp of smoke after all these years. For Brother Feng to choose you is truly a monumental honor for the Shen family. I, Shen Wansan, have awaited this day for far too long. Heaven above, I bow to you. Within the Shen Group's headquarters office, upon hearing Shen Jialan's words, Shen Wansan was nearly overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimming in his eyes. He then abruptly knelt down, bowing towards the window. He never imagined that after all these years, the once dominant figure in the harbor, Qin Feng, would finally take an interest in his beloved daughter. Although Shen Wansan was unsure of the reasons behind Qin Feng's sudden attraction to Shen Jialan, one thing was certain. For Qin Feng to utter such words indicated his respect and regard for him. Qin Feng had granted him this immense favor, and Shen Wansan knew he must hold on to it tightly and not disappoint him. Jialan, I will transfer 100,000 yuan to your account shortly. Do not attend classes this afternoon. Go to the commercial street and buy several outfits to prepare for tonight. Remember, you must dress beautifully and perform well. Do not bring shame upon me. He then rose, tightly gripping the phone in his hand, and solemnly addressed Shen Jialan. Okay, I understand, Dad. Shen Jialan extended her hand to touch her heart, which was racing wildly, and nodded. She then directed her gaze towards Qin Feng, who sat quietly in the last row of the classroom, engrossed in a book by Haruki Murakami. A profound blush spread across her cheeks. The thought of transforming from a girl into a woman that very evening filled her with a genuine sense of excitement and trepidation. Hello, classmate. Could you please call for Fengge? As soon as Chu Yuqing and Shen Jialan departed, a boy clad in a sporty outfit, adorned with a dazzling Rolex watch, and sporting a shaved head appeared at the doorway of Qin Feng's classroom. He leaned in, smiling at a girl seated in the front row, and said, I need to speak with you. After uttering these words, he quickly adjusted his attire, inhaled deeply, and struggled to suppress his nerves. This individual was none other than Yang Fan, another wealthy heir from the harbor city, who had confronted Zhao Yang at the gate of Harbour University earlier that day. Upon learning that Qin Feng was none other than the formidable Fengge of yesteryear, Yang Fan resolved to dedicate his life to serving Qin Feng as a loyal subordinate. However, Qin Feng did not afford him that opportunity, merely advising him to focus on his studies before turning away. Subsequently, Yang Fan learned through the grapevine that his rival, Zhao Yang, had gone so far as to offer his girlfriend to Qin Feng in a bid to curry favor. Furthermore, a venue had been arranged for after school, where Qin Feng and Lu Yu were to engage in a practical demonstration. Upon hearing this news, Yang Fan was taken aback, nearly frantic with urgency. He had not anticipated that Zhao Yang would get ahead of him and become Qin Feng's subordinate first. Yang Fan, Eagirtu Emulata Zhao Yang, contemplated offering his girlfriend to Qin Feng to win his favor. However, his father, Yang Jiaming, promptly intervened upon discovering his intentions, cautioning him that although Qin Feng was a former leader of the harbor, his private life was not as chaotic as one might assume. He was, without a doubt, a man of integrity and should not be approached in such a manner. Should Yang Fan pursue this course of action, it would only serve to alienate Qin Feng. The key to winning Qin Feng's favor lay in demonstrating unwavering loyalty. Listening to Yang Jiaming's words, Yang Fan quickly gathered over 10 of his associates from Haigang University and made his way to Qin Feng's classroom, intent on expressing his loyalty. At that moment, standing behind Yang Fan were several male classmates of similar age, all clutching wooden sticks, having been present during the earlier confrontation with Zhao Yang. Their anxiety was palpable, palms slick with sweat, as they struggled to regulate their breathing. Fengge, someone is looking for you. Just as Qin Feng finished reading the first chapter of Haruki Murakami's work, he heard someone calling for him from outside, and a surge of anger welled within him. Suddenly rising from his chair, hands thrust into his pockets, he strode outside in a huff, eager to discover who dared to disturb him. Upon stepping outside, he was taken aback to find that the visitor was none other than Yang Fan, the wealthy heir he had encountered at the school gate that very noon. Brother Feng, I wish to be by your side. Please accept me. My greatest aspiration in life, Yang Fan, is to serve as your loyal subordinate, ever ready to heed your command. From this day forth, I shall be your sword-bearing guardian at Harbour University. Whatever you ask of me, I shall fulfill. Just as Qin Feng was about to express his irritation, he witnessed Yang Fan kneel before him with a resounding thud, lifting his gaze to meet Qin Feng's eyes. Exclaiming passionately, "Yes, Brother Feng, please take us in." The 10 or so followers behind Yang Fan also knelt, fervently urging him. Each of their eyes sparkled with an earnestness that could not be feigned. Observing the youthful, spirited university students before him, including Yang Fan, Qin Feng could sense their genuine desire to align themselves with him. Accepting them was not out of the question, but he needed to first assess their mettle, whether they were truly worthy of being his subordinates. After all, Qin Feng was not one to accept just anyone. They must either possess sufficient skill or remarkable courage, the kind that dares to pierce the heavens. "Do you truly wish to follow me?" Qin Feng inquired solemnly, still with hands in pockets, taking a deep breath as he addressed Yang Fan and the others. "Brother Feng, we sincerely wish to follow you." There is no hint of pretense. The group of university students responded in unison, their voices resonating with conviction. "Very well. I shall not make it difficult for you. Each of you must go to the entrance of the Qiangxin Group headquarters and relieve yourselves. If you dare to do so, upon your return, I shall accept you." With that, Qin Feng turned without a backward glance and returned to his classroom, sitting down to munch on his snacks while continuing to read Murakami. The sentiment remained unchanged. Qin Feng would not accept just anyone into his fold. His subordinates must possess the same audacity as he did. If this group of university students dared to go to Xie Kuin's Qiangxin Group headquarters and each leave a steaming deposit, then they would indeed become his sword-bearing guards at Harbour University. His previous valiant subordinates had nearly all retired, and it was high time to welcome some fresh blood. Furthermore, he had recently received word that Xie Kun was displeased with his return and sought a direct confrontation, even sending Zhou Yun to Harbour University to issue a challenge. Qin Feng had initially intended to ignore Xie Kun, preferring a peaceful existence as an ordinary student at Harbour University. However, should Xie Kun persist in his foolishness and provoke him, he would not hesitate to ensure that Qiangxin vanished from the earth henceforth. Thus, let these university students first visit the headquarters and leave their mark, allowing Xie Kun to taste the bitterness of his own folly. Afterward, he would confront Xie Kun head-on. At the Fisherman's Wharf by the South River in Harbour City, he would engage in a fierce battle with Xie Kun and his legion of 10,000 subordinates, determining both their superiority and their fates. To defecate in front of the Qiangxin Group's entrance. Wouldn't that be courting death? Indeed, who is unaware that Qiangxin is Xie Kun's enterprise? If we were to boldly go there and commit such an act in public, would it not mean that we would be ruthlessly dealt with by Xie Kun using a beer bottle? At that moment, when Qin Feng's resounding words echoed in the air, all but Yang Fan among the more than 10 university students stood in stunned silence. They exchanged bewildered glances, whispering in astonishment, questioning whether Qin Feng was truly testing them or leading them to their doom. Only Yang Fan, gritting his teeth, silently rose from the ground and walked towards the exit of the teaching building. "Brother Fan, where are you going?" The others hurriedly stood up, following closely behind him. "First, we shall go to the cafeteria for a bowl of noodles," Then we will head to the Changxing headquarters. With resolute strides, Yang Fan clenches fists tightly, descending the stairs while addressing the group of subordinates. He understood deeply that Qin Feng was indeed testing them. Although the task assigned was exceptionally challenging, Yang Fan believed that as long as he could become Qin Feng's subordinate, he would dare to do anything, be it defecating at the Changxing headquarters or even worse. After all, in this world, everything demands a price. Aspiring to be Qin Feng's follower was no exception. The only thing standing in the way of him accomplishing this task was the constipation that had plagued him for nearly a week. He did wish to relieve himself at the Changxing headquarters, but the inability to do so posed a significant dilemma. Therefore, he contemplated first visiting the cafeteria at Harbour University for something light to drink, seeking the right sensation, before heading to the Changxing entrance for a monumental release. Ideally, something that could render one breathless. Chapter 18. Life and Death. Indifferent. Let us take action. Brothers, as the saying goes, the greater the courage, the greater the reward. If we dare to boldly confront the entrance of Changxing today, our lives will undoubtedly soar to great heights because of this bold act. Following Brother Feng, we shall walk unimpeded in Haigang and even throughout the Dragon Country from this day forth. This once-in-a-lifetime opportunity must be seized with unwavering determination. It can be said that the chance to alter the fate of your families for generations rests upon this singular act. Therefore, whether you choose to accompany me to the Changxing headquarters is a decision for you to make. Standing at the entrance of the Haigang University cafeteria, Yang Fan delivered an impassioned pre-battle declaration to the 12 followers before turning around and leading the way into the cafeteria. He ordered a bowl of rice rolls, a cup of soybean milk, and a portion of spicy, stinky tofu, intending to mix these three delicacies together to prepare for an audacious act at the entrance of Changxing. Brother Fan speaks the truth. One cannot reap rewards without risk. Moreover, today we need not wager anything substantial. Merely a singular act can elevate our futures to unparalleled heights. With such a splendid opportunity before us, what hesitation could we possibly harbor? Indeed, brothers, let us do this. We must proceed to the front of Changxing and carry out our bold act before all to demonstrate our courage, to prove that we are not cowards, but worthy of being Brother Feng's subordinates. Absolutely, life and death are trivial. Let us take action. What is a mere act? Let us execute it with determination. Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, the 12 male students from Haigang University were instantly ignited with fervor. They raised their arms and cheered in unison, subsequently entering the cafeteria to order the same dishes as Yang Fan. After finishing their meal, they planned to head to the headquarters of Changxing Group, located in the city center, transforming the entrance into a public restroom. 10 minutes later, the 12 students, along with Yang Fan, finished their rice rolls, soybean milk, and stinky tofu completely. They exchanged glances, pondering their next move. Brother Fan, are you feeling anything yet? I don't have even a hint of urgency to relieve myself, one remarked. Yes, Brother Fan, it's not as easy to go as one might think. I just went not long ago. I should have saved it for the entrance of Changxing, another added. However, after a hearty meal, none of them felt the urge to relieve themselves. They all turned their gazes towards Yang Fan, frowning. No more waiting. Let us go to the nearby pharmacy. At this, Yang Fan lifted his hand and glanced at his Rolex wristwatch, noting it was September 1st, 1 p.m., the time when the foot traffic at Changxing Group's entrance would be at its peak. To demonstrate their courage to Qin Feng, Yang Fan resolved to strike when the crowds were at their greatest, unleashing their audacious act at the entrance of Changxing. Even in the absence of artillery shells, one must strive to produce them. As the saying goes, as long as one's thoughts do not wane, solutions will always outnumber difficulties. This sentiment is perfectly valid, without a single flaw. Subsequently, he rose, leading his companions to the pharmacy at the entrance of the Harbour University. They procured 13 large pills of croton oil, distributing one to each individual, while he himself, having endured 7 days of constipation, felt compelled to increase his dosage, consuming 2 pills at once. After ingesting the croton oil, Yang Fan, accompanied by his 12 aides, summoned a small passenger vehicle from his company and set forth with great enthusiasm towards the headquarters of the Changxing Group. The distance from Harbour University to the Qiangxing headquarters is neither particularly near nor far, requiring approximately 20 minutes by car. Under normal circumstances, this would be manageable. However, the predicament lay in the fact that all had ingested the latest imported Croton oil. Within minutes of entering the vehicle, several individuals began to feel the effects. "Oh my goodness! Brother Fan, what's happening? I feel it coming," exclaimed one. "Me too. I need to go," cried another, as they clutched their stomachs. Their faces contorted in agony. "Hold it in. We'll relieve ourselves when we arrive." Yang Fan, wide-eyed and also clutching his abdomen, commanded them sternly. At that moment, he too felt the tumultuous churn of his insides, desperately yearning for release. But the concern was clear. If they succumbed now, all would be in vain. Arriving at Qiangxing would render their efforts futile. They might not even manage to relieve themselves at all. 5 minutes later, one of the aides, legs tightly curled, stood up from his seat and pleaded, "Brother Fan, tell the driver to hurry. I can't hold it much longer." Yang Fan quickly turned to the driver, raising his voice to instruct him to maximize the speed. Otherwise, the small passenger vehicle would soon face a chaotic situation. His primary worry was not the potential mess in his own vehicle, but rather the fear of arriving without the necessary relief. Their prospects of becoming Qin Feng's subordinates hinged entirely on this moment of release. Heeding Yang Fan's urgent request, the driver pressed down hard on the accelerator, careening through every traffic light without regard for red or green. The concern was that if they delayed any longer, the vehicle itself might face an unfortunate transformation. Finally, after 15 minutes, they arrived at the entrance of the Qiangxing group, 5 minutes ahead of schedule. "Driver, wait for us here. We'll return once we're done." Upon reaching their destination, Yang Fan struggled to rise from his seat, clutching his stomach, his face flushed, while leading his companions onward, turning to the driver as he spoke. "By the way, could you assist us in recording a brief video later? We're planning an event at Qiangxing's entrance. Make sure to capture us looking dashing." As they were about to exit the car, Yang Fan suddenly remembered something. He pulled out his phone from his pocket, switched to camera mode, and handed it to the driver. To prove to Qin Feng that they had indeed visited Qiangxing's entrance for their unconventional purpose, they decided to film the act. The footage would be shown to Qin Feng upon their return to campus. "Got it, young master." The driver, still oblivious to the gravity of the situation, enthusiastically took the phone and aimed the lens at the group. "Brothers, line up, get in formation, spread out. Today is the day we make history." Yang Fen, leading his 12 pale-faced subordinates, arrived at the bustling entrance of Qiangxing headquarters. Instead of immediately commencing their plan, he meticulously organized them into a straight line, spacing each person about a meter apart, concerned that excessive firepower might accidentally harm one another. "Fan, hurry. I can't hold it in much longer." One of the underlings groaned with immense difficulty, feeling the overwhelming force within him on the verge of eruption. Any delay, and he feared an unfortunate accident. "What's going on here?" "Not sure. Probably some college students doing a flash mob. Should be interesting." "Yeah, let's see what kind of show they put on." At that moment, nearly 1,000 onlookers near Qiangxing's headquarters turned their attention toward the spectacle, curious and intrigued. Some even pulled out their phones to record, assuming it was a flash mob performance. The anticipation grew. What kind of outrageous act would these students pull off? After all, college students were known for their wild creativity. Even the security guards at Qiangxing's entrance crossed their arms, leaning against the wall with amused expressions. Guard duty had been dull, and now, finally, some entertainment had arrived. Yet, they wondered what kind of performance these grim-faced students had in store. Something truly shocking and spectacular? "Brothers, commence the operation. Everyone unleash." Once everything was set, Yang Fan, standing amidst his 12 subordinates, placed his hands on his waistband, widened his eyes, and let out a thunderous roar. In the blink of an eye, he yanked down his pants, revealing his pale posterior, and squatted. Having consumed 2 enhanced laxative pills, the ensuing eruption from his bowels was nothing short of fountain, violent, unstoppable, and utterly humiliating. At the entrance of the Qiangxing headquarters, the once pristine white tiles have been transformed into a resplendent golden hue. Others, not to be outdone, have similarly partaken in this unusual spectacle, having previously consumed a potent substance and held it in for a quarter of an hour. The scene at the entrance can only be described as a cacophony reminiscent of firecrackers. Each sound reverberates through the high-end tiles, delivering an overwhelming impact akin to 1,000 blows. Regretfully, there is no greater folly in life than being a mere tile. What extraordinary fortune has allowed 13 vigorous young men to unleash such a relentless barrage? At this moment, it seems even the toilets of public restrooms would envy their suffering. As Yang Fan and his companions commence their performance, time itself appears to stand still at the Changxing entrance. Every passerby is frozen in place, their eyes wide with astonishment, as if witnessing a spectacle of unparalleled magnitude. In their minds, 1,000 wild thoughts surge forth. It is at this juncture that they realize the university students' presentation is not a flash mob, but rather a rather audacious display of urgency. They feel as though they have lived for years without witnessing such an electrifying performance, one that jolts them from their very core. It is indeed a sight that opens their eyes wide, not merely to a moderate extent, but to an extraordinary degree, enough to accommodate a shining bald head. The driver, Master Huang, seated in the bus's driver's seat and recording a video of the event, trembles uncontrollably. As he watches the unfolding scene, he is overcome with dry heaves, nearly expelling the grilled cold noodles he had consumed the previous night. Initially, he had believed that the young master had matured, stepping away from brawls and alcohol, instead leading a group of university students to the Changxing entrance for a display of positive energy, even requesting him to record it. However, at this moment, whether the performance is indeed uplifting remains uncertain, but it certainly serves as a rather effective accompaniment to a meal. Within his line of sight, nearly dozens of individuals, unable to withstand the psychological strain, have been over, clutching the nearby trees, and are retching uncontrollably. The sounds of vomiting and expulsion echo continuously at the Changxing headquarters, surpassing even Beethoven's famed Symphony No. 5 in its intensity. It sends shivers down one's spine, causing goosebumps to erupt all over. What on earth is happening? A nearby security guard in uniform, witnessing the scene, stands utterly dumbfounded. Raising his hands, he rubs his eyes vigorously, repeatedly assuring himself that this cannot possibly be real. If his eyes do not deceive him, a dozen or so university students are indeed disrobing and relieving themselves right before the eyes of the public at the Changxing headquarters. Moreover, they stand in an orderly formation, spaced a meter apart to prevent any unfortunate misfires due to the intensity of their actions. Li Ye. This is serious. A major incident has occurred at the entrance. Stunned into silence for a considerable moment, the middle-aged security guard, reflecting on the situation, hurriedly retrieved his walkie-talkie and bellowed towards the security captain, Ding Li, stationed upstairs, urging him to descend promptly with reinforcements. At that moment, Ding Li, a man in his early 30s adorned with tattoos, smoking a cigarette, and donning casual footwear, was engrossed in a card game with his fellow security personnel in the office. What is happening? Could it be that someone dares to set fire right at our doorstep? Ding Li, taken aback by the middle-aged guard's words, took a puff from his cigarette, continued playing cards, and responded with a dismissive tone, entirely oblivious to the gravity of the situation. However, the next transmission from the walkie-talkie sent a shiver down his spine, causing him to spring up from his chair. The other guards in the room exchanged bewildered glances, utterly astonished. No, Ellie, it's someone here. They're defecating. The middle-aged guard stammered through the walkie-talkie, his nerves causing him to stutter. What nonsense is this? You mean to say someone is defecating right at our entrance? Ding Li exclaimed, gripping the walkie-talkie tightly, his shock evident. No, it's not just one person. It's over a dozen, altogether. The middle-aged guard quickly corrected. Good heavens. Brothers, grab your gear. Let's head downstairs. As Ding Li rushed to the window, his eyes widened in horror upon seeing a throng of nearly 100 individuals vomiting uncontrollably at the entrance of the establishment. He immediately recognized the severity of the situation, flinging his cigarette aside and seizing his baton, dashing outside. Accompanying him were more than 10 robust young security personnel, armed and ready. Make the call. Rally the troops. Hurry. We need reinforcements. He shouted with urgency. How dare they defecate at our doorstep? If we don't teach them a lesson, I one T bear the surname Ding. Inside the elevator, Ding Li slammed his baton against the wall, gritting his teeth with palpable fury. For him, even if Yang Fan and his associates were to set fire at the entrance, he wouldn't be as enraged. The real issue was that this group had committed an act deemed profoundly insulting: defecation. Chapter 19. Has anyone brought paper? This is a profound insult, a humiliation that reaches the very depths of disgrace. If today we do not wield our batons, I would gladly pierce the hides of these ruffians until they are utterly incapacitated, rendering them unable to relieve themselves for eternity. From this moment forward, it appears that Ding Li will find it increasingly difficult to navigate the streets of Haigang. As one of Xie Kuan's most valued and competent subordinates, Ding Li was strategically placed at the headquarters of Changsheng to uphold security and order, akin to a commander of the Imperial Guard. The occurrence of such a shocking incident at the entrance of Changsheng has understandably incensed him. He immediately commanded the dispatch of 300 of his men from the Changsheng headquarters to this location, instructing each to wield a pickaxe or machete, irrespective of the hour. If these individuals dared to relieve themselves at the entrance of Changsheng, Ding Li felt it imperative to respond with an overwhelming show of force. Otherwise, Changsheng might very well devolve into the city's largest public restroom, with an increasing number of people choosing this spot for their indiscretions. Meanwhile, after a minute of unrestrained relief, more than 10 university students, including Yang Fan, felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, akin to completing a vigorous marathon. Bro, did you bring paper? Just as everyone prepared to pull up their trousers and stand, a grave realization struck one of the students as he turned to Yang Fan with a dazed expression. In their haste, they had all forgotten to bring paper. They had been so focused on the act itself that they had neglected the aftermath. At that moment, the others also cast their hopeful gazes toward Yang Fan, placing their trust entirely in him. What are you all looking at me for? Do I look like a roll of toilet paper? Do you want to wipe with me? Yang Fan shot them a disdainful glare, for he too had neglected to bring any. He had not even considered this aspect prior to their arrival, solely fixated on the act of relief. Were those fools? What were they doing without a toilet at home? Must they come to the entrance of Changsheng to relieve themselves? I shall not continue in this line of work unless I can rend these scoundrels apart. Just then, an uproar of curses erupted from the lobby of Changsheng. Turning around, they were met with the sight of Ding Li, Xie Kuan's top enforcer at Haigang, brandishing a baton and leading a dozen fierce-looking subordinates, all radiating a menacing aura as they stormed out of the elevator. Forget it. Brothers, retreat. Upon witnessing this scene, Yang Fan leapt to his feet, hastily pulling up his trousers and bolting toward a nearby vehicle. The others followed suit without hesitation, frantically fleeing with their trousers in hand. They all understood that if they delayed even a moment longer, they would likely face Ding Li's baton, rendering them incapable of relief for the rest of their lives. Master Huang, to Haigang University. Quick! Once in the vehicle, Yang Fan seized the phone from the stunned driver and called out to him loudly. At this very moment, Yang Fan profoundly understood that, given the current circumstances, only Haigang University could serve as their sanctuary. This was not solely due to the fact that earlier that afternoon, Qin Feng had demarcated the area with a blade, transforming it into a forbidden zone for all the city's underworld figures. Moreover, their esteemed brother, Qin Feng, was present there. Only he could safeguard them for a lifetime. Undoubtedly, the moment he and the 12 students from Haigang University relieved themselves at the entrance of the Changsheng headquarters, it was tantamount to presenting Qin Feng with a formidable token of allegiance. Although this token was somewhat unconventional, their objective had been achieved. From this point forward, they had become Qin Feng's loyal, sword-bearing guardians at Haigang. Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, Master Huang did not dare to be negligent. He immediately ignited the engine and sped away from the scene as quickly as possible. He paid no mind to the assorted odors permeating the vehicle, focusing solely on pressing the accelerator to the floor. He drove as fast as he could, for if Ding Li and his men caught up, it would spell disaster not only for Yang Fan and his companions, but also for him as the driver. He would surely meet a gruesome fate at the hands of Ding Li's police baton. In a frantic bid to preserve both his own dignity and that of the university students in the vehicle, Master Huang raced toward Haigang University with fervor. Brothers, Pursue them. Ding Li, seated in the back of a Mercedes-Benz V-Class, was in a state of utter exasperation as he chased after Yang Fan and the others. Gripping his phone, he instructed his arriving subordinates to follow the vehicle, insisting that they reclaim their honor today. Once they caught up, he commanded, there would be no need for words. Immediate action was required. At this moment, in addition to Ding Li, nearly 300 of Qiangxing's outsourced personnel were also in pursuit of Yang Fan and his companions. They quickly zeroed in on the small passenger vehicle. Faster, Master Huang! Yang Fan urged the sweating driver as he spotted dozens of Toyota Land Cruisers and numerous business vehicles tailing them. The urgency of the situation nearly caused him to lose control again. He implored the driver to accelerate. The thought of being caught by this pack of ruthless individuals sent his imagination spiraling into dread. Young Master Fan, perhaps you should call Brother Feng. Inform him that we have finished and are now being pursued by hundreds of ruffians. He must come to our rescue, urged one of the students. Yes, young Master Fan. Call Brother Feng. At this very moment, the 12 university students, who had just experienced an exhilarating release at Qiangxing's headquarters, were starting to feel a pang of panic. They stammered to Yang Fan, though they had just relished their moment of relief. They knew that the formidable Qiangxing group would not allow them to simply leave without repercussions. Even though they hadn't even bothered to clean themselves, that detail was of little consequence. It is of utmost importance that, once they are caught up, the safety of the swallows is at stake. In order for them to continue to live as they do today, they have entrusted the happiness of their later years to Qin Feng. Only he can ensure their peace for a lifetime. Having heard the words of the crowd, Yang Fan could not afford to be careless. He swiftly retrieved his phone from his pocket and dialed Qin Feng's number. Hello, Brother Feng. We have finished. We have returned to Harbour University from Qiangxing. Currently, we are being pursued by hundreds of individuals from Qiangxing. Upon the call connecting, Yang Fan immediately relayed the perilous situation they faced. Understood. I'm heading to the school gate now. Do not worry. As long as I, Qin Feng, am here, no one in this world can harm you. At that moment, Qin Feng was seated in the last row of the classroom, listening to Yang Fan's words. And he couldn't help but let out a silent sigh. He lamented how earnest Yang Fan and the others were. He had merely instructed them to go to the Qiangxing headquarters to relieve themselves, thinking they would simply drop their trousers and do a little something to make a point. He never expected these more than 10 university students to create a veritable stream at the entrance of Qiangxing, while he had indeed sent them to do their business. He hadn't anticipated such an extravagant display. Before Yang Fan called him, he was already aware they had completed their task, having seen the news on Douyin. Watching the footage of onlookers vomiting uncontrollably, with several even being rushed to the hospital, Qin Feng finally understood just how fierce his newly acquired subordinates truly were. Whatever tasks he assigned, they would undoubtedly be executed to perfection. Beyond completion, they would surpass expectations with remarkable imagination and creativity. This incident alone attests to that. Without a doubt, these were precisely the subordinates Qin Feng had longed to recruit. He then stood up from his chair, hands tucked into his pockets, and strode towards the door, disregarding the teacher who was in the middle of a lecture. Brother Feng, are you leaving? Seeing this scene, the middle-aged male teacher smiled and nodded eagerly as Qin Feng approached him. Although the inexperienced Su Feng initially tried to assert his authority as a teacher over Qin Feng, at this moment, the middle-aged teacher was all too aware of Qin Feng's past reputation in society. Despite his current appearance in a white shirt, seemingly harmless, he knew that if provoked, half of Haigang would tremble in fear. Understanding Qin Feng's ruthless nature, the teacher dared not obstruct his path. Qin Feng merely nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Brother Feng, let us accompany you, called out one student. Yes, Brother Feng. From this day forth, you are the king of Harbour University. Your affairs are our affairs, shouted another. Indeed, Brother Feng, let us show them what we're made of. At the harbor, anyone daring to provoke Wind Brother is deemed our adversary. Just as Qin Feng reached the entrance of the classroom, he suddenly heard a chorus of shouts from within. The male students rose from their seats, fixing their gaze upon him, declaring with resolute voices. They then proceeded to exit the classroom alongside Qin Feng. At this moment, it was evident to all that a multitude of individuals from the Qiangxing group were hastily advancing toward Haigang University. Qin Feng was on his way to the school gate to meet with Yang Fan and others, whom he had taken under his wing. Should negotiations falter, an intense confrontation would be inevitable. They all wished to lend Qin Feng their support. Thus, they stepped forward. Yet, they were not the only ones sharing this sentiment. Nearly all the male students in the department felt the same. Just moments ago, news regarding Yang Fan and his companions had circulated, revealing that they had caused quite a stir at the entrance of Qiangxing Group and were now being pursued by Ding Li, the group's chief lackey. Observing the throng of fervent young men before him, Qin Feng initially intended to decline their assistance. After all, confronting Ding Li and his henchmen was well within his capabilities. He hardly required the aid of these university students. However, upon witnessing the fervent determination in their eyes, he refrained from further protest. With a slight nod, he maneuvered through the crowd and swiftly made his way outside the teaching building, hands tucked into his pockets, leading the charge. The spectacle was nothing short of magnificent. Meanwhile, Yang Fan and his companions, pursued by Ding Li, had boarded a small vehicle, arriving within 100 meters of Haigang University. Yet they encountered a traffic jam ahead. Despite the driver, Master Huang, incessantly honking the horn, it proved futile. They were stuck, unable to move. Brothers, when the decisive moment is upon us, hesitation invites chaos. Abandon the vehicle. Follow me back to Haigang University. Faced with this dire predicament, Yang Fan made a swift decision to forsake their vehicle, sprinting towards the university, now merely 100 meters away. With Ding Li and his minions close behind, they were in imminent danger of being caught. With that declaration, Yang Fan led the way, flinging open the rear door of the vehicle and dashing forth towards Haigang University. At this moment, his black trousers bore the unmistakable stains of misfortune. Their rear transformed into a shade of gold. The 12 Haigang students trailing behind him were no better off, all reeking of an unpleasant odor. This was partly due to the earlier incident at Qiangxing headquarters, where they had neglected proper hygiene. Additionally, several among them, whether from excessive anxiety or overindulgence in certain foods, had experienced a second wave of unfortunate mishaps while seated in the vehicle. The sight of these dozen or so university students desperately sprinting down the road amidst the stench left passers-by utterly astonished, staring at the peculiar hue of their trousers, inhaling an indescribable odor. Everyone instinctively covered their mouths and noses, their brows furrowed in dismay. One couldn't help but wonder if this peculiar group had just emerged from the depths of a latrine. Chapter 20. A multitude surrounds Haigang University. The great battle is imminent. Alas, wait for me. As Yang Fan and his companions dashed away, the driver, Master Huang, suddenly came to his senses. With a loud shout, he flung open the car door and sprinted after the group. If Yang Fan and the others escaped, leaving him behind, he would surely bear the brunt of Ding Li's wrath when he caught up. It would be a mere trifle for him to suffer grievous harm. Although he did not directly partake in the earlier debacle, he was nonetheless indirectly involved. After all, it was he who had brought Yang Fan and his group to the Qiangxing headquarters, and it was he who had allowed them to depart. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Master Huang wasted no time and dashed towards Haigang University, losing even his old cloth shoes in the process. Brother Li, what should we do? That bunch of little brats abandoned the car and fled. At that moment, Ding Li and his associates, who were not far behind, also noticed the unfolding scene. One of his subordinates, wielding a machete, shouted a warning. Damn it! Forget it! Everyone, get out and pursue them. How dare these scoundrels defile the entrance of the Qiangxing headquarters? If I, Ding Li, do not reclaim my honor today, I shall find it impossible to survive in Haigang from this day forth. Without further ado, Ding Li flung open the car door, grasped a pickaxe, and leapt from the vehicle, rallying his men to follow suit and abandon their cars for sprint. No matter what, they had to teach these audacious university students a lesson. Once Ding Li exited the vehicle, nearly 300 members of the port city's underworld armed themselves and charged out from their respective cars, trailing closely behind Ding Li in pursuit. The sight of this throng, brandishing pickaxes and machetes as they thundered down the street, left passers-by in astonishment. Those in the know recognized a gang in action. Those unaware might think they were witnessing a scene from a gangster film. Damn it, you lot who just defiled the place, don't run. Stand still. If I catch you, I'll break your third leg for sure. Ding Li, at the forefront of the crowd, chased fiercely while swinging his pickaxe and hurling curses at the fleeing figures ahead. Young Master Fan, we're done for. They're gaining on us. Brother Feng is still at the school gate. Indeed, if Ding Li caught them, he would surely make them pay dearly. The 12 university students, upon hearing the cacophony of curses behind them and turning to see a menacing throng of Port City gangsters armed with weapons in hot pursuit, were nearly paralyzed with fear. Their physical condition was already poor, often spending sleepless nights in internet cafes. Coupled with their recent misadventure, they felt utterly exhausted. In the blink of an eye, Ding Li and his men were a mere 10 meters behind them. Run for your lives. As long as we reach the school gate, we shall survive today. Yang Fan gritted his teeth and shouted loudly to the 12 university students. At that moment, Yang Fan summoned all his strength and ran with fervor, his legs moving as if propelled by the very winds of fire. Not only did he exert every ounce of energy, but he pushed himself to the limit. Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, the group of university students fell silent, each one fiercely propelling themselves forward in a mad dash. A few even sprinted while expelling gas, giving themselves a nitrogen boost. Despite their pockets being filled to the brim, they were beyond caring. After all, everyone understood the dire consequences of being caught by Ding Li. In a desperate rush, they finally reached a mere 5 meters from the entrance of Harbour University. Yet at that moment, exhaustion overcame them, and they collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air, their faces ashen, resembling the dead. The intense sprint, compounded by the effects of the castor bean they had consumed and the gas they had released, left them utterly drained. Even Master Huang, who had arrived barefoot, fell heavily to the ground, lamenting the bloodied state of his feet. He could not help but reflect on his ill fortune today, feeling that perhaps he should have consulted an almanac before stepping out. How could he have found himself in such a predicament, pursued through the streets by hundreds of social outcasts? He regretted not joining Yang Fan and the others earlier, for at least he might have experienced some thrill. Instead of relishing the excitement, he found himself suffering without any reward. Meanwhile, behind them, Ding Li had crossed the street accompanied by 300 armed individuals wielding pickaxes and machetes, closing in on the entrance of Harbour University. Just as everyone, including Yang Fan, resigned themselves to their inevitable fate, seated on the ground and awaiting their doom, they suddenly noticed Ding Li and his entourage standing ominously just a meter away. A dense mass of people loomed before them, none daring to take a step forward. Their eyes were fixated on a dagger embedded halfway into the concrete, their breaths heavy with terror. Earlier that day, nearly everyone on Haiging Road had heard the shocking news. Qin Feng, once revered as the notorious leader of Haiging, had returned after a 3-year absence. He was now a student at Haiging University. On his very first day back, he had marked the university as a no-go zone for all unsavory characters, declaring with chilling certainty that anyone who dared to step within a blade's length of his knife would face the annihilation of their entire family. Had anyone else uttered such a threat, it might have been dismissed as mere bravado. However, the truth remained that Qin Feng was not one to make idle threats. His words were backed by a lethal resolve that left no room for doubt. Who is Qin Feng? Among the more than 300 individuals present in the harbor city, he is a figure known to all. Even their current leader, Xie Kuan, is but a younger brother in comparison to Qin Feng, unworthy even to hold his shoes. He could only assist Qin Feng in trivial matters, such as when he needs to use the restroom. You too, go. Dispose of that group of university students. After a moment of stunned silence, Ding Li took a deep breath, brandishing the pickaxe in his hand, and pointed at Yang Fan and his companions, who were just within reach. He shouted to his 2 subordinates beside him. Li, Brother Li, this knife, who left it here? You know very well. If you send us over, aren't you sending us to our doom? One of them quivered. Yes, Brother Li. I believe it would be best to let this matter slide today. We should make a hasty exit from here. Before we know it, we followed them to Harbour University. If Brother Feng sees us, we might be in grave trouble. Upon hearing Ding Li's words, the 2 subordinates immediately broke into a cold sweat, responding with trembling voices. Enough of this nonsense. Do you even know who rules the Harbor City now? It's Xie Kuan, Brother Kuan. Qin Feng is a thing of the past. What are you afraid of? Hurry over there and take care of that group of students. Ding Li retorted, his eyes wide, continuing to berate his subordinates. However, the next word from the two left him speechless. Brother Li, since you say that Brother Feng is a relic of the past, why don't you lead the way and step into that knife first? If you dare to go, we will surely follow. Yes, Brother Li. No need for more words. Just set an example. The two managed to force smiles onto their faces, turning the dilemma back to Ding Li. Listening to their words, Ding Li took a deep breath and again fixed his gaze on the knife deeply embedded in the ground. Memories of terror associated with that man surged in his mind, causing him to involuntarily shudder and retract the right foot he had already stepped forward with. Even though Qin Feng had been absent for 3 years, and the number one figure in the Harbor City had now become Xie Kuan, the recollection of Qin Feng's past glories still sent a chill down Ding Li's spine. He dared not challenge the authority of that formidable figure. You little brats, I have memorized your faces. If you dare to scurry around outside the stronghold's door, do not let me catch you. Otherwise, I'll make sure you regret it. Ding Li exclaimed, raising the pickaxe in his right hand, pointing fiercely at Yang Fan and the others, before spitting on the ground in frustration. He resolved to put an end to the matter for today and leave with his men. He could not believe that these university students would remain at Harbour University forever. They would eventually come out. After all, as the saying goes, a gentleman's revenge is never too late, even after 10 years. Ding Li was certain that one day he would get his chance to settle the score. Kong instructed you to immediately lead an assault on Haigang University. All university students who appear at the entrance of Qiangxing's headquarters today must have one hand severed. This incident has inflicted immense humiliation upon Qiangxing, and it cannot be allowed to go unpunished. However, just as Ding Li was preparing to depart, a sharp female voice pierced through the air behind him. A red Porsche Panamera, bearing the license plate ending in 38, came to a sudden halt before him. A woman clad in an elegant black chiffon dress, donning sunglasses, with a fair complexion and a slender figure, emerged from the driver's seat and called out to him in a commanding tone. This woman was none other than Zhou Yun, sent by Xie Kuan to challenge Qin Feng at Haigang University. While in the car, she had learned of a shocking incident that had occurred at Qiangxing's entrance. Over a dozen university students, having just consumed a laxative, brazenly ran to Qiangxing's headquarters and, in full view of countless passers-by, stripped down and relieved themselves, transforming the pavement into a ghastly shade of yellow. More than 100 onlookers, unable to bear the scene, were rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment. Given the severity of the situation, which had also been posted on Douyin, Xie Kuan was infuriated upon hearing the news. He immediately called her, instructing her to inform Ding Li to apprehend the culprits without delay, demanding that each suffer the penalty of losing a hand. Upon hearing Zhou Yun's words, Ding Li found himself in a predicament. On one hand, there was Xie Kuan's military order. As a leading figure in Qiangxing's elite, he knew that failure to comply with Xie Kuan's demands would result in dire consequences upon his return. Yet, gazing at the dagger deeply embedded in the concrete, he hesitated to challenge the authority of the individual who wielded it. Everyone was acutely aware that the man who once dominated the port city was now inside. Should he wait for the opponent to emerge, the forces he had brought would surely be insufficient. Despite standing beside 300 armed members of Qiangxing, Ding Li understood that in the face of Qin Feng, these 300 were akin to mere livestock, utterly useless. After all, Qin Feng had once achieved the remarkable feat of single-handedly taking on 1,000 adversaries in the port city, emerging with only minor injuries while all 1,000 of his opponents were subsequently hospitalized. Fully aware of Qin Feng's prowess, Ding Li, even under Xie Kuan's explicit orders, still dared not recklessly attack Haigang University. Li Gu, Kong has commanded you to act immediately. Fearing you may lack manpower, I brought an additional 300 reinforcements. At that moment, 2 large buses adorned with Haigang license plates screeched to a halt at the university's entrance. A throng of armed individuals from the port city disembarked, numbering around 300. One leader approached Ding Li earnestly, instructing him to lead this combined force of 600 into Haigang University to retrieve Yang Fan and others. for Xie Kuan wished to personally deal with them. Upon hearing the words of this individual, Ding Li clenched his teeth and let out a deep sigh. Despite having a formidable force of 600 subordinates at his disposal, he still hesitated to launch an assault on Haiyang University. The root of his apprehension lay in his dread of Qin Feng's formidable prowess and ruthless nature. He feared that all his men might be annihilated by Qin Feng alone. In the current predicament, the only way forward was for Xie Kuan to personally mobilize his forces, summoning all members of the Qianxin group to converge upon Haiyang University. Only then would they stand a chance of victory, if Xie Kuan could indeed lead 10,000 followers to this location. Even someone as formidable as Qin Feng would find it impossible to contend with such a multitude. Ali, Brother Kuan has called me again. He said he will arrive in 10 minutes. Accompanying him are all the outsourced members of the Haiyang Qianxin group. You need not worry. We can boldly initiate the attack. He will soon lead the main force to our aid. We must ensure that those 10 or so university students face justice right here and now. Just as Ding Li grappled with his inner turmoil, he suddenly heard Zhou Yun beside him, gripping her phone, shouting fervently. Just moments ago, owing to concerns about the Qianxin military leader Ding Li's reservations regarding Qin Feng's strength and the insufficiency of manpower, he had refrained from attacking Haiyang University. In response, Xie Kuan resolved to take matters into his own hands, rallying all his subordinates and surrounding Haiyang University with 10,000 men, compelling Qin Feng to surrender Yang Fan and others. Should Qin Feng refuse, they would deal with him accordingly. Chapter 21. Do you dare to compete with me, Qin Feng? Do you possess such strength? Upon hearing Zhou Yun's words, Ding Li felt invigorated, as if he had been electrified, his entire being brimming with boundless energy, dispelling the shadows that once loomed over him. Brothers, prepare yourselves. Let us charge forward together. Today, no one shall impede our might. Not even the former overlord of the harbor, Qin Feng. At this moment, having learned that Xie Kuan was personally leading a group to their location, Ding Li tightened his grip on the pickaxe, addressing the over 600 armed men behind him, their weapons raised in a fearsome display. We shall breach the forbidden zone immediately and capture Yang Fan and his companions who have fled into the campus. The throng of over 600 loyal followers mirrored his fervor, brandishing their weapons with wild abandon, emboldened by the presence of their leader, Xie Kuan, rendering them fearless against the figure who had instilled terror in the hearts of countless individuals in Harbour City. Li, Brother Li, quickly, look, that is Qin Feng. However, at that moment, one of the subordinates suddenly gazed into the depths of the Harbour University campus, his face paling, his body trembling uncontrollably as if a sudden shock had seized him. I can't believe it, he stammered. Upon hearing his words, everyone, including Ding Li, turned their gaze inward, collectively gasping in shock. There stood a robust figure, clad in a white shirt, hands tucked in pockets, his eyes glinting with an intense aura of menace. He was flanked by a throng of students wielding mop handles, wooden sticks, and bricks, making his way towards the entrance of the university. In that instant, the bravado that had fueled Ding Li and his companions dissipated, replaced by a profound trepidation. They trembled in fear, for the man before them was none other than Qin Feng, the ruthless figure from Longnan who had once haunted their nightmares. By heavens, Brother Feng has arrived. Brother Feng is incredible. Let's take down those scoundrels outside. At that moment, Yang Fan and his companions were equally taken aback by the sudden appearance of Qin Feng. A wave of hope surged within them. As long as they stood behind Qin Feng, they believed that no one in Harbour City could harm them, not even Xie Kuan. With excitement, they rushed towards Qin Feng, joining the ranks of students who were now marching towards the entrance. The fatigue from their earlier flight vanished, replaced by an overwhelming surge of combat readiness. They felt they could easily confront any challenge, even at the gates of Qianxin. Soon, amidst the throng of students, Qin Feng arrived at the entrance of Harbour University, halting just a meter away from Ding Li and his group. He retrieved a long-washed cigarette from his pocket, and Yang Fan, whose pants had already taken on a golden hue, promptly produced a lighter to ignite it. What's this, Li? You brought all these people here to challenge me? Do you truly believe you possess the strength to compete with Qin Feng? Qin Feng took a deep drag from the cigarette in his hand, exhaling a dense cloud of smoke. With his right hand, which held the cigarette, he pointed sternly at Ding Li and declared vehemently. Upon hearing his words, all 600-odd individuals of the Hongqiang underworld, including those behind Ding Li, trembled in fear. Their legs quaked uncontrollably, and they all lowered their heads, unable to meet Qin Feng's gaze. Brother Feng, we take money for others and resolve their troubles. I am currently working for Brother Cohen. These more than 10 university students have brazenly defecated right at the entrance of the Qiangxing headquarters, utterly trampling on the dignity of both Qiangxing and Brother Cohen. Today, let them leave after they finish their business, without any incident. Otherwise, it would be detrimental to Qiangxing's reputation in the future. Please, for my sake, allow me to take them away. I will leave with my men right now. Ding Li took a deep breath and spoke earnestly to Qin Feng, though his heart was filled with dread, reluctant to confront him directly. Yet, he found himself in a predicament as the leader of the Qiangxing group's elite forces. He could not disregard Xie Kuen's orders. Initially, he believed that after expressing such sincere words, Qin Feng would show him some leniency and permit him to take Yang Fan and the others. However, the words Qin Feng uttered next brought him crashing back to reality. He realized that despite being absent for 3 years, this man remained a formidable figure in Hongqiang, the most ruthless of Longnan. Nothing about him had changed. Ding Li, you dare speak a face? Do you even have any face? With that, Qin Feng raised his right fist and struck Ding Li fiercely in the chest, delivering his words with resounding authority. The truth of the matter was clear. He did not even regard Xie Kun, let alone a mere Ding Li. Ding Li stumbled back several steps from the force of Qin Feng's punch, nearly falling to the ground. The once mighty leader of Qiangxing's elite forces stood silently, head bowed, not daring to utter a word. Zhou Yun, I've heard that since my absence from Hongqiang, you've been doing quite well for yourself. You made acquaintances with many big shots, thriving in the nightlife business. What gives? Have you forgotten about me, Brother Feng? You don't even greet me when we meet? Qin Feng then turned his gaze towards Zhou Yun, the owner of Moonlight, and coldly chuckled. In the past, when Qin Feng was still in the harbor, he frequented Moonlight often and had a decent relationship with Zhou Yun. Under his protection, no one dared to cause trouble at Moonlight, but after his departure, it seemed Zhou Yun had cozied up to Xie Kun, becoming quite close to him. According to reliable sources, Zhou Yun had come to Haigang University on Xie Kuen's orders to deliver a challenge. However, it was unclear why she stood there blushing, obediently silent upon seeing him. Where's the challenge? Where are the threats? Qin Feng, don't think that your return means you can reclaim control over Hongqiang. Let me tell you, now the harbor belongs to Brother Cohen. Your time has become a mere relic of the past. Qin Feng, should you wish to preserve your life, surrender those university students without hesitation. Otherwise, beware when Brother Cohen arrives. You might find yourself in dire straits. How dare you challenge me, Qin Feng in the harbor? Do you possess such audacity? And what are the rest of you? Upon hearing Zhou Yun's words, Qin Feng responded with a chilling smile. He first raised his hand, pointing at the leader of the formidable Forbidden Army, Ding Li, and then shifted his gaze to the throng of Ding Li's subordinates behind him, those who had once been his loyal followers during his reign in the harbor, now having pledged allegiance to Xie Kun after his departure. Nay, Brother Feng, who would dare to cross you in the harbor? That would be akin to inviting one's own demise. They chorused in unison, their voices trembling with anxiety. Indeed, Brother Feng, who does not recognize your supremacy in the harbor? Who would dare oppose you? As Qin Feng concluded his words, Ding Li and his minions echoed their sentiments, drenched in perspiration. Ding Li, whose side are you on? Have you forgotten that you are now one of Brother Cohen's subordinates? Zhou Yun, witnessing their fearful demeanor, felt her teeth grind in frustration. She couldn't comprehend why Qin Feng inspired such dread. True, he had once been a formidable figure in this city, but those days have long since passed. The harbor now belonged to Xie Kun, rendering Qin Feng inconsequential. Moreover, Xie Kun was on the verge of arriving with an army of over 10,000 loyal followers. In light of this, it baffled her that Ding Li and his companions remained so terrified of Qin Feng. It was utterly incomprehensible to her. Upon hearing Zhou Yun's remarks, Ding Li cast her a scornful glare, lamenting her naivety. Though Zhou Yun managed to maintain a facade of bravado upon encountering Qin Feng after many years, The reality was that these men had first-hand experience of his brutality. If memory served, Qin Feng had, at the tender age of 20, brutally slain 3 gang leaders in the harbor, single-handedly dismantling 3 local factions. His ruthlessness was unparalleled for someone so young. Throughout his years in the harbor, he ascended to the throne of dominance, navigating through a sea of bloodshed and violence. Perhaps Zhou Yun remained oblivious to this, but the men present were acutely aware of the truth. What haunted them most profoundly was the question of whether Qin Feng had ever resorted to cannibalism. This query had long lingered in the minds of countless individuals in the harbor, serving as their most profound nightmare. Countless details and examples have seemingly substantiated the notion that Qin Feng has even resorted to cannibalism. The mere thought of a man audacious enough to consume another instills a sense of dread. Thus, prior to Xie Kuin's arrival with a formidable force, no one dared to act recklessly, fearful of inciting Qin Feng's wrath. Just as the assembled might of the strong Sheng organization found themselves at a loss before the once revered deity of the harbor, a sudden exclamation pierced the air. "Brother Kuin has arrived." In an instant, the crowd turned to witness an unexpected sight. Almost 100 large buses had appeared on the streets surrounding Harbour University, all converging upon the parking area at the entrance. The doors of these buses swung open with remarkable speed, revealing a throng of individuals from the harbor city, armed with machetes and saws. As they disembarked, they swiftly coalesced into a unified mass, forming a sea of humanity that appeared to exceed 10,000 strong. At once, the entrance of Harbour University found itself besieged, akin to dark clouds looming ominously over a city. The sight left the over 500 university students standing behind Qin Feng utterly bewildered, exchanging incredulous glances. Unable to utter a word, they swallowed nervously, attempting to alleviate their mounting tension. These young individuals, barely in their 20s and brimming with youthful exuberance, had previously banded together to engage in numerous skirmishes both on campus and in society. They had believed that assembling a group of 100 or so would render them formidable enough to assert their influence. Yet in this moment, confronted with the staggering display of Xie Kuin's army of 10,000, the reality of their disparity became painfully clear, an expanse akin to the distance between the sun and the moon. It was at this juncture that they truly grasped the ferocity of the struggles that unfolded in the higher echelons of the harbor scene. A level of brutality far beyond their capacity to comprehend. Amidst the throng, Xie Kun, clad in black trousers and stylish loafers, a prominent scar marring his right cheek, advanced towards Qin Feng with purpose, a cold smile gracing his lips. Witnessing this spectacle, Yang Fan and others, who had just emerged from the strong Sheng headquarters, nearly succumbed to panic. They could hardly fathom whether Qin Feng could safeguard them in this dire situation. Who could have anticipated that a mere visit to the headquarters would provoke Xie Kun to mobilize an army of thousands? This incident starkly illustrated the magnitude of the affront to the prestige of the strong Sheng group. Qin Feng, my dear brother, I never imagined that after all these years, you would remain as striking as ever. Unlike me, Xie Kun, who is aging and nearly falling apart. Ha ha ha, with his hands tucked into his pockets. Xie Kun approached Qin Feng and came to a halt, tilting his head back as he let out a hearty laugh. Though he feigned respect in his words, the arrogance was unmistakably evident. You, Xie Kun, are nothing but a fool, a worthless wretch. How dare you compare yourself to me? Qin Feng, gazing at this former subordinate. Qin Feng took a drag from his cigarette and coldly remarked. He lamented that since his departure, the harbor had become a place where the absence of tigers allowed monkeys to proclaim themselves kings. Even Xie Kun, who once cleaned his car, had ascended to a position of power in the port city, commanding thousands, surpassing Qin Feng's own peak by more than threefold. Truly, it echoed the saying, life is unpredictable, and the small can overshadow the great. Yet, the sentiment remained unchanged. In Qin Feng's eyes, a dog would forever be a dog, never destined for the grand stage. Should this insufferable Xie Kun, foolishly seeking to challenge him after 3 years, wish to engage in a battle of strength, he would not hesitate to send his adversary to the depths of despair. Qin Feng, am I not showing you respect? Huh? Do you think this is still the port city of 3 years ago? Open your eyes and see. Everyone here is mine. At my command, they would rush forward and crush you to pieces. Out of respect for the times, you once held the title of my elder brother. If you hand over those little brats today, I might let you off the hook. Otherwise, neither you nor your university students will leave here standing. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Siekuan was instantly consumed with rage. He tore off his mask, revealing his true self, and raised his hand to point at Qin Feng, speaking fiercely. Chapter 22. Kneel before me and address me as master. Siekuan, do you truly believe you are worthy to demand anything of me? Qin Feng, allow me to be candid. Yang Fan and his 13 companions are now my brothers. In this world, anyone who dares to harm my brothers disrespects me. Those who disrespect me shall be sent to the depths of hell. Qin Feng fixed his gaze upon Siekuan, responding with a resounding voice. Despite the nearly 10,000 underlings of the Qiangxing group standing behind Siekuan, there was not a trace of fear in Qin Feng. He exuded an overwhelming aura of dominance, as if Siekuan were the one surrounded. Since returning to the harbor, he had not regarded anyone with any measure of respect. At the age of 20, when he first arrived in the harbor, he had easily bested the local thugs. 10 years later, he could do so again. From a moment Yang Fan and the 13 university students descended upon the entrance of the Qiangxing group, they became Qin Feng's people. He would not permit anyone to lay a finger on them. Only he held the authority to decide their fate. No one else had that right. Is that it then? No room for negotiation? Siekuan retorted with a cold laugh, stepping forward to meet Qin Feng's gaze. What are you talking about? I dropped my business right at the entrance of Qiangxing. If you don't like it, I'll come back tomorrow, and the day after. Every single morning for the next 365 days, I'll leave a steaming pile right at your doorstep. At that moment, Yang Fan emerged from the crowd, pointing an accusatory finger at Siekuan. Since becoming one of Qin Feng's subordinates, Yang Fan felt an exhilarating shift in his mindset. It was as if nothing in the world could terrify him any longer. With his esteemed elder brother by his side, no calamity could ever befall him. Yes, you, Siekuan, were merely a lackey wiping Wind Ji's car back in the day. Now that you have a few underlings, you think you're something special? Huh? You filthy scoundrel. Siekuan, was it not just a matter of relieving yourself at your company? If you're dissatisfied, then eat it. If you fancy it, we'll provide you with a daily dose. You arrogant fool, Siekuan. In the 3 years since Wind Gu left the harbor, you've truly let it get to your head. You even have the audacity to come to Harbour University to collect protection fees. From this day forward, if you dare to show your face here again, I shall ensure your downfall. Upon hearing Qin Feng's declaration of their brotherhood, not only did Yang Fan feel emboldened, but so did the other 12 university students who accompanied him to confront Siekuan. They raised their hands and unleashed a barrage of words directed at him. To be fair, they recognized these were sentiments they would never have dared express previously. When encountering Siekuan and his minions on the streets, they would avert their eyes and walk away. How could they have ever mustered the courage to challenge him? However, the situation is now vastly different. They are accompanied by a formidable ally, a man who was once the most fearsome figure in Longnan, undeniably impressive and awe-inspiring. How could this not bolster their confidence? How dare you, a bunch of insignificant rascals, speak to Brother Kuan in such a manner? Are you seeking your own demise? Indeed, if you possess any sense, you should promptly kneel and offer 100 reverent bows to Brother Kuan, acknowledging your wrongdoing. Otherwise, your leg shall be broken. Upon hearing the word from Yang Fan and his companions, Ding Li and a group of Siekuan's underlings immediately grew indignant. Brandishing their weapons and pointing them at their adversaries, they unleashed a torrent of curses. Although Qin Feng and his friends dared not retaliate verbally, the group of university students, barely in their 20s, felt emboldened to speak out. They realized that with Qin Feng backing them, otherwise, these rascals would have been thoroughly beaten to the point of being unrecognizable to their mothers. Siekuan, listen closely. Hagang University is not a place for you. The students who came to your company today are under my protection. Do not think that you, or even the King of Heaven himself, could intervene. If the king dares to lay a finger on them, I shall deal with him as well. The strength of a person is akin to the shadow of a tree. I, Qin Feng, need not speak of my own worth. Taking a deep breath of his last cigarette, Qin Feng crushed the butt beneath his heel and approached Siekuan, standing less than a meter away, hands in his pockets. With an intensity that brooked no argument, he issued his ultimatum, stating that even the King of Heaven could not touch Yang Fan and his companions today. Qin Feng, you truly possess an audacious tongue. Do you not see how many individuals stand behind me? Just a single spit from each of them could drown you. I acknowledge your fighting prowess. But can you truly contend with 10,000 men? Siekuan raised his hand, gesturing with his thumb to indicate the throng of people behind him, glaring at Qin Feng as he shouted. In his perspective, he commanded a legion of 10,000 followers in Hai Gang, far exceeding the numbers Qin Feng had during his peak. What could Qin Feng possibly use to challenge him? Siekuan, I did not intend to confront you upon my return to Hai Gang. If you had the sense to refrain from posturing before me, perhaps you could have continued as a prosperous figure. However, since you have chosen to court danger, do not blame me for being ruthless. Open your eyes and behold what I hold in my hand. I offer you but a single opportunity, before all present. Kneel and address me as grandfather. Hear me well, Siekuan. I shall count to 3. If you have not complied by the count of 3, at midnight tonight, at the Fisherman's Wharf by the southern banks of Hai Gang City, where I, Qin Feng, first made my mark, we shall each gather our forces and engage in a decisive battle. Without involving the authorities, we shall determine who is superior. Let us see whether you, Siekuan, are more formidable, or if I, Qin Feng, am the mightier force. Suddenly, Qin Feng withdrew the formidable red dragon twin sticks from his shoulder bag, raising them high in his hands. He sternly commanded Siekuan, offering him one final opportunity. Upon his return, Qin Feng had intended to lead a life of an ordinary student at Harbour University, bidding farewell to his past and wishing to conceal his significant status within the intricate web of Haoxiang. However, fate had other plans. From the very first day of his return, Siekuan was prepared to confront him, even dispatching Zhou Yun, the proprietor of Moonlight, to issue a challenge at Harbour University. Regardless of whether he instructed Yang Fan and others to create a scene at the entrance of Qiangxing, the outcome would remain unchanged. Today, Siekuan had already amassed an army of 10,000, cornering him at the university gates. In such a scenario, if he did not demonstrate the extent of his power to Siekuan, it would be as if he had squandered years on the streets. What? Those are the dragon sticks of Xiangjiang and the red sticks of the Hongmen? Upon recognizing the items in Qin Feng's grasp, a deafening chorus of gasps erupted at the entrance of Hai Gang University. The thousands of individuals aligned with Siekuan, along with the hundreds of students from Hai Gang University standing behind Qin Feng, widened their eyes in disbelief, unable to fathom that the red dragon twin sticks, capable of mobilizing a combined force of 160,000 from the two cities, were now in his possession. Did this imply that Qin Feng had risen to become the sovereign of Haoxiang? Had he truly encompassed the wealth of the two most prosperous cities along the southern border of Longnan? If this were indeed the case, perhaps only the heavens could comprehend the magnitude of Qin Feng's power within the Dragon Kingdom at this moment. Siekuan himself was utterly astounded, standing frozen in place, his mouth agape, gasping to steady his frayed nerves. Yet he found himself unable to do so, for he realized that the two objects held by Qin Feng were not merely sticks. They represented the command of an entire army of 160,000 fierce and formidable individuals from Haoxiang. Prior to arriving at Hai Gang University, Siekuan never imagined he would find himself in such a predicament. He had initially intended to leverage his years of influence in Hai Gang to decisively overpower Qin Feng, thereby demonstrating his strength to the citizens of the port city. However, it was only at this moment that he comprehended the futility of his 10,000 men in the face of the two sticks in Qin Feng's possession. They were utterly insignificant. The ferocity and brutality of the individuals from Haoxiang were leagues beyond what his followers could contend with. Even against a mere 3,000, they could easily chase down and decimate his entire force, sending them fleeing in panic throughout the city. Siekuan swore that had he known beforehand about the two items in Qin Feng's possession, He would never have dared to come to Haigang University and put on airs in front of him, even if it meant losing his life. However, it was now too late to express regret. Faced with the ultimatum presented by Qin Feng, Xie Kun was instantly drenched in perspiration, utterly at a loss. 3. At this moment, Qin Feng commenced his countdown, compelling Xie Kun to kneel before his subordinates from the Changsheng group. As the saying goes, one's dignity is conferred by others, but the loss of face is one's own doing. Xie Kun forsook the well-trodden path and chose to oppose Qin Feng, and thus he had no one to blame but himself for the predicament he found himself in. Kung Ge, hurry and kneel. If one hesitates in making a decision, chaos will ensue. Indeed, Brother Feng commanded an army of 160,000 underlings in Haoxiang. In such circumstances, what could they possibly use to contend with him? Exactly. The matter of pride pales in comparison to the preservation of life. If Brother Feng truly brings all these men to Haigang tonight, it is likely that Changsheng will vanish from the face of the earth by morning. Observing Xie Kun's indecisive demeanor, Ding Li and the other key figures from the Changsheng group hastily urged him to relent. Beads of sweat dotted their foreheads and cheeks, as if they had just emerged from a deluge. For the moment, not only Xie Kun, but even they had not anticipated that Qin Feng possessed such formidable items. Had they been aware earlier, they would never have risked their lives by confronting Xie Kun here. Qin Feng commanded 160,000 underlings in Haoxiang. What could their mere 10,000 do against him? If both sides were to engage in a duel in an open arena, as Qin Feng suggested, it would likely take less than a minute for their formation to be shattered by the sheer force of those 160,000, leading to their eventual defeat. It was precisely due to their desire to avoid a confrontation with Qin Feng that they resolutely chose to counsel Xie Kun to kneel, sacrificing one for the safety of all. 2. Qin Feng swiftly called out the second number, vowing that if Xie Kun did not kneel within 3 counts, he would call Haoxiang to summon 30,000 elite troops, each from Helian Shi and Hong Min, to annihilate Xie Kun without leaving a trace. No more than that. Merely 30,000 from each would suffice. At that point, ensuring Xie Kun's survival would become a distant hope. Brother Feng, I was wrong. I did not intend to show off in front of you. It was all that wretched Xie Kun who forced me to act this way. Before Xie Kun could make his decision regarding kneeling to Qin Feng, Zhou Yun, who had just spoken impertinently to Qin Feng, suddenly dashed forward and knelt before him, clutching his leg tightly and pleading with tears in her voice for his forgiveness. The moment Zhou Yun beheld the red dragon twin staffs, symbols of supreme authority, in Qin Feng's hands, she was instantly struck with terror, her spirit seemingly fleeing. She had initially believed that Qin Feng's return signified a transformation, that he was no longer the same man from before. Yet, the reality proved otherwise. He was indeed a vastly more formidable version of himself. Even the renowned factions of the Helian Society and the Hongmen, second only to the Yamaguchi Gumi of Japan, had succumbed to the might of Qin Feng. Now clad in denim, how could she, a mere woman of frail disposition, dare to utter such rebellious words to him? It was as if her mind had been befuddled, akin to being struck not once, but rather 360 times by a stubborn mule. Qin Feng, however, paid no heed to Zhou Yun, who knelt before him, weeping and lamenting. Instead, his gaze shifted toward the formidable leader of the current powerful conglomerate, Xie Kun. Gripping the twin staffs tightly, he gritted his teeth and shouted the final number, simultaneously preparing to summon reinforcement from the second city of Haoxiang. The members of the Helian Society and Hongmen were to embark on a vessel tonight, landing at the Fisherman's Wharf along the southern banks of the Jiang River, ready to confront Xie Kun in a battle to the death. He vowed that if he did not shatter Xie Kun's ambitions tonight, he would no longer bear the surname Qin. Yet, just as Qin Feng was poised to act, Xie Kun, who had been standing silently before him, head bowed and fists clenched, suddenly stirred, as if he had reached a decision of his own. Chapter 23. The Decapitation Operation. The drug lord of the Golden Triangle confronts Qin Feng. Xie Kun raised his head, letting out a silent sigh, his face betraying a smile tinged with unbearable bitterness. He lamented that after all these years, he was still no match for Qin Feng, who continued to keep him underfoot like a mere basket. Over the past 3 years, Xie Kun had been diligently striving in the harbor, continually expanding his ranks and ascending the hierarchy. Finally, he secured the position of the leader of the prosperous group, commanding nearly 10,000 subordinates, more than 3 times the number Qin Feng had during his peak in the harbor. Initially, Xie Kun believed that with his newfound strength, he could easily crush Qin Feng and prove to the 30 million citizens of Port City that he was the true sovereign of the city, relegating Qin Feng to the annals of history. However, it was only now that Xie Kun realized he had overestimated himself. Qin Feng remained the same formidable figure, the most ruthless person in Longnan, unmatched by anyone. In these 3 years, it was not just Xie Kun who had developed. Qin Feng had also grown exponentially stronger. The gap between them had not diminished. Rather, it had widened significantly. Xie Kun could never have anticipated that even the 2 prestigious, historically entrenched societies, the League and the Hongmen, had fallen under Qin Feng's command. What could he, Xie Kun, possibly use to contend with Qin Feng? His 10,000 subordinates were scarcely enough to serve as fodder for the League and the Hongmen's beasts. If Qin Feng were to rally his 16,000 men to Longnan and land in the harbor, Xie Kun and his entire family would meet their demise. Fully aware of this reality, Xie Kun made a momentous decision in the final countdown to Qin Feng's arrival. Before the gates of Harbour University, in front of his more than 10,000 subordinates, he chose to kneel before Qin Feng, bowing in submission. Although such an act was undeniably humiliating, he felt he had no other option. Master, I, Xie Kun, was wrong. I should not have brought my men to the gates of Harbour University to show off. In the harbor, you are the heavens. I am even less than a basket. I hope you can show mercy and spare me and my brothers. From this day forth, I, Xie Kun, will be your diligent servant, repaying your immense kindness. In the next moment, with a thud, Xie Kun fell to his knees touching the ground as he looked up into Qin Feng's eyes and spoke loudly. As his words echoed through the air, the nearly 10,000 onlookers at Harbour University drew in a collective breath, feeling a chill in the sweltering September heat, where temperatures approached 40 degrees. It is worth noting that during Qin Feng's absence over the past 3 years, Xie Kun had been a figure of considerable authority. Though he did not reach the heights of Qin Feng's past prowess, he too had wielded significant power, commanding respect and instilling fear. Wherever he went, he was accompanied by dozens of subordinates, exuding an imposing presence. The citizens of the city would steer clear of him. Yet, here was this once mighty figure, now kneeling before Qin Feng in front of 10,000 subordinates, pleading for his forgiveness. In that moment, all traces of Xie Kun's former arrogance had vanished. Instead, akin to a wayward child awaiting punishment from his grandfather, it is no wonder that the onlookers are left utterly astonished, as if the very basket is on the verge of disintegration. Very well, you, Xie Kun, seem to possess a modicum of self-awareness. Allow me to pose a singular question. From this moment forth, if my subordinate were to defecate at the entrance of your company, would that be permissible or not? Old Serving Xie, who knelt before him like a servile dog, Qin Feng initially offered a cold smile. He then bent down, grasped the man's hair, and fixed his gaze upon Xie Kun's eyes, demanding in a stern voice, the same applies as before. Upon his return, Qin Feng had no intention of dealing with Xie Kun, this insolent fool. However, since he insisted on challenging his authority, he would have to face the consequences. Not only Xie Kun, but anyone in this world who dares to provoke Qin Feng's dignity shall find themselves cast into the depths of despair by his own hand. To Qin Feng, there are only friends and foes. No shades of gray, no distinctions of right or wrong. He would lay bare his heart for friends and for enemies. He would do the same. Very well. Indeed, Brother Feng, not only is it acceptable for them to defecate at my company's entrance, but they may do so into my very mouth without any qualms. Henceforth, the entrance to Qiangxing headquarters shall serve as the exclusive restroom for your subordinates. They may relieve themselves as they please, in whatever quantity they desire. As the saying goes, when one is under a roof, they must bow their head. Under the intimidating presence of Qin Feng, who commands an impressive force of 160 000. Even someone as formidable as Xie Kun could only muster a forced smile and fervently acquiesce. Nearby, Ding Li and others trembled in fear, their legs shaking uncontrollably, at risk of collapsing at any moment. Meanwhile, Zhou Yun's elegant black gown had been thoroughly drenched, rendered transparent by the golden liquid. Even the university students standing behind Qin Feng dared not utter a sound, though the one facing punishment today was not them, but rather a high-ranking figure from Qianxin Group. The sheer intensity radiating from Qin Feng instilled a profound sense of dread in them, the former subordinates. In the past, they might have considered Osama bin Laden to be the most ruthless individual in the world. Yet now, they realized that even the most vicious like Laden would have to kneel and offer a toast to Qin Feng if they were to share a table. Otherwise, they risked having their legs shattered by Qin Feng's wrath. Old Me should be immensely grateful that Qin Feng hails from the Dragon Country. Had their roles been reversed, the catastrophic event on the 11th would not have been the Twin Towers, but rather all of New York. Laden would have donned a backpack, transformed into a dutiful student, and perhaps even faced the school bully, only to be cornered in the restroom and struck a few times. And this is Qin Feng, a man whose ruthlessness penetrates to the very core. With just a touch more ferocity, he would metamorphose into a werewolf. No matter where he finds himself, he remains the unequivocal sovereign. The lineage that courses through his veins forbids him from being looked down upon or from adopting a low profile. Upon hearing Xie Kun's words, Qin Feng gradually rose to his feet, retrieving a long Hua cigarette from his pocket and placing it between his lips. Immediately behind him, 4 or 5 university students, trembling, extended their lighters to ignite it. The events of the day had transpired. You should consider yourselves fortunate that I am presently adorned in a white shirt. Had you encountered me at the age of 20, clad in a Zhongshan suit upon my arrival in Haigang, I dare say none of you would have left this place unscathed. After taking a drag from his cigarette, Qin Feng cast a piercing glance over the throng of over 10,000 members of the Qianxin Group before him and spoke vehemently. The reality of the situation was indeed as he described. When he first arrived in Haigang, it marked one of the most perilous phases of his life. The fact that he donned a Zhongshan suit at such a young age speaks volumes, for it was the most convenient attire for brawling and the easiest to maneuver. In those days, Qin Feng was perpetually prepared for confrontation. It was either he would be vanquished or he would subdue his adversaries. However, a decade filled with tumult and trials had transformed him profoundly. He had witnessed the darker facets of society, scaled the heights of success, and plummeted to the depths of despair. Having endured countless storms and bloodshed, he had long since altered his mindset. He yearned for a life of normalcy and cherished the tranquility of peaceful days. Yet, let it be clear, he now seeks no trouble, but is unequivocally unafraid of it. Anyone daring to obstruct his pursuit of such a life would find themselves facing dire consequences. Before him stood Xie Kun, the perfect illustration of this reality. Take your people and leave. Remember, from this day forth, in public, upon encountering me and my subordinates, you shall address me as sir. Otherwise, each time I see you, I shall strike. With that, Qin Feng extinguished the remaining half of his long Hua cigarette on Xie Kun's bald head, giving a firm pat on his skull. After delivering this proclamation, he slid his hands into his pockets, turned, and strode towards the inner campus. Young Fen, along with several hundred university students wielding wooden sticks and bricks, followed closely behind, their heads held high, exuding an air of triumph as they returned. Never had they felt so formidable as they did in that moment. The thought of having a powerful figure like Qianxing's esteemed leader address them as sir in public was nothing short of exhilarating. Kun, Brother Kun, we should go, Ding Li quickly urged, assisting the motionless Xie Kun, who resembled a wooden puppet, trembling as he spoke. Feng, Brother Feng, are we leaving? Only upon hearing their voices did Xie Kun awaken from his stupor, shaking his head as he anxiously inquired, still under the impression that Qin Feng lingered nearby. At that moment, a small puddle had formed beneath his black suit trousers. We should depart soon. Otherwise, it will be too late when the authorities arrive. Ding Li supported Xie Kun as they hastily made their way to the vehicle. What perplexed him was the grandiose spectacle orchestrated by the stronghold today, with nearly 10,000 personnel surrounding Haigang University. Logically, the officers from the Six Gates should have arrived by now. Yet, even after their withdrawal, the presence of the Six Gates was conspicuously absent, leaving Ding Li in profound bewilderment. What could possibly have transpired to deter the Six Gates from making an appearance? What on earth is happening? Is Six Gates on holiday today? Even Siekuan, who had settled into the rear of a business vehicle, after taking a calming sip of tea, cast his gaze around and furrowed his brow in inquiry. Uncertain, we should leave swiftly. It would be better if they do not seek us out, Ding Li replied, shaking his head and signaling that they should vacate the premises promptly. Otherwise, if the Six Gates were to fixate upon them, it would spell trouble. Subsequently, under Siekuan's directive, a fleet of nearly 100 large buses, each filled with 1,000 people, departed from the entrance of Haigang University at breakneck speed. Little did they know that it was not that the Six Gates chose to ignore the incidents at the university's gates today. Rather, they had not deployed any forces to the location whatsoever. At that very moment, nearly all the officers in the city were engaged in a blockade on a street in the Luyuan district of Haigang City, encircling a group of drug traffickers who had infiltrated from the Golden Triangle. This operation was personally led by Wu Sanguwei, the head of the Six Gates, with Xie Shan, the leader of the Major Crimes Unit, appointed as the action commander. The Haigang police had meticulously planned this operation for quite some time. As early as 2 weeks prior, they had received intelligence indicating that a group of drug traffickers from the Golden Triangle had secretly entered Haigang, numbering over 100. They were poised to conduct a monumental transaction in the city, carrying over a ton of narcotics. Should such an enormous quantity of drugs infiltrate the market, the consequences for the entire port city would be unimaginable, something the Six Gates could readily anticipate. Thus, they orchestrated this meticulously devised operation, codenamed Decapitation, intending to capture the ringleader, Dinan, on the afternoon of September 1st, and subsequently round up the rest of the gang. However, when the operation was set into motion, complications arose. Dinan and 3 other traffickers were aboard a military-green Toyota Land Cruiser, armed with extremely lethal heavy weaponry, 2 AK-47s and an M4A1. When the two sides engaged in actual gunfire, the Haigang police sensed something was amiss. They had initially presumed that these individuals were equipped only with handguns and similar light arms, never anticipating the presence of AK-47s and M4A1s, weapons typically reserved for battlefields. Consequently, the 4 individuals preparing for the transaction leveraged their firepower to injure several officers, escaping from a nearby hotel. They sped off in a Land Cruiser down the streets of Haigang City. Fearing for the safety of civilians on the roads, the police dared not close in too closely, maintaining a safe distance while ensuring they kept the suspects in sight. They could not allow Dinan and his accomplices to evade justice, due to their intention to utilize Dinan in locating a stronghold in the harbor where over a ton of illicit drugs is concealed, along with more than 90 ruthless drug traffickers from the Golden Triangle. The situation grew increasingly desperate for Dinan and his companions, who found themselves cornered by the harbor police. Haiyun, did you not mention that you are acquainted with a powerful figure in the harbor? Call him immediately and urge him to devise a means to assist us. At that moment, seated in the back of a luxurious vehicle was a man in his 40s, clad in a black suit, with Southeast Asian features and disheveled long hair. He addressed the man in the front passenger seat, who appeared to be in his 30s and bore a look typical of Longwa, raising his voice with urgency. This individual was none other than Dinan, the leader of the Golden Triangle drug traffickers who had infiltrated the harbor. They were being pursued by hundreds of police vehicles, leaving them with no avenues for escape. Thus, Dinan urged Haijun to contact a formidable figure in the harbor, hoping for assistance in eluding capture. It was reported that this individual, named Siekuan, was a prominent leader within the Qiangxin group, commanding no fewer than 10,000 subordinates, and was one of the parties involved in their intended transaction. Should they be apprehended, Siekuan would undoubtedly incur significant losses as well. All right, Brother Nan, I will call Brother Kuan right away. Haijun, recognizing the gravity of the situation, hastily retrieved his phone and dialed Siekuan, perspiration beading on his forehead. Meanwhile, Siak-Cohen was seated in the rear of a Mercedes-Benz van, having just departed from Harbour University. Upon receiving Hai-Jun's call, he swiftly comprehended the reason for their continued evasion of capture. It appeared a far larger fish was being pursued by the Harbour police. "Where are you now?" Siak-Cohen inquired with a serious tone, although he initially had no desire to involve himself in such a significant matter. The fact that this group of Golden Triangle drug traffickers had some connection to the Qiangxin group compelled him to take notice. If Dinan were to be captured, he could very well face repercussions. "Brother Cohen, we have just reached the corner of Lianhua Street and are heading in the southeast direction." Hai-Jun confirmed their location from the passenger seat of the speeding vehicle, racing at 120 miles per hour. Lianhua Street. Upon seeing on the map that it was less than a kilometer from Harbour University, Siak-Cohen was suddenly filled with excitement, nearly springing from his seat. After being humiliated by Qin Feng in front of so many witnesses, a bold and wicked plan began to take shape in his mind. Since he could not confront Qin Feng directly, he would let this group of vicious drug traffickers from the Golden Triangle have their encounter with him, and see whether Qin Feng was truly superior or if these ruthless traffickers would prove more formidable. Listen carefully. 1 kilometer ahead of you lies a university, the finest institution in the entire harbor, where the children of local elites and wealthy merchants are enrolled. As long as you can reach there and subdue the students within, the harbor police will heed your commands. I have already pointed the way for you. Whether you can escape alive depends entirely on your own abilities. After uttering these words, Siak-Cohen abruptly hung up the phone. "Qin Feng, whether you live or die, it now hinges on your prowess." He then turned and cast his gaze towards the direction of Haigang University, speaking coldly. He surmised that given Qin Feng's temperament, he would never stand idly by in the face of today's events. For Qin Feng would not permit anyone in this world to dare disturb the peace he has established, not even the drug traffickers from the Golden Triangle. In his earlier years, when Qin Feng was a prominent figure in Haigang, he harbored an intense loathing for drugs. Having shattered the legs of countless traffickers, he had issued a stern warning. Anyone daring to deal drugs in Haigang would become his enemy. During his reign, no drug dealer dared to conduct business here. It was only after Qin Feng departed from Haigang that the drug market in the port city began to resurface over the past few years. If Qin Feng were to witness the sudden intrusion of Dinan and his armed cohorts into Haigang University, he would undoubtedly be seized by a bloodlust. Today, there will surely be a fatal confrontation between Dinan and Qin Feng. However, Siak-Cohen remained oblivious as to which party would ultimately meet their demise. Would it be the former kingpin of Haigang, Qin Feng, or this band of ruthless drug traffickers from the Golden Triangle? Chapter 24. They are armed. Exercise caution. Xiao Wu, drive immediately to Haigang University. Our chance of escaping lies entirely with these university students. Upon hearing Siak-Cohen's words over the phone, Dinan, the leader of the drug trafficking group, made a swift decision to heed the advice given. He instructed the driver, a formidable Southeast Asian man with a white tiger tattoo on his left arm and a green dragon on his right, to take the military green Toyota Land Cruiser to Haigang University. Believing in the soundness of Siak-Cohen's reasoning, he thought that as long as they could control the tens of thousands of students on campus, the Haigang police would be powerless against them. Meanwhile, the man named Xiao Wu sped forward, racing towards Haigang University according to the navigation. "Oh, Director Wu, it appears that group is heading towards Haigang University." At that moment, Xie Shan, the leader of the major crimes unit, who was not far behind the Land Cruiser, was immediately alarmed upon witnessing this. Grabbing her walkie-talkie, she urgently relayed to Wu Sangui, "Stop them. They must not be allowed to enter the campus." Upon receiving Xie Shanshan's report, Wu Sangui, who was situated at the center of the police convoy, was taken aback. A man in his 50s with a slightly stout build. He tightened his grip on the walkie-talkie and shouted back, "You must stop those drug traffickers before they breach the gates of Haigang University." Wu Sangui understood all too well the ramifications if those ruthless Golden Triangle drug lords managed to infiltrate the university. As one of the foremost institutions of higher learning in the entire port city and even the Dragon Kingdom, Haigang University housed tens of thousands of students. Among them were children of local dignitaries, including Shun Jialin, the daughter of Shun Wansan, president of the Haigang Chamber of Commerce, Yang Fan, the heir of the Yang Business Group, and Zhao Yang, son of Zhao Hongyuan from the Zhao Food Company, among many others. Should the drug traffickers succeed, the parents of these students would undoubtedly launch a media frenzy, hampering the police's every move and compelling them to negotiate with the criminals to ensure their children's safety. This was precisely the scenario Wu Sangue dreaded most, having never bowed to criminals in his storied career as a resolute police chief. He was determined not to allow this occasion to be any different. Thus, he urged Xie Shanshan to exert every effort to prevent the drug traffickers from entering Haigang University. Receiving Wu Sangue's command, Xie Shanshan recognized the gravity of the situation and acted with utmost seriousness. She ordered all police vehicles to floor the accelerator and pursue the military green Toyota Land Cruiser at full speed. On a different note, it was precisely 2 p.m. on September 1st in the imperial capital. Qin Feng's class was engaged in physical education on the playground. Having just resolved matters with a top figure from Qiangshan Group at the school gate, he was in high spirits, playing basketball with his newly recruited group of 13 followers, including Yang Fan, Shen Jialin, and Chu Yuqing, along with a group of vibrant young female university students, watched from the sidelines. They gazed in admiration at Qin Feng's dashing figure, occasionally erupting into cheers. Their beautiful faces lit up with delight, utterly captivated by him. However, something was amiss. A palpable aura of menace hung in the air. Just as Qin Feng completed a spectacular dunk and landed, his brow furrowed deeply. He stood frozen, ears perked, intently listening to the sounds around him, his senses heightened. He felt an ominous wave of murderous intent approaching from outside the gates of Haigang University. This was the first time in his life he had experienced such intense hostility. He could only conclude that those who were nearing were undoubtedly vicious individuals, stained with countless acts of bloodshed. In comparison, they were equally formidable. During his years in Haojiang, Qin Feng's already exceptional physical prowess had reached its zenith under the tutelage of an elder. He possessed an acute awareness of his surroundings. Even without seeing Di Nan and his companions, he sensed that a great threat was about to descend upon the campus of Haigang University. "Brother Feng, what's wrong?" someone inquired. "Did you twist your ankle when you landed?" At that moment, Yang Fan and the others noticed the sudden shift in Qin Feng's demeanor and hurried over, standing by his side, eager to understand what had caused his grave expression. "Everyone, get into the cafeteria, quickly." In the next instant, Qin Feng raised his head and, with the loudest voice he could muster, shouted to the hundreds of students on the Haigang University playground, urging them to flee to the safety of the cafeteria from the impending danger. However, in response to Qin Feng's warning, the students remained frozen in place, their gazes fixed on him in confusion, unsure of what was unfolding. Time was of the essence. As the menacing presence drew closer, Qin Feng disregarded the students, knowing that it was already too late for them to escape. Taking a deep breath, he swiftly retrieved the last remaining ace of spades from his pocket and concealed it in his sleeve, preparing to confront the imminent crisis. The ace of spades was his weapon of choice during his time in Haojiang, and he had always carried a couple with him for emergencies. However, he had already used one earlier that day at the entrance of Haigang University, leaving him with just this solitary card. He had no idea how many adversaries awaited him, but he resolved to make the most of this final card, hoping to eliminate as many foes as possible when the situation escalated. In the past, he had once dispatched 10 individuals in a single second with just one card, a feat that tested both his strength and speed as a killer. The crux of the matter lies in the positioning of the assailants. They must align themselves along the same arc to execute their sinister plan. At this moment, he summoned every drop of blood within him, fully prepared to confront whatever lay ahead. Simultaneously, the military green Toyota Land Cruiser arrived at the gates of Haigang University, having outpaced the local police. "Charge forward. Do not slow down," commanded Dinan from the back seat, pointing at the electric gates that were now within arm's reach. Even without Dinan's directive, his subordinate, Xiao Wu, would not have hesitated. He pressed the accelerator to the floor, propelling the vehicle towards the firmly shut gates of Haigang University. In the next instant, a deafening crash echoed as the once impenetrable gates were violently smashed apart. The Land Cruiser surged into the campus at breakneck speed, startling the elderly guard stationed at the entrance, who watched in disbelief as the vehicle barreled through the shattered gates. Confusion clouded his mind. Had he truly witnessed a car demolishing the university gates and storming inside? However, the bewilderment escalated moments later when a fleet of police cars, engines roaring, followed the path carved by the Land Cruiser into the campus. "What the hell? Are the police engaging in such reckless behavior?" he exclaimed, rising from his seat, his eyes nearly popping out in astonishment. Upon entering the campus, Denon and his crew stumbled upon nearly 100 students participating in physical education class on a playground. "Rush in. Secure this group of students to leverage our negotiation with the police," Denon instructed Xiao Wu, gesturing toward the young adults. Meanwhile, Gao Ju in the front passenger seat, along with a subordinate beside Denon, swiftly chambered their AKs, ready to subdue the unsuspecting university students, all in their early 20s and inexperienced in the harsh realities of life. As the Land Cruiser emerged onto the playground, the students finally sensed the impending danger, erupting into a cacophony of panic. Some, quick to react, turned and sprinted toward the cafeteria, while others stood frozen in shock, predominantly the female students among them. "You lot, get out of here. Run as far as you can," Qin Feng shouted, eyes fixed on the approaching Toyota, urging Yang Fan and the others to flee. He sensed the malevolent intent emanating from the vehicle. It was clear that the assailants intended to unleash a massacre at Haigang University. Earlier that day, he had already drawn a line in the sand, declaring the entire campus a no-go zone for gang activity, threatening to annihilate the families of anyone who dared to cross that threshold. At this moment, the imposing vehicle boldly surged into the campus, evidently dismissing Qin Feng's words. Although the identity of the intruders remained unclear, Qin Feng was indifferent to who they were. In this world, those who disregard his words are destined for a path of demise. However, upon concluding his statement, he noticed that Yang Fan and the 12 newly acquired subordinates stood resolutely by his side, fixated on the approaching vehicle. Despite their inner trepidation, they collectively suppressed their fear and stood with Qin Feng. They understood that after the confrontation at the gates of Haigang University with Xiekun, they had been accepted as Qin Feng's followers, assuming the role of his armed guards in Haigang. Given such circumstances, if their leader did not flee, why should they? After their recent display of audacity at the entrance of the strong group, their courage had significantly bolstered. They no longer felt like the frivolous university students of Haigang. They aspired to embody the same valiant spirit as their leader, facing adversity and foes without retreat, armed with blades to fight back. They would either be vanquished or compel their opponents into submission. Numerous individuals nearby picked up bricks from the ground, preparing to engage in battle with those inside the vehicle. Yet, just as they resolved to act, Qin Feng's next words stunned them momentarily. They promptly obeyed his command, discarding their makeshift weapons and crouching down. "Put down your weapons. Stay low. Move only when I tell you to," he instructed sternly to Yang Fan and the others. Over 3 years of training in Haojiang had honed his hearing to its peak. During the vehicle's approach, he had keenly detected the distinct sounds of firearms being readied. Based on the sound, Qin Feng deduced that the weapons in the assailants' possession were not ordinary firearms. Common guns could not produce such sounds. If he was not mistaken, they likely wielded submachine guns typically found on battlefields, such as the AK-47 and M4A1, capable of rapid fire. Realizing this, Qin Feng urgently cautioned Yang Fan and the others against any rash movements. Otherwise, they would face a hail of bullets upon the attackers' arrival, which could easily turn them into mere targets. He had not anticipated that the unexpected visitors to Haigang University would prove so formidable, armed with submachine guns. This suggested that they were likely not from the local underworld, as the street thugs of Haigang would not possess such weaponry. At most, they might have a few makeshift firearms. It was highly probable that these individuals were outsiders. With this thought, Qin Feng could not help but furrow his brow. At present, I find myself unable to ascertain the true origins of the individuals in question. However, as the imposing vehicle approached within a mere 10 meters, the moment I clearly discerned the faces of the 2 occupants in the front seats, a surge of recognition flooded over me, instantly confirming their identities. Every hair on my body stood on end, ignited by a potent mix of fury and adrenaline. My fists clenched tightly, teeth grinding in seething rage. The identity of these individuals was unmistakable. They were none other than the very drug traffickers I have loathed throughout my life. In my existence, I have encountered countless individuals, both virtuous and vile. Thus, I possess an acute awareness of what drug dealers resemble, their visages etched indelibly into my memory. Even a fleeting glance at one on the street would suffice for me to ascertain their illicit profession. Yet, this particular group diverged from the typical archetype of drug traffickers. Their countenances exuded an unmistakable ferocity, and their eyes were laden with an extraordinary chill and murderous intent. Such a gaze could only emanate from those who have been steeped in violence, having witnessed unspeakable horrors. Therefore, I surmised that these drug traffickers could only originate from a singular locale, the Golden Triangle. Chapter 25. Slaughtering 100 drug dealers, shocking the entire internet. As the world's largest drug den, the Golden Triangle is notorious for its infamy. The drug dealers within are inherently brutal, viewing human life with utter disdain, akin to mere dogs or livestock. In their eyes, only wealth and self-interest prevail. Anyone daring to infringe upon these two tenets would face relentless wrath, as even their parents would not be spared from their vengeance. They would be seized and have their legs broken without a shred of humanity. Upon learning that the intruders into the High Gang campus were drug dealers from the Golden Triangle, Qin Feng's murderous intent surged, threatening to tear the heavens asunder. It is known that among the vices of gambling, illicit affairs, and drugs, he harbors the deepest loathing for drugs. While gambling can turn a person into a lunatic and illicit affairs can corrupt one's soul, drugs transform individuals into demons. Once ensnared, the path to redemption is nearly impossible, and even the few who manage to escape often relapse, dragging their loved ones into the abyss of hell, from which there is no return. In his childhood, Qin Feng witnessed his father mortgage their family home for a bag of drugs. After his father was sent to a rehabilitation center, he found himself homeless, wandering the streets of Haicheng for 3 long years at the tender age of 10. During that time, he endured the harsh realities of life, far beyond what should befall one so young. This experience contributed to his ruthlessness towards enemies in later years. As he rose to power in High Gang, Qin Feng would break the legs of any drug dealer he encountered. If he encountered 2, he would break both. During his tenure in High Gang, no one dared to engage in the drug trade. Some audacious dealers, whose interests Qin Feng had encroached upon, attempted to confront him directly, only to be left bloodied and kneeling before him, swearing never to deal drugs again. They understood that while Qin Feng had infringed upon their interests, continuing to challenge his authority could cost them their lives. Over the course of 7 years, Qin Feng nearly extinguished the drug market in High Gang through sheer force of will, employing a method of violence to combat violence. These dealers were vicious, but he was even more so. The first offense warranted a broken leg, the second, severed hands, the third, the removal of eyeballs, and the fourth, a fate of being fed to the fish in the river. During that period, the drug dealers in High Gang feared not the law, but only Qin Feng. Now, as he stands witnessing the approaching vehicles of these Golden Triangle drug dealers, Qin Feng retrieves a long-lost cigarette from his pocket, placing it between his lips and igniting it. After taking a deep drag, he discards it to the ground, extinguishing it with his foot. He knows that after 3 years, he must once again take action to rectify the drug market in High Gang. This time, he vows to be 100-fold more merciless. Those who dare to deal drugs in their next life shall tremble in fear. If they wish to live, they better comply and remain on the ground. In the blink of an eye, the military green Toyota Land Cruiser rushed onto the playground with astonishing speed. Approaching the group of university students, the figure in the passenger seat, Gao Jun, took the lead, kicking open the car door and leaping out. Brandishing an AK-47, he fired a volley of bullets into the sky, the shell casings clattering to the ground. The thunderous sound sent over 100 students present into a panic. Crying out in fear, they hastily followed the instructions, crouching on the ground with their hands on their heads. Even Yang Fan, who had just picked up a brick, ready to fight back, was rendered motionless, trembling as he crouched down, his legs quaking uncontrollably. They had prepared for a confrontation, but never anticipated that these thugs would be armed. The fright nearly caused them to lose control of their bladders, with many still feeling the effects of the potent drug, compounded by their lengthy basketball game with Chin Fong on the playground. All the students from Harbour University complied with the directives of the drug dealers, some even lying flat on the ground. Only Chin Fong stood firm, motionless, his gaze fixed on Chen Jun and the others, a fierce glint of murder flashing in his eyes. Meanwhile, his right hand clenched tightly around the ace of spades concealed in his sleeve, poised for action. Little did he expect that the four armed dealers, upon exiting the vehicle, seemed to fear being targeted by police snipers, as they all oddly positioned themselves on one side of the Land Cruiser, with three forming a straight line. This provided him with an exceptional opportunity. Within a second, he could raise his hand and send these three to hell, leaving them utterly unaware of their impending demise. 1 second was all he needed. Any longer would mean his 3 years in Haogong would have been in vain. As for the fourth, if he could evade a bullet, he would be able to spring towards that individual and strike with deadly intent. Taking a deep breath, Chin Fong prepared to draw the ace of spades from his sleeve. Just then, he heard the urgent notification sound of a message from his phone in his pocket. Upon hearing it, his brow furrowed in concern. He quickly retrieved the phone and glanced at it, recognizing the unique alert he had set for the Serious Crimes Unit leader, Xie Shanshan. Opening the message, he was struck by its alarming content. Do not engage. In addition to the 4 drug dealers on site, there are 96 more from the Golden Triangle and Haigang, along with a ton of drugs yet to be traded. The police intend to use these 4 individuals to locate the ton of drugs and the hideouts of the remaining 96 dealers. Reading the message, Chin Fong inhaled sharply, his teeth grinding together in agitation. To his astonishment, this group of traffickers from the Golden Triangle numbered as many as 100 and bore with them a ton of narcotics. Should he choose to eliminate the 4 before him, given the ruthlessness characteristic of Golden Triangle drug dealers, it would likely become exceedingly difficult to track down the remaining 96. From the message sent by Xie Shanshan, he learned that these traffickers had established a significant base within the harbor. The remaining 96 dealers, along with the ton of drugs, were concealed therein. Contemplating this, a more audacious and blood-soaked plan of massacre began to take shape in his mind. He resolved to march towards their stronghold and, in the most brutal manner possible, annihilate the entire 100 traffickers from the Golden Triangle. He intended to send a clear message to the world of drug dealers about the dire consequences of attempting to peddle drugs in the harbor. Although such an act would effectively declare war on the Golden Triangle, exposing himself to potential retaliation, who truly cares? He vowed that if the Golden Triangle dared to retaliate, he would not hesitate to dismantle their entire nest. Admittedly, the challenge of achieving this goal seemed daunting, but it mattered little. As the saying goes, the path is forged by those who walk it, and success is born of determination. If one is unperturbed by life and death, then let it be known that if provoked, he shall respond with ferocity. Have you gone deaf? Get down, he shouted. Are you seeking death? Do you believe I won't split your skull open? Just then, a barrage of bullets from an AK-47 suddenly rained down mere inches before Chin Fong, creating craters in the concrete ground. The assailant was none other than Xiao Wu, the driver from the Golden Triangle, adorned with tattoos of the Azure Dragon on his left and the White Tiger on his right. After silently memorizing the assailant's features, Chin Fong, like his fellow students, slowly crouched down, hands clasped over his head. If any among the 100 traffickers were destined to meet a particularly gruesome end, it would likely be Xiao Wu, who had just fired upon him. I'll sever your head and make you drink your own brains, he cursed. Today, Chin Fong was determined to teach these arrogant traffickers from the Golden Triangle a lesson about the existence of greater powers beyond their own. If there existed someone capable of greater brutality than the Golden Triangle drug dealers, it could only be him, Chin Fong. No one else could possibly rival him. Meanwhile, Xie Shanshan, having led a substantial contingent of police officers to encircle the university's playground, exhaled a long breath upon seeing Chin Fong among the students. Dutifully following the trafficker's commands and crouching down, She wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead, acutely aware that her concern lay not with Qin Feng's safety, but with the fate of those traffickers. The moment she saw him crouch, she understood that these individuals would live a little longer. Her greatest fear was that Qin Feng, upon the traffickers' arrival at the university playground, would immediately strike and eliminate them all. Given Qin Feng's nature, he would either refrain from action altogether, or if he chose to act, he would ensure that none would survive. Due to the hostage situation involving nearly 100 students from Haigang University, who were held at gunpoint with AK-47s and M4A1 assault rifles by Dinan and his associates, Xie Shanshan refrained from taking any rash actions upon her arrival at the scene. Instead, she ordered a complete lockdown of Haigang University and prepared to deploy negotiation experts to engage with the drug traffickers. Gao Jun, place a video call to Xie Kuan. Have him identify which of these students are the offspring of influential families. We will then use them as hostages to facilitate our escape. Following Xie Kuan's instructions, the situation at Haigang University was temporarily stabilized. Dinan immediately began preparations for their next move, intending for his subordinate Gao Jun to confirm which students held special statuses. All right. Understood, Brother Nan, Gao Jun replied, taking Dinan's words seriously as he quickly initiated a video call to Xie Kuan. Oh no, it's over, Brother Nan. Xie Kuan has blocked me, Gao Jun exclaimed in shock, clutching his phone. Meanwhile, Xie Kuan was too apprehensive to answer Gao Jun's call, having learned through live news broadcasts that Qin Feng was also present at the scene. He feared the police, but was primarily concerned about Qin Feng discovering his association with the drug traffickers. Xie Kuan was acutely aware of Qin Feng's vehement disdain for drugs. By guiding Dinan and his group to Haigang University, he had already crossed a line with Qin Feng. If he were to assist in identifying individuals among the traffickers, he could very well end up as a meal for Qin Feng later on. Given Qin Feng's capabilities, he could certainly carry out such an act. Thus, Xie Kuan urgently severed ties with Gao Jun and the others. See if there are any acquaintances still at Haigang. If he can help us extract a few key individuals, I, Dinan, will reward him with $1 million. Dinan declared. Once he heard this, Dinan furrowed his brow and continued speaking to Gao Jun. Since we've lost our connection with Xie Kuan, we must devise another plan. Gao Jun then opened his contacts, busily searching for potential allies. Under the allure of Dinan's $1 million offer, a local bigwig familiar with the Haigang area soon expressed willingness to assist. The two quickly connected via video call. Within a minute, they had identified several key figures who could facilitate their escape. First on the list was Shun Jialin, the daughter of Shun Wansan, president of the Haigang Chamber of Commerce. It was imperative that they secure her release. Shun Wansan wielded significant influence in the Haigang business community, and news of his daughter's abduction would undoubtedly incite a media frenzy, hindering police actions to ensure her safety. Additionally, Yang Fen, the eldest son of the Yang family business group, and Chu Yuqing were also viable options. While Chu Yuqing hailed from a modest background, she was undoubtedly an exceptional student at Haigang University. Not only was he the president of the student council, but he also achieved an astonishing score, just 1 point shy of perfection, in the college entrance examination, securing his place at Haigang University. Ma Ziva Su Fang, discreetly hiding among a throng of students in her black skirt, was equally notable. This individual was a teacher at Haigang University, accompanied by several key students. They could easily take Su Fang away as well, thereby enhancing their diversity of identities and, to a greater extent, ensuring their safety. After concluding a call with that person, Dinan swiftly made his decision, opting to take 3 individuals from this location. His choice to leave with only 3 was primarily due to the fact that their Toyota Land Cruiser could accommodate no more than 7 people. Besides the 4 of them, they could transport 3 additional students. Dinan had already selected these 3 individuals: Shun Jialin, the daughter of the president of the Haigang Chamber of Commerce; Chu Yuqing, an outstanding student from Haigang University; and Su Fang, the teacher from the same university. All 3 were women. Yang Fan, due to his gender, narrowly escaped a dire situation at a critical moment. Dinan's decision to select only females was strategic. Not only could these 3 serve as hostages, But they could also fulfill other roles, such as providing amusement for the brothers and engaging in various activities. You three, step forward. Get in the car. Hurry up. Upon hearing Dinan's orders, Gao Jun, Xiao Wu, and another Southeast Asian drug dealer immediately aimed their guns at Shun Jialin, Chu Yuqing, and Su Fang, their expressions fiercely menacing, as if they were ready to devour them. Yet, internally they were elated, gazing at the exceptionally beautiful trio, nearly drooling in admiration of their sharp-eyed leader's discernment in selecting hostages. If they successfully transported Shinjalin and her companions back to their base, who could fathom the delight they would experience that evening? The suffering that awaited Shinjalin and the others was undoubtedly unimaginable. Haha! Upon hearing Gao Jun and the others, the three already terrified girls were now trembling, nearly losing control of their bladders. They could vividly envision the dire circumstances they would face if taken by these drug dealers. It was certain that their fate would not be a simple one of being held as hostages. They would undoubtedly endure much worse. Fully aware of the gravity of the situation, the moment their names were called, none of them moved. Get in the car, damn it! Are you deaf or what? However, the drug dealers paid no heed, forcefully pushing through the group of university students and dragging the three into the Land Cruiser. Once everything was settled, the negotiation experts arranged by the police, dressed in suits, entered the scene, hoping to employ some verbal artistry to subdue Nan and his companions without conflict. But the next moment, a barrage of AK-47 bullets fired in front of him harshly pulled him back to reality. He was acutely aware that he was not facing an ordinary criminal, but rather a ruthless drug dealer from the most notorious drug trafficking hub in the world. The Golden Triangle, who would kill without a second thought. While he attempted to engage in a verbal exchange, the adversary was only prepared to respond with firearms. He instructed the Harbour police to evacuate Harbour University with utmost urgency. Otherwise, they would promptly send these three young women, along with the remaining 100 students present, to their demise. As a negotiation expert uttered this ultimatum, Dinan dismissed him with a wave. At that moment, he noticed a robust, male, student clad in a white shirt rising slowly from the crowd. The young man retrieved a long-lost cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and took a deep drag, casting a defiant gaze in their direction, exuding an air of fearless resignation. If memory served him correctly, this individual had been the only student standing when they first arrived on the scene. Now, seeing Qin Feng rise once more, Dinan was genuinely perplexed by his intentions. Was this university student truly unafraid of death? In such dire circumstances, he dared to stand and challenge their authority. What the hell are you doing standing up? Are you out of your mind? Wu, the driver adorned with tattoos of the Azure Dragon and White Tiger, seethed with anger upon witnessing this. He brandished his AK-47, approaching Qin Feng and pressing the muzzle against his forehead, his eyes wide with fury as he shouted curses. Yet, in the next moment, Qin Feng's unexpected reaction astonished him. The thumb that had been resting on the trigger trembled, nearly causing an accidental discharge. Come on, shoot me. If you have the guts, pull the trigger. If you're afraid, then you're nothing but a coward. With that, Qin Feng raised his right hand, firmly grasping the barrel of the weapon. After delivering this audacious challenge, he shoved the gun into his own mouth. This shocking display rendered the over 100 students present, along with the 4 drug dealers, utterly speechless. No one anticipated that Qin Feng would perform such a reckless act. Damn it, I will slay the heavens and the earth, and everything in between. There is no one in this world I fear to kill. A mere university student dares to challenge me? If you seek death, I shall grant it. Wu, now thoroughly enraged, shouted at Qin Feng while raising his firearm, ready to end his life. In the Golden Triangle, where murder was as trivial as using the restroom, he had never been so openly provoked, especially by someone who was supposed to be a hostage. Are you insane, Wu? Put the gun down. Quickly. At that moment, Gao Jun rushed over, seizing the weapon and interrupting his actions. The negotiation specialist was currently in discussions with the police. If they were to kill a student in plain sight, it was highly unlikely that the authorities would allow them to escape. It is precisely because he is acutely aware of this that Gao Jun maintains his composure, imploring Xiao Wu not to act impulsively. Gao Yun, today's events have nothing to do with you. Get lost. The audacity of this student from Longwu University to confront Xiao Wu in such a manner ignited a fierce desire for retribution within him. He felt compelled to obliterate the insolent fool's confidence. Despite Gao Jun's entreaties, Xiao Wu had no intention of heeding his words. He shot him a fierce glare and vehemently cursed, shoving him aside as he prepared to strike again. "Put down the gun." Yet, the authoritative shout from Din Nan compelled him to relent. While he could dismiss Gao Jun's counsel, Dinan's words commanded his obedience. Subsequently, he turned his gaze towards Qin Feng, still grappling with a sense of indignation. "You, get into the trunk." An epiphany struck him, and he pressed the gun's muzzle against Qin Feng, contemplating that since he could not eliminate Qin Feng here, it would be wiser to take him hostage. Once back at their headquarters, it would not merely be a matter of a single bullet to end Qin Feng's life. Rather, he envisioned a plethora of torturous methods to ensure Qin Feng would suffer a protracted demise. A broad smile spread across Xiao Wu's face as he envisioned the grim fate awaiting Qin Feng. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's command, Qin Feng exhibited no hesitation, swiftly advancing to the back seat of the vehicle and voluntarily closing the trunk door behind him. This was precisely what he desired. Witnessing Xiao Wu's unwavering resolve, despite feeling that bringing an additional person along was somewhat unnecessary, both Din Nan and Gao Jun refrained from further protest, tacitly acquiescing to the situation. However, inexplicably, at the moment Qin Feng entered the trunk, both men experienced an unsettling twitch in their left eyelids, accompanied by a palpable difficulty in breathing. It was as though an unseen force had tightened its grip around their throats. In that fleeting instant, they could almost perceive the spectral figures of the Yin and Yang guardians before them, each brandishing chains of soul-binding and shackles, gazing at them with mirthful expressions. Chapter 26. Heartfelt and gruesome, exceedingly bloody, brutal, beyond imagination. A chill cascaded down their spines. It felt as though their very souls were being extracted at that moment. In a surreal haze, the two could faintly perceive their great-grandmothers standing before them, engaging in idle chatter, proclaiming that they would soon meet. This chilling sensation lingered for a full 3 seconds before dissipating. Once they regained their composure, Dinan and Gao Jun exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by the inexplicable experience they had just undergone. It was unlike anything they had ever encountered in their lives, akin to the sensation of life teetering on the brink of oblivion, and indeed, the reality mirrored this sentiment. The instant Qin Feng officially entered the imposing SUV, the 100 drug dealers lurking in the harbor had already commenced their countdown to demise. Meanwhile, a negotiations specialist in his early 40s, clad in a tailored suit, trembled as he returned to the police side, conveying Dinan's demands to Xie Shanshan and Wu Sangye. The ultimatum was clear. The harbor police were to withdraw entirely and allow them to leave. Even the helicopters monitoring the situation from above were to retreat. Failure to comply would result in the execution of several hostages. Absolutely not. The police could not withdraw. Upon hearing the negotiators' words, Wu Sangye, the head of the harbor's 6 gates, decisively waved his hand and spoke with grave seriousness. Wu Sangye understood that if the police evacuated the Harbour University, along with the helicopters, they would be oblivious to where the drug dealers would escape. He could not allow these criminals to vanish from under their noses, especially while taking hostages. Such an occurrence would undoubtedly tarnish the reputation of the harbor police. As a renowned and iron-willed police chief, Wu Sangye was resolute in refusing to yield to Dinan and his cohorts. "Director Wu, we should withdraw," Xie Shanshan interjected, locking eyes with Wu Sangye. "The 3 hostages will be fine. One person has just boarded the drug dealer's vehicle." At that moment, Xie Shanshan stepped forward, gravely stating her observation through binoculars. She had seen Qin Feng, under duress from a drug dealer, climb into the SUV's trunk. Having known Qin Feng for many years, she could intuitively deduce that he had deliberately done so to accompany Dinan and the others to the drug dealer's lair in the Golden Triangle. "You mean Qin Feng?" Wu Sangye sighed, acknowledging her statement. "I am aware he boarded the vehicle. However, the issue lies in the fact that he is alone. There are 100 of those drug dealers. Once he is taken to their base, can he truly contend with such overwhelming numbers?" Listening to Xia Shanshan's words, Wu Sangui sighed silently and shook his head. He remained convinced that the police could not withdraw. If Dinan successfully transported the hostages to their stronghold, it was unlikely that any would survive. In that event, the Harbour police would not only fail to apprehend the drug dealers, but would also be responsible for the tragic fate of several university students, inevitably becoming the subject of ridicule worldwide. Regarding Qin Feng, Wu Sangui is certainly aware of his reputation. After all, he was a prominent figure in the coastal city and throughout the entire Longnan region, with whom the police had frequent dealings. He had previously cooperated with law enforcement, assisting in the resolution of numerous drug trafficking cases. Wu Sangui understands the formidable strength of Qin Feng, who possesses unparalleled courage and fierce combat prowess, rivaling even the special forces of the Dragon Kingdom. It is said that during his early years in Ha City, while attending middle and high school, he nearly unified the entire underworld of Ha City. The fact that Qin Feng has managed to survive in such a tumultuous and violent environment speaks volumes of his extraordinary capabilities. Most importantly, it appears that Qin Feng harbors an even greater animosity towards drug traffickers than the police do. He has been known to break the legs of several traffickers, and Wu Sangui harbors no doubt about Qin Feng's hatred for them. However, he is apprehensive about Qin Feng's ability to handle the situation. If they were to reach the trafficker stronghold, it would not only jeopardize the safety of the female students, but potentially cost him his life as well. Director Wu, let me put it this way. If Qin Feng had intended to kill Dinan and the others, he could have done so in less than a second. The reason he has refrained from acting is to eliminate more drug traffickers. Today, it remains uncertain who is the hunter and who is the prey. Order the troops to withdraw. Director Wu, I assure you with my life that the 3 female students will be safe today. Only then will the police have a chance to locate the trafficker's stronghold. Rest assured, I have access to Qin Feng's mobile tracking. Even if we were to withdraw the helicopters from the sky, we can still utilize the tracking to determine Dinan's location. Xia Shanshan shook her phone, continuing to speak to Wu Sangui. The coordinates of Qin Feng were clearly displayed on her device, pinpointing Haigang University on the map. Fina, Shan, we will proceed as you suggest. If today succeeds, both of us will undoubtedly advance in our careers. But if we fail, we should prepare for resignation. After a brief moment of hesitation, Wu Sangui acquiesced to Xia Shanshan's proposal, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder and speaking earnestly. The lives of the 3 hostages at Haigang University, along with the trajectories of their careers, now rested upon Qin Feng's shoulders. He could only hope that Qin Feng wouldn't mismanage the situation. Once Qin Feng's final location was confirmed, the Haigang police would dispatch the elite Flying Tigers to rescue the hostages and apprehend the 100 traffickers from the Golden Triangle. This was indeed a viable plan. Subsequently, Wu Sangui ordered the Haigang police to clear the roads, allowing Dinan and his accomplices an escape route. Meanwhile, under Wu Sangui's command, 2 helicopters gradually descended onto the playground of Haigang University. Xiao Wu, increase the speed to the maximum. Anyone who dares obstruct our path will receive a hail of bullets. On the other side, Dinan and the 3 traffickers had already boarded a Toyota Land Cruiser, preparing to abduct the hostages and make their escape. Upon witnessing the Harbour police clearing a path and 2 helicopters descending from the sky, it became evident that this was a rare opportunity for escape. He commanded Xiao Wu to drive, while instructing the other 2 subordinates to brandish their firearms, tasked with fending off the external police. His responsibility was to manage the 3 hostages within the vehicle. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Wu executed a sharp turn in the SUV and sped away at an astonishing 180 miles per hour towards the outskirts of the school. In less than 10 seconds, they reached the entrance of Harbour University, swiftly vanishing into the streets. Shanshan, hurry, find out where they are headed. Once the group departed, Wu Sangui barked at Xia Shanshan to check Qin Feng's location. This. However, upon glancing at the phone's tracking information, Xia Shanshan was instantly drenched in cold sweat. The reason was simple. At that very moment, the screen displayed Qin Feng's phone location, which astonishingly remained on the playground of Harbour University, Could it be that Qin Feng had not brought his phone with him on this trip, leaving it behind? Subsequently, Xie Shanshan dispatched someone to search the playground, and indeed, they discovered Qin Feng's phone. This was all part of Qin Feng's deliberate plan. Before getting into the car, he had intentionally left his phone behind to prevent the police from tracing his whereabouts while he dealt with today's affairs. He required ample time to deliver a heartfelt farewell meal to each of the 100 Golden Triangle drug traffickers. Once he had sent these individuals to report to the King of Hell, he would naturally contact the police to collect the bodies. However, prior to that, it was imperative that the authorities remained oblivious to their location. He did not wish to grant these 100 Golden Triangle drug traffickers an easy way out. In Qin Feng's eyes, falling into the hands of the police was already the best outcome for this group. It was undoubtedly a judgment made, a reckoning awaited. At most, they could survive another 6 months in this world, possibly enjoying a meal each day. This was a scenario Qin Feng refused to accept. He intended to exact his own form of punishment upon these 100 drug traffickers. They were to bid farewell to this world in a most harrowing manner. This should be the inevitable fate of every drug trafficker. Having brought drugs into this realm, they must be prepared for a gruesome end. None of these 100 traffickers would see the sun rise again tomorrow. This was a promise from Qin Feng. Not even Jesus could save them. Quick, pursue them. Upon realizing the gravity of this unexpected situation, Wu Sangue broke into a cold sweat. He immediately ordered all police vehicles to mobilize in pursuit of Qin Feng's car, while the 2 helicopters ascended once more, attempting to locate the SUV. However, 3 minutes had already elapsed since Dinan and the others made their escape. This span of time was ample for Dinan's group to vanish within the vast expanse of Harbour City, rendering the helicopters utterly ineffective in their search. Unless one follows closely, it is impossible to lock onto the target. Consequently, the police are left to sift through the surveillance footage at each intersection, attempting to trace the path taken by that imposing vehicle after it departed. However, even if they manage to pinpoint the final location, it would likely take at least a day. In that span of time, Nan could have traversed back and forth 800 times with Qin Feng and his 3 companions. Qin Feng might fare relatively well, as the drug traffickers would likely subject him to torment before delivering a fatal shot, sending him to meet the King of Hell. The most dreadful fate, however, awaits the 4 young women, barely in their 20s, each one a blossom of beauty. Heaven knows what these ruthless traffickers from the Golden Triangle might do to them. Their plight could be more harrowing than death itself. As this thought crossed his mind, Wu Sangue broke out in a cold sweat. He sensed that his position as police chief was precariously close to an end. When the bodies of these young women are discovered in some desolate wilderness tomorrow morning, he would have to publicly resign at a press conference, taking full responsibility. What truly pained Wu Sangue was not the loss of his office, but the fate of those young women who were in the prime of their lives. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of guilt for his earlier decision to let Nan and the others go. Meanwhile, Xie Shanshan, the head of the Major Crimes Unit, gazed at the mobile phone that Qin Feng had deliberately left behind on the playground, feeling equally perplexed. She could not comprehend why he would choose to do so. If he had taken it with him, the police could have easily tracked their location and apprehended the traffickers. Yet, Qin Feng had abandoned it, choosing not to carry it with him. Was it possible that Qin Feng intended something else? As this realization dawned on her, Xie Shanshan inhaled sharply, her eyes widening in shock. Her chest rose and fell rapidly. Having interacted with Qin Feng for many years, she understood his character all too well. He would either refrain from action entirely, or, should he choose to act, it would be with lethal intent. Qin Feng aimed to resolve the situation with 100 traffickers in his own way, seeking to exclude the police from the equation. Wu Chief, prepare all officers for the collection of bodies. Within 2 hours, we shall have results, she declared. With a quiet sigh, she turned to Wu Sangue and then raised her wrist to glance at her Cartier watch, noting that it was now 3 p.m. on September 1st in the capital. She surmised that, given Qin Feng's capabilities, results would emerge within the next 2 hours, certainly by 5 o'clock. The police had nothing to do but wait for Qin Feng to conclude his business and then collect the remains of the traffickers. Sighing in response to Xie Shanshan's words, Wu Sangui's already troubled expression deepened with worry. He struck his own head with a clenched fist, exhaling heavily. Initially, he thought that the collection of bodies referred to the hostages. The mere thought of Shun Jialan, Chu Yuqing, and Su Fong facing their fate at the traffickers' hideout filled him with even greater remorse. Drawing the pistol from his waist, a sense of despair overwhelmed him. Although Chu Yuqing had estimated that by 5 o'clock this afternoon, Qin Feng would provide an explanation to everyone, she did not anticipate that his actions would unfold even more swiftly than she imagined. Merely an hour later, just 5 minutes past 4 o'clock, a staff member from the Harbour television station received a phone call. The caller introduced himself as Qin Feng, a university student who had left Harbour University with a group of drug dealers. Upon receiving the call, a young woman named Xiao Mei, with short hair and dressed in uniform stockings, initially dismissed the caller as a prankster. However, he urged her to check a video received in the station's public email, assuring her of the authenticity of his claims. With a mix of skepticism and curiosity, Xiao Mei opened the email and was startled to find a newly arrived message, void of text. It contained only a roughly 10-second video captured on site. After watching the video, Xiao Mei was overwhelmed and rushed to the trash can, expelling her lunch 3 times, still feeling the turmoil in her stomach. Yet, realizing the gravity of the situation, she disregarded her discomfort and shakily made her way to the station manager's office. Knocking on the door, "Director, there has been a development in the hostage situation involving drug dealers at Harbour University this afternoon. We just received a call from someone claiming to be Qin Feng. He is currently at an abandoned warehouse in the southern suburbs of Harbour City and has neutralized all the drug dealers. We must go to the scene for first-hand reporting." Xiao Mei excitedly informed Hu Guohua, the 50-something director of the television station, who wore frameless glasses. However, upon hearing Xiao Mei's report, Hu Guohua's initial reaction was disbelief. It wasn't until he viewed the video sent by Qin Feng that he was rendered speechless. Unlike Xiao Mei, who had vomited her lunch, Hu Guohua, having witnessed many harrowing scenes in his career, felt his stomach churning violently, struggling to endure the 10 seconds of footage that seemed to stretch into an eternity. "Has the police been notified?" Hu Guohua suddenly sprang from his chair, taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, and asked Xiao Mei. "Not yet," she replied, shaking her head emphatically. "He said we were the first he called and has not informed the police. He wants Harbour Television to be the first to cover this extraordinary news." Upon hearing this, Hu Guohua's expression froze, his brows knitting into a furrow. He could not fathom why Qin Feng chose to notify the television station first rather than the Harbour police. However, in the next moment, he comprehended the other party's intention. It became clear that Qin Feng sought to unveil the fate of this group of drug traffickers to the entire world. Thus, he promptly contacted the Harbour television station, urging them to broadcast the scenes from the abandoned warehouse where the incident unfolded. Was he, perhaps, declaring war on the Golden Triangle? Terrifying. Indeed, it was terrifying. As this thought crossed his mind, Hu Guohua involuntarily shuddered, shaking his head and murmuring to himself. Even he had not anticipated that the shocking hostage escape incident involving drug traffickers would reach a resolution in such a brief span of time. Merely a little over an hour had passed, and in such an utterly unexpected manner. Qin Feng, single-handedly, had eliminated an entire 100 drug traffickers from the Golden Triangle. Although Qin Feng was the first to make the call, hoping the television station would cover the event, it could be considered a monumental gift bestowed upon them. Hu Guohua felt an overwhelming urge to express his gratitude towards Qin Feng. However, to speak candidly, he was uncertain whether their arrival at the scene would permit the ultimate footage from the abandoned warehouse to be broadcasted to the public. The nature of this incident starkly contrasted with the previous news reports from Harbour television station. It was, without a doubt, extraordinarily gruesome, brutal, and perverse. Even he, the station director, felt a wave of nausea upon viewing it, let alone the viewers in front of their screens. God only knows what kind of torment those 100 drug traffickers endured before meeting their demise. "Let us go. Drive. Gather all the staff, along with the reporters," he commanded, directing them to the abandoned warehouse in the southern part of Harbour City. Despite these words, Hu Guohua understood that they had no choice but to accept the monumental gift Qin Feng had presented to them It was simply too significant. After all, everything that transpired at Harbour University this afternoon was now common knowledge throughout the city. The citizens were all keenly focused on the final outcome of this case. If Harbour television station could report on this news firsthand, it would undoubtedly garner an immense viewership. Aware of all this, Hu Guohua hesitated not for a moment, deciding to take Xiao Mei, along with the station's reporters and photographers and a host of staff, to the scene personally to cover this momentous story. Xiao Mei, let us contact the police as well. They should accompany us, he suggested, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Just inform them that Harbour television station received a call from a man named Qin Feng, prompting us to head to an abandoned warehouse located at 178 Taipei Road in the southern suburbs of Harbour City. Once in the car, Hu Guohua adjusted his frameless glasses, deep in thought, before turning to Xiao Mei and instructing her to notify the Harbour police. Although Qin Feng had not initially informed the police, opting instead to notify the television station, it was essential for Harbour television station to alert the authorities upon learning of such a significant matter. Hu Guohua also feared the responsibility that might ensue if they failed to do so. No matter how one puts it, this matter is of monumental significance, far exceeding the capacity of a mere television station director. All right, esteemed director. Upon hearing Hu Guohua's words, Xiao Mei felt a sense of urgency and promptly retrieved her mobile phone. Locating the number of Xie Shanshan, the head of the Harbour's major crime unit, had dialed it. Given the collaboration between the television station and the police, Xiao Mei possessed Xie Shanshan's personal contact. It seemed prudent to reach out directly to Xie Shanshan regarding this grave incident. Hurry, let us depart. We must strive to arrive at the scene before the police, commanded Hu Guohua to the driver. Their intention was to reach the abandoned warehouse in the southern part of the Harbour City ahead of the police. Although the events that transpired there were exceedingly bloody and brutal, and even if captured, might not be broadcast, the priority was to document everything first. All personnel, particularly reporters and photographers, prepare yourselves mentally. What you are about to witness will undoubtedly shatter your expectations, he urged. Regardless of what you see, maintain your professional composure. Do not exhibit any signs of discomfort. Act as if nothing has occurred. Subsequently, Hu Guohua took out his walkie-talkie and cautioned the staff at the Harbour television station, urging them to brace themselves psychologically. He was concerned that upon arriving at the scene, they might be unable to cope with the horrifying visuals. After all, even he, as the director, had prepared 2 plastic bags to prevent any potential vomiting. Although he had already gleaned some insights from the footage, Hu Guohua understood that it merely represented the tip of the iceberg regarding the horrors within that abandoned warehouse. The true scenes could potentially be even more terrifying. If fully unveiled on television, it would undoubtedly astonish the entire nation of Longhua. Who could have anticipated that Qin Feng single-handedly obliterated around 100 ruthless Golden Triangle drug traffickers in their very stronghold, employing methods that could only be described as inhumane? It appeared that none of these traffickers had escaped unscathed. Their corpses bore signs of extreme cruelty, with wide, terrified eyes and mouths agape. Perhaps only they could comprehend the events that unfolded in that warehouse within a mere hour. Chapter 27. The next person I, Qin Feng, will handle is you. What did you say? Qin Feng has already dealt with all the drug traffickers? You want us to report this news right now. Meanwhile, in the office of the Serious Crimes Unit at the Six Doors headquarters in Haigang, Xie Shanshan stood up abruptly from her chair upon receiving a call from Xiao Mei. Gripping her phone tightly, she inquired anxiously, her body involuntarily shivering. She had never anticipated that on this day, September 1st, at precisely 4:10 in the afternoon, barely an hour after Di Nan and his accomplices had fled from Haigang University, Qin Feng had eradicated all the drug dealers. Originally, she had estimated that it would take at least until 5 in the afternoon to see any results. However, after hearing Xiao Mei's report, Xie Shanshan realized that Qin Feng's capabilities were far beyond her imagination. It appeared that in the 3 years since Qin Feng had left Haigang, his prowess had ascended to an entirely new level. Upon returning from Haojiang, Qin Feng had become even more formidable than before. It was essential to remember that these were 100 ruthless drug traffickers from the Golden Triangle, their hands stained with blood. Their cruelty was not something ordinary individuals could compare to. Yet this very group had been sent to hell by Qin Feng within just 1 hour. Given Qin Feng's disposition, there could be no doubt that the fate awaiting these 100 Golden Triangle traffickers would be nothing short of horrific. Their demise would surely be excruciatingly brutal. It was quite possible that the abandoned warehouse in the southern part of Haigang City was already awash in blood, strewn with bodies. With Qin Feng's attitude towards drug dealers, the carnage would only increase, potentially 100-fold beyond her imagination. Xiaomei, remember, under no circumstances should you stream any footage from inside the warehouse before the police arrive. Hello, Xiaomei. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Xie Shanshan immediately raised her voice to Xiaomei, concerned that this footage, which could be deemed confidential police information, might leak to the public. This was an outcome Xie Shanshan desperately wished to avoid. Should it be exposed, an increasing number of people would become aware of the fate that had befallen the 100 infiltrating drug dealers, including the identity of the individual responsible, Qin Feng. This included the current leader of the Golden Triangle, General Ivan. If he learned that Qin Feng had dispatched his 100 subordinates so mercilessly, he would undoubtedly seek revenge, and a military retaliation against Qin Feng would be inevitable. At that point, it would not only be Qin Feng who faced peril. Haigang itself would be in grave danger. The mere thought of countless Golden Triangle drug traffickers landing on the shores of Haigang, seeking frenzied vengeance against Qin Feng, sent chills down Xie Shanshan's spine. Thus, she hurriedly attempted to prevent Xiaomei from entering the warehouse without police authorization. However, Xiaomei had already disconnected the call. The instructions conveyed by Hu Guohua had merely requested that she inform the police, with no further directives. Faced with such a monumental event capable of attracting explosive viewership ratings, the Haigang television station naturally could not let the opportunity slip by. For them, notifying the police beforehand was already an act of great consideration. Director Wu, quickly, proceed to the abandoned warehouse located at 178 Taipei Road in the southern suburbs of Haigang City. Qin Feng has already dealt with all the drug traffickers and has contacted the personnel from Haigang television station, who are en route to the location. I surmise that the scene within that warehouse must be gruesomely bloody and violent. If exposed to the public, it would undoubtedly bring trouble to the entire Haigang. Thus, we must arrive there before the television crew to secure the area. Aware of the gravity of the situation, Xie Shanshan rushed into the sheriff's office, calling out loudly to Wu Sangue without even knocking on the door. What on earth? At that moment, Wu Sangue sat in his chair, filled with deep remorse over his poor decisions made earlier that afternoon. After processing Xie Shanshan's words, he was momentarily stunned, then erupted into an enormous shout, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets in disbelief. Could it be true that Qin Feng had eliminated 100 drug dealers all by himself in just 1 hour? Receiving such news was enough to leave him, the head of Haigang's 6 doors, utterly astounded. He nearly toppled from his chair. Let us go, quickly, to the abandoned warehouse on Taipei Road. He sprang to his feet, hastily donning his police uniform, and dashed towards the door. He understood that now was not the time to be astonished. From Xie Shanshan, he learned that the crew from Haigang Television was ahead of them, making their way to Taipei Road. Should the media arrive first and broadcast the events of the day, who knows what kind of repercussions it would trigger. Although the media in Longhua is not as unruly as that abroad, it is difficult to resist the lure of enormous profits. Hence, Wu Sangue was in a state of acute anxiety. The police must reach the scene before the media, at all costs. He descended the stairs and exited the Haigang 6 doors building, leading a group of armed officers in numerous police vehicles, sirens blaring, speeding down the streets at 120 kilometers per hour towards Taipei Road in the outskirts of Haigang City. As for today's incident, let it be as if it never occurred. I, Qin Feng, sincerely apologize for the impact it may have caused on your souls. Afterward, I will transfer 100 million long coins to each of your accounts as compensation. Inside the dimly lit abandoned warehouse at 178 Taipei Road in the southern suburbs of Haigang City, permeated by a strong scent of blood, Qin Feng sat on the ground, catching his breath. He retrieved a long-wah cigarette from his pocket, trembling as he brought it to his lips. His entire body shook uncontrollably. After several attempts, he finally succeeded in lighting the cigarette. Taking a deep drag, he turned his gaze to the three individuals seated across from him. Shun Jialin, whose face was streaked with tears and covered in blood, and Chu Yuqing and Su Feng, both appearing dazed. Despite having roamed the streets since the age of 11 and having ascended to the position of third brother in Longbeiha City by 18, the gravity of the moment weighed heavily upon them. At the tender age of 22, he ascended to the throne of power in the port city, reigning supreme over Longnan, earning the title of its most formidable figure. Subsequently, he unified the two cities of Haoxiang, incorporating the historically significant Helian society and the Homen's 2nd Regiment into his domain. Throughout his 30 years of life, he has engaged in hundreds of skirmishes, emerging victorious every time. Yet, at this moment, Qin Feng's body is on the brink of exhaustion. He has never felt such fatigue in his existence. In a recent battle, he exerted every ounce of his strength, leaving nothing in reserve, employing every skill he has mastered against 100 drug traffickers from the Golden Triangle. After all, these individuals possess formidable physical prowess, hailing from the world's largest drug den. Each one is a seasoned warrior, far from ordinary and armed to the teeth. While he stands there unarmed, relying solely on his hardened fists and iron feet. Had anyone else been in his position today, they would have surely perished at the hands of these ruthless dealers, their bodies left unrecognizable. However, today it is not just anyone who stands here. It is Qin Feng. The moment he entered that warehouse, he was prepared to send everyone to hell. Those whom Qin Feng sought to eliminate would not be spared, not even by divine intervention. Witnessing the corpses strewn across the warehouse floor, Qin Feng took another deep drag from a cigarette. This, indeed, is the fate that befalls those who dare to engage in drug trafficking in the port city. At this moment, upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Shun Jialin, Chu Yuqing, and Su Feng appeared oblivious, their gazes fixed blankly ahead, murmuring to themselves, occasionally breaking into mindless giggles. In reality, they had absorbed none of it. Not only Qin Feng, but it is likely that anyone attempting to communicate with them would be met with silence, as their minds have been rendered numb from the sheer horror of the recent events. The brutality they witnessed had inflicted 1,000 wounds upon their youthful souls, barely in their 20s. This is precisely why Qin Feng proposed transferring 100 million dragon coins into each of their accounts. He understood the profound impact this trauma would have on them. However, prior to the confrontation, he had explicitly instructed the three, bound to their chairs, not to open their eyes, regardless of what transpired or the sounds they might hear. He assured them they could open their eyes half an hour later. Yet, the trio could not heed his warning, and one by one, they succumbed to curiosity and opened their eyes, only to be petrified by the gruesome scene before them. Some fainted on the spot, only to awaken and collapse again upon seeing the horror laid out before them. This cycle of shock continued until the battle finally ceased, leaving the warehouse in eerie silence. With all 100 drug traffickers from the Golden Triangle lying lifeless, the three women found themselves in a state of delirium, their minds unraveling. Observing their disorientation, Qin Feng sighed quietly, choosing not to engage with them further. He understood that any attempt to communicate would be futile, as his words would not penetrate their dazed minds. But that was of little consequence. 3 years ago, during his time in the harbor, he had learned some medical skills from the elderly man. Thus, healing these three women and restoring them to their former selves posed no challenge. However, deep within, a semblance of trauma would undoubtedly linger. Qin Feng then propped himself up with his hands, striving to rise from the ground, stepping cautiously towards the warehouse door. He thought he had heard voices outside, likely belonging to the television crew that had arrived. After a brief period of adjusting himself, he managed to stand. Following the recent battle, he had lain on the ground for a full 10 minutes, devoid of strength to rise. "Is anyone there? We are from the television station." At that moment, a woman's voice called out from outside the warehouse. It was Xiao Mei, accompanied by Hu Guowa. The staff of the Harbour television station had arrived at the abandoned warehouse on Taipei Road in the southern suburbs of Harbour City, ahead of the police. Xiao Mei took the lead, standing about 10 meters away from the warehouse door, calling out loudly. Hu Guohua and the other crew members stood behind her, their eyes fixed on the warehouse as they adjusted their breathing, striving to quell their nerves. As Xiao Mei prepared to shout a third time, the gray-white rolling shutter door of the abandoned warehouse began to rise slowly. Everyone held their breath, gazing ahead, too tense to exhale. Once the door was fully lifted, a blood-soaked man appeared at the entrance, his hair dripping with crimson. At that moment, it was impossible to discern that he wore a white shirt, as it was entirely stained with blood. It was unclear whether the blood belonged to the drug traffickers or to Qin Feng himself. Perhaps it was a mixture of both. Yet, such details were trivial. What mattered was that Qin Feng had emerged victorious from the fierce battle, having slain all 100 drug traffickers from the Golden Triangle within the warehouse, remaining unscathed. Curiosity surged among the crowd regarding the interior of the warehouse, eager to reveal it to the 30 million citizens of Harbor City from a first-person perspective. At that moment, the Harbor television station was broadcasting the scene live, reporting on the latest developments in the afternoon incident involving drug traffickers who had taken student hostage. Nearly 20 million citizens were glued to their televisions and smartphones, watching the live broadcast, representing 2/3 of the city's population. Witnessing the explosive and record-breaking ratings, Hu Guomin, the station's director, felt a surge of exhilaration, reflecting that their decision to arrive at the scene before the police had undoubtedly proven to be correct. Dear viewers, what you are witnessing now is the Harbor television station's exclusive coverage of the hostage situation involving drug traffickers at Harbour University this afternoon. At this moment, the battle within the warehouse has concluded, and there lie the lifeless bodies of 100 drug traffickers. You heard it correctly, 100 in total. Qin Feng, a first-year student at Harbour University, single-handedly annihilated this entire group of drug dealers, seizing an impressive ton of narcotics in the process. Now, let's follow the camera and venture inside the warehouse to explore this grim scene. Standing before the camera outside the warehouse is the highly accomplished television host, Li Na, donned in a chic pink suit with a short skirt, a white short-sleeve blouse, and high heels, her fair complexion accentuated by her intricately braided hair. With palpable excitement, she addresses the citizens of Haigang tuning in to the broadcast. For this live coverage, Hu Guomin specifically summoned Li Na, a gold standard anchor with 2 decades of experience who can maintain her composure in any situation, to the scene. Li Na herself is equally confident about her ability to handle the live broadcast, convinced of her competence. However, despite her mental preparations for the unsettling sights that awaited her within the warehouse, nothing could have truly equipped her for the reality. Upon entering with the cameraman, she could not contain herself, bending down to retch before the camera, expelling her stomach's contents upon the ground. The cameraman, witnessing this through his lens, was also overtaken by waves of nausea and violent coughing, causing the camera to tremble in his grip. Despite his efforts to suppress his own reaction, he ultimately succumbed and joined Li Na in spewing onto the floor. Inside the vast, abandoned warehouse, a river of blood flowed and corpses littered the ground. The heads of all the drug traffickers have been severed, rendering them as headless knights. Many have been disemboweled, their innards laid bare. Qin Feng's treatment of these individuals from the Golden Triangle was nothing short of merciless, showcasing a commitment that was both heartfelt and brutal. The horror of the scene exceeded the wildest imaginings of both Li Na and the cameraman. Prior to entering, they had envisioned countless scenarios, yet none could have predicted such a ghastly sight. These drug traffickers from the Golden Triangle were indeed ruthless, each one a killer without a flicker of hesitation, their hands stained with the blood of many. Yet, at this moment, they realized that there existed a person in this world who was even more formidable than they, none other than Qin Feng, once the notorious overlord of Haigang, renowned as the most ruthless man in Longnan. As a station manager, Hu Guohua stepped into the warehouse. The horrific scene compelled him to hastily retrieve 2 prepared plastic bags from his pocket. However, before he could even extract them, he found himself uncontrollably vomiting, the agony in his gut surpassing even his own threshold of discomfort. Upon witnessing the scene, over half of the 20 million residents of the harbor experienced a visceral reaction of nausea. The remainder exhibited varying degrees of intense, dry heaving and coughing. with some even shedding tears from the force of their convulsions. Listen closely, Ivan. I am aware of your defiance. However, do not rush to dismiss it. For the next individual I, Qin Feng, intend to target is you. Today's events serve merely as a minor lesson for your Golden Triangle. Henceforth, should anyone from the Golden Triangle dare to engage in drug trafficking in the harbor, this shall be their fate. As Qin Feng, weary yet resolute, approached the camera, the cameraman swiftly directed the lens towards him. Hostly Na, trembling, hastily extended the microphone to Qin Feng. Grasping the microphone from her, Qin Feng bellowed with the utmost volume he could muster, pointing at the lifeless bodies strewn across the ground, addressing the current leader of the Golden Triangle, Ivan, with a fierce reprimand. Let me reiterate, any conflict I, Qin Feng, engage in will either be avoided or pursued to the very end. Reflecting on his journey since stepping onto the path at the tender age of 11, he has persevered for 19 years, adhering steadfastly to a singular principle. Either he is vanquished by others or he compels them to submit. While some may choose to retreat upon encountering an insurmountable wall, Qin Feng would rather demolish that wall and stride over its remnants. He comprehended that today he had eliminated 100 drug traffickers from the Golden Triangle in a profoundly brutal manner. The leader of the Golden Triangle, General Ivan, would undoubtedly seek retribution. Yet, Qin Feng had never regarded Ivan as a significant threat, despite the latter's control over thousands of elite soldiers as the figurehead of the Golden Triangle. Qin Feng was no pushover. Currently, the Hongmen of Haoxiang and the He-Lian Society, comprising a staggering 160,000 men, stood as his loyal subordinates. With a mere command, he could orchestrate a stunning spectacle in the harbor, reminiscent of an unstoppable army descending upon the scene. Should Ivan dare to come here and flaunt his bravado, Qin Feng would not hesitate to dismantle them and feed them to the dogs, or he would not bear the surname Qin. Damn it, a lunatic, an absolute madman. Someone must investigate this university student named Qin Feng to uncover his true identity. At that moment, Ivan, recently appointed leader of the Golden Triangle, clad in military garb from northern Myanmar, his rotund figure accentuated by sunglasses and a long scar etched across his left cheek, seethed with rage upon witnessing the plight of his subordinates on television. Enraged, he kicked over the coffee table before him and shouted at his male secretary. Since this afternoon, when Denon and others revealed their identities in the harbor, he had been vigilantly monitoring developments from that side. His concern was not for the safety of his subordinates, but rather for the potential seizure of a ton of narcotics by the authorities. Initially, he had believed that once Denon successfully abducted several students from the Harbour University, their safety was assured. After all, they had evaded the police's gaze and were unlikely to be discovered in the harbor. Once the storm has passed, he plans to find opportunities to gradually sell that ton of drugs. Although Ivan had devised an excellent plan, reality delivered a shocking blow. He never anticipated that, single-handedly, Qin Feng would annihilate all 100 drug dealers in the Golden Triangle. Not only did he sever their heads, but he also extracted their organs. The cruelty of this individual instilled a tremor even in Ivan, a seasoned drug lord with blood on his hands. A chill rose from his feet and surged to his crown. He immediately instructed his subordinates to investigate who this Qin Feng truly was. General, this individual is named Qin Feng. He appears to be a university student, but in reality, he is a formidable figure in the underworld. He wields significant influence in Haigang. Regarded as the kingpin of the port, came the trembling response from his male secretary. What nonsense! A figure in the underworld? Ivan was utterly bewildered, his eyes widening in disbelief. To his astonishment, this Qin Feng was indeed a member of the underworld. This revelation shattered his understanding of the world. In his mind, anyone involved in that realm was inevitably tied to drugs. Even if they did not directly engage with narcotics, they would harbor no deep-seated aversion to them. Encountering someone like Qin Feng, who harbored an intense loathing for drugs, was unprecedented for Ivan. The secretary continued to elucidate, explaining that in his youth, Qin Feng's father, lured by drug dealers, succumbed to addiction. This not only led to the liquidation of their family assets, but also indirectly caused the death of Qin Feng's mother, leaving the 10-year-old Qin Feng homeless. For 3 long years, he roamed the streets of Haicheng, enduring the harshness of life as a vagrant. These experiences fueled his profound hatred for drug dealers. After rising to power in Haigang, he had broken the legs of numerous traffickers, issuing a stern warning. Anyone who dared to deal drugs in Haigang would be opposing him, and those who defied him would be condemned to hell. Chapter 28. The Tactic of Swarming. All 160,000 troops have been mobilized. The male secretary extracted a white handkerchief from his pocket, dabbed at the sweat on his brow, and continued addressing Ivan. Observing the grim fate of Dinin and others on the television, even he, a civil servant in the Golden Triangle, could not help but feel a chill of trepidation. Qin Feng's methods were indeed terrifying. Previously, in the Golden Triangle, he had heard whispers of a formidable figure in the Longnan region, a man still in his 20s yet exceedingly ruthless, known as Qin Feng. Although he was already aware of Qin Feng's ferocity, he had not anticipated it would manifest in such a brutal manner. There exists an ancient saying in the Dragon Kingdom: "Is it not a joy to have friend arrive from afar?" Yet Qin Feng's interpretation was rather different. Is it not a delight to offer friends a heart-wrenching feast? He directly presented Dinin and his companions with a gruesome experience that was nothing short of overwhelming. Such fervor was utterly shocking. Not only did the reporters and photographers present at the harbor witness this horrific scene with disgust, but even from 1,000 miles away, he felt his stomach churn at the ghastly spectacle displayed on the television. Through the screen, he could almost smell the acrid scent of blood. I care not who he is. Whether he is the big boss of the harbor or the kingpin of Longnan, it matters not. Regardless of his motives for retaliating against drugs, today, Qin Feng has slaughtered my 100 brothers like mere fodder, igniting the Golden Triangle in flames. Ivan thought, if Ivan, did not respond to this affront, he would inevitably be regarded as inconsequential henceforth. The reputation of the Golden Triangle would plummet alongside his own. Upon hearing the secretary's words, Ivan raised his hand, stroking his jaw thoughtfully. After a brief moment of contemplation, he slammed his fist onto the chair. Fixing his gaze steadfastly on Qin Feng on the television, and declared with unwavering resolve. He acknowledged Qin Feng's ruthlessness, not only in the Dragon Kingdom. Had Qin Feng been born in northern Myanmar, he would likely have already claimed the presidency. Given Qin Feng's ferocity, no one in the Golden Triangle could stand against him. It would all be subdued. Yet, despite knowing that Qin Feng was a formidable opponent, Ivan found himself compelled to wage war against him. Not for any trivial reason, but because he deeply understood that in this world, whether in the harbor or the Golden Triangle, one's reputation was paramount. Qin Feng had ascended to the status of the harbor's big boss due to the immense respect he commanded in the Longnan region. Ivan aspired to the same. His emergence as the new leader of the Golden Triangle signified that he was no pushover. Now, Ivan's reputation had been trampled upon by the big boss of the harbor, reduced to a mere doormat beneath their feet. He had been driven to a dead end. From this moment forth, only one of them could survive in this world. Yet, he firmly believed that the one who would ultimately prevail would be himself. Ivan, Qin Feng, extend this challenge to you. Should you dispute this, come to the harbor and let us settle it face to face. Qin Feng, welcome your arrival at any time. If life and death are of little concern, then let us fight. On the other side, it seemed as if Qin Feng had heard Ivan's innermost thoughts. He retrieved a Dragon Hua cigarette from his pocket, trembling as he lit it and took a deep drag. With the cigarette clenched between his lips and blood still dripping from his right hand, he pointed at the camera, gritting his teeth as he spoke. He was acutely aware that Ivan, the current paramount leader of the Jinshan Corner region, was undoubtedly watching the live broadcast from the harbor. This proclamation was directed at Ivan. Today, by eliminating 100 drug dealers in the harbor, he was effectively declaring war on Jinshan Corner. Yet, as always, he adhered to his principle. He either refrains from action entirely or sees it through to the end. Once Chu Yuqing, Shun Jialin, and Su Feng were brought out, Qin Feng pulled a large barrel of gasoline from the television station's vehicle nearby. He then entered the warehouse and doused the towering mound of 1 ton of narcotics with gasoline. The camera crew from Harbour Television stood outside the warehouse, their lens firmly fixed on Qin Feng. In an effort to stoke the flames of rage within Ivan, and to demonstrate to drug dealers worldwide the dire consequences of trafficking in the harbor. Chin Fong resolved to ignite the ton of drugs himself. He intended to convey his unwavering determination to combat narcotics. Ivan, behold, this is the gift Chin Fong, present to you. Standing within the warehouse, Chin Fong cast a cold smile at the camera outside. After taking another drag from his cigarette, he suddenly hurled the burning but toward the drugs behind him. Upon contact with the flame, the gasoline-soaked narcotics ignited with astonishing speed, the flames roaring higher and faster, billowing thick clouds of smoke. With his hands thrust into his pockets, and under the scrutinizing gaze of the television crew in the crowd, Chin Fong resolutely strode toward the exit of the warehouse. He was determined to reduce the corpses of the 100 drug dealers and the perilous ton of narcotics to mere ashes. Though he knew that disposing of these drugs without authorization might lead to repercussions from the police, he was unconcerned. For Chin Fong, it was imperative to act decisively. He believed in either refraining from action or executing it with absolute resolve. Were he to consider the ramifications too deeply, he would not have ascended to become the most formidable figure in Longnan today. In the past, Lin Zexu had burned opium at human, uplifting the spirit of our nation. Now, Chin Fong was annihilating drug dealers in the harbor. By igniting these drugs, he aimed to convey to the world that the Longhua people would resist the invasion of foreign narcotics, passing down this legacy through the generations. No matter the era, this resolve would never be extinguished. Rather, it would grow ever stronger. Chin Fong, I vow to kill you. Meanwhile, Ivan, situated in the Golden Triangle, was utterly enraged to witness the billions of dollars worth of drugs he had sent to the harbor being incinerated before his eyes by Chin Fong. His plump face was flushed, veins bulging, and the scar on his left cheek twitched with fury. His fists clenched tightly, teeth grinding audibly. Relay my orders. All members of the Golden Triangle, prepare yourselves. I shall personally lead a contingent to the harbor. I will not rest until Chin Fong is utterly vanquished, torn asunder. Ivan, vow to leave no stone unturned. With that, he rose and violently shattered the television before him with a fierce kick. He turned sharply to his male secretary. Barking in anger, calm down, General. Please, do not let Chin Fong provoke you. His actions are merely a ploy to incite your wrath. At this moment, despite Ivan's fury, the male secretary, serving in a civil capacity within the Golden Triangle, remained relatively composed, trembling as he cautioned Ivan. He understood that Chin Fong was intentionally provoking Ivan, forcing him to seek revenge at the harbor. Should Ivan proceed with this plan, it would play directly into Chin Feng's hands. The harbor is not like the Golden Triangle. It is Chin Feng's territory, situated in another country. In the Golden Triangle, they can act with impunity, but upon entering foreign soil, their strength would undoubtedly wane. The risk of total annihilation loomed large. To hell with this, Ivan bellowed. Is the Golden Triangle under your command or mine? Inform everyone to make preparations. We set sail tonight, landing at the harbor city to confront Chin Fong in a decisive battle. My mind is made up. No further discussion. Speak another word, and I shall strike you down as a sacrifice. However, consumed by rage, Ivan paid no heed to his secretary's counsel. He raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap to the secretary, demanding he procure Chin Feng's phone number. He intended to call Chin Fong himself and declare war. This was a number Chin Fong had used 7 years prior in the harbor, 188, 8889, 9999. 1'1", 5/8 and 5/9. Go ahead and dial it, he instructed. Seeing no alternative, the secretary complied with Ivan's demands, retrieving the old number and relaying it to him. Damn it, this little brat's number is quite impressive, Ivan exclaimed as he pulled out his phone and dialed the number. Meanwhile, in the southern suburbs of Harbour City, Chin Fong noticed an unfamiliar number from northern Myanmar flashing on his phone. A smile crept across his face, knowing his scheme had succeeded. The secretary's conjecture had been accurate. Chin Fong had indeed sought to provoke Ivan, compelling him to come to the harbor for revenge. For Chin Fong understood well that the Golden Triangle was not his domain. Wiping out Ivan there would pose a formidable challenge. Yet, if Ivan emerged from his lair to confront him at the harbor, the circumstances would shift dramatically. No matter how many men Ivan brought, Chin Fong could leverage greater numbers to obliterate this pack of Golden Triangle scoundrels. There was no doubt that at this moment, Ivan had fallen into his trap. "Hello," Chin Fong answered the call without hesitation, placing the phone to his ear. "You have the audacity to treat my dignity as a mere doormat. Ivan, are you truly seeking your demise?" Due to Ivan's extensive interactions with the people of the Dragon Kingdom in northern Myanmar, he has become quite proficient in their language. As soon as Chin Fong answered the call, Ivan unleashed a torrent of words, his frustration boiling over to the extent that he wished he could leap through the phone and lay bare his heart to Chin Fong. "Ha! It is General Ivan speaking. What brings you to call me, Brother Fong? Are you looking to settle a score?" In stark contrast to Ivan's fury, Chin Fong remained remarkably composed, even allowing a broad smile to grace his lips. The more enraged Ivan became, the more delighted Chin Fong felt. The other party's anger signified a loss of rationality, and when one is devoid of reason, erroneous judgments and choices inevitably follow. "Damn you, Chin Fong, spare me the pleasantries. You've killed 100 of my men and burned a ton of my drugs. If I, Ivan, don't tear you apart, it would be an affront to my honor. Tonight, I will come to the harbor to confront you. You've proclaimed yourself the king of the harbor. So let us choose a place to settle this. We shall see who is stronger, you or I. If you have the guts, do not call the police. Just our two forces in an open space to determine our fates." After connecting with Chin Fong, Ivan's fury only intensified. He impatiently urged Chin Fong to meet him at the harbor for a showdown. His sole concern was whether Chin Fong would involve the authorities. If the Dragon Kingdom's police got involved, it would spell tremendous trouble for him. As long as Chin Fong dared not to alert the police, Ivan was ready to rally his men for a decisive battle at the harbor. Whoever calls the police is doomed. If I, Chin Fong, were to call the police, it would be an affront to your honor. Chin Feng's response was equally resolute. He crushed the cigarette but underfoot and, gripping the phone tightly, shouted back. He had no intention of reporting today's events to the authorities. Instead, he was prepared to deploy all the forces he had amassed over the years in the Dragon Kingdom for a life-and-death struggle against Ivan. He vowed that if Ivan dared to come to the harbor, their fate would be far more gruesome than that of the 100 drug traffickers within this warehouse. "Very well. Damn it. Wait for my call. I will come tonight. Remember, if you are a man, do not call the police." Ivan slammed the phone down, beginning preparations for his assault on the harbor. He repeatedly admonished Chin Fong to refrain from involving the police, insisting that they resolve their matters through their own strength. Based on Ivan's understanding of Chin Fong, he believed the latter would likely not report him. Chin Fong was not that type of person. Thus, with no third party involved, Ivan was entirely confident he could prevail in a brutal confrontation at the harbor. After all of his men were battle-hardened veterans, far surpassing the petty thugs under Chin Fong's command. In his view, single-handedly confronting 100 opponents posed no challenge. According to reliable intelligence, Chin Fong commanded no more than 10,000 subordinates at the harbor. Even if Chin Fong deployed all of them to the battlefield tonight, it would scarcely suffice against his few thousand special forces. It was likely that within 10 minutes, the battle would be resolved, with Chin Fong captured alive. He envisioned broadcasting the event live on YTB, publicly beheading Chin Fong, thus regaining his lost honor. With this thought, Ivan's face broke into a broad smile, reminiscent of an unseemly grin. After concluding his call with Ivan and scheduling the monumental confrontation, Chin Fong did not dare to be complacent. He took a deep breath, his expression turning serious as he reached for his contacts, dialing an individual named Old Ghost. "Hello, Brother Fong." The phone rang just once before being answered, a middle-aged man's urgent voice emanating from the other end. At that moment, Old Ghost, situated in the bustling city of Macau, was already aware of the events transpiring at the harbor. He knew that Chin Fong had, in his own manner, brutally eliminated 100 drug traffickers from the Golden Triangle and had publicly incinerated drugs worth billions on television. The magnitude of this incident was clear even to Old Ghost, who understood that it could provoke retaliation from the Golden Triangle. Thus, upon receiving Chin Feng's call, he answered without hesitation. surmising that it was likely related to the day's events. Tonight, have all the brothers from the Helian Society and Hongmen on standby. Await my instructions, Qin Feng declared, taking another deep breath and gazing towards the direction of Macau. As the saying goes, it takes 1,000 days to cultivate soldiers, but only a moment to use them. The drug traffickers from the Golden Triangle had posed a threat to the Dragon Kingdom for many years. His own family had been destroyed by the drug lords hidden in Harbin. He had once had the option to avoid becoming the kingpin of the harbor, to refrain from descending southward, and to escape the trials and tribulations he had endured. He could have had a happy family and led a joyful life. But everything had been obliterated by them. Tonight, he fought not just for himself, but for justice. He was determined to eradicate these arrogant and perilous drug traffickers from the Golden Triangle at the harbor. Brother Feng, is this the entire force? After hearing Qin Feng's words, Old Ghost was momentarily taken aback before immediately inquiring further. Yes, you heard me correctly. The entire force. Tonight, all 160. 000 members of the Helian Society and Hongmen, every last one, is to head to the harbor. I intend to fight Ivan to the bitter end, Qin Feng asserted resolutely. It is crucial to understand that in this battle, he could only afford to win, not lose. A defeat would mean the complete opening of the drug gateway to the harbor in Longnan by the Golden Triangle. At that point, thousands of drugs would flood into the Dragon Kingdom's market, a scenario Qin Feng was most unwilling to witness. Fully aware of the critical importance of this battle, he resolved to unleash all his strength, not only alongside the 16,000 members of the United Association and the Hongmen, but even he himself must brandish a machete tonight and personally take to the front lines to invigorate morale, striving for an immediate and decisive victory in the first battle, to determine the fate of the realm in a single clash. Should they triumph tonight, it is inevitable that the Golden Triangle will be rendered breathless for a decade. At that juncture, not only will the Dragon Kingdom benefit, but the scourge of narcotics afflicting the entire world will also see considerable alleviation. Moreover, the soldiers under Ivan's command are no ordinary foes. Each possesses the prowess to take on 10 or even 100 adversaries. Therefore, if he wishes to secure victory, he must adopt a singular approach, the strategy of overwhelming numbers. Utilizing forces that outnumber the enemy by tens or hundreds, he will suffocate them into submission. No matter their prowess, they shall all meet their demise at the harbor tonight. Understood, Brother Feng. I will make the arrangements immediately. Regardless of who we engage in battle with, the 16,000 of Haoxiang City shall forever stand behind you, fighting alongside you. The Old Ghost promptly replied, recognizing that Qin Feng intended to unleash a significant offensive at the harbor. He prepared to commit all his troops to the battlefield, confronting General Ivan of the Golden Triangle to settle their rivalry. At this thought, the Old Ghost felt a surge of fervor. It had been far too long since he had participated in such a grand spectacle. Furthermore, remember that the operations of the code workers must be conducted in secrecy. We must strive to avoid raising any alarm. The Golden Triangle remains unaware of the vast numbers at my disposal, so Ivan must not be alerted for the time being. Shortly, I will organize my forces at the harbor. On the surface, I will feign an intention to lead 1,000 subordinates in a battle against them. But the 16,000 from Haoxiang City will be my hidden dagger, poised to deliver a lethal blow to the Golden Triangle. They are the main force for tonight's decisive confrontation. Subsequently, Qin Feng continued to urge the Old Ghost, emphasizing the necessity of keeping the operations clandestine. They must assemble all forces in silence, catching Ivan off guard tonight. After concluding the call with the Old Ghost, a cacophony of alarms erupted around Qin Feng. A dozen police vehicles, lights flashing, surged towards him, arriving at the entrance of an abandoned warehouse located in the southern suburbs of Harbour City. Wu Sangui, the head of the Six Doors, along with Chief Xie Shanshan from the Serious Crimes Unit, rushed from their vehicles. Upon witnessing the massive blaze engulfing the warehouse, both were momentarily stunned, exchanging incredulous glances and gasping in astonishment. They had never anticipated that Qin Feng would orchestrate such a monumental event today. Not only had he clandestinely eliminated 100 drug traffickers from the Golden Triangle, but he had also brazenly incinerated an astonishing 1 ton of narcotics in full view of everyone. Had Qin Feng merely killed the 100 traffickers, it might have been manageable. After all, legally, he could be justified as acting in self-defense, targeting the most heinous of criminals. In terms of both reason and sentiment, it would have been defensible. Subsequently, he would face no repercussions and might even receive a hero's banner from the Six Doors. However, the destruction of that ton of narcotics complicated matters significantly. After all, in the capacity of Qin Feng, he possessed no authority to handle such narcotics. My apologies, Qin Feng. Upon regaining his composure, Wu Sangui addressed Qin Feng, and then directed his gaze towards several armed officers nearby, signaling them to apprehend Qin Feng and escort him back to the station, where he would await retribution from above. Just as Wu Sangui was poised to execute this plan, the words Qin Feng uttered next left him utterly astounded. Gazing into the resolute eyes of his counterpart, he involuntarily trembled. "I beg your pardon, Director Wu. To speak candidly, given your rank, you lack the means to detain me, Qin Feng. Not only you, but even if the provincial governor were to appear today, I would remain untouched." With his hands casually tucked into his pockets, Qin Feng addressed Wu Sangui, the chief of Heigang's 6 gates, with an air of calmness. "It is worth reiterating. Throughout my life, I have never engaged in an unprepared battle. The very fact that I dared to publicly destroy that ton of narcotics speaks to my confidence in this course of action." Initially, he had no desire to reveal this facet of his identity to either Wu Sangui or Xia Shanshan. In previous circumstances, being captured by Wu Sangui would have posed little concern. Even if imprisoned for a year or so, it would not bother him. However, this evening, he faced a pivotal confrontation that could not permit him to be confined within the station. Upon hearing Qin Feng's declaration, not only were Xia Shanshan and Wu Sangui taken aback, but even the officers who had prepared to seize him stood frozen in place. Faced with Qin Feng's unwavering confidence and formidable presence, none dared to advance a single step. "Qin Feng, my dear fellow, what do you imply by such words?" Wu Sangui furrowed his brow, perplexed by Qin Feng's meaning. How could the chief of Heigang's 6 gates be unable to apprehend a mere university student like Qin Feng? Yet, in the next moment, the words and actions that Qin Feng presented left Wu Sangui completely dumbfounded. His eyes widened, his mouth agape. He gasped for breath, as if his heart would burst forth from his throat. "Do you truly believe you can take me down?" With a sudden flourish, Qin Feng produced a document with his right hand and presented it before Wu Sangui, speaking in a cold voice. Chapter 29. Are you on the Dragon Group? What? This is a dragon. The Dragon Group? You are one of the Dragon Group? Upon recognizing the golden dragon embedded in the official document held by Qin Feng, bearing the exclusive seal of the Imperial Capital's Special Operations Group, Wu Sangui nearly stumbled, almost losing his balance and falling to the ground. In that instant, he comprehended the full weight of Qin Feng's earlier words. If Qin Feng belonged to the Dragon Group, then he, as the modest head of the 6 doors in this small locale, would indeed be powerless to apprehend him. Not only him, but even the provincial governor would be incapable of doing so. This is because the rank of Dragon Group members in Longwa surpasses that of a provincial governor by 3 levels. They possess the authority to present their credentials during wartime or in special circumstances, directly seizing control over an entire city. Wu Sangui could never have anticipated that Qin Feng was one of the Dragon Group members. This organization operates free from any regulatory oversight. No official in any city can command them. They answer solely to the Imperial Capital. It stands as the highest and most clandestine operational body within Longwa, comparable to the FBI in the United States, MI6 in the United Kingdom, and the KGB in the Goose Country, collectively regarded as the 4 most formidable organizations in the world. It is said that the number of Dragon Group members does not exceed 5, each possessing exceptional skills that are far from ordinary. To his astonishment, Qin Feng was indeed one of these individuals. Beside him, Xia Shanshan, upon seeing the document in Qin Feng's hands, felt an overwhelming tension, hardly daring to breathe. While this revelation was somewhat unexpected, it also made a certain kind of sense. After all, Qin Feng had previously assisted her in solving significant cases during his time at the harbor. Had he not possessed some extraordinary identity, he likely would not have taken such actions. However, Xie Shanshan was mistaken in her assumptions. Qin Feng had truly entered the Dragon Group the year he departed from the harbor. By a twist of fate, he had joined the highest operational organization of Longhua, embarking on a mission to the cities of Haoxiang. 3 years later, he successfully unified the long-established and numerically superior societies of the United Association and the Hongman, completing the task assigned to him. He gained control over the Red Dragon Twin Sticks, a force capable of mobilizing 160,000 troops. It was precisely due to his capabilities in this regard that he was selected for the role. The results have proven this to be true. No one else could have accomplished such a task. In a mere 3 years, he had quelled all opposition. When he first arrived in Haoxiang, he carried nothing but an empty shoulder bag. Upon his departure, it was filled with 2 sticks symbolizing absolute power and identity. The trials and tribulations he endured over those 3 years, the bloodshed and turmoil, were known only to Qin Feng himself. They were, without a doubt, 100 times more arduous than his experiences in Haching and at the harbor. Nevertheless, all has been accomplished. Now, he stands as a formidable leader within both the United Association and the Hongman. Tonight, he intends to eradicate General Ivan, the head of the world's largest drug den in the Golden Triangle, along with his numerous subordinates. This endeavor serves not just the nation, but more so for himself, for he has suffered greatly at the hands of drug traffickers throughout his life, having found himself abandoned on the streets at the tender age of 10. His father was sent to a rehabilitation center, and his mother tragically lost her life as a consequence. Had his father not succumbed to the temptations of those drug traffickers and embarked on that irreversible path, one might imagine that his 30 years of existence would have been filled with happiness and fulfillment. Despite the clear understanding that no matter how many traffickers he slays, he cannot resurrect his mother nor reclaim the life that was rightfully his, these individuals must still meet their demise. Not for any other reason, but to spare countless others like him and their families from treading the same destructive road. Upon encountering a drug dealer, he would kill one. Upon seeing 2, he would dispatch a pair, until the day he leaves this world with his hands stained in blood. Once in hell, he would continue his slaughter, ensuring they would never find redemption, never again inflict harm upon the world. Remember, today's events must remain a secret among us. I am still that ordinary student from Harbour University, devoid of any special status. If you wish to retain your positions, it would be prudent not to speak of this. With that, Qin Feng slowly tucked away his identification and solemnly addressed the 2. Had it not been for today's urgent circumstances, there is a significant likelihood he would not have revealed his identity to Wu Sangue and Xie Shanshan, nor would he have deemed it necessary. However, circumstances dictated otherwise. With a battle against Ivan imminent, tonight's confrontation would determine the drug enforcement line for Harbour and the entirety of Longnan. If he could decisively defeat Ivan in Harbour, the Golden Triangle would be deterred from trafficking in the region for the next decade. Yet, should he falter, the defenses of Longnan would be utterly compromised, with dire consequences. Thus, he must ensure his presence on the front lines this evening. Merely relying on the 160,000 men of Haoxiang and the local toughs would be insufficient to dismantle the Golden Triangle. Only by commanding the central forces, orchestrating the entire army, and employing the right strategies could he encircle Ivan and his cohorts. Leveraging numerical superiority, he aimed to obliterate those seasoned soldiers from northern Myanmar as if they were mere fodder. Victory would only be within reach through such means. Otherwise, even with a larger force, they would be overwhelmed by the enemy's fierce onslaught, leading to utter disarray. As the saying goes, a train moves swiftly only when led by its engine. There is no flaw in this principle. Good. Very well, Agent Qin. No, wait. Classmate Qin. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Wu Sangue, the head of the 6 doors, nodded gravely, realizing his mistake and promptly correcting himself. Qin Feng had specifically instructed them to never disclose his identity in front of outsiders. Henceforth, he would remain merely an ordinary student at Harbour University, devoid of any extraneous identity or background. Yet, He must remain cognizant that this individual before him wielded an authority far superior, by at least 5 ranks or more. All right, send a car to take me back to Harbour University. Qin Feng did not elaborate further, merely nodding in agreement. He intended to return to school to complete the remaining classes of the afternoon before preparing for the monumental confrontation with the Golden Triangle that awaited him that evening. Upon his arrival at the gates of Haigang University, escorted by the police vehicle, he was struck by the vibrant atmosphere that could be aptly described by a phrase from comedy skit. Drums beating, red banners waving, firecrackers exploding, and a sea of people. Under the leadership of President Wang Yusheng, the entire faculty and student body assembled to welcome him back with open arms. Colorful banners adorned the scene, and the university's cheerleading squad, clad in short skirts that revealed their long legs, enthusiastically joined the festivities. As he stepped out of the vehicle, nearly 100 girls bearing bouquets rushed towards him, vying to present him with flowers. Win, brother, you're amazing. Welcome back. Win, brother, the king returns. So incredibly handsome. Leading a group of 13 of his newly recruited followers, Yang Fan had procured an abundance of firecrackers, which they set off at the entrance of the university. As they cheered and ignited the fireworks, the air was filled with a cacophony of crackling sounds, creating a jubilant atmosphere reminiscent of a hero's welcome. Despite the heartfelt reception from the faculty and students, Qin Feng felt a twinge of discomfort. Although he had indeed accomplished a feat worthy of admiration, eliminating 100 ruthless drug dealers in Haigang and publicly destroying a ton of narcotics, he did not consider himself deserving of the title of hero. He had never sought such accolades. If he were to be labeled at all, it would be as a rogue. His past was marred with bloodshed. Having stepped into the world at the tender age of 10, nearly conquering the underworld of Haicheng during his middle and high school years. All of this had been driven by necessity. He could not be compared to children who grew up in complete families. After all, who would expect a child meant to be in elementary school to find themselves on the streets, battling beggars for scraps of food? If he did not adopt a ruthless demeanor, he would have had no foothold in society. Only through greater ferocity could he maintain his ground. He had contemplated turning back, reconsidering his path. Yet, it was only now that he understood that the moment he picked up a stick at the age of 10 and struck back against those beggars who sought to steal his food, he had irrevocably set himself on this path. In the face of life and death, he had chosen to survive. Had it not been for a woman who encouraged him to complete his education, he might have remained illiterate. It had been many years since he returned to Haicheng, a place steeped in his memories. Once this battle concluded, he planned to revisit Haicheng, primarily to see how that woman, who had once been a significant source of support, was faring now. For years, he had refrained from reaching out, not out of disinterest, but out of fear that she would discover he had continued to tread the treacherous path of the underworld after moving south. Upon his arrival at the harbor, he even took the liberty of altering one character in his name. This was done out of concern that one day she might inadvertently hear the name of a formidable man, renowned in Longnan and regarded as the big brother of the harbor, and be deeply saddened. However, that concern has now dissipated. He has bid farewell to all remnants of the past. Now merely an ordinary student at Harbour University, he believes that when she sees him again, witnessing his transformation, she will undoubtedly be filled with joy. Subsequently, Qin Feng was warmly welcomed by a throng of faculty and students as he made his way onto the campus. Brother Feng, in celebration of your triumphant return, we have reserved the venue for your duel with Liu Yu. It's at the top floor of the Harbour Grand Hotel, the presidential suite worth $10,000 a night. Here is the room key. Keep it safe. Just let me know when you're free to go, and I'll have Liu join you. At that moment, Qin Feng was startled to see Zhao Yang, the wealthy heir who had once polished his shoes, rushing towards him. Gripping his hand tightly, Zhao Yang exclaimed with palpable excitement, his face beaming with a broad smile. Upon hearing Zhao Yang's words, Qin Feng smacked his forehead, suddenly recalling that earlier in the afternoon, he had arranged a duel with someone, an exceptionally skilled female university student, rumored to possess remarkable martial arts prowess. It was said that she could rival the top female assassins on the Haojiang killer rankings, capable of overwhelming him in a mere minute. Had Zhao Yang not mentioned it, he might have entirely forgotten about this encounter. What? She still wants to fight? He inquired, furrowing his brow in confusion as he turned to Zhao Yang. To his surprise, despite having single-handedly eliminated 100 drug traffickers from the Golden Triangle, the woman named Lu Yu still sought to challenge him. This left Qin Feng puzzled about the extent of her abilities, especially since he had already revealed his full strength, and she still wished to engage him in combat. Of course she does. Lu Yu has been preparing for this duel all afternoon. She has got her weapons ready and is just waiting to face you. Zhao Yang enthusiastically replied, nodding vigorously. Weapons? What kind of weapons did she acquire? Qin Feng asked, momentarily taken aback by Zhao Yang's revelation. He was eager to extract more information about the types of weapons Lu Yu would be using, so he could mentally prepare himself and avoid being caught off guard. Well, Brother Feng, it's something like a whip, Zhao Yang whispered, glancing around at the bustling crowd before leaning closer to Qin Feng, covering his mouth as if to keep their conversation discreet. Wow, who would have thought that Lu Yu, despite her youth, is an expert with a whip? Qin Feng gasped, absorbing this unexpected information. If that were indeed the case, he realized he had no choice but to accept this duel. After all, he understood that, in his lifetime, Qin Feng has always relished the opportunity to spar with formidable adversaries, adhering to the philosophy of either being defeated or subduing others. He has journeyed to this day. The fact that Lu Yu can wield a whip, an instrument notoriously challenging to master, suggests she is undoubtedly a martial arts expert. Chapter 30. The Blood Battle at Bongshui Island. Only the living have a tomorrow. During his 3 years in the city of Haojiang, he had diligently followed an elder to master the advanced martial arts, becoming proficient in all 18 weapons. However, he struggled with the whip, unable to fully grasp its essence. Since Lu Yu was a master in whip techniques, he thought it prudent to engage in a friendly duel with her. If Lu Yu's skills truly reached an extraordinary level, then he, Qin Feng, would consider taking her as his mentor to improve upon his weaknesses and learn authentic whip techniques. Yang Fan, I am heading over now. Please have Lu Yu join me. I shall be waiting for her in my room. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Feng turned to Zhao Yang and stated earnestly, resolved to not delay any longer. He was eager to engage in a fierce battle with Lu Yu. Each time he encountered a skilled opponent, an exhilarating thrill coursed through him, prompting an insatiable desire to spar. All right, Brother Feng, you truly are a warrior among men. Zhao Yang exclaimed, clearly impressed. Just moments ago, he had survived a life-and-death struggle against 100 drug traffickers. Yet here he was, still brimming with energy to practice with Lu Yu. You are undoubtedly the most remarkable man I have ever encountered. No exceptions. Taken aback by Qin Feng's words, Zhao Yang quickly nodded in agreement, giving him a thumbs up, his admiration for Qin Feng's extraordinary stamina growing. It seemed Lu Yu would soon find herself in for quite the challenge. He stepped aside and retrieved his phone, dialing Lu Yu's number. Meanwhile, Lu Yu was anxiously awaiting news from Zhao Yang in the girls' dormitory at Harbour University. Hello, Zhao Yang. What is the update? Without hesitation, she answered the call upon seeing his number. Brother Feng has already arrived. You must go to him now. He appears eager to spar with you. Great. I'll find Brother Feng right away. I'll be there in 10 minutes. Lu Yu responded, her excitement palpable, her lovely face lighting up with joy at the thought of facing Qin Feng. She was genuinely eager to gauge his abilities, certain he would surpass Zhao Yang by 100-fold, if not more. By the way, Lu Yu, remember to bring your whip. Brother Feng seems particularly interested in it. Zhao Yang suddenly recalled, Urging hair. The whip? Ah, all right, I will, Lu Yu replied, her smile abruptly fading. At that moment, she felt a shiver run through her body. She had never imagined Qin Feng harbored such an interest. With his strength, he could easily cause her great harm. The thought sent an involuntary tremor through her. However, it mattered little, for Qin Feng was undeniably the most dazzling man in the entire harbor city, and indeed, he was Lu Yu's idol. Even if it meant enduring considerable hardship at his hands, she would willingly embrace it. Following Zhao Yang's instructions, she packed all manner of belongings into her backpack, donned her attire, and descended the stairs. Hailing a ride, she made her way to the presidential suite on the top floor of the Harbour Grand Hotel to seek out Qin Feng. Meanwhile, Qin Feng had already arrived before Lu Yu. He gazed upon the nearly 300-square-meter presidential suite, priced at a staggering $10,000 per night, with the living room alone spanning over 100 square meters. In that moment, he comprehended why Zhao Yang had chosen such an expansive venue for their encounter. It was simply because of its vastness. The ample space would allow them to unleash their full prowess. Qin Feng then settled himself cross-legged on the sofa, entering a meditative state, channeling all his energy while awaiting Lu Yu's arrival. He understood the gravity of the impending duel with Lu Yu, recognizing that he could not afford to be careless. The weapon she wielded was a whip, a rarity among the martial arts practitioners of the Dragon Kingdom over 5,000 years. Mastery of whip techniques was exceedingly rare, given the high degree of difficulty involved in wielding such a weapon. Since Lu Yu dared to engage him in combat with a whip, she likely possessed considerable skill. Therefore, he knew he must remain vigilant. Moments later, approximately 5 minutes had passed when the doorbell of the presidential suite rang. Upon hearing the sound, Qin Feng's eyes snapped open. It was most likely Lu Yu's arrival. He sprang from the sofa, hastening to the door, taking a deep breath to steady his nerves before opening it. To his surprise, standing at the entrance was indeed Lu Yu. She was adorned in a stylish JK uniform, a black skirt paired with a pink blouse, her thighs wrapped in white stockings, and her feet clad in black casual leather shoes. Observing Lu Yu's attire, Qin Feng could not help but furrow his brow, genuinely taken aback. He had not anticipated her to don such an outfit for their confrontation. "Please come in," he said, refraining from further commentary as he opened the door for her to enter. After all, it is often said that one should not judge by appearances, for one cannot discern the depths of the sea with a mere glance. He recalled how, years ago, 2 female assassins from Macau, intent on taking his life, had approached him in attire strikingly similar to Lu Yu's, complete with short skirts and stockings. Lu Yu's choice of a more formidable JK ensemble signified that her capabilities were undoubtedly on par with those two. Care for smoke? Once inside, Qin Feng did not rush into combat with Lu Yu. Instead, he invited her to take a seat on the sofa, retrieving a Dragon Hua cigarette from his pocket and offering it to her with a smile. After all, duels between skilled practitioners such as he and Lu Yu did not commence without some preliminary interaction, often involving a brief exchange of introductions before entering the formal contest. By that time, both parties will have completely severed ties, exerting their utmost efforts without any semblance of mercy. "I do not smoke." When faced with the cigarette offered by Qin Feng, Lu Yu shyly lowered her head and hastily waved her hand, saying, her cheeks reddening like a ripe apple, "It's all right. There's no need to feel embarrassed. We're all adults here. It is quite normal for us to spar with one another. Have you brought everything?" Observing the somewhat bashful Lu Yu, Qin Feng took a puff of his cigarette and continued, "I did not expect Lu Yu to be so reserved. However, it is understandable. After all, she is just in her early 20s, quite different from someone like me who has been through society and frequently engages in competitions." He then inquired about his most pressing concern, whether Lu Yu had brought her whip. Today, what he most desired to experience was her whip skills. He was eager to see if they truly lived up to the hype. "Yes, I have brought it, Brother Feng. It's all in here." Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Lu Yu quickly unfastened her backpack and placed it on the sofa, patting it while earnestly responding to Qin Feng. It was clear that the items Qin Feng referred to were likely the whip. With this thought, Lu Yu's face grew even warmer, her body slightly trembling with tension. She was uncertain if her physique could withstand Qin Feng's strikes. Nonetheless, she had come this far, and regardless of the outcome, she was determined to cooperate with Qin Feng and see the process through. Although this would involve some physical discomfort, it was certain that Qin Feng's strength would be significantly greater than that of others. The possibility of being left with bruises was not out of the question. There must be elders at home who are enthusiasts of whip techniques, right? Does your father or grandfather also enjoy using whips? Observing the backpack in Lu Yu's hands, Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction. He then took another drag from his cigarette and, smiling, asked Lu Yu. In his eyes, it was improbable for a girl barely in her 20s to possess such mastery of whip techniques without the influence of her elders. It was quite possible that Lu Yu's father and grandfather were masters in the art of whip, akin to legendary figures in this domain. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Lu Yu was momentarily taken aback. She abruptly lifted her head, gazing at Qin Feng with wide eyes, biting her lip. Her already flushed cheeks deepened in color, as if she were burning with a fever. She never anticipated that Qin Feng would pose such an unexpected question. For a moment, she found herself at a loss for words. After all, she was uncertain whether her father and grandfather had any fondness for whips. Even if they had used them, it would be inconceivable for them to divulge such matters to her. Furthermore, she felt that in their era, whips were primarily used for horses, not for people. Brother Feng, they probably do not like to use such things. Subsequently, Lu Yu gritted her teeth and shook her head vigorously at Qin Feng, responding with a simple "oh." Upon hearing her words, Qin Feng refrained from further inquiries, realizing that Lu Yu was more formidable than he had initially surmised. Not having been influenced by her family regarding whip techniques, she had instead mastered them through self-study. This certainly indicated her exceptional prowess. All right, let us begin. Do you need to warm up? Qin Feng extinguished the cigarette in his hand, rose from the sofa, and addressed Lu Yu earnestly. He was prepared to engage in earnest sparring to assess the true extent of her whip skills. Prior to Lu Yu's arrival, he had already been seated on the sofa, circulating his blood to prepare for the impending showdown. Thus, he inquired if she needed to warm up, willing to wait should she require it. Warm up? No need. Feng Yi. I've already warmed up in the dorm. Lu Yu was initially taken aback, but quickly responded. She deduced that Qin Feng's mention of warming up referred to bathing. Indeed, in preparation for her duel with him, she had bathed 3 times in her dormitory to ensure she was ready for battle upon arrival. Good. Cool. Take out your whip and strike me. Use all your strength. Whatever force you possess, unleash it. Qin Feng did not elaborate further, but stood firmly in place, his muscles tensing in anticipation of her impending powerful strike. Being a man, he felt it necessary to maintain a certain composure, thus deciding to allow Lu Yu to initiate the first offensive round, while simultaneously gauging her capabilities. This. Strike me. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Lu Yu was utterly astonished, her eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. With wide eyes and an open mouth, she stammered in disbelief, inwardly exclaiming her astonishment. This was something she could never have anticipated before her arrival at the Haigang Grand Hotel. She had prepared herself for a brutal encounter, yet unexpectedly, the whip was not intended for her to endure, but rather for her to wield against him. Lu Yu felt utterly bewildered, the sudden reversal catching her off guard. However, Qin Feng's subsequent words confirmed her suspicions, leading her to marvel at the intriguing predilections of this prominent figure in Haigang. Since Qin Feng had proposed it, she felt compelled to comply, lest she appear disrespectful. In Haigang, failing to accord Qin Feng the proper respect could lead to dire consequences. Otherwise, am I to strike you? Qin Feng chuckled in exasperation, responding to Lu Yu with a hint of amusement. He would have relished the opportunity to wield the whip and deliver a sound thrashing to Lu Yu. Yet regrettably, during his 3 years in the coastal city, he had never mastered the art of whip technique. Thus, he chose not to embarrass himself before her. Alright, Feng Yi. This is what you made me do. Upon receiving Qin Feng's affirmative response, Lu Yu, without the slightest hesitation, immediately opened her backpack and retrieved a long whip, grasping it firmly in her hand. After uttering these words to Qin Feng, she swung her delicate right hand forcefully towards his chest. Just this? After Lu Yu delivered the strike, Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback. Gazing at her, his brows nearly knit into a straight line as he exclaimed in astonishment. To him, Lu Yu's earlier whip strike resembled a child's play. It was not only astonishingly slow, but also exceedingly gentle, akin to a mere tickle against his skin. He doubted it could even compare to the sting of a mosquito bite. This left Qin Feng perplexed, prompting him to wonder whether Zhao Yang was merely teasing him. Wasn't she supposed to be an exceptionally skilled martial artist, a rare female master in the world? He even began to question whether Lu Yu truly possessed any martial prowess, or if she was merely a fragile girl clad in JK stockings. Lu Yu, what is going on? Didn't Zhao Yang claim that you could make me vomit uncontrollably within a minute? Aside from your whip technique, do you possess any other skills? Today, reveal your most formidable ability. Let me witness it. At this moment, Qin Feng, greatly dissatisfied with Lu Yu's whip technique, adopted a serious demeanor and spoke sternly to her. Brother Feng, Zhao Yang did not deceive you. My true expertise lies in surgery. Whip techniques are not my forte. If we were to engage in combat, I am confident that I could make you vomit incessantly within 30 seconds. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Lu Yu hastily discarded the whip in her hand and stated earnestly. She genuinely desired to demonstrate her prowess, but unfortunately, Qin Feng had not afforded her that opportunity. Just with a whip, she felt that not only she, but perhaps any woman in the world would find such a feat impossible. Very well. Let me witness just how formidable your surgical skills truly are. Qin Feng inhaled deeply and nodded. All right, just a moment, Brother Feng. I need to wash my hands, Lu Yu exclaimed, her face glowing with excitement as she proceeded to the restroom. While Qin Feng sat on the sofa, lighting a cigarette and awaiting Lu Yu's return, he suddenly received a phone call. Upon answering, his expression changed dramatically, and he hurriedly walked towards the door. Brother Feng, what happened? I've just finished. I'll soon show you my strength. At that moment, Lu Yu emerged from the restroom, having washed her hands. Noticing Qin Feng's hurried demeanor, she furrowed her brow and inquired, What's the rush? There's no time. Tonight, I have a fight to attend. If I survive, I shall witness your surgical skills another time. With that, he left her with those words, closed the door behind him, and took the elevator down. Just moments ago, he received a call from his top disciple, Lao Gui, who was situated in the bustling city of Haokong. Lao Gui conveyed reliable intelligence, indicating that operations had commenced in the Golden Triangle. In preparation for tonight's monumental showdown, Ivan had meticulously summoned 7,000 elite troops from northern Myanmar. These soldiers were en route from the Golden Triangle to Hanoi, intending to board a vessel at the Haiping port, passing through the scenic Haokong. Upon arriving at the lobby of the Haiphong Grand Hotel, Qin Feng swiftly received another call from Lao Gui, inquiring whether they should mobilize the 160,000 strong forces from the Helian Society and Hongmen to ambush Ivan's contingent as they traversed Haokong, aiming to annihilate them at sea. However, Qin Feng promptly dismissed this proposal. No, the sea is not like the land. Regardless of our numbers, we cannot completely encircle the enemy. Moreover, the 160,000 from the Helian Society and Hongmen are adept at land combat, and their effectiveness will undoubtedly diminish at sea. There's even a possibility that the Golden Triangle could turn the tables on us. Therefore, our only viable option is to engage the enemy on land. When Ivan's forces pass through Haokong, we shall let them proceed unhindered. Clenching the phone tightly, Qin Feng resolutely communicated to Lao Gui. He then opened his mobile map, seeking a suitable battleground in the port where he could leverage his numerical superiority to encircle Ivan's 7,000 elite soldiers, ensuring their escape would be impossible. Before long, he pinpointed a location on the map, Bang Chue Island, situated on the southern coast of Haiphong City, not far from the Fisherman's Wharf. This island, surrounded by the sea on all sides, would mean entering a deadlock upon landing. Both he and Ivan would have to gamble everything, with only the survivors permitted to leave. It was undeniably the most optimal site for their decisive confrontation. However, it also foreshadowed an impending bloodbath, a fierce battle devoid of any promise of tomorrow. Even his side would have to mobilize all forces, fighting valiantly to seize the opportunity to claim Ivan's head at the port. Not for any other reason, but because the number of soldiers Ivan brought along exceeded his expectations, reaching an astonishing 7,000. He had initially believed Ivan would bring no more than 3,000, considering the Golden Triangle could not possibly muster such a force. Yet to his surprise, Ivan had gone to great lengths to bolster his ranks from northern Myanmar for this ultimate clash. This clearly indicated that Ivan was not jesting. His arrival at Haiphong was a serious commitment to engage in a fierce battle to the end. Furthermore, these 7,000 soldiers from northern Myanmar were seasoned veterans, battle-hardened and experienced. Should they find themselves encircled with no retreat, they would undoubtedly unleash an even greater ferocity. At that moment, whether they could contain the enemy would be uncertain. If their formation faltered and their numerical advantage dissipated, the tides of battle could swiftly turn. The 160,000 under his command would be mercilessly slaughtered by these 7,000 relentless elite warriors from northern Myanmar. Upon contemplating this, Chin Fong involuntarily inhaled sharply, his entire being trembling with an involuntary chill. It was as though he envisioned the brutal scene of a fierce battle unfolding on Bangju Island. Surely, by dawn, the surrounding waters would be stained crimson. This night was destined to be a contest of willpower. Whoever could endure until the end would be granted the sight of tomorrow's sun. Soon, the brothers from the Helian Society and the Hong men would enjoy a hearty meal. Have Ivan's men come over first. All of you must await my command. Only when I signal shall you embark. Tonight, I will lead the brothers from the harbor to land on the island first. There are no mountains on Bangju Island, so you cannot disembark there prematurely. You must wait until our battle commences before the Helian Society and Hong men can join the fray. Otherwise, if Ivan sees so many people on the island, he will undoubtedly refrain from landing. Taking a deep breath, Chin Fong continued speaking to those present. He resolved to act as bait tonight, luring Ivan and his 7,000 elite soldiers to the island for a decisive confrontation. Subsequently, the forces of the Helian Society and Hong men would join the battlefield midway, encircling Bangju Island and leveraging their numerical superiority to overwhelm the enemy. Of course, such a strategy also placed them in peril. If they were defeated by Ivan before the arrival of the 160,000 troops, there would be no further opportunity. But it mattered not. As the saying goes, one cannot catch a wolf without risking the loss of child. As long as they could hold out on the island for just 20 minutes, nothing more, until the Helian Society and Homan's forces arrived, the tide of battle would be irrevocably turned. At that point, it would be Ivan desperately seeking a breakthrough. No, Brother Fong, this is far too dangerous. Upon hearing Chin Feng's words, Old Ghost immediately retorted passionately. He expressed that allowing Chin Fong to personally serve as bait posed an unacceptably high risk. Should Chin Fong tragically perish in battle, the 160,000 members of the Haoxiang Second City, along with the local forces from Chin Feng's harbor, would find themselves leaderless and adrift. As the saying goes, a train runs swiftly only if led by a strong locomotive. If their spiritual leader, Chin Fong, were to fall, their numerical advantage would vanish along with him. Regardless of their numbers, they would be slaughtered by the opposing forces. I have made up my mind. No need for further discussion. We will proceed, as I say. Tonight, the brothers of Haoxiang Second City will dine at 9 o'clock and depart at 10. They will then lay in ambush in the waters 10 kilometers surrounding Bangju Island. I, Chin Fong, am blessed and favored by fate. Even in death, I shall drag these beasts from the Golden Triangle down to hell with me. Chapter 31. Directly to the cities of Shengsu for reinforcements. The Great War is imminent. Upon the completion of Old Ghost's statement, Chin Fong abruptly severed the call, denying the other party any further opportunity to speak. It is well known that throughout his life, Chin Fong has remained resolute in his decisions, unyielding to any persuasion. He believes that his existence should have concluded the day he was abandoned on the streets at the tender age of 10. After all, a mere child of 10 ought not to have survived the frigid winter in Ha City. Yet he prevailed. From that moment forth, he underwent a remarkable transformation. Fearlessness enveloped him. He either committed to a task wholeheartedly or abstained entirely. This night, he resolved to annihilate Ivan and his cohort at the harbor, and no obstacle would deter his advance. He was prepared to sacrifice his very life if necessary. Such is the essence of Chin Fong. Raising his hand, he glanced at his wristwatch, noting that it was now 6 o'clock in the afternoon on September 1st in the imperial capital. He estimated that approximately 5 hours remained before Ivan and his men would arrive at the harbor. By 11 o'clock, Ivan, along with his 7,000 elite soldiers from northern Myanmar, would successfully land at the port city. He intended to utilize these 5 hours for final preparations, ensuring that tonight's monumental battle would be flawless. Just as he concluded his conversation with Old Ghost, 3 luxurious SUVs arrived almost simultaneously at the entrance of the Grand Harbor Hotel. Leading the convoy was a white Land Cruiser, followed by a black Audi Q7 and a gray BMW X7. Brother Fong, The rear doors of the Land Cruiser and the Audi swung open first, and two middle-aged men exited, hastily approaching Qin Feng. They gazed into his eyes, inhaling deeply before solemnly speaking. These two men were none other than Ma Dong, a prominent figure in the 14 Association, and Xiang Zhua, the leader of the Honggang of the harbor. Prior to entering the Grand Harbor Hotel, Qin Feng had sent them a message requesting their presence for an important discussion. Without hesitation, upon receiving his message, Ma Dong and Xiang Zhua had hastened to the hotel, arriving in a mere 10 minutes. Upon their arrival, they spotted Qin Feng emerging from within. At that moment, both Ma and Xiang wore expressions of utmost gravity, adjusting their breaths in an attempt to alleviate their mounting anxiety. From the instant they received Qin Feng's message, they understood that preparations were underway for a confrontation at the harbor, a fierce and bloody battle destined to claim many lives. This conflict would be unlike any they had encountered in their decades of experience. It would be extraordinarily brutal and savage. The moment both sides met, the clash would commence without a word exchanged. They would not cease until one side was utterly decimated. It was a fight to the death, where only the survivors would behold the dawn of a new day. It is solely because their adversary this time is none other than General Ivan, the newly appointed figurehead of the Golden Triangle region. As the saying goes, a new official brings fresh vigor. Upon Ivan's ascension, Qin Feng presented him with a grand gesture, a massacre of 100 drug traffickers at the harbor, igniting Ivan's multi-billion-dollar drug stash and reducing it to ashes. Ivan could not remain passive. He would undoubtedly come to the harbor to reclaim his dignity. Although Qin Feng did not explicitly inform them of his intentions for the night. At this critical juncture, even the dimmest among them could surmise that Qin Feng was preparing for a fierce confrontation with Ivan at the harbor. Subsequently, Qin Feng's words confirmed their suspicions. He demanded to know how many men the 14th Society and the Honggang could muster. We need to act swiftly. I require them tonight. He turned his gaze toward Ma Dong and Xiang Zhua, his former subordinates, and inquired earnestly. Brother Feng, the 14th Society has approximately 1,500 registered members, with around 1,000 available for combat tonight, Ma Dong replied. Similarly, the Honggang may not rival the Haozhonghong men, but we can still provide about 1,000 men in critical moments. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Ma Dong and Xiang Zhua immediately responded, a shiver coursing through them as they realized that Qin Feng was resolutely gearing up for a formidable clash. It had been ages since they had faced such a grand spectacle in the underworld. With the mobilization of 2,000 members from both the 14th Society and the Honggang, a significant confrontation was imminent. Yet, the next words from Qin Feng sent another jolt through them, drawing in sharp breaths of disbelief. They understood that the scale of tonight's confrontation was exponentially larger than they had anticipated. Not sufficient. Too few. Qin Feng inhaled deeply, shaking his head, his eyes narrowing to mere slits. He lamented that the combined force of the 2,000 men from the Honggang and the 14th Society was woefully inadequate, unable to measure up to the 7,000 elite troops from the Golden Triangle. Under ordinary circumstances, such a number would be more than sufficient, granting him the upper hand in any confrontation. However, in tonight's impending battle, it seemed pitifully inadequate, scarcely enough to serve as a mere buffer against Ivan's underlings. He knew that before the joint forces of the Union and the Hongmen, totaling 160,000, could completely encircle Banquo Island, he must hold his ground for at least 20 minutes. These 2,000 men were far from sufficient to sustain such a defense. It was likely that within 3 minutes they would be overrun, leading to a total collapse on the island. Thus, he had to amass more manpower at the harbor to endure for a longer duration. At that moment, as he caught sight of a man emerging from the gray X7 behind him, Qin Feng silently sighed and clenched his teeth, realizing that he had no choice but to proceed in this manner. At that moment, the person approaching was none other than Xie Kun, the formidable leader of the Harbor Prosperity Group, who commanded a legion of thousands under his authority. This evening, Qin Feng had initially not intended to deploy the forces of prosperity, as he was acutely aware of their character. which could be described as nothing more than a collection of drunken layabouts. While they might bully the elderly and children in a genuine confrontation, especially one as blood-soaked as tonight's impending battle, they would likely scatter in fear at the first sign of conflict, severely undermining the morale of the troops. However, he found himself in a position where he had no choice. Despite his deep reluctance to involve the 1,000 ruffians of prosperity in the fray, he had to proceed. Brother Foam, is there a battle to be fought tonight? Although our numbers are few, each of my men is eager to charge into the fray for you. Just say the word, and I, Siekuin, will wield my blade and be at the forefront. Standing before Chin Fong, Siekuin felt a pang of anxiety, beads of sweat dotting his brow, and his legs trembled involuntarily as he spoke. He understood that he was the one who had led Di, Nan, and others to Harbour University. If Chin Fong were to discover this, the consequences would be dire, especially after witnessing Chin Fong mercilessly eliminate 100 drug traffickers from the Golden Triangle. He was terrified of meeting a similar fate. Thus, when he learned that Ma Dong and Xiang Zhua had received orders from Chin Fong to head to the Harbour Grand Hotel, he felt compelled to follow suit. Standing before Chin Fong to express his remorse and willingness to commit his entire force to the battle. Siekuin, your 1,000 men may indeed participate in tonight's conflict, but you must heed my words. All of you, including yourself, must stay at the back. When the fighting begins, none of you are to engage. You shall serve merely as cheerleaders, Chin Fong declared, fixing his gaze upon Siekuin, resolute in his decision to position the Prosperity Group safely at the rear, serving to bolster their morale. After all, Chin Fong understood with profound clarity that the intensity of this battle was far beyond what the members of Prosperity could withstand. Should they be placed at the front lines, it was likely that, at the moment the two sides clashed, half of them would be paralyzed by fear, retreating instead of charging forward. Such an outcome would undoubtedly lead to chaos within the ranks, and they would have effectively lost the battle before it even began. Understood? Yes, Brother Foam, I, Siekuin, will surely remember your instructions. I will not recklessly charge. We will advance only at your command. Upon hearing Chin Feng's words, Siekuin was filled with elation, eagerly nodding in agreement, solemnly assuring him. For even he recognized that the brutality of tonight's confrontation would be unprecedented in a century. Both Chin Fong and Ivan, the leading figures, were ruthless individuals of the highest caliber in this world, and neither would yield easily to the other. Once the battle commences, it will be to the death. Although he commands a considerable number of individuals, their abilities and courage are rather lacking. After all, he is not a ruthless person. The men he has trained cannot be exceptionally formidable either. As the saying goes, a bear of a soldier leads to a den of bears. This holds true without a doubt. There is not a single flaw in this assertion. Tonight, Ma Dong and Xiang Zhua will lead the brothers from the 14th Society and the Hong Gang to the front lines. After the great conflict begins, they will charge at the 7,000 beasts of the Golden Triangle. I have full confidence in the two of you and the men you have brought. Chin Fong nodded in agreement. He then turned, placed a reassuring hand on Ma Dong's shoulder, and spoke earnestly. Though the combined forces of the 14th Society and the Hong Gang are not numerous, their combat prowess is formidable. They are certainly not comparable to the strength of the opponent. They are more than capable of matching the intensity of the battle that awaits them tonight. Brother Fong, are we truly going to engage with just our 2,000 men? Ma Dong and Xiang Zhua exclaimed, drenched in cold sweat, their voices trembling as they addressed Chin Fong. Their trepidation did not stem from fear of battle. Rather, Chin Feng's strategic deployment left them devoid of any hope. If the opposing 7,000 were merely rabble, they might be able to muster enough ferocity to shatter the enemy formation and capture Ivan. However, the reality is that these 7,000 are not mere rabble, but rather seasoned soldiers from northern Myanmar, trained and ruthless. Engaging them with the 2,000 men from the Hong Gang and the 14th Society would indeed be akin to a father battling his son. Your 2,000 men are, of course, insufficient. I will find a few thousand more brothers of comparable combat strength to fight alongside you. After delivering this assurance, Chin Fong retrieved his phone from his pocket, hesitating as he glanced at two familiar numbers in his contacts before ultimately returning the device to his pocket. In terms of combat prowess and courage, he indeed has two suitable contingents at his disposal. If called upon, they would undoubtedly be elite fighters, far superior to the 2,000 from the 14th Society and the Hong Gang. Even when facing the ferocious soldiers from northern Myanmar, their fighting spirit would not falter. Moreover, they number nearly 30,000 in total. These individuals are his old subordinates, having fought alongside him through thick and thin, with deep bonds of camaraderie. One group hails from Ha City, while the other is from Chun City. At his command, they would rush to the harbor, ready to lay down their lives for him. However, the issue lies in the fact that these men are currently in Long Bay, a distance of 10,000 miles from the harbor. With less than 6 hours remaining until the battle begins, it is likely to take at least half a day for them to arrive. Just gathering them would consume several hours, and with the time required for air travel, it is impossible for them to reach the location before midnight tonight. Alas, what a pity! This evening, the two most elite contingents of Long Bay cannot be deployed to the battlefield. Otherwise, relying solely on these warriors would suffice to send those wretched creatures from northern Myanmar fleeing in disarray. Contemplating this, Chin Fong could not help but lift his head and let out a heavy sigh. However, it is of little consequence. Although his brothers from Ha City and Chun City cannot join the fray tonight, he still has other options apart from these two groups. These individuals possess equally formidable combat prowess and are situated close to the harbor. Let's go. Follow me to fetch the vehicle. With this thought, Chin Fong wasted no time as he swiftly made his way to the rear of the land cruiser, speaking as he walked. He resolved to immediately head to Sioux City and the two cities of Shengjing to summon reinforcements. Given the gravity of the situation, Chin Fong decided to take matters into his own hands. No phone calls would be made. As long as he could muster a few thousand capable fighters from Shengjing and Sioux City, he would have unwavering confidence in tonight's battle. Before long, Chin Fong arrived at a villa on the outskirts of Harbour City, where he found the vehicle he had not driven in 3 years, now covered in dust. He intended to drive this car to the cities of Sheng and Sioux. As the saying goes, seeing the car is akin to seeing the person. When his black Range Rover, adorned with the prestigious Hong and 99999 license plate, graced the streets, everyone would know that Chin Fong had arrived. On this journey to the cities of Sheng and Sioux, Chin Fong did not bring Ma Dong and Xiang Zhua, opting instead for Yang Fan and Zhao Yang, two of his most recent recruits from Harbour University. This decision served two purposes. Firstly, to keep Ma Dong and Xiang Zhua in Harbour City to prepare for tonight's grand battle. Secondly, to expose Yang Fan and Zhao Yang to broader horizons. The former cohorts of knife-wielding guards in Harbour City had all retired, and Chin Fong sought to infuse fresh blood into his ranks. Although Yang Fan and Zhao Yang were relatively young and lacked extensive social experience, they possessed commendable courage. What Chin Fong valued most in his subordinates was their audacity, the kind that dared to pierce the heavens. Yang Fan's boldness was evident from the time he dared to confront the stronghold's entrance with over 10 subordinates. While Chin Fong had yet to fully assess Zhao Yang's mettle, he was well acquainted with Zhao Yang's father, Zhao Hongyuan. In the past, Zhao Hongyuan had knelt at his feet to polish his shoes, even contemplating sacrificing Zhao Yang's mother to curry favor. His ruthless approach to matters was indisputable, and had Chin Fong not been a man of integrity who scorned such dealings, he might have accepted that lavish gift long ago. As it stands, he had likely become Zhao Yang's godfather. As the saying goes, a tiger's son is not a dog. Given Zhao Hongyuan's ruthless nature, it was reasonable to assume that his son would not fall short. Upon learning that Chin Fong intended to take them to the cities of Sheng and Sioux, both Yang Fan and Zhao Yang were extraordinarily thrilled. When they received Chin Feng's call and stood at the gates of Harbour University, they trembled with excitement, knowing that Chin Fong was preparing to cultivate them as his close disciples. How could they possibly contain their overwhelming excitement? In a matter of moments, approximately 10 minutes later, a sleek, black, extended Range Rover adorned with a license plate A99999, a symbol of prestige, came to a halt at the entrance of Harbour University. Upon catching sight of this magnificent vehicle, the two were utterly mesmerized, their eyes nearly bulging in astonishment. They marveled at the former chariot of the revered figure of Harbour, a vehicle that exuded unparalleled dominance. They had previously heard whispers of this car, known to belong to a remarkably influential individual from Longnan. Yet, overshadowing the multi-million-dollar luxury of the Range Rover was the striking license plate, a 99999, a true emblem of supremacy. From this plate alone, one could glean the formidable prowess of Qin Feng. Absolutely impressive and awe-inspiring. In Harbour, he was akin to a deity, untouchable and boundless. Time was of the essence. Hurry, get in the car. After arriving, Qin Feng swiftly lowered the driver's side window, beckoning to the two. He then unlocked the rear doors of the Range Rover, inviting them to take their seats in the back. However, as they approached the vehicle, neither dared to enter. After all, climbing into the back seat and allowing Qin Feng to drive was quite audacious. "Brother Feng, you should sit in the back. Yang Fan and I can drive," exclaimed one. "Indeed, Brother Feng, we both have licenses. Anyone can drive." They turned to Qin Feng earnestly, hoping to persuade him to occupy the position of honor while they took the wheel. How bold they must be to suggest that the revered figure of Harbour drive them. There is no time to waste. "Get in quickly," Qin Feng urged them. "If you two drive, it would take at least 3 hours to reach Sioux City." He continued, emphasizing the urgency of their situation. He knew that if he pondered too much over trivial matters, he might as well have been kicked in the head by a mule. With the driving skills of the inexperienced university students, it was utterly implausible for them to reach the nearby city of Sioux within an hour. As the imminent battle with the Golden Triangle loomed, it was imperative for him to hasten to the bustling Sioux City. Amassing enough manpower, it was the only logical course of action. Everything else was inconsequential. Upon hearing Qin Feng's insistence, Yang Fan and Zhao Yang no longer hesitated. They promptly clambered into the back of the Range Rover, for they understood that their driving skills paled in comparison to that of the seasoned socialite, Qin Feng. If they were to drive, it would likely take an eternity to reach Sioux City. Indeed, as soon as they settled into their seats and closed the doors, the black Range Rover with the A99999 plate surged forward with an exhilarating burst of acceleration, leaving the gates of Harbour University in a whirlwind. The journey from the university to the highway was a blur, with Qin Feng boldly running every red light. His average speed reaching an astonishing 120 kilometers per hour within the city limits. The two in the back were left breathless, having never experienced such an adrenaline-fueled ride in their lives. It is only through the experience of Qin Feng that one can truly appreciate such a moment. Were it anyone else, they would undoubtedly hesitate to act in such a manner. Thanks to the evasive features of the Hong Kong and 99999 Range Rover, nearly every vehicle yielded the right-of-way once on the road. Coupled with Qin Feng's exceptional driving skills and his unwavering foot on the accelerator, within a mere 15 minutes, the group found themselves leaving the city during peak hours and arriving at the highway entrance. Qin Feng was acutely aware that had it been Yang Fan and Zhao Yang at the wheel, it would have taken well over an hour just to exit the urban sprawl. Before entering the highway, Qin Feng halted the vehicle to expedite their journey to Sioux City. He approached the trunk and retrieved the specialized flashing police lights designated for the Dragon team, affixing them atop the Range Rover. With the formidable presence of the Hong Kong, a 99999 Range Rover enhanced by the Dragon team's flashing lights, what would typically be an hour-long drive was reduced to a mere 30 minutes, allowing Qin Feng and his companions to reach the outskirts of Sioux City in record time. The vehicles on the highway, upon catching sight of this formidable vehicle in their rearview mirrors, scrambled to make way. In fact, for a full kilometer ahead, Qin Feng encountered no other cars, as if he were racing on a track. Upon exiting the highway, Qin Feng stowed the flashing lights away and sped towards the urban center of Sioux City. Similar to his driving style in Haigang City, within approximately 10 minutes, he arrived at a grand KTV establishment named Xingli Garden, a 7-story edifice adorned in opulent decor, the largest of its kind in the city. As Qin Feng parked the vehicle and glanced at his watch, he noted it was precisely 7 p.m. on September 1st, Beijing time. Remarkably, the entire journey had taken just 1 hour. Consequently, he had ample time to rendezvous with a certain individual in the relatively distant Xinjiang and could easily lead a substantial group back to Haigang before 11 p.m. "Young Fen, get out," Tell Baldy Rome to come down and meet me. Be assertive. Shout it out at the entrance of Xingli Garden in front of everyone. Don't treat this group of security guards as worthy of consideration. Qin Feng commanded, his voice resonating with authority. He then settled back into his seat, lighting a cigarette and taking a deep drag before turning to Yang Fan, who was in the back seat. Visibly dizzy and on the verge of nausea from the bumpy ride and some ill-chosen food. Chapter 32. The Jet Warrior, renowned in Longnan. All right, Brother Feng. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Yang Fan nodded earnestly. He then opened the rear door of the Land Rover and stepped out, slowly making his way to the entrance of Xingli Garden. He prepared to call the bald-headed Rong down, as per Qin Feng's instructions. With his fists clenched tightly, he gritted his teeth and took a deep breath, his expression contorted with intensity. At that moment, a tempest brewed within his gut, urging him to unleash his pent-up frustration. Were it not for Qin Feng's serious task at hand, he would have certainly sought out a restroom to relieve himself. The journey had heightened his desire to vent to an extreme degree. He lamented the recklessness of consuming the poisonous bean, which had lingered in his system since noon. To compound matters, he had ingested an extra dose in a bid to gather more support at the formidable entrance. Standing at the entrance of this renowned KTV in Sioux City, Yang Fan strained to suppress the overwhelming urge. He wished to avoid a public spectacle in a foreign city. Otherwise, tales of his exploits as the Jet Warrior would undoubtedly echo throughout Longnan. While he himself was indifferent to the gossip, he feared the embarrassment it would bring to Qin Feng, who would forever be known as the one with a subordinate who could not control himself. At this moment, a throng of beauties and a dozen security personnel, puffing on cigarettes, had focused their attention on him, curious about his intentions. Ba te de tong. Come down, Yang Fan stammered, tilting his head upwards towards the sign of Xingli Garden. With each word, his body trembled slightly, his thighs clenched tightly as he battled against the urge to surrender to the impending release. Yang Fan, have you forgotten to eat? Do you not remember what Brother Feng told you? Be assertive. Do not disgrace Brother Feng. If you can't do it, let me. Cao Yang, seated in the back of the Land Rover, observed Yang Fan's timid demeanor with great dissatisfaction. Lowering the rear window, he shouted at him. Yang Fan's earlier mutterings at the entrance were hardly audible, akin to a mosquito's buzz. It was no wonder Zhao Yang had not heard him. Even the security guards and the elegant ladies clad in kipeos nearby were oblivious to his words. Soon, one of the security guards approached Yang Fan, a young man in his early 20s adorned with tattoos on his arms and legs, cigarette in hand, and a frown etched on his brow. What's up, brother? Need something? He inquired. Call bald-headed Rong down for me, Yang Fan managed to say through gritted teeth, still striving to speak louder. The predicament lies in the fear that exerting oneself in the throat might inadvertently trigger a reaction in the other end. What is this nonsense? Who do I turn to? Can you speak up a bit? Haven't you had enough to eat? The young security guard raised his hand, pushing Yang Fan back with a cold, disdainful smile. Initially, Yang Fan was managing to hold it in, preventing the imminent eruption from the depths of his being. Anyone who has ever endured such a desperate situation knows that external disturbances can disrupt one's rhythm. With the guard's push, Yang Fan's composure was utterly shattered. He felt the primal force within him spiraling out of control, on the verge of exploding, ready to overflow. Damn it. Fine. If you want me to raise my voice, then I shall do so. Just you wait. At that moment, as the security guard lifted his hand, intending to apply further pressure on Yang Fan, the latter suddenly increased his volume, his eyes bulging like golf balls, bellowing at the guard. With that, he swiftly reached for his waist. At this point, the young security guard seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Instead of stepping back to maintain a safe distance, he took a step closer, reducing the space between them to less than half a meter. Yang Fan's outcry drew the attention of the more than 10 security personnel at the entrance of Xingli Garden. Along with dozens of accompanying singers, all eyes now fixed upon him. Many of the beautiful girls even sipped their milk tea from Mishuai City, watching Yang Fan with keen interest and smiles gracing their lips, utterly unaware of the impending scene that would be etched in their memories forever, a terrifying spectacle that would haunt them in the dead of night. As Yang Fan prepared for his explosive release, he swiftly pulled his pants down to his knees, revealing his bare backside, and squatted down abruptly. "Damn you! Are you deaf? I'm looking for Balderone. Tell him to come out quickly. My brother wants to see him. If I don't see him in a minute, I'll smash this place to bits." With that, Yang Fan raised his head, locking eyes with the security guard who had spoken to him earlier. With every ounce of strength he could muster, he roared while simultaneously squatting and releasing forcefully. His throat and lower regions coordinated in an astonishingly harmonious manner. At that moment, Yang Fan could hardly fathom that his two bodily functions could cooperate in such unison. In unleashing the primal power within him, he successfully accomplished the task assigned by Qin Feng, to boldly call out for Balderone at the entrance of Xingli Garden in Sioux City. A few short seconds later, Yang Fan exhaled deeply, feeling an unparalleled sense of relief wash over him. He had never felt this invigorated in his life, and even his previously ashen complexion regained a healthy glow. Though he felt a sense of relief, the young security guard, positioned less than half a meter away, was in dire straits. Having spent 3,000 yuan on a pair of sleek black loafers just 2 days prior, they were now irrevocably altered. The guard gazed down at his once coveted footwear, which had now become adorned with a multitude of provocative yellow leopard spots, leaving him utterly bewildered. His eyes widened mouth agape. He stood frozen in place, emitting thunderous roars of disbelief. Simultaneously, the other 10 security personnel stationed at the entrance of Xingli Garden were similarly transfixed, resembling wooden mannequins, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets. Even the cigarettes they held dangled motionless in the air, as if time itself had come to a standstill. The onlookers, particularly the young women, fared even worse. They expelled the honeydew they had just consumed in one forceful motion, coughing and retching uncontrollably. Those with weaker stomachs bent over, clutching the wall and violently heaving. At that moment, the stench from Yang Fan's excrement, mingled with the girl's vomit, rapidly permeated the vicinity, turning the entrance of Xingli Garden into a veritable cesspool. What on earth? How could this happen again? Zhao Yang, seated in the rear of a Range Rover and just lighting a cigarette, was so startled that he dropped it onto his thigh, scorching a hole in his black Armani trousers. He was well aware that earlier that afternoon, Yang Fan and his entourage had executed an astonishing feat, unleashing a torrent of vomit in front of thousands of onlookers at the entrance of Qiangxin Company. This spectacle had left several unworldly passers-by so nauseated that they required ambulance transport to the emergency room. Following this incident, Yang Fan had undoubtedly cemented his reputation. He was now a household name throughout the harbor. Numerous netizens on Douyin hailed him as the foremost jet warrior of Longnan, asserting that in the realm of projectile expulsion, he was unrivaled. From now on, whenever Qin Feng needed to settle disputes, he would require no one but Yang Fan. Those who dared to contest his prowess would find themselves subjected to daily humiliations at their doorstep until they capitulated. The best part? This audacious act was not even illegal. At most, he might be detained for a brief period of admonishment, after which he could resume his antics. Yang Fan could easily vie to be among the most formidable weapons of mass disruption alongside hydrogen bombs and nuclear warheads. Even Qin Feng, stationed at the wheel of the Range Rover, was momentarily taken aback upon witnessing this spectacle. He had never anticipated that upon arriving in Sioux City, Yang Fan would find himself in such a predicament once more. Though he had intended to send Yang Fan to deliver a message, he certainly had not anticipated a repeat of this behavior. It left Qin Feng questioning whether Yang Fan had developed an uncontrollable habit. If this were the case, he would no longer feel comfortable bringing Yang Fan along on outings. As Yang Fan found himself surrounded by a multitude of security personnel from Xingli Garden before he could even wipe himself, Qin Feng hastily accelerated his Land Rover, adorned with the license plate Hong Kong A99999, racing towards the entrance. He sighed in relief that Yang Fan had accompanied him to Sioux City today. Otherwise, had he committed such an act at the gates of Xingli Garden, he would surely have faced the wrath of these guards. Damn it! I bought these loafers for 3,000 yuan. At that moment, the young security guard standing before Yang Fan was on the verge of hysteria, staring down at his shoes, now stained a garish gold. A thunderous roar erupted from his throat, a mix of anguish for his beloved loafers and disbelief at the absurdity of the situation. He could never have anticipated that in nearly a decade of guarding, he would witness such a spectacle. A young man in his 20s at the entrance of Xingli Garden, nonchalantly dropping his trousers to relieve himself. Had he foreseen such an occurrence, he would never have dared to stand so close to Yang Fan. Brothers, beat him to death. He then pointed at Yang Fan, still squatting and seemingly unperturbed, and shouted to the crowd of security personnel nearby. In response to his command, over a dozen burly guards, wielding their batons, charged towards Yang Fan, intent on teaching this ill-mannered youth a lesson for his disgraceful act of public defecation. Kill him. This is just too disgusting. Doesn't he have a toilet at home? Why come to Xingli Garden to do this? I've never seen such a revolting sight in my life. I even vomited my freshly bought milk tea. Yes, stab him so he can never relieve himself again in his next life. At this moment, the group of girls who had just witnessed the scene at the entrance of Xingli Garden, thoroughly disgusted by Yang Fan's actions, began to point fingers and unleash a torrent of verbal condemnation. The security guards, invigorated by their words, raised their batons, aiming for Yang Fan's exposed backside, ready to strike without consideration of whether the blow would provoke another eruption from him. In such circumstances, they were beyond caring. The singular thought driving them was to strike. As long as he remained alive, they would strike him mercilessly. Who dares to intervene? However, just as they were about to carry out their intentions, a sudden screech of brakes pierced the air, accompanied by a commanding shout from a man. In an instant, all eyes turned towards the source of the sound. When they beheld the vehicle that had appeared before them, every baton froze in midair, none daring to follow through with their intended actions. This was not merely a car. It was a license plate deeply etched in their memories, reappearing after 3 long years. Once again, it appeared before them. The license plate, a 99999. At the very moment they laid eyes on this plate, the security personnel could hardly believe their own sight. After all, the man who had once instilled fear in countless hearts, the mere thought of whom could send chills down one's spine, had vanished from Longnan for far too long. Many had even begun to suspect he would never return. In all of Longnan, who was unaware that the chieftain of the harbor, Qin Feng, roamed in a black Land Rover with a license plate, and 99999, as the saying goes, to see the car is to see the man. The sight of this vehicle left no doubt. The formidable Qin Feng had arrived. All eyes turned towards him as he stepped out of the driver's seat, cigarette in mouth, exuding a chilling aura that seemed capable of devouring souls. Tremors coursed through the onlookers, their throats dry as they swallowed nervously, attempting to quell their mounting anxiety. Even many of the hostesses from the KTV, upon catching sight of Qin Feng, began to feel the weight of trepidation. Most of the staff present had encountered him before, including the guards at the entrance and the accompanying girls, all of whom could ascertain with absolute certainty that the figure before them was indeed Qin Feng, though they could not quite comprehend why he appeared significantly younger than before. The familiar glint of menace in his eyes was unmistakable. As Qin Feng approached the entrance of the KTV, ready to reprimand the group of security guards, he was suddenly assaulted by a noxious odor reminiscent of 2-week-old stinky tofu drenched in apple juice, an utterly foul combination. He instinctively turned away, retching involuntarily. "Get my brother some tissues," he exclaimed, pinching his nose and stepping aside, gesturing towards the guards. Upon hearing Qin Feng's command, the guards sprang into action, racing towards the restroom on the first floor of the KTV. Before long, they returned, each holding a large, unopened roll of toilet paper, standing before Yang Fan with utmost reverence. Just when everyone anticipated that Yang Fan would accept the tissues to tidy himself and rise, his subsequent actions left them utterly dumbfounded. Even a basket of tissues seemed on the verge of melting in astonishment. They could only marvel at the audacity of this young man who had ventured into the KTV today. He was undoubtedly a fierce individual, perhaps even a wolf among men. After all, even the infamous Qin Feng, renowned as the most ruthless man in Longnan, would never dare to casually disrobe in public or attend to his needs in such a manner. Yet, there stood Yang Fan, cursing under his breath as he rose, pulling up his trousers while casually accepting the tissues from a guard to wipe his nose. At this juncture, Yang Fan had come to a realization. Let it be the warrior he was destined to be. At least he had carved a name for himself in Longnan, even if the title he bore was less than flattering. But in the grand scheme of things, it mattered little. Let it be as it may. In a state of utter disarray, he could hardly muster the energy to wipe himself. After all, he was uncertain whether, later on, when accompanying Qin Feng to Shengjing, he would once again find himself in a similar predicament while seated in the car. Thus, what was the point of taking unnecessary measures? Ugh! Alas! Oh, how dreadful! Initially, with Qin Feng's arrival, the 20 or so graceful ladies of Xingli Garden had gradually regained their composure, emerging from the earlier incident. However, upon witnessing Yang Fan's negligence in even wiping himself, their already fragile psychological defenses crumbled entirely. Each of them bent over, clutching the walls, and began to retch at the entrance of the Xingli Garden, a cacophony reminiscent of a cascading waterfall. They were left to ponder the misdeeds of their past lives that had led to such a punishment from the heavens, compelling them to witness such a grotesque scene at the entrance of Xingli Garden. Brother Feng, my dear brother, it has been 3 years, and I, Rome, have missed you every single day. At that moment, an exuberant shout from a middle-aged man echoed from the lobby of Xingli Garden. A man of modest height, approximately 165 meters, sporting a beer belly and a bald head, and in his early 40s, hurriedly approached the entrance while shouting excitedly. This individual was none other than Chen Guangrong, the owner of one of the top 3 KTV establishments in Sioux City, affectionately nicknamed Baldrong. Just moments ago, while in his office, Baldrong had received word that Qin Feng had arrived in Sioux City and was currently at the entrance of Xingli Garden. Upon hearing this news, he nearly toppled from his chair in disbelief. After confirming with his subordinates that the individual at the entrance was indeed Qin Feng, he sprang into action, rushing down with great urgency, nearly losing his old cloth shoes in the process. Beyond merely wishing to verify the identity of the guest, he was overwhelmed with longing for Qin Feng. It could be said that without Qin Feng, there would be no success for him today. His current standing as a prominent figure on the streets of Sioux City was entirely due to Qin Feng's unwavering support. Had he not crossed paths with Qin Feng, it was likely that Baldrong would still be selling grilled cold noodles at the gate of Harbour University. Upon spotting that familiar face in the lobby, Baldrong quickened his pace, nearly sprinting as he sought to express the deep-seated affection he had harbored in Qin Feng's absence. "Brother," he called out, but just then, a group of security guards stationed at the entrance hastily cautioned him, urging him to avoid stepping into Yang Fan's mess. Heeding their warning, Baldrong immediately hit the brakes, halting just a mere 10 centimeters from the golden-brown puddle on the ground. Had he delayed by even a fraction of a second, he likely would have found his beloved shoes ensnared in the unsightly mess. "What on earth is happening?" he inquired loudly, directing his gaze toward the security team. With furrowed brows, his facial features contorted in a grimace, the murderous intent in his eyes nearly overflowing. "Yeah, Rong, Bazarong. Yes, yes, he is Brother Feng's companion. Just moments ago, at the entrance of Xingli Garden, he made a mess." One of the security guards, pointing at Yang Fan, who stood with his hands in his pockets, gazing skyward as if indifferent to the situation, replied to the Baldrong. "Oh, so it was Brother Feng's friend who did that. No matter. As the saying goes, it's not about the quantity, but the foulness that matters. The vigor of the urine is irrelevant, as long as it has the right hue. Look at this brother. The mess he made at Xingli Garden today is proof that he is no ordinary person. Surely, he will soar to great heights alongside Brother Feng in the future." Ha ha ha. Upon hearing the guard's report, Baldrong's expression transformed instantaneously. All traces of anger evaporated, replaced by a broad smile. As he surveyed the mess on the ground, he composed a poem, directing his gaze toward Yang Fan with a grin, lavishing upon him the highest praise one could muster. For he understood that this individual was a brother of Qin Feng. The mere fact that he accompanied Qin Feng to Sioux City indicated that he held some significance in Qin Feng's esteem, perhaps even closer than Rong himself. With that, he extended his hand to shake Yang Fan's, suspecting that this person was indeed the widely acclaimed jet warrior of Longnan, who had recently made headlines on Douyin. Earlier that afternoon, at the entrance of the Haigang Qiangshan group, he had led over 10 subordinates, creating quite a ruckus and sending over 100 innocent bystanders to the hospital. Rong marveled at Qin Feng's return, astonished that he had recruited such formidable allies. It seemed that his elder brother's strength now surpassed that of years gone by 100-fold. Brother, he didn't wash his hands after, well, just as Bald Roan was enthusiastically shaking Yang Fan's hand, eager to solidify their acquaintance. One of his subordinates leaned in and whispered in his ear. In an instant, Roan's expression shifted, and his right hand, still clasping Yang Fan's, withdrew at lightning speed. Chapter 33. A million for settlement. With great rewards comes courage. The words uttered by the young subordinate moments ago stirred a tempest within him. Gazing at the barely 20-year-old Yang Fan before him, he couldn't help but draw a sharp breath, realizing that not only in Longnan, but perhaps across the globe, few could rival Yang Fan's prowess. Qin Feng was indeed fortunate to have such a formidable ally under his wing. Brother Feng, your unexpected arrival in Sioux City today must surely be for a significant matter, he remarked, turning his gaze towards Qin Feng, taking a deep breath before inquiring earnestly. After years of camaraderie, he possessed an acute understanding of Qin Feng, recognizing that this visit was no mere formality, but rather a matter of utmost importance, one that could potentially shake the very heavens. If it were a trivial issue, Qin Feng would have simply relayed it over the phone, sparing himself the journey. Qin Feng's subsequent words confirmed his suspicions. Indeed, there was something of grave consequence at hand. Guangrong, how many brothers can we muster in Sioux City? Those willing to fight without hesitation? He asked, taking a deep drag from his cigarette, addressing Chun Guangrong, who had risen to a position of authority in the streets of Sioux City. Brother Feng, I speak candidly, though I command a legion of over 10,000 in Sioux City. Only about 3,000 are truly prepared to charge in a battle. Chun Guangrong replied honestly, well aware that Qin Feng was preparing for a confrontation at the harbor. Yet, the identity of the adversary remained unknown, though one could surmise they were no ordinary foe, likely possessing comparable strength and standing to Qin Feng. Otherwise, there would be no reason for Qin Feng to personally oversee the mobilization. Excellent. Immediately inform these men. Tell them that at midnight tonight, I, Qin Feng, shall engage in a great battle. For those who wish to join, there will be a reward of 1 million each. Should anyone fall, their families will receive tenfold the amount. Convey that it is I, Qin Feng, who speaks. While I cannot guarantee their safe return, I assure them that should misfortune befall them, their loved ones will receive $10 million. I stand by my word, Qin Feng declared, extinguishing his cigarette with force upon the ground and turning back to Chen Guangrong. It was imperative to prepare the men from Shengsu and Erching for the impending conflict. To ensure they understood the bloodshed awaiting them was unlike any they had encountered before. This would be a battle where only the living would have tomorrow. Only then could these men, upon reaching the island, take up arms and charge forward without a second thought. Once again, the same sentiment prevails. Tonight's life and death struggle with Ivan demands only the elite by Qin Feng's side, those who can disregard mortality and fight valiantly alongside him. Those like the likes of La Pao are to be cast aside, as far away as possible. Understood, Brother Feng. I shall immediately contact my men to convey your intentions. Those willing to join must arm themselves and assemble at the entrance of Xingli Garden. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Chun Guangrong did not dare to take them lightly, responding with utmost seriousness. He was acutely aware that the battle unfolding in the harbor tonight was of monumental significance. After all, a conflict that could compel Qin Feng to offer 10 million in relocation funds could hardly be trivial. While one might doubt the promise of such a sum from others, there was no room for skepticism when it came to Qin Feng. He had an intimate understanding of the multitude of small targets in Qin Feng's accounts, at least 3,000, possibly even more, for the formidable brother. Such a sum was merely a drop in the ocean. Yang Fan, you stay here. Zhao Yang and I will make a trip to Shengjing. Later, when we return, we will bring you and the brothers from Sioux City back to the harbor. Qin Feng nodded, addressing Yang Fan while making his way to the driver's seat of the Land Rover. The reason for leaving Yang Fan behind was twofold. Firstly, to have him organize a group in Sioux City. Secondly, and more importantly, to prevent this young man from commandeering his vehicle. Chapter 34. All watermelon knives sold out at the Harbour Supermarket. Sides and hose ready for battle. As Qin Feng, accompanied by Zhao Yang, embarked on their journey from Sioux City to Shengjing in the luxurious Range Rover in 99999, it coincided precisely with the time in the imperial capital, September 1st, 7:30 p.m. The swift assembly of personnel in Sioux City took merely half an hour, significantly saving time for their relatively distant destination, Shengjing. By the time they returned to Sioux City at 10 o'clock that evening, Qin Feng, leading a convoy of 15 large coaches, encountered the waiting forces from Sioux City at the highway entrance. This contingent comprised 10 coaches, totaling nearly 3,000 individuals. Each coach's trunk brimmed with an array of lethal weapons, essential for confrontations in society, pickaxes, machetes, and saw blades among them. In total, Qin Feng had gathered 3,000 elite warriors from the two cities. These individuals were seasoned veterans, having navigated the tumultuous waters of society for years, all unflinchingly brave. In the heat of battle, they would seize their weapons and charge fearlessly ahead, even in the face of Ivan's 7,000 elite troops from northern Myanmar. With this formidable force of 3,000, combined with the 2,000 members from the 14 associations and the Hong Gang, they would be well equipped to hold their ground on the island for a full 20 minutes. They awaited the encirclement by the Alliance and the Homan's main forces to decisively annihilate Ivan and send this wretched group of beasts from the Golden Triangle to hell. Brothers, for those who need to relieve themselves, do so here and now. A great battle is imminent, and we must hasten to the harbor. By the time we arrive, Ivan's men should be landing in the port city as well. Standing at the highway entrance leading from Sioux City to the harbor, Qin Feng raised his hand to check his wristwatch, then raised his voice to address the assembled 3,000. He urged them to take care of their biological needs before they set off for the harbor. Having said this, he turned his gaze to the side, where Yang Fan was blissfully smoking a cigarette, a broad smile adorning his face. While his words seemed directed at the 3,000 warriors, his primary concern lay with Yang Fan. He was not overly worried about the troops, but the unpredictable Yang Fan was a source of anxiety for him. He dreaded the thought of returning to find the interior of his luxurious Range Rover sullied by this reckless youth. To his surprise, upon hearing his instructions, everyone rushed to the roadside to relieve themselves, except for Yang Fan, who stood still, quietly enjoying his cigarette. Yang Fan, aren't you going to take care of that? Qin Feng, taken aback by the scene, quickly turned his attention to Yang Fan, questioning him with a hint of confusion. Brother Feng, it seems I should be all out, Yang Fan replied, his voice quivering. During your brief absence in Shengjing, I managed to clog all 10 toilets in the lobby of Xingli Garden. I doubt I can produce anything now. As Chen Guangrong spoke, he wiped the sweat from his brow, visibly trembling at the memory of the chaotic scene in the lobby. It is worth noting that Yang Fan had barely entered the restroom for less than half an hour when he clogged 10 toilets, turning the entire men's restroom into a veritable river of chaos. The golden stream meandered from the restroom all the way to the bar on the first floor, nearly inundating the lobby. 18 diligent cleaning ladies from Xingli Garden donned gas masks and raincoats, collectively embarking on a heroic mission to combat the deluge. Only after their valiant efforts was the flood finally contained. In the aftermath, nearly half of the cleaning staff required urgent medical attention, their faces pale and foaming at the mouth, mumbling incessantly about the unbearable stench. At that moment, Yang Fan speculated that after the intense ordeal at Xingli Garden, he was unlikely to relieve himself anytime soon. Well, upon hearing Chen Guangrong's words, Qin Feng couldn't help but draw a sharp breath, genuinely shocked from the depths of his being to the very top of his head. At the same time, he felt immense relief that his decision to keep Yang Fan in Sioux City was indeed the right one. Otherwise, it would not be the cleaning ladies being rushed to the hospital, but rather he and Zhao Yang. It was likely that even his Land Rover would face a forced scrapping, becoming the first car in the annals of Dragon Country, and indeed the world, to be dubbed a feces vehicle. 5 minutes later, Qin Feng's Land Rover charged ahead, leading a convoy of 25 fully occupied buses onto the expressway. They sped towards the port city with great urgency. As Qin Feng returned to the harbor, the local trio of Ma Dong, Xiangzhua, and Xiequan were also making final preparations for the impending showdown. Xiongzhou was relatively untroubled, with not much to attend to, as their forces were limited, each comprising around 1,000 men, requiring minimal weaponry. Their primary task was to gather their 2,000 troops in anticipation of Qin Feng's return before heading together to Bonsui Island to confront Ivan. In stark contrast to the ease of Ma Dong and Xiongzhou, Xie Kun found himself beset with a flurry of activity. The reason for his preoccupation was simple. He commanded an overwhelming force of 10,000 men, with less than an hour remaining until they were to head to the battlefield. He was troubled by the lack of adequate weaponry. In a panic, he ordered his subordinates to scour the city's supermarkets for watermelon knives, purchasing as many as possible. Remarkably, within half an hour, every watermelon knife in the Harbour supermarkets had sold out. Yet, this was still far from sufficient, leaving approximately 3,000 men without appropriate arms. This predicament weighed heavily on Xie Kun's mind. Although Qin Feng indicated that his 10,000 men would not need to engage in combat today, merely providing support from the rear as cheerleaders, even cheerleaders required some form of equipment. It would be utterly ridiculous to send the remaining 3,000 men onto the island armed only with bricks. Such an action would compromise the dignity of his formidable reputation as a leader. In response, Xie Kun specifically instructed his subordinate to go to the granary, forcibly requisitioning all the grain sampling devices. He then proceeded to the farmer's store to purchase 800 sickles and over 1,000 hoes, thereby assembling the remaining weapons for his contingent. Subsequently, he joined forces with the members of the 14th Society and the Hong Gang, converging at the southern riverbank of Haigang City to await Qin Feng. At 11 o'clock in the evening, when Qin Feng arrived with the personnel from Shengsu and Erching, aboard more than 20 large buses, the sight that greeted them was striking. Nearly 3,000 individuals from the Qiangxin group were visible, brandishing sickles, shouldering hoes, and wielding grain detectors. "Goodness gracious!" exclaimed Chen Guangrong, who was also in the Range Rover. He was taken aback, his eyes widening and mouth agape, as he shouted in astonishment. The grand spectacle orchestrated by Xie Kun left him utterly stunned. Those aware of the situation understood they were about to engage in a violent confrontation, while those oblivious might have thought they were headed to the countryside for farming. Chapter 35, Landing. The final battle. The divine warrior of the Azure Dragon. One cannot help but marvel at the resourcefulness of Xie Kun, who has truly outdone himself this time. Faced with a shortage of weapons, he has equipped his subordinates with an array of farming tools, such as sickles and hoes. It is not only he who may be taken aback. I dare say Ivan will be equally astonished upon witnessing this motley crew armed with such implements. At this moment, it is precisely 11 o'clock p.m. on September 1st, according to the imperial capital's time, as Qin Feng disembarks. He strides purposefully toward the vast contingent of 12,000 troops at the harbor. The 3,000 elite soldiers from the cities of Shengsu and Erching follow closely behind him, converging with the forces from the port city, creating a formidable collective of approximately 15,000 individuals. While the sheer number may seem impressive, Qin Feng understands that only the Hong Gang, the 14th Society, and the 5,000 men from Shengsu and Erching will truly engage in battle tonight. The underlings of Xie Kun's powerful group will merely serve as cheerleaders, rallying behind them once the conflict commences. After all, these individuals have brought farming tools to the battlefield. What more can one expect from them? If they do not soil themselves in fear when the confrontation begins, he will count himself fortunate. Ma Dong, hand me the map. Qin Feng commands, extending his hand toward Ma Dong, the leader of the 14th Society, requesting the nautical chart of the waters south of the harbor city. He intends to finalize preparations for the impending battle before the arrival of his allies from the Golden Triangle. Upon receiving the map from Ma Dong, Qin Feng lays it atop the trunk of a vehicle, utilizing the flashlight on his phone to scrutinize it closely. He discovers that they are currently positioned at the Fisherman's Wharf, the very place where he once began his rise to power in the harbor. Here, he has endured countless life and death battles and has faced numerous formidable adversaries, never tasting defeat. After countless skirmishes, he has sent all those rivals to the underworld, earning his title as the dominant figure in the harbor. It is fair to say that the Fisherman's Wharf is his auspicious ground, And this is one of the reasons he has chosen this vicinity for the decisive confrontation against the Golden Triangle. He is confident that, as in the past, he will utterly vanquish the audacious soldiers from northern Myanmar who dare to swagger into his territory. Moreover, half a kilometer from the Fisherman's Wharf lies an island known as Bang Jhuai. This island is encircled by the sea, accessible only by a 300-meter-long bridge. Once they land on the island, he plans to set the bridge ablaze, severing all avenues of retreat. The moment both sides set foot on the island, it signifies a fight to the death. Only those who survive will see another day. Having confirmed the site of tonight's decisive battle, Qin Feng's gaze shifts to the waters 10 kilometers southwest of Bang Jhuai Island. He raises his hand to glance at his wristwatch. If all goes according to plan, the brothers from the Hongmin and the He-Lien Society should have already positioned themselves there, awaiting his signal. Once Ivan and his men set foot on Bangzhou Island, a tempest of forces would converge from all directions, encircling the island with an overwhelming might of 160,000 troops. Utilizing their sheer numerical superiority, they would grind the 7,000 elite soldiers of Jingshanjiao into mincemeat, severing Ivan's head in the process. This would take approximately 20 minutes, so they must hold their ground on the island for at least that long. Then, Qin Feng retrieved his phone from his pocket and dialed Lao Gui. "Hello, Feng Yi. The brothers are all in position, awaiting your command to charge toward Bangzhou Island and dismantle that scoundrel Ivan." Upon hearing Lao Gui's words, Qin Feng exhaled deeply, anxiety gripping him. He feared that something might go awry with the 160,000 troops in Haoxiang Air City, preventing them from ambushing the southwestern waters as agreed. He understood all too well that without employing a tactic of overwhelming numbers, he would stand no chance of defeating Ivan at the harbor. Fortunately, the troops had arrived safely. With that assurance, he could guarantee that 1 year from today would mark the demise of the beast from the Golden Triangle. Listen carefully. I will invite Ivan to a decisive battle at Bangzhou Island. Once everyone has landed, Ma Dong, you will lead a portion of the men to burn the bridge at the fastest pace possible. Tonight, I will confront Ivan to settle our fates. Only the living shall leave the island. Qin Feng pounded on the map atop the trunk of the armored vehicle, pointing towards Bangzhou Island, not far away. Speaking solemnly to Ma Dong, the leader of the 14 Association. As Qin Feng's thunderous words echoed, the entire Fisherman's Wharf fell into an eerie silence, punctuated only by the sound of pin dropping. The 15,000 men present were drenched in sweat, their hearts racing, on the brink of leaping from their chests. In this moment, everyone comprehended Qin Feng's unwavering determination for the impending battle. It was either do or die, while others might cower before the beasts of the Golden Triangle. Few in the world would remain unshaken upon hearing that name. Even the notorious drug lords of America dared not confront the Golden Triangle head-on. Yet, Qin Feng was unafraid. In the eyes of others, Ivan and his soldiers epitomized the most ruthless and diabolical faction, the demons who would not flinch. But to Qin Feng, they were all mere bags of flesh, even inferior to that. Throughout his life, he had never regarded anyone with reverence. The creatures of the Golden Triangle were no exception. Anyone who dared to challenge him would meet only one fate: the abyss. Alricht, understood, Feng Yi. Ma Dong responded, taking a deep breath and nodding firmly, his grip on the machete trembling slightly. Earlier that evening, Qin Feng had instructed him to bring 10 barrels of gasoline to the southern riverbank. At that time, he was unaware of Qin Feng's intentions for the barrels of gasoline. However, clarity has since dawned upon him. Qin Feng intends to use these 10 barrels to sever all avenues of retreat for everyone present today, including Ivan's faction and their own. The moment they set foot on the island, their sole focus became one word: shell. As long as the shell remains unscathed, they shall pursue it relentlessly. It was a dire realization for Xie Kun, the formidable leader of the Qiangshan group, as he listened to the exchange between Qin Feng and Ma Dong. His complexion drained of color, resembling that of a corpse, he inwardly lamented. It was only now that he comprehended Qin Feng's intention to engage Ivan in a life-or-death struggle at the harbor, with no escape routes to be found. although he and his thousand-strong entourage were merely spectators in this monumental clash. Should Qin Feng's side find itself at a disadvantage, they would be compelled to take up arms and join the fray. Otherwise, should Qin Feng and his companions fall to Ivan's forces, he and his men would meet a similarly grim fate, akin to being slaughtered like pigs. Given the fighting prowess of his men, it would not take long before they were decimated. At this moment, Siekuan fervently hoped that the brothers from the 14 and the Hong Gang, as well as those from Shengsu and Erching, would lend their strength. Otherwise, he too would be forced to wield a blade and enter the battle. Tension coursed through him. His nerves taut, and his body trembled incessantly. Yet, when Qin Feng addressed Xiangzhua, his words provided a fleeting reprieve for Siekuan's near-exploding mind. He took a deep breath, knowing that if Qin Feng personally entered the fray, their chances of victory would significantly increase. After all, he was well aware of Qin Feng's combat prowess. When cornered, he could face 1,000 foes without faltering. "Bring me my sword. Tonight, I shall fight alongside you until death," Qin Feng declared, first directing his gaze towards Xiangzhua, then sweeping across the 5,000 gathered warriors, his voice resonating with conviction. Upon hearing his words, Xiangzhua promptly summoned 2 subordinates to bring forth a weapon measuring approximately 1.5 meters in length and weighing 82 pounds. The moment the crowd of 15,000 at Fisherman's Wharf laid eyes on this weapon, a synchronized gasp erupted from their throats. Eyes widened and mouths agape. They gazed in disbelief at the object before them. As they beheld this weapon, the determination of Qin Feng to vanquish Ivan at the harbor became all the more evident. This was no ordinary weapon. It was the famed Green Dragon Crescent Blade, identical in both weight and length to that of the legendary Guan Yu. The sharp blade glimmered ominously under the cold moonlight at Fisherman's Wharf, casting a chilling reflection. A wave of genuine trepidation washed over everyone present. Grateful to be allies of Qin Feng this night, had they stood opposed to him, even a single strike from that blade would spell certain doom or grievous injury for them. Subsequently, Qin Feng took the knife from the hands of 2 of his subordinates. Holding it firmly, he inhaled deeply, clenched his fists, and gritted his teeth, directing his gaze towards the southern waters of the harbor city. He estimated that Ivan's men would soon arrive. In order to ensure that all 7,001 of those despicable creatures met their demise in the harbor, he resolved to personally engage in the fray tonight. Brandishing the Green Dragon Crescent Blade, he would fight alongside the combined forces of the 14th Society and the Hong Gang, totaling 5,000 warriors, unleashing all his strength. He would transform into the god of war, Feng, and tonight he had no choice but to do so. Just moments ago, a glance at the map had unveiled a grave concern. Once the Alliance and the Hong men encircled Bongsue Island with their 160,000 troops, it would appear that Ivan and his 7,000 elite soldiers were trapped. However, another party would also find themselves ensnared within the encirclement. They stationed on the island. The 5,000 social warriors charging into battle today, alongside a contingent of 10,000 from the Qianxin group, including himself, would be unable to break free before these northern Myanmar scoundrels fell completely. Should Ivan realize that he had underestimated the situation, finding himself surrounded with no escape, he would undoubtedly turn his weapons towards them, launching a relentless assault. If he were to be killed, the more than 100,000 men under his command would be left leaderless, inevitably plunging into chaos. The encirclement would become utterly ineffective. At that point, Ivan could easily break free, invigorated and emboldened, pursuing the 160,000 and slaughtering them to the last man. It was not an impossibility. Thus, he could not afford to die tonight. He must survive until the end. For if he were to fall, the tens of thousands of brothers fighting alongside him would also be thrust into peril, meeting their demise on Bongsue Island. With this thought, Qin Feng summoned all his strength, gripping the Green Dragon Crescent Blade tightly. Gazing at the myriad of flickering ship lights in the southern waters of the harbor city, he knew Ivan had arrived. The battle that would determine the fate of the entire Longnan drug defense line was on the verge of erupting. Damn it! With such a paltry force, do they dare to challenge me, Ivan? At that very moment, merely 1 kilometer from Fisherman's Wharf, Ivan stood at the bow of his ship, observing Qin Feng on the shore, flanked by nearly 15,000 men, offering a cold, disdainful smile and shaking his head. As he had initially surmised, he felt Qin Feng would lead approximately 10,000 subordinates into battle tonight, engaging in a life-and-death struggle at the harbor. Through his investigation of Qin Feng, he had learned that Qin Feng commanded around 10,000 followers in the harbor. With reinforcements from several surrounding cities, he could muster almost 15,000 men. Although this appeared formidable, it was utterly inconsequential when faced with the 7,000 elite soldiers from northern Myanmar that he had brought to the harbor tonight. Furthermore, it was reported that Qin Feng had also brought a multitude of social warriors from the Qianxin group to the battlefield, each one of them the dregs of society. It is one thing to bully the elderly and children in the city, but once thrust into the throes of intense combat, one's true nature will inevitably be revealed. It is not beyond the realm of possibility for someone to be so frightened they might lose control. Thus, the genuine combat capability on Qin Feng's side is merely around 5,000. As the saying goes, knowing oneself and knowing the enemy ensures victory in every battle. It is precisely due to Ivan's thorough understanding of Qin Feng that he dares to lead his subordinates to a foreign land to confront him. At this moment, Ivan is convinced that with his 7,000 troops, he can dismantle Qin Feng in 10 minutes. After all, in terms of combat strength and the number of personnel truly capable of engaging in battle, he far surpasses his opponent. His only concern regarding this impending clash is the possibility of Qin Feng calling for help, summoning the authorities of the port or even military forces to intervene. Should that occur, victory would be entirely unattainable for him. Regardless of how many men he brings from the port, they would inevitably succumb to the official forces. This is not the Golden Triangle, but rather the distant land of the Dragon Kingdom. However, based on his knowledge of Qin Feng, Ivan feels utterly confident that there is a 0% chance of Qin Feng alerting the authorities. After all, Qin Feng is also a man concerned with his reputation. Even if he were to be defeated by Ivan tonight through a third party, it would not bode well for his image. Soon, the 7 ships, each carrying 1,000 men, successfully docked at Fisherman's Wharf. Clad in military green, Ivan confidently stepped forward, hands in pockets, accompanied by his male secretary. As he made his way towards Qin Feng, the remaining 7,000 elite soldiers from northern Myanmar disembarked in succession, wielding their spiked clubs and following closely behind Ivan. Once these 7,000 formed a cohesive unit, their imposing presence was palpable. Each individual bore an air of arrogance, gazing at the 15,000 troops across from them as if they were mere dogs. They, like Ivan, had never regarded Qin Feng's forces with any seriousness. "What is the matter, Qin Feng? Are you ready to clash with me today? Do you truly possess the strength to contend with me?" Having dealt with the people of the Dragon Kingdom numerous times, Ivan had become quite proficient in their language and picked up quite a bit of their social vernacular. Upon halting 10 meters away from Qin Feng's main force, he raised his hand, pointed at Qin Feng, and bellowed with fervor. "Huh! Damn you, Ivan! Do you truly not know the meaning of death? Listen closely. This is the port, not the Golden Triangle. This is my territory, Qin Feng's domain. If you manage to leave here unscathed tonight, I, Qin Feng, will no longer be involved in this world. Damn! If you dare to come here, be prepared to be wrapped in your own shroud. I stake my life on the guarantee that not a single one of you, including your 7,000 beasts, will leave alive. Those I, Qin Feng, wish to eliminate, not even the Jade Emperor can save." Hearing Ivan's words, Qin Feng could not help but feel a mix of anger and amusement. He then slammed his Qinglong Yanhue weapon forcefully into the ground and shouted fiercely towards Ivan. "Your tone is remarkably audacious. I did not expect that, even with the formidable forces of the Northern Myanmar army poised at your doorstep, you would remain so composed. It seems the reputation of Long Nan's most ruthless figure is indeed well-deserved. I now present you with an opportunity. Listen closely, Qin Feng. If you compensate me for today's narcotics, valued in the billions on a one-to-one basis, and transfer the funds to my Swiss bank account, while also compelling Ivan to kneel and publicly bow 100 times in apology, then I shall spare you and your brothers today. Otherwise, you and your men shall meet your demise here." Damn! Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Ivan ignited the cigar in his hand, taking a deep puff before pointing at Qin Feng with his cigar-clenching hand, responding loudly. Initially, he believed that upon witnessing his 7,000 elite soldiers landing in Port City and standing before him, Qin Feng would be paralyzed with fear. He anticipated that upon presenting his terms, the latter would willingly acquiesce to his demands to save his life. Otherwise, once the battle commenced, Ivan could hardly fathom how Qin Feng could possibly prevail. It was likely that within a minute, his 7,000 soldiers would obliterate the opposing formation and sever their heads. However, just as Ivan entertained such thoughts and arrogantly awaited Qin Feng's surrender, the words that Qin Feng uttered next filled him with astonishment and fury. Veins bulged on his forehead, and his eyes radiated intense fury, as if he were about to devour someone whole. I owe you nothing. Damn, Ivan. I have no desire to engage in further dialogue with you. The fact that I, Qin Feng, dare to await your arrival here signifies that I hold your men in utter contempt. Nearby lies the renowned Bonsue Island, surrounded by the sea on all sides. Should you refuse, let us now gather our respective forces and ascend the island for a decisive battle. Let us determine superiority and seal our fates. Do you dare? With that, Qin Feng brandished his Klong Yanyue, directing it towards the nearby Bonsue Island, shouting at Ivan, luring him into a confrontation on the island. Should Ivan dare to lead his men there, then half of Qin Feng's plan would be accomplished. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Ivan hesitated initially, then shifted his gaze in the direction indicated by Qin Feng's blade, scrutinizing Bonsue Island in the distance. You possess audacity, Qin Feng. You actually dared to challenge me to a battle in the octagonal cage. Fine. You have courage. Ascend the island first. Once your men are all on the island, I, Ivan, shall follow suit. Moments later, he turned back to respond to Qin Feng. He never anticipated such ferocity from Qin Feng, inviting him to a showdown on Bonsue Island. Ivan had some knowledge of the island situated on the southern coast of Port City, aware that it was encircled by the sea. To step onto that island would mean entering a trap, akin to a larger octagonal cage with no exits. Both sides would find themselves with no retreat, compelled to fight fiercely, for only the victor would witness the sun rise on the morrow. He harbored no concerns about Qin Feng laying ambush on the island. After all, there were no mountains on Bonsue Island, allowing for unobstructed visibility. His only apprehension lay in the possibility of Qin Feng having planted landmines on the island. Thus, he proposed that Qin Feng's men land first, followed by his own forces. As long as Qin Feng dared to be the first to set foot on the island, he would undoubtedly follow closely behind, entering the territory without hesitation. Upon hearing Ivan's words, Qin Feng let out a cold smile, fully aware that he had successfully hooked this big fish. After briefly conferring with Ma Dong, who was beside him, he led the contingent of 15,000 societal members onto the island. Once Qin Feng's main force had fully disembarked, Ivan prepared to guide his 7,000 elite troops from northern Myanmar onto the island. General, this is unwise. Qin Feng is cunning and did not attain the position of the top leader in Longnan solely through ruthlessness. His intellect is beyond ordinary comprehension. His sudden proposal for you to confront him on the island likely conceals some ulterior motive. At that moment, the male secretary, adjusting his rimless glasses, rushed to Ivan, urgently advising against the plan. For reasons unknown, upon landing at the port city, his right eyelid had been twitching incessantly. As the saying goes when in Rome, do as the Romans do. In Long Country, there exists a belief that a twitching left eye signifies fortune, while a twitching right eye foretells disaster. This vague premonition suggested that a significant event was destined to unfold that very night, one that would be exceedingly disadvantageous for them, potentially leading to their complete annihilation. Yet, he could not fathom what precisely would transpire, as the current circumstances appeared overwhelmingly favorable for the Golden Triangle. With only Qin Feng's mere 15,000 societal members, they posed no threat to his forces. Faced with Qin Feng's sudden and unusual actions, the male secretary felt an ominous foreboding. While the island battle would place Qin Feng in a position of no retreat, vulnerable to being ensnared and defeated by the 7,000 elite troops. Any change in circumstances would simultaneously imply that they too would have no avenue for retreat, falling into a deadlock. Thus, he strongly advised Ivan against landing on the island, suggesting instead to find an open area to duel with Qin Feng right there. Who the hell are you to dictate the terms? The Golden Triangle is under my command, not yours. A mere secretary dares to give orders on the battlefield to me. Ivan, when I was rampaging through Golden Mountain, you were probably still in diapers. Ivan retorted, delivering only a cold slap in response to the secretary's suggestion. Chapter 36, Sudden Crisis. Agrave stampith. The formation in disarray. In Ivan's eyes, the so-called big brother of the harbor, Qin Feng, was hardly a figure to be feared, merely a brash youth, still naive. Had he arrived in the harbor sooner, Qin Feng would have long since met his demise at his hands. The entire drug defense line of Longnan would have been thoroughly breached, with copious amounts of cash flowing into his pockets. Nevertheless, it was not too late. As long as he could deliver a crushing blow to Qin Feng in the harbor today, not necessarily claiming his life, but inflicting such grievous injuries that he would struggle to breathe for the next decade. Once Qin Feng fell, no one in the Longnan region would dare to challenge Ivan any longer. Throughout Longnan, the only person he had ever felt a modicum of fear towards was Qin Feng, the notorious leader of the harbor. After all, this young man was incredibly ruthless, so much so that it was almost unfathomable. This was evident from the massacre of the 100 subordinates he had sent to the harbor, all of whom had met their end at Qin Feng's hands. Thus, this battle tonight was not solely for himself, but also for those 100 brothers who had been sent to hell, dancing for the King of Hell. One must understand that in the underworld, reputation is paramount. Ivan's dignity had been trampled upon by Qin Feng, who treated it like a mere doormat. If he did not restore his honor, he might as well abandon the drug trade altogether and resort to selling sanitary products. Everyone, all aboard the island. Today, between us and Qin Feng, only one side shall leave alive, Ivan declared with unwavering conviction, and I firmly believe that side will be us. Once Qin Feng is dead, the entire drug defense line of Longnan will be laid wide open. At that moment, each of your salaries will multiply tenfold. No, 100-fold. With that, Ivan kicked aside his male secretary and rallied the 7,000 bloodthirsty soldiers from northern Myanmar, each stained with countless lives. He raised his arm and proclaimed a pre-battle declaration, determined to storm the island and confront Qin Feng in a fight to the death, aiming to resolve the conflict within 10 minutes. His intention was to shatter the enemy's formation and sever Qin Feng's head from his body. In his mind, the male secretary was merely a timid observer, someone who had never seen the battlefield, only familiar with tapping away at a computer in an office. How could such a person presume to advise a seasoned general like Ivan? If he heeded the secretary's advice and hesitated to board the island, he would become the subject of ridicule. Such a fate would render his future untenable. Having listened to Ivan's words, the 7,000 elite soldiers were invigorated, gripping their weapons and shouting with fervor, their faces alight with excitement as they envisioned the day of their salary increase. Let us go. Follow me to the island. Let us take down that Qin Feng, who dares to burn billions of my drugs. If I don't chop him down today, I'll no longer bear the name Ivan. With that, he led his men in a grand march toward Changbai Island. General, you must not board the island. This is undoubtedly a trap set by Qin Feng. I have known him for many years. Although Qin Feng is exceedingly ruthless, he has never fought a battle he is not confident of winning. Since the formidable leader of the harbor, Qin Feng, dares to invite you for a decisive confrontation, he must have a hidden strategy, a lethal move capable of plunging us all into the depths of hell. Should you set foot on the island, it would surely lead everyone to doom. The male secretary, who had been knocked down by Ivan, clutched his abdomen while lying on the ground, desperately urging Ivan not to set foot on the island. He insisted that they should find an open space near Fisherman's Wharf to confront Qin Feng instead. There is absolutely no need to go to the island. Damn it! If you dare to sow discord among my ranks again, I will be the one to take your head as a trophy. He snapped. If you're afraid to go to the island, then stay here quietly and watch how we defeat Qin Feng. However, at that moment, Ivan was in no mood to heed his counsel. Turning around, he shot him a deadly glare and said nothing more. He continued onward, heading towards the island. Alas, it seems that fate is conspiring against me and the Golden Triangle. Faced with Ivan's obstinacy, the male secretary felt utterly helpless. He realized he could not sway Ivan's decision. He could only remove his dirt-streaked glasses, wipe the lenses with his clothing, tilt his head back, and sigh deeply. He lamented that nearly a century of hard work in Golden Mountain Corner was about to be undone by Ivan, the 10th leader. If they were to lose this battle, the prestige of the entire triangular region would plummet to the lowest depths globally. A place built on drug trafficking with no prestige left would have nothing to stand on. It seems they would truly have to consider selling sanitary napkins instead. On the other side, once both parties had landed on the island, it coincided with the time in the capital, September 2nd, precisely midnight. This was nearly in line with Qin Feng's initial estimated time for the decisive battle. As Ma Dong swiftly led his men to burn the pier, Qin Feng, stationed 10 kilometers away, sent a message to Lao Gui, who was temporarily taking over as the commander of the 160,000 troops from the United Society and Hongmen. He informed him that Ivan, along with 7,000 soldiers from Golden Mountain Corner, had completely landed on the island, urging him to bring his men over at the fastest speed to encircle Bangzhou Island. Tonight, Qin Feng was determined to send this group of beasts from Golden Mountain Corner straight to hell. What the hell? Boss, it's on fire. That bastard actually burned the pier. It seems he is truly prepared to fight us to the death. What the hell is going on? Why burn the pier? Qin Feng was not planning to leave the island. Upon witnessing the sudden burst of flames and the thick smoke rising from the nearly 300-meter pier, a wave of astonished gasps swept through the 7,000 elite troops in northern Myanmar. Everyone stared wide-eyed and agape at the unexpected spectacle, utterly incredulous. They had never anticipated that Qin Feng would resort to such drastic measures. It appears that Qin Feng has earned the title of the most ruthless figure in Longnan for good reason. He pursues his objectives with unwavering determination, committing fully without regard for the consequences. Although his soldiers remain oblivious to the gravity of the situation, merely astonished by Qin Feng's ferocity, Ivan, the leader of this expedition to the Golden Triangle, senses something amiss from the sly smile that plays upon Qin Feng's lips. All personnel, form ranks. Arm yourselves. Prepare to charge with me. We must resolve this battle within 10 minutes. Behead Qin Feng, Ivan declared with fervor, drawing a gleaming machete from his waist. His gaze fixed upon Qin Feng. He bellowed to the 7,000 men under his command, ready to engage in a decisive confrontation without wasting a single moment. At that instant, all traces of mirth vanished from Ivan's face, replaced by an expression of solemnity. Having spent decades in the Golden Triangle and enduring nearly 100 battles, Ivan, despite his arrogance, is no fool. He possesses a keen perception and considerable skill. Otherwise, he could not have ascended to his position by treading upon the corpses of so many. In his view, Qin Feng's invitation to a duel on the island was entirely legitimate, yet there was no need to set the bridge ablaze. Moreover, in Qin Feng's eyes, he exhibited no fear. Instead, he radiated confidence. This only serves to confirm one undeniable truth. Qin Feng has undoubtedly prepared lethal tactics for tonight, a strategy imbued with such confidence that it threatens the annihilation of their forces. Recognizing this, Ivan resolved to act swiftly, launching an immediate assault. If he could eliminate Qin Feng on the battlefield, all of the latter's strategies would dissolve into nothingness. Upon hearing Ivan's commands, the 7,000 soldiers of the Golden Triangle clenched their jaws and tightened their grips on their spiked clubs, ready to engage in a fierce battle under Ivan's leadership. Due to the necessity of passing through customs upon entering Longwa and the urgency of their arrival, they were unable to bring firearms to the harbor. Instead, they concealed 7,000 spiked clubs beneath the ship, preparing to confront their adversaries in a fierce clash this evening. Of course, these are the weapons they wielded most adeptly aside from the AK and M4. Meanwhile, as Ivan prepared to launch his attack, Qin Feng discerned the intentions of his foes and was equally wary. He swiftly organized his troops into formation. Initially, He had intended to delay matters further once they reached the island, perhaps engaging Ivan in some verbal sparring. However, he soon realized that Ivan was no fool. The moment he ordered the bridge to be set ablaze, the threat became apparent. All formidable forces retreat. Stand at the back. Brothers from the 14 Association and the Shungsu Second City, advance. Tonight marks your moment to establish your renown in Longnan. In the days to come, all shall remember that it was you, the valiant 5,000, who followed me, Qin Feng, to engage in a fierce battle against the drug lords at the harbor in Golden Mountain tonight. We shall annihilate them without a trace. With unwavering determination, Qin Feng stood at the forefront, gripping his green dragon crescent blade tightly, and bellowed to the 15,000 warriors behind him. Upon landing on the island, the brothers from the 14th Association and Shangsu's 2 cities were the first to disembark, followed by 1,000 men from Siekuan. Consequently, the forces of the prosperous group found themselves at the forefront after landing. If they were to engage Ivan under this formation, every soldier on their side would surely be cleaved to pieces by the enemy. After all, he was all too aware of the combat capabilities of the prosperous group. They might handle minor skirmishes, but in high-stakes confrontations, they would merely be fodder. Upon hearing Qin Feng's command, the 1,000 men of the prosperous group began to retreat desperately. Meanwhile, the 5,000 armed with pickaxes and machetes, the main force for the decisive battle tonight, surged forward with remarkable composure. Unlike the chaos among the prosperous group, they maintained their formation, moving as one while steadily increasing their speed to reach the front lines. Yet, the disarray among the prosperous forces was palpable. As the battle loomed, their ranks faltered, and with so many present, numerous individuals fell, resulting in a severe stampede that significantly hindered the advance of the main force. Gulwen, tell your men to maintain order, Qin Feng exclaimed, furrowing his brow as he shouted at Siekuan, the leader of the prosperous group, who had just stood beside him. He sought to restore some semblance of order among his subordinates. However, at that moment, Siekuan was nowhere to be seen. The instant Qin Feng had issued his command, Siekuan was the first to flee backward, now lost amidst the crowd, trampled by his own panicked men. Brothers, charge forth. Make a name for yourselves. Today is the day. Whoever can take Qin Feng's head, Ivan, shall reward him with $1 million. Kill. Damn it. Annihilate these wretches. At that moment, Ivan keenly perceived the disarray within Qin Feng's ranks, recognizing it as a golden opportunity. He knew he must seize this moment to lead his men and crush the opponent with a single strike. With his machete raised, he shouted at the top of his lungs, rallying everyone behind him. With that, he charged forward, leading the way toward Qin Feng with incredible speed, followed closely by the 7,000 elite soldiers wielding wolf-toothed clubs. There is no time left. Brothers, do not hesitate. Step over these fools. From the rear of the formation, Ma Dong, along with his companions, upon witnessing this, gritted his teeth and tightly gripped his machete, urging all his men to race to the front lines of the battlefield with utmost urgency. Otherwise, should Ivan truly lead his men to the front lines, given the current chaotic state of affairs on their side, it is likely that tonight's battle will result in a slaughter akin to that of pigs. Heeding the words of the 14th Society, alongside the 2,000 men of the Hong Gang, disregarded all caution. They trampled over the bodies of numerous formidable individuals, relentlessly pushing aside anyone obstructing their path, charging forward with fervor. Meanwhile, the 3,000 troops from Shungsu Urching, under the guidance of Cheng Guangrong, circled around from the rear, advancing towards the front with astonishing speed. At this critical juncture, confronted with the unexpected turmoil of the day, Qin Feng ceased any attempts to reorganize the formation. Instead, he turned, gripping the Qinglong Yin Yue, akin to that of the legendary Guan Yu, inhaling deeply as he beheld the 7,000 troops from northern Myanmar charging towards them, steeling himself for a fierce confrontation. Little did he anticipate that the 15,000 men he had brought to Banquideo would find themselves in such dire straits before the battle had even commenced. The absence of a formidable formation to counter the onslaught from Jingshanjiao was a grave miscalculation on his part, for he alone bore the responsibility. As the leader of this contingent, akin to a supreme commander, even a minor misstep on his part could cast a shadow over this momentous clash. However, it was too late for regrets. Now, only the prospect of a desperate fight remained. Qin Feng had resolved to face the 7,000 soldiers of the Golden Triangle alone, prepared to engage in a bloody battle to the bitter end. In that moment, not a trace of fear was visible on his face. Instead, he exuded a spirit that welcomed death. After all, his life had effectively ceased the moment he found himself abandoned on the streets at the tender age of 10. What fear could a man, already considered dead, possibly harbor? Yang Fan and Zhao Yang stood resolutely by Qin Feng's side, wielding their pickaxes, unwavering and steadfast. Breathing heavily, they adjusted their breaths, though the sight of the oncoming 7,000 troops from northern Myanmar, brandishing their spiked clubs like ferocious wolves, filled their hearts with trepidation. Yet, none wavered. They chose to fight alongside Qin Feng, standing steadfast beside their elder brother. Not for any other reason, but because they understood a profound truth. One call of Brother Feng, a lifetime as Brother Feng. From the moment they pledged their allegiance to Qin Feng, they had prepared themselves to brave fire and water for him, even if it meant sacrificing their lives on Banquedeo. Chapter 37. The dread of northern Myanmar. Children dare not cry at night. In the blink of an eye, Ivan led the 7,000 elite soldiers from northern Myanmar to a position less than 10 meters from Qin Feng's formation. Before him stood a formidable throng, each wielding spiked clubs, their eyes radiating a fierce malevolence. You too, step back. Join the forces of the strong group at the rear. Qin Feng commanded with authority, raising his Qinglong, Yinyue halberd and forcefully pushing Yang Fan and Zhao Yang backward. He spoke sternly, aware of their unwavering resolve to fight alongside him. Yet, he also recognized that the bloodshed of this impending battle far exceeded what these two young university students, barely in their 20s, could endure. Though they may have engaged in their share of skirmishes over the past 2 decades, perhaps even practicing their skills in secluded locations, Qin Feng understood that their past experiences paled in comparison to the brutality they would face today. Thus, he insisted they retreat with a strong group, far from the chaos of the battlefield, for their safety was paramount. Their willingness to stand by him was ample proof that he had not misjudged their character. They were not cowards. Brother Feng, be careful. The two yelled in unison as they quickly regained their footing after being thrust away, their voices filled with concern. They remained stationary, well aware that their combat abilities would be insufficient against the seasoned fighters from the Golden Triangle. Joining the fray would likely lead to their swift defeat, forcing Qin Feng to divert his attention to their safety rather than focusing on the enemy. Thus, staying back and causing no disturbance was undoubtedly the wisest choice. However, they vowed that should Qin Feng find himself in peril, overwhelmed by the enemy, they would rush forth with their picks raised high, ready to defend him, even at the cost of their own lives. Yet, as they contemplated this noble resolve, their confidence faltered upon witnessing the unfolding scene before them. Yang Fan was nearly paralyzed with fear, nearly soiling himself, as the 7,000 soldiers from northern Myanmar charged toward Qin Feng, clubs swinging with lethal intent. In an instant, Qin Feng raised his halberd, executing a swift strike that severed the head of the closest assailant, sending it rolling aside like a ball. His stance remained unwavering, blood erupting from the severed neck like a gushing fountain, reaching a height of over 3 meters. The entire act, from the moment he lifted the blade to its return, took less than 1/10 of a second, a speed so astonishing it was reminiscent of legendary feats. Akin to Guan Yu's legendary slaying of Hua Xiong or the execution of Yin Liang and Wen Chou. Not merely similar, but strikingly identical. Witnessing this spectacle, not only were Yang Fan and Zhao Yang taken aback, but even the 7,000 elite soldiers from northern Myanmar, who had charged close to Qin Feng, were utterly astounded. Staring blankly at the awe-inspiring scene before them, they found themselves rooted to the spot, none daring to advance further. It felt as though they collectively experienced a sharp pain in their throats, as if their own heads had been severed. This decisive strike was a deliberate action by Qin Feng, aimed precisely at the arteries, intended to impart a lesson to the beasts of the Golden Triangle, making it abundantly clear that he, Qin Feng, was not to be trifled with. Should they wish to continue challenging him, this would be their fate. The swiftness of his lethal blow had the desired effect, rendering all the northern Myanmar soldiers present frozen in place for over 10 seconds, like wooden puppets. It was not until Ivan's voice pierced the silence that they were jolted back to reality. Brothers, whoever can behead Chin Fong, Ivan, shall reward him $3 million and grant him the position of deputy leader in the Golden Triangle. Ivan, gripping his spiked club tightly, pointed at the now close Chin Fong and bellowed to everyone present. As the saying goes, under great rewards, there will surely be brave men. Upon hearing Ivan's promise, an offer so grand it could alter the course of their lives, the soldiers quickly suppressed their fear, rallying themselves with fervent shouts as they charged toward Chin Fong. Initially, Chin Fong managed to cope with the relentless tide of northern Myanmar soldiers. With his green dragon crescent blade, he severed head after head, felling numerous adversaries from the Golden Triangle. However, as time passed, he soon found himself struggling to maintain his stand. The sheer number of foes was overwhelming. 7,000 seasoned warriors, battle-hardened and far from ordinary recruits. Even the mighty Guan Yu could not escape defeat in the face of ambush, let alone Chin Fong. He was immensely grateful that he had brought the green dragon crescent blade to the battlefield today. Had he wielded a shorter weapon, such as a machete, he would have likely succumbed to the onslaught of adversaries who outnumbered him 7,000 to 1 in less than 3 minutes. Nevertheless, he held out for a grueling 10 minutes, managing to slay hundreds of the northern Myanmar soldiers without allowing them to close in on him. As he beheld the encroaching figures of Ivan's men, armed with their deadly spiked clubs, preparing for yet another assault, he could not help but let out a deep sigh. Reflecting on his journey, having stepped onto the path at the tender age of 10, he had fought for 20 years, achieving victory against all odds. Every adversary more formidable than himself had been sent to the depths of hell by his own hand, and he had stepped upon their corpses to ascend higher and higher. Today, was it possible that he, Chin Fong, would be vanquished by this pack of beasts from northern Myanmar on the shores of Bonkwai Island? Summoning his last reserves of strength, he positioned the crescent blade horizontally at his waist. Gritting his teeth, he cast a sweeping glance over the soldiers of the Golden Mountain faction present. He resolved that, even in death, he would take this group down to hell with him. Brother Fong, we are coming. With fervor, he shouted, "Damn it! If life and death are inconsequential, then let us fight until the end. Those who dare to flaunt their bravado in the harbor must be sent straight to hell." At that moment, two piercing roars erupted from the edge of the crowd. It was Ma Dong, the president of the 14 Society, and Xiang Zhua, the leader of the Hong Gang, who had traversed the throngs of people with all their men and reached the forefront of the camp. Upon their arrival, they beheld Chin Fong ensnared in a dire predicament, on the brink of losing his life. Witnessing this scene, their eyes widened in fury as they bellowed and brandished their blades, charging forward in haste, nearly losing their shoes in the process. The combined forces of the 14 Society and the Hong Gang, numbering 2,000, brandished their weapons and surged forth behind Ma Dong and Xiang Zhua, launching a fierce assault on the Golden Triangle. Simultaneously, the 3,000 men of Shung Su Urching, led by Chen Guangrong, successfully flanked the enemy from the rear. Brothers, Brother Fong is surrounded. Rally to protect him. Charge! Let us chop down these foolish bastards from northern Myanmar. Allow them to witness our might. Chen Guangrong unsheathed a concealed saw blade from his waist, leading his brothers from Shung Su Urching in an attack from another flank against the Golden Triangle camp. Upon encountering the opposing forces, the 5,000 warriors wasted no breath in idle talk, directly swinging their weapons to engage in battle. Characteristically, the Dragon Kingdom fighters cursed and fought simultaneously, resulting in a cacophony of invectives that reverberated throughout Bangju Island, as if condemning the ancestors of the 7,000 men from Myanmar. Regrettably, this group could not comprehend their words, only aware that everyone voiced a singular expression of rage. At that moment, both sides combined numbered over 10,000, all entangled in a chaotic melee. Weapons were swung wildly, striking the enemy with lethal intent. Blood flowed freely as wounds were inflicted, staining garments crimson. Yet amidst this carnage, none ceased their struggle. They fought with relentless fervor, just as Chin Fong had proclaimed before landing on the island. Once both factions set foot on the soil, only one word remained: fight. As long as one fought, they would fight to the death. Only the living could hope for tomorrow. Witnessing this harrowing scene from a distance, the members of the Qianxin group were left utterly terrified, trembling uncontrollably, some even wetting themselves. Although they often prided themselves on being tough in the harbor city, having faced battles before, they had never encountered such primal and brutal combat as that which unfolded on Bangzhou Island, where combatants fought as though there were no tomorrow. This was a sight they had never seen in their lifetimes. Many individuals were so overwhelmed by emotion that they wept uncontrollably, yearning for their mothers. However, Xie, the formidable leader, surprisingly composed himself amidst the chaos. Rather than exhibiting any signs of fear, he sternly reprimanded his subordinates. Taking a deep breath, he turned his gaze to the increasingly dire battlefield. The 5,000 troops led by Qin Feng were, in both numbers and combat prowess, severely mismatched against their opponents. Consequently, they quickly found themselves at a disadvantage. Within his line of sight, several hundred had already collapsed from exhaustion, and the remaining troops were struggling to maintain their footing. It was only a matter of minutes before they would be utterly defeated by the forces from the Golden Triangle. Once Qin Feng's main contingent lost all combat capability, Ivan would undoubtedly turn his weapons upon them. At that point, it was likely that none of the 10,000 members of the Qianxin group present would survive. Only if Qin Feng and his men retained some fighting spirit could they join the fray and significantly halt the decline, awaiting the arrival of the reinforcements. Otherwise, each and every one of them would meet their demise on Bangzhou Island that very night. Relay my military orders. Qianxin group, prepare for battle. Kung Beloveth, abruptly grasping a machete from the ground, tightly holding it as he shouted to the 10,000 men of the Qianxin group. As he spoke, his entire body trembled with intensity, his eyes radiating fierce determination. Despite Qin Feng's explicit prohibition against his men engaging in battle, relegating the Qianxin group to mere cheerleaders in the rear, the circumstances left him no choice but to defy this directive. As the saying goes, when one is at war, military orders may be disregarded. This was the essence of the matter, without a single flaw. Moreover, even Qin Feng himself was currently ensnared in a life-or-death crisis, surrounded by thousands of elite troops from northern Myanmar. If he did not take action now, he would miss his chance to fight once Qin Feng fell. Upon hearing Xie Kuen's declaration, all members of the Qianxin group were momentarily taken aback. Yet, in that moment, no one uttered a word further. They promptly followed Xie Kuen's lead, gathering their weapons in preparation for battle. They understood the stakes involved. Their fates were inextricably linked with those 5,000 troops on the battlefield. Should Qin Feng and his men fall, they would be the next targets for slaughter. Brothers, charge! Let those scoundrels from the Golden Triangle witness our might. Let them know this is the Dragon Kingdom's harbor. This is Wind GE's territory. Anyone daring to act arrogantly here shall meet their demise. Standing at the forefront of the crowd, Xie Kuen concluded his rallying cry and swung his machete, leading the charge onto the battlefield. The 10,000 followed closely behind, wielding an assortment of tools such as watermelon knives, hoes, and sickles. Amidst the fray, he roared with fervor. As the formidable reinforcements surged onto the battlefield, Qin Feng's side was granted a momentary respite. Just moments ago, he and the brothers from the 14th Society, along with those from Honggang and Shengsu City, had found themselves entirely encircled by the Golden Triangle, on the brink of annihilation. However, unexpectedly, Xie Kuen and his men arrived just in time, alleviating a significant portion of the onslaught. Although the combat effectiveness of these reinforcements was nearly non-existent, their sheer numbers proved to be overwhelming. Even if it felt like cleaving through melons, it was sufficient for Ivan's subordinates to endure for a while. Brother Feng, when will the brothers from United Society and Hongmen arrive? If they do not come soon, we may all perish here today. With the likes of these strong-willed men, we cannot hold out much longer. Shen Guangrong, already grievously wounded and gasping for breath on the ground, raised his trembling hand and spoke to Qin Feng. Soon, it should be just a minute more. Once my 160,000 brothers from Haoshang City arrive, it will be the end for these beasts of the Golden Triangle. Qin Feng bent down, firmly grasping Chen Guangrong's hand, and proclaimed loudly, At this moment, it was September 2nd, 12:19 a.m. in the capital. He had previously calculated the time from the sea 10 kilometers south of Haikou City. It would take merely 20 minutes to reach Bangkuo Island. Within a minute, his main force would arrive at this very location. With the strength of 160,000 men, they would encircle Bangkuo Island. Utilizing a strategy of overwhelming numbers, they would grind Ivan and his forces to dust. No matter how formidable the northern forces of Myanmar were, could they truly contend with 160,000 men? By then, Ivan, along with the remnants of all the Golden Triangle forces, would undoubtedly kneel before him. Furthermore, he would compel Ivan himself, the one with 8 million followers on his YouTube account, to broadcast live. He would unveil everything that transpired on Bangkuo Island that night, along with his 160,000 men, to the entire world. From this day forth, he would ensure that the entirety of northern Myanmar comprehended who Chin Phong truly was. Henceforth, even children would tremble at the mere mention of his name, too fearful to cry in the dead of night. Chapter 38. The Golden Triangle transitions to sanitary napkin production. The world's largest sanitary napkin manufacturing base. Brothers, hold your ground. Just a little longer. Brother Feng's Grand Army is on its way. Once Brother Feng's 160,000 troops arrive, it will be the end for these scoundrels in northern Myanmar. Damn! At this very moment, wielding a mountain-cutting knife and fiercely battling Ivan's men, Siak Kuan shouted loudly to the members of the Changshin group. Although they had a considerable advantage in numbers, with a full contingent of 10,000, their combat effectiveness was woefully inadequate. Siak Kuan was keenly aware of this fact, but seeing it firsthand today, he realized he had overestimated them. The term inept hardly sufficed to describe this group. Incapable was far more appropriate. Each of them wielded sickles and hoes, appearing somewhat formidable, yet they were driven to flee, crying for their mothers when confronted by the soldiers from northern Myanmar. It was likely that even the farmers who tended the fields could outfight them. If a farmer witnessed their land being torched, they would fight with more ferocity. 160,000. Huh? Are you trying to scare children? Huh? Such audacity. Upon hearing Siak Kuan's shouts, Ivan pointed at him with a mace, laughing coldly. He thought Siak Kuan's bravado was somewhat excessive. Are the people from the Dragon Kingdom truly this boastful? Claiming that Chin Phong would soon have 160,000 troops here? Ivan had conducted thorough research on Chin Phong before arriving at the harbor and knew that in the entire Longnan region, he could muster no more than a little over 10,000 subordinates. Furthermore, it was said that Chin Phong had many men in the Long Bay area, with estimates suggesting around 50,000. They were exceptionally fierce. The only aspect Ivan feared regarding tonight's battle was the possibility of Chin Phong summoning all his Long Bay subordinates. After all, he had heard of the combat prowess of the Long Bay socialites, each one genuinely formidable. They would engage in battle at the slightest provocation, perhaps even merely for a lingering glance in their direction. If those tens of thousands from Long Bay truly joined Chin Phong at the harbor, Ivan believed he might reconsider his presence here, fearing for his own safety. However, his investigations revealed no signs of Chin Phong mobilizing troops from Long Bay tonight. Airports in Haicheng, Chuncheon, and several major northern cities showed no signs of troop movements. Thus, Ivan could be certain that Chin Phong had no intention of deploying northern forces for tonight's battle. This conviction allowed him to boldly confront his opponent in the harbor. Consequently, he regarded Siak Kuan's earlier proclamations as mere bluster, fantasies of a social leader about to be defeated, hoping for salvation to turn the tide of battle. If Chin Phong could truly rally 160,000 men to stand against him, he would chop off his own basket and consume it. Ivan swore it. Even the Heavenly King himself could not obstruct him. Damn! Brother, quickly look, what is that? Just as Ivan was lost in thought, one of his subordinates suddenly pointed at the distant sea, stammering and shouting at him. The heavy spiked club in his hand fell to the ground, his body drenched in sweat, as if he had witnessed something horrifying. Upon hearing his words, Ivan and all the soldiers from northern Myanmar turned their gazes toward the direction he indicated. In the next moment, as the scene before them became clear, They collectively inhaled sharply. In the sweltering summer heat of September at the harbor, a chilling shiver coursed through them. At that moment, all their fighting spirit vanished. They stood frozen in place, clutching their weapons, rendered speechless, as if they had encountered the grim reaper wielding a scythe. At that instant, countless ships suddenly appeared in the waters surrounding Bonchue Island, racing towards it from all four cardinal directions, surrounding the island entirely. By rough estimation, Ivan judged that there were nearly 200 ships. If, conservatively, each ship carried 800 people, that would amount to a staggering 160,000 individuals. The realization struck Ivan like a bolt of lightning, coursing through him with paralyzing intensity. How could he believe his eyes? In the land of the dragon, Qin Feng could assemble such a multitude. To put into perspective, the combined armed forces from various regions in northern Myanmar amounted to around 100,000. Yet, Qin Feng's subordinates outnumbered even the Myanmar army. The shock was indescribable. This was an eventuality he could never have imagined before arriving at the harbor. He regretted not heeding his secretary's advice to avoid confronting Qin Feng on the island, which had left him and his several thousand men trapped without a path of retreat. But now, it was too late for regrets. Gazing at the 200 ships laden with 160,000 men nearing Bonchue Island, Ivan gritted his teeth and raised his spike club high. He resolved to fight Qin Feng to the bitter end. "Everyone, arm yourselves," he commanded. "Death is but a nod to the ground. Today we shall fight. Damn it." If need be, he thought he would take on the next life as a hero. Yet, after delivering this impassioned rallying cry, he found that none of his subordinates responded. Instead, they cast fearful glances in his direction, their eyes reflecting profound terror. They were not ready to wait for the next life to become heroes. They had not yet lived enough in this one. "General, surrender to Qin Feng." One cried out. "Yes, plead for his mercy. If we continue to fight under these circumstances, none of us will return alive." Another echoed, "Indeed, General, a true man knows when to yield. Given Qin Feng's ruthlessness, if we resist any further, we will surely meet the same fate as Dinan and his men. Perhaps even worse. Our very lives could be at stake. General, to hesitate is to invite chaos. Let us surrender. If it comes to that, we can each kneel and bow to Qin Feng. No, 100 bows. As long as Qin Feng allows us to return tonight, we are willing to do anything." The thousands of soldiers from northern Myanmar exclaimed to Ivan, urging him to surrender to Qin Feng. Continuing the battle offered them no glimmer of hope. No matter how skilled they were, they could not possibly contend with the overwhelming force of 160,000. Their only path to survival lay in kneeling before Qin Feng and pleading for mercy. At that very moment, the combined forces of 160,000 societal members from Haoshan City, under the leadership of Old Ghost, were landing on the island from all directions. Each individual brandished a hefty baseball bat, their eyes gleaming with a fierce, murderous intent. This formidable assembly formed a tightly knit circle, gradually advancing towards the battlefield. The sight of such an overwhelming number of adversaries intensified the dread churning within each northern Myanmar soldier. They could hardly believe that the number of Qin Feng's subordinates exceeded that of their own army. What hope did they have left to fight? If they continued to resist, the only outcome would be death. Listen well. From this moment on, I will count to 3. If there are any who do not lay down their weapons and kneel before Qin Feng, I shall slay them one by one, with his hands in his pockets. Qin Feng approached Ivan's ranks, flanked by Ma Dong and another companion. Gazing at the thousands before him, he barked an order for everyone to kneel. Any who did not comply would be sent straight to hell. 3. Just as Qin Feng uttered the first number, a cacophony of clattering weapons echoed across the battlefield. All the northern Myanmar soldiers, save for Ivan, hastily discarded their arms and knelt with lightning speed. Upon hearing Qin Feng's command, they had already steeled themselves for this moment. Although they had once ruled over northern Myanmar like local emperors, feared by all, they were accustomed to others kneeling before them, never imagining they would be the ones to beg for mercy. Yet they understood that today they had no choice but to kneel, For the man before them was no ordinary adversary, but rather the most ruthless figure of Longnan, Qin Feng. Should they continue to defy him, their fate would be far worse than death itself. 2. Observing the sea of kneeling soldiers, Qin Feng retrieved a blood-stained Longhua cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and signaled to Ma Dong, who handed him a green dragon crescent blade, identical to that of Guan Yu. As he held the weapon, he called out the second number to Ivan. Initially, Ivan had contemplated maintaining his facade, intending to wait until Qin Feng reached the final count before kneeling, preserving his dignity as a general of the Golden Mountain. However, upon seeing Qin Feng wielding the green dragon crescent blade, terror seized him. He could no longer hold his ground, collapsing to his knees before Qin Feng as if he had lost his very soul. At this moment, the 160,000 troops of Haoxiang Erqing approached the battlefield, completely surrounding the area. Each of them brandished baseball bats, gazing at the kneeling individuals from northern Myanmar who were pleading for mercy from Qin Feng, their expressions marred by disdainful smiles. This was the fate that awaited anyone in this world who dared to pretend to be formidable in front of their formidable leader. What say you, General Ivan? Not so audacious now, are we? Weren't you quite the bravado when you arrived, eager to challenge my father, Feng? Yet here you are, reduced to kneeling. Humph. After handing the Qinglong Yenyue over to Ma Dong beside him, Qin Feng approached Ivan, bending down to meet his gaze, and proclaimed loudly. Ivan remained prostrate on the ground, his head bowed, his eyes fixated on the earth, too fearful to utter a word. To prepare for this battle against you, Qin Feng had suffered grievous losses among his brothers. Speak, what shall we do? Noticing Ivan's silence, Qin Feng's eyes scanned the bloodied figures of his comrades surrounding him. He then seized Ivan from the ground, locking eyes with him, and declared fiercely, Brother Feng, regardless of the sum, name your price. Ivan, will compensate you. Consider it my atonement for you and your fallen comrades. Ivan trembled as he hastily spoke, attempting to quell Qin Feng's wrath with monetary compensation. He was willing to spare no expense, if only Qin Feng would grant him mercy today. However, just as he clung to this hope, the words that Qin Feng uttered next shattered his illusions. To hell with you, Ivan. Do you think I, Qin Feng, lack money? Let me be frank with you. The funds in my Swiss bank account could purchase 10 Golden Triangle territories. With that, Qin Feng forcefully cast Ivan aside, slamming him to the ground, and shouted at him, Brother Feng, what shall we do? Ivan, will heed your command. Ivan then knelt before Qin Feng, repeatedly bowing his head, desperately seeking his forgiveness. From the intensity in Qin Feng's gaze, Ivan sensed that he was genuinely furious. After all, the battle at Bonchue Island had cost Qin Feng dearly in terms of brotherhood. If he could not provide a satisfactory resolution, neither he nor the soldiers he had brought from the harbor would leave alive, all destined to be thrown into the sea to feed the fish. Very well, Ivan. These are your words, not mine. I, Qin Feng, am not coercing you. Upon hearing Ivan's plea, a cold smile crept onto Qin Feng's lips as he bent down and patted Ivan on the head. I recall you being a minor internet celebrity on YTB, boasting over 8 million followers. In your leisure time in the Golden Triangle, you often flaunted your bravado through live streams, attracting hundreds of thousands of viewers each time. Thus, I demand you to go live on YTB now and announce to everyone that the Golden Triangle will no longer engage in drug trafficking. Instead, we will sell sanitary pads. Isn't your YTB account named General Ivan of the Golden Triangle? Please change your name to Lady Care Specialist Ivan. The Golden Triangle shall henceforth be recognized as the largest wholesaler of sanitary napkins in the world. Hurry back and ensure the production of 10 million packs. If this cannot be accomplished within a week, I, Qin Feng, will come to the Golden Triangle and make you regret it. Qin Feng took a drag from his cigarette, pointing at the other party with his right hand, still holding the smoke, and said sternly, as the saying goes, face is given by others, but disgrace is self-inflicted. Ivan, that pompous general from the Golden Triangle, foolishly brought people to the harbor to show off. If that is the case, he must bear the consequences, along with the entire Golden Triangle. Let the region, once renowned globally, fall into disgrace. In the future, even children will dare to mock them upon hearing those 3 words. And this will be the price of trying to show off against me. Qin Feng. You must not do this, Brother Feng. If you proceed as you say, the Golden Triangle will be unable to thrive. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Ivan's face turned pale, resembling a corpse. He quickly waved his hands, speaking to Qin Feng with urgency. After all, whether in ancient or modern times, one's reputation is paramount in this world. If Qin Feng allows the Golden Triangle to suffer such humiliation before the entire globe tonight, he can easily imagine the damage it would inflict on their prestige. The Golden Triangle has long been synonymous with evil, instilling fear worldwide, a symbol of invincibility. However, the nearly century-long undefeated myth of the Golden Triangle would be shattered tonight by Qin Feng, the formidable leader of the harbor. It would be an utter disgrace. If this were to spread, Ivan would find it impossible to navigate his way through the world thereafter. Do you even have a choice? What right does a defeated general have to propose conditions to Qin Feng? Qin Feng stood up, taking the green dragon crescent blade from Ma Dong's hands, and forcefully slammed it into the ground. The blade embedded itself deeply into the earth, standing tall and proud like a war god before Ivan. Gazing at the weapon before him, Ivan sighed in resignation. He then slowly retrieved his phone from his pocket and presented it to Qin Feng, fully aware that he had no options left. Once Qin Feng began the live broadcast, not only would he face embarrassment, but also the elite troops from northern Myanmar he had brought along. By the way, how does that sanitary napkin slogan go? Sophie, comfort your heart. Who understands a girl's heart better than Jillian's sanitary napkins? Teach these fools to recite it, and let them perform it in front of the global audience on camera. After taking the phone from Ivan, Qin Feng crushed the cigarette but underfoot and turned to Chen Guangrong beside him. Chapter 39. The reluctant soldiers of northern Myanmar forced to dance in a global live broadcast. Indeed, that is precisely what Brother Feng said. I'm well acquainted with this. During my leisure time at home, I constantly encounter advertisements for sanitary pads on television. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Chen Guangrong immediately nodded vigorously, his eyes sparkling with excitement. All of you stand up, he commanded, raising his machete and gesturing toward the nearly 6,000 kneeling soldiers from northern Myanmar. Following Brother Qin's instructions, we shall have these soldiers film advertisements for domestic sanitary pads. This shall be our contribution to the sanitary pad industry. Upon hearing Chen Guangrong's proclamation, the soldiers stood up in confusion, their expressions bewildered, unsure of what he intended. However, among them were a few who understood the dragon language, their faces turning pale with dread as they trembled uncontrollably. They desperately tried to retreat to the back. Realizing that Chen Guangrong wanted them, this group of cold-blooded killers, to shoot advertisements for sanitary pads, fearing the humiliation of being captured on camera. The others, who did not comprehend the dragon language, stood dazedly at the front, awaiting Chen Guangrong's instructions. Gulme, follow my lead. Su, Fei, Shu, sure, your heart, door. Shortly thereafter, Chen Guangrong stood at the forefront, cleared his throat, and bellowed at the top of his lungs for all the soldiers to hear. The entire Bangsué island echoed with their thunderous shouts as over 6,000 soldiers raised their heads, straining their voices to roar in unison. Fearful of the consequences, they exerted every ounce of effort to shout, mimicking the call with fervor. Who knew the heart of a daughter, Jillian, sanitary pads? Chen Guangrong continued to exhort the crowd, declaring that today they would temporarily promote the renowned domestic brands Su Fei and Jillian, giving them a free advertisement. Not for any other reason, but because his wife had a particular fondness for these two brands, with at least 10 boxes stored at home. Whenever she had the chance, she would apply a couple of pads, even insisting that he try them, claiming they had health benefits. However, as a man, he found it inappropriate to use such products, which is why he refrained. Surely, through the enthusiastic promotion by these thousands of soldiers, these two brands of sanitary pads would achieve unprecedented sales, leaving international friends in awe of the prowess of dragon-made products. Who knew the heart of a daughter, Jia, Lian, sanitary pads? Once Chen Guangrong finished his declaration, the soldiers on Bangsué Island erupted into another round of cheers, despite most of them not fully understanding what they were shouting. They were eager to please Qin Feng and avoid punishment. Many even raised their arms, shouting and waving their hands in fervor. Yes, Yes, this is truly remarkable. Let us proceed with this. After your remarks, please send a heart to the global audience. Wear a smile on your faces. Those who do not smile, be cautious, or you might find yourselves in a precarious situation. Witnessing the soldiers from northern Myanmar perform so commendably and voluntarily engage in action brought great satisfaction to Chen Guangrong. While giving them a thumbs up, he instructed the leader, Ivan, to continue translating his words for these individuals. He expressed that as the advertisement neared its conclusion, each of these robust men from northern Myanmar should display a heart sign, ensuring that their faces were adorned with radiant smiles as they recited their lines. Listening to Chen Guangrong's instructions, Ivan felt a sense of despair thinking about his subordinates, usually involved in illicit activities, being subjected to such ridicule by Chin Fong. The thought of promoting sanitary napkins in front of a global audience almost drove him to the brink of despair. Yet, he felt powerless. After all, he was a defeated general. In this world, whether past or present, victors are crowned kings while the vanquished are deemed outlaws. There is no one to blame but himself for not having dealt with Chin Fong. Had circumstances been different today, it might have been Chin Fong filming an advertisement for narcotics in the Golden Triangle. However, it was too late for regrets. He relayed Chen Guangrong's words verbatim to the soldiers from northern Myanmar. Uk, ajik, no problem. Upon finishing his speech, his subordinates raised their fingers, signaling an okay gesture to Chen Guangrong, responding in English and their rudimentary dialect with beaming smiles. Observing this scene, Chen Guangrong sighed quietly, shaking his head in resignation, knowing that from this day forward, the Golden Triangle would have no choice but to sell sanitary napkins. Wait, come here, don't leave. Stand in the front row. Just as Ivan was preparing to escape the scene, wishing to avoid participation in this advertisement shoot, he was unexpectedly pulled back by Chen Guangrong, who positioned him at the forefront. Hearing Chen Guangrong's words, Ivan gasped, sensing impending doom. The next moment, Chen Guangrong turned to Yang Fan, uttering words that nearly caused Ivan to collapse. Yang Fan, can you dance the social shake? Teach this fool a segment of it. After the advertisement, let him perform a solo for the global audience. Also, teach him to wave his hands. If he fails to dance properly, I shall break his third leg. This is the consequence of trying to show off in front of Brother Fong at the harbor. Chen Guangrong exclaimed loudly to Yang Fan, who quickly responded, I can. When it comes to the social shake, I, Yang Fan, am the best. No one dares to claim second place. I even won first prize in a dance competition back in high school with my social shake. As Chen Guangrong finished speaking, Yang Fan became intrigued, discarding his weapon and stepping forward to respond with enthusiasm gleaming on his face. He never expected to have the opportunity to showcase his talent today. However, if asked to compose poetry or paint, he might not perform as well. However, if he were to dance the social shake, especially with flair, he would undoubtedly take the lead. After all, the social shake has been an essential source of spiritual nourishment throughout his past life. Each morning, he would rise and dance, even standing up from the toilet to perform a segment before resuming his business. Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, Zhao Yang, a fellow alumnus from high school, cast a significant eye roll, pondering whether his companion was genuinely oblivious or feigning ignorance. Zhao Yang recalled that the first prize he won in the school's dance performance was largely due to his father being the chairman of a Yang family food company in the harbor. Had another individual attempted to dance the social shake, they would have surely been reprimanded by the principal. Kulme, now, follow my rhythm and sway along with young Master Fan. Yang Fan promptly opened the Kugo music app on his phone and played the classic track Social Shake. He then positioned himself before Ivan, who was clad in military attire and of considerable girth, and, adopting a DJ's tone, shouted at him. As the music commenced, Yang Fan began to move his body exuberantly, performing this quintessential dance for nearly 20,000 attendees at Bonchue Island. Ivan stood behind Yang Fan, mirroring his movements, and despite being from northern Myanmar, he danced with such flair that he even outshone Yang Fan. This was no mere coincidence. He had encountered the social shake on the international version of TikTok when it first emerged and had designated it as the performance dance for the Jinshan Corner annual meeting. Not only he, but nearly all the soldiers from northern Myanmar present could dance as well. Ivan reflected that in life, acquiring additional skills is indeed quite necessary, particularly when it could prove life-saving in critical moments. By golly, this resembles learning quite well, he exclaimed, laughing heartily. Even Chun Guangrong, witnessing Ivan's performance, set down his machete, lit a cigarette, took a drag, and gave Ivan a thumbs up in praise. Initially, he had thought he would scold Ivan if he danced poorly, yet he was pleasantly surprised by Ivan's impressive learning ability, which rivaled even his mentor, Yang Fan. Just then, two sharp sounds pierced the air, accompanied by a foul odor reminiscent of spoiled, spicy noodles. Instantly, everyone covered their mouths and noses, glancing toward Yang Fan's pocket. To their astonishment, the rear of his black Armani trousers had turned a sickly yellow, resembling a mango that had just been sat upon. It turned out that in the midst of his fervent dancing, Yang Fan lost control of his inner power and inadvertently released it. Yet, in his state of carefree abandon, he paid no mind to such trivialities, continuing to sway to the rhythm of the music. As the saying goes in life, one should not dwell on the minutiae. Instead, embrace joy and happiness. Although he appears content at present, the figure behind him, Ivan, is enduring considerable discomfort. The overwhelming odor nearly renders him breathless. With every movement Yang Fan makes, Ivan feels as though his lungs are being subjected to a relentless barrage. He cannot help but marvel at the ruthless individuals under Qin Feng's command. How could he, Ivan, possibly contend with Qin Feng? It is as though he has soiled himself, yet continues to dance. Indeed, what a formidable character. This is something that surely requires no imitation, he mused, pointing at Yang Fan's pocket and staring vacantly at Chun Guangrong. He feared that Chun Guangrong might insist that he learn even this. If such a thing were to exist, perhaps he could manage it later, but he would not force it. Upon hearing Ivan's words, Chun Guangrong pinched his nose and responded, indicating that if Ivan could replicate it, he should, but if he could not, he would not be pressured. After all, Yang Fan's unique skill in this regard is not something that just anyone can master. If Ivan lacks the innate talent, even placing a gun to his forehead would not elicit a response. All right, good. After hearing Chun Guangrong's words, Ivan exhaled deeply and nodded vigorously, visibly relieved. Okay, that should suffice. Just then, Qin Feng stepped forward to interrupt the two, raising his voice to indicate that the lesson could conclude here, that it was time for the official performance. Had Yang Fan not soiled himself, he might have allowed him to continue dancing. In the area, he observed many brothers from the Hongmen and Hellion society, unaccustomed to such sights, were covering their mouths and noses, their expressions contorted in pain, as though they might vomit at any moment. If he permitted Yang Fan to dance any longer, it was likely that the 160,000 members of the Haoxiang Second City would be rendered nauseous by the experience. Brother Feng, I haven't danced enough yet. Please let me continue for a little while longer. However, Yang Fan still felt a lingering desire to continue, hoping Qin Feng would grant him a few more moments. Enough, enough. You can dance again when we return home. I have matters to attend to. Qin Feng waved his hand, hastily instructing Zhao Yang to escort Yang Fan away. Once Yang Fan departed, the surrounding air instantly returned to normal, and everyone around released their hands, taking deep breaths of fresh air. They felt that had Yang Fan lingered any longer, they would have all suffocated. Qin Feng then retrieved Ivan's phone from his pocket, unlocked the screen, and opened the YTB application. To his surprise, he discovered that Ivan had amassed a considerable following on YTB, surpassing 10 million fans. If memory served, it had only been 8 million when he last checked a month ago. An increase in followers is certainly beneficial, as it would allow YTB users to witness the dazzling performance of the individuals from Jinchangjiu. Surely, it would leave them utterly astonished. Not just astonished, perhaps even spellbound. Qin Feng first altered Ivan's YouTube account name from General Ivan of the Golden Triangle to King of Sanitary Napkins. He then retrieved a Longhua cigarette from his pocket, placed it between his lips, lit it, and activated the live streaming button. Just as he took his first puff, thousands of international viewers flooded into the live stream. After half a cigarette, an astonishing 100,000 viewers had joined. These individuals were fervent fans of Ivan, idolizing him immensely. In their leisure time, they often watched Ivan's streams, aspiring to follow in his footsteps and engage in drug trafficking in the Golden Triangle. Today, however, Qin Feng intended to demonstrate the dire consequences of such a path. If they wished to emulate Ivan, they might as well give a try. As long as Qin Feng drew breath in this world, he would remain a staunch adversary of drug dealers. If he encountered one, he would break their legs. If he encountered two, he would shatter both. He would ensure they were rendered incapable of self-sufficiency, instilling a fear of drug trafficking in their next lives. Upon seeing Qin Feng, cigarette in mouth, appear before the camera, the viewers in Ivan's live stream were overwhelmed with confusion, bombarding the chat with questions about Qin Feng's identity and the whereabouts of Ivan. "I am your father. Who do you think you are?" Qin Feng retorted boldly, taking a drag from his cigarette and pointing at the screen. Although the comments were predominantly in English, Qin Feng had learned several languages during his 3 years in Macau, including Cantonese and English. Thus, he comprehended the barrage of messages quite well. He responded in kind with a stream of vitriol in English. He understood that the majority of these newcomers were Ivan's loyal followers, who habitually lingered on YouTube, waiting to join his broadcast the moment they commenced. Naturally, he bore no affection for Ivan's fans. His proclamation was indeed accurate. He was their father. Not only their father, but he, Qin Feng, was also the progenitor of all drug dealers worldwide. From this day forth, wherever they encountered him, they would be compelled to bow and call him father. Otherwise, he would break their legs. Chapter 40. The bewildered international netizens. How dare these despicable individuals from the Dragon Kingdom insult us in General Ivan's livestream? They must be seeking their own demise. Indeed, be wary, for when Brother One arrives, he will surely bring you down. Damn it, leave at once. Do you even comprehend whose phone you have stolen? If you possess any sense, return it promptly. Otherwise, rest assured, your fate will be dire. Oh my, I recognize him now. It's Qin Feng, the big boss of the Dragon Kingdom's port. Yesterday afternoon, in front of the television cameras, he incinerated Ivan's billions worth of drugs, sending the entire city into a frenzy. Goodness, it truly is him. This incident made international headlines. It seemed that Qin Feng declared war on the Golden Triangle, challenging Ivan to confront him at the port. Each would bring their own men to a wide-open space for a decisive battle, determining both supremacy and survival. Given the current situation, Ivan has undoubtedly sought out Qin Feng for a duel, and more likely than not, he has faced defeat. Otherwise, his phone would not be in Qin Feng's possession now. Alas, General Ivan has likely been captured, although he is feared in the vicinity of Golden Mountain Corner, regarded as a local emperor. The port is not the Golden Triangle. It is Qin Feng's territory, renowned for his ruthless nature on the roads of the Dragon Kingdom. Qin Feng spares no mercy against those who dare challenge his authority, sending them straight to hell. It is entirely possible that Ivan has already met his end at the port. Damn, this is just too brutal. It is said that Ivan went to the port tonight seeking vengeance, bringing along 7,000 elite soldiers, nearly the entire main force from northern Myanmar. To bring such a contingent only to be defeated by Qin Feng. How formidable is the power of the big boss at the port in the Dragon Kingdom. Incredible. Brother Feng is truly impressive. From this moment on, I shall be your devoted fan. I strongly suggest Brother Feng create an account on YTB. He could easily gain millions of followers in a single day. Absolutely. A person of Brother Feng's caliber, if he were to engage with YTB, would undoubtedly surpass the likes of Ivan, that lowly scoundrel. The only uncertainty lies in whether Brother Feng has any interest or regard for YTB. Brothers, does anyone know the current status of Ivan and his 7,000 subordinates? I'm so curious. 1. Brother Feng, what have you done to them? Are they still alive in this world? At this very moment, due to Qin Feng's unexpected appearance, within merely 3 minutes, the viewer count in Ivan's live stream surged past 700,000, rapidly increasing at a visible pace. The threshold of 1 million viewers was tantalizingly close. As the audience continued to grow, more and more individuals began to recognize Qin Feng, realizing that the one holding the phone of Ivan, the number one in the Golden Triangle, was none other than the infamous big boss of the port, known as the most ruthless man in Longnan, Qin Feng. During his years at the port, Qin Feng had already established a formidable reputation on the international stage. Even individuals from nations such as the United States and France are familiar with this name. Observing the entirety of the Dragon Kingdom, it appears that only Qin Feng possesses formidable prowess. In the affluent regions of Longnan, he is regarded as a dominant figure. As long as he remains in Longnan, no drug traffickers from around the globe dare to operate in that territory. After all, Qin Feng's methods in the past were notoriously ruthless, leaving an indelible impression on everyone. When apprehending drug dealers, he would break their legs on the first offense, sever their hands on the second, and gouge out their eyes on the third. For the final transgression, he would toss them into the river to feed the fish. During that period, these traffickers were so intimidated that they feared even the 6 doors. But they trembled at the mere mention of Qin Feng's name. However, after Qin Feng departed from the harbor, embarking on a mission to Haoxiang, these traffickers gradually regained their courage, daring once more to engage in drug trade in the harbor. Yet, on the very first day of Qin Feng's return, he personally annihilated 100 drug dealers from the Golden Triangle, leaving them utterly devastated. This group was paralyzed with fear, knowing that Qin Feng remained the same resolute adversary against drugs as before. Those hiding within the port city hastily packed their belongings and fled under the cover of night, terrified of being captured by Qin Feng. Upon realizing that the individual who had suddenly taken up Ivan's phone for a live stream was none other than Qin Feng, an increasing number of international viewers rushed to join the broadcast. Within 5 minutes, the viewership had surpassed 1 million, soaring to the top of the South Asian live streaming charts. Everyone clamored to inquire about Ivan and his companions, wondering if they still existed in this world. Given that Ivan dared to confront Qin Feng in the harbor, many speculated that those individuals had likely met their demise and were now sharing drinks with the King of Hell. However, the next moment, upon hearing Qin Feng's words and seeing the individuals on the screen, they collectively exhaled in relief. They realized that Qin Feng had not killed these drug dealers from the Golden Triangle. They were still alive. Yet, they soon grasped a more serious concern. Given Qin Feng's temperament, if he had not sent Ivan and the others to hell, it would imply that he intended to punish them through even more brutal means that night. In this world, there exists a method far more excruciating than death itself, the torment of the heart. At this thought, everyone gasped in unison, eager to witness how Qin Feng would proceed to punish this group of drug traffickers from northern Myanmar. Would it be as formidable and awe-inspiring as they imagined? Gulme, Wanzi. The viewers in your live stream are eager to see you greet them. With that, Qin Feng violently threw his cigarette to the ground, extinguishing it with force, then beckoned Ivan, who stood beside him like a dog, to approach. Upon hearing Qin Feng's command, Ivan trembled uncontrollably, his face flushed with embarrassment, as he took hesitant steps toward Qin Feng. With each stride, his basket quivered, bracing himself to face a punishment akin to the torturous death of Ling Qi before the camera. For him, being manipulated like a dog by the formidable Qin Feng in front of countless YTB viewers was undoubtedly more excruciating than a slow death. He would rather Qin Feng execute him swiftly than suffer the humiliation of losing face. "Brother Feng, perhaps you should just kill me," he shouted, clenching his fists in desperation. He resolved to choose dignity over life. Though he believed this at that moment, the words that Qin Feng uttered next made him involuntarily tremble. He realized that, in comparison to life, matters of pride were trivial and insignificant. "Very well, this is your choice. Rong, bring me his basket. Let him witness his own demise." Without hesitation, Qin Feng tossed a sharp knife to Chen Rong and commanded with authority. "Understood, Brother Feng," Chen Rong replied, nodding vigorously after catching the knife. "Fear not, Wanzi. Back in my rural days, I often dealt with pigs, so I possess some skills. I assure you, it will be a painless experience, a swift execution." He then turned his gaze toward Ivan, excitement gleaming in his eyes. He mused that, despite having only dealt with pigs, he was about to experience something entirely new. Surely, he would ensure Ivan's satisfaction. After all, before delving into this world, he was renowned as the pig-slaying expert across numerous villages. His techniques were so refined that even the pigs would give him a thumbs up afterward. unlike others who inflicted excruciating pain. He treated pigs as if they were indulging in a spa. With a knife in hand, he advanced toward Ivan with purpose. Wait. Rongye. Please, stick to pigs. Don't come for me. I was just joking with Brother Fong. At the sight of Chun Rong, serious and brandishing the glinting knife, Ivan instantly wilted. He waved his hands frantically and spoke quickly. Hello, everyone. I am Ivan, a specialist in women's care from the Golden Triangle. Today, I bring forth a momentous announcement on behalf of the Golden Triangle to women worldwide. From now on, we shall cease the trade of drugs and instead heed Brother Feng's call to sell sanitary napkins. Ivan, vow that within 3 years, the Golden Triangle will become the largest sanitary napkin hub in the world. He then approached Qin Feng, raising his fists as he addressed the over 1 million YTB viewers from around the globe in his live stream, shouting passionately. He feared that if he failed to meet Qin Feng's demands, his very existence would be at stake. Had Qin Feng chosen to eliminate him outright, he might have accepted it willingly. However, the prospect of witnessing his own demise, slowly bleeding out, was genuinely terrifying. Originally, he believed himself to be the most ruthless individual in the world, employing any means necessary in his endeavors, with few rivals on a global scale. However, after engaging directly with Qin Feng, Ivan came to a profound realization. In terms of ruthlessness, he was merely a novice compared to Qin Feng, unworthy even to hold his shoes. His role was limited to assisting Qin Feng in trivial matters, like holding the door while he attended to his needs. Upon hearing Ivan's words, the live stream, boasting an audience of over 1 million viewers, was instantly flooded with question marks, resembling a tempest sweeping across the screen. Viewers from around the globe were left bewildered, struggling to comprehend that such remarks could emanate from the mouth of Ivan, the notorious figure from the Golden Triangle. It is worth noting that during his previous broadcasts, Ivan exuded an air of invincibility, flanked by over 100 loyal subordinates brandishing AKs and M4S, embodying an imposing presence. He had proclaimed himself the ruler of the Golden Triangle, amassing a significant following worldwide. Yet now, as they observed Ivan standing before Qin Feng, reduced to a subservient state, all of Ivan's ardent supporters were left in disbelief. Their once cherished idol had been utterly dismantled in an instant. The legendary figure of the Golden Triangle had been subdued by a formidable leader from the harbor. In front of an audience of over 1 million, Qin Feng publicly humiliated Ivan, treating him as a mere footmat, subjecting him to indignities. From this moment forth, Ivan was no longer the formidable general of the Golden Triangle. He had become a mere figure of ridicule, a so-called expert in feminine hygiene. The shock was palpable, as their internalized belief in a once mighty figure crumbled before their eyes. Akin to an unexpected cataclysm, the unfolding events nearly caused Ivan's most devoted fans to choke on their disbelief. Come everyone, let me present a performance for you. Pay attention. If you don't do well, I'll have Chun Guangrong give you a good knock. Qin Feng announced, adjusting the camera to face Ivan, who was now the center of attention. Let's get this party started, he declared, as lively music erupted in the background. Hello, everyone. I am your old friend, Ivan Wanzi. Next, I will present to you a quintessential dance from the Dragon Kingdom, a must-have for every socialite, accompanied by an invigorating remix of the social shake. Ivan began to dance before over 1 million international viewers. His rotund figure, clad in military green attire, swayed with an unexpected flair, outshining even the most skilled dancers in the plazas of his homeland. With every ounce of strength, he endeavored to present his finest self. He understood that if he faltered, the basket would soon be toppled by Chun Guangrong, the expert in swine procurement. To safeguard his younger brother, Ivan exerted every effort possible, executing each jump with utmost precision. My goodness, this is remarkable indeed. Even Chun Guangrong, along with Ma Dong and others present, were momentarily rendered speechless by the spectacle. They unanimously raised their thumbs in appreciation, acknowledging Ivan's talent. They mused that had Ivan been born in the mainland of Longwa rather than the Golden Triangle, he would undoubtedly hold a prominent position in the realm of square dancing. At the very least, he would be a leader, with hundreds of grandmothers queuing daily to buy cigarettes from him, a veritable king of the square. At that moment, the viewership in Ivan's live stream surged unprecedentedly to 3 million. Observing Ivan's graceful movements and his broad smile before the camera, viewers clutched their phones, eyes wide and mouths agape, inundating the screen with question marks. In an instant, the chat was awash with inquiries, like a flurry of snowflakes, incessantly fluttering by. The events unfolding in Ivan's live stream that evening were nothing short of astonishing, nearly causing them to regurgitate the grilled cold noodles they had consumed the previous night. Are the advertisement teams ready? Qin Feng then turned his gaze towards the more than 6,000 soldiers from northern Myanmar who were poised and prepared. Let us have this contingent from the Golden Triangle promote our two major sanitary pad brands. Chapter 41. Confronting the Yamaguchi Gumi. The Dragon Groups by Ling is calling. Let us begin. Showcase your talents. Upon uttering these words, the camera was directed towards them. Sophie, your heart. Who can fathom a woman's heart? Pure, delicate, sanitary. As soon as Qin Feng pointed the camera at them, an impressive assembly of over 6,000 soldiers from the Golden Triangle on Baoguan Island raised their arms in unison, their eyes wide and mouths agape, as they exuberantly shouted, yay! Following this, they collectively formed a heart shape with their hands, their faces radiating a fiery smile. Brothers and sisters, when purchasing sanitary pads, trust in Sophie and Lianjia, the two premier brands. These exceptional sanitary products are suitable for both men and women. Endorsed wholeheartedly by the 6,000 soldiers of the Golden Triangle, they are absolutely trustworthy. For those interested, you can place your orders now. The link is below. Oh wait, there is no link. But fret not. Simply search for Lianjia or Sophie on any e-commerce platform to make your purchase. Shortly, we will liaise with both manufacturers to establish global sales channels. For orders of 10 boxes or more, shipping fees will be waived. Sophie and Lianjia are undoubtedly reliable treasures for your entire family, regardless of age or gender. Those who have tried them sing their praises. Then, Chun Guangrong took the phone from Qin Feng and, with the audience count reaching 10 million in the live stream, he fervently shouted, promoting the two beloved sanitary pad brands of his wife before a global audience. He decided to try them himself. If they're truly as magnificent as his wife claimed, he might consider leaving his current life behind to specialize in selling these two brands. After all, with the sales pitch from thousands of soldiers tonight, Sophie and Lianjia are bound to become sold out worldwide in the coming days. Wow, incredible. Oh my goodness. It seems the Golden Triangle is genuinely planning to sell sanitary pads. Brothers, hurry and purchase Sophie and Lianjia. If you delay, you might miss out. Absolutely. I'm buying 1,000 packs right now. My wife, my mother-in-law. For the next year, they will all use these two brands. I'll even buy 1,000 packs for my father-in-law. Let him use sanitary pads for wiping. I must support Brother Feng, right? I need to make a purchase too. Although I'm a man, it's all right. My toilet paper just ran out. Using Sophie and Lianjia for personal hygiene isn't out of the question. It may be a bit extravagant, but I'm not short on cash. The key is to be wealthy and indulgent. Bye. Brothers, don't think of it merely as wiping. I strongly suggest that all global restaurants equip themselves with Lianjia and Sophie. Wipe your mouth after meals. This trend must be embraced. I hereby declare the advent of an era where sanitary napkins become a universal necessity. No longer are these feminine products exclusive to women. We men shall partake in their use as well. Amidst the fervent cries of over 6,000 soldiers in the Golden Triangle, and propelled by the enthusiastic endorsements of Chun Guangrong, Ivan's livestream has attracted a staggering audience of 13 million. The atmosphere is utterly frenzied. Netizens, irrespective of gender, are fervently expressing their intent to purchase the renowned Sophie and Jialing sanitary napkin brands. The swiftest among them have already procured 1,000 packs. Even several executives, upon witnessing the broadcast, promptly ordered 100 boxes, an impressive total of 10,000 packs, preparing to distribute them to their employees at the year-end company gathering. Henceforth, during the new year, we shall no longer gift white gold, but rather sanitary napkins. General, I have just received calls from several prominent sanitary napkin brands. They wish for the Golden Triangle to endorse their products, offering us a staggering endorsement fee of $10 million annually. General, I too have received offers. What shall we do? This unprecedented fortune. Should we accept it or decline? At that moment, a few trusted aides in the crowd, clutching their phones, shouted at Ivan. Upon hearing their words, Ivan's eyes nearly bulged with astonishment. He had never imagined that the Golden Triangle would one day be associated with something as seemingly unrelated as sanitary napkins. It is likely that moving forward, when one mentions the Golden Triangle, the first association will no longer be narcotics, but rather sanitary napkins. Let's discuss this further. With clenched fists and trembling body, Ivan retorted to his subordinates. This matter cannot simply be brushed aside. The humiliation he suffered at the hands of Qin Feng in front of over 10 million viewers was intolerable, especially as his YouTube account nickname was altered to King of Sanitary Napkins. He vowed that he would not rest until he avenged this slight. He swore that if Qin Feng would allow him to return, he would surely regroup and mount a formidable comeback. At that time, he would ensure that Qin Feng kneels before him, publicly promoting narcotics to a global audience, thereby regaining his lost dignity. Wanzi, I understand your discontent, but do not rush to dismiss it. Following this live stream, your YouTube fan count has surged by 8 million, nearing 20 million followers, with the majority being women. The inquiries regarding sanitary napkins in your private messages have reached 200,000. Numerous brands are eager to seek your endorsement. Thus, whether you choose to embrace this newfound fortune or not, the future of the Golden Triangle, whether it continues to sell its niche narcotics or shifts to the more profitable sanitary napkins, is in your hands. At this juncture, Qin Feng, having ended the live stream, presented his phone to Ivan and solemnly stated, "Indeed, today, I, Qin Feng, do not seek to take a life. Rather, I aim to strike at the heart. It is imperative that the world's largest drug-producing region, the Golden Triangle, transitions to the sale of sanitary napkins. After all, killing one Ivan would not prevent the emergence of countless others in the future. However, dismantling a key hub in the Golden Triangle would significantly diminish a major drug production base worldwide. A brand new sanitary napkin manufacturer could rise from the ashes. Why not seize such an opportunity?" As Ivan gazed at his YouTube account, which was on the verge of reaching 20 million followers, and the multitude of inquiries about sanitary napkins flooding his messages, his mind was nearly overwhelmed. It was as if a more lucrative path lay before him. As the foremost figure in the Golden Triangle, having been involved in the drug trade since birth, he found himself momentarily swayed by the idea. Perhaps Qin Feng was onto something. Transforming the Golden Triangle from a drug trafficking hub to a sanitary napkin manufacturing center was not an impossible notion. While the profits from drugs were substantial, the challenges of distribution were immense. A crackdown could lead to loss and ruin. In contrast, sanitary napkins, though individually less profitable, had a vast audience and high sales volume. If mass production could be achieved, the earnings might rival, if not surpass, those from drugs. Perhaps Ivan could personally endorse a line of sanitary napkins produced by the Golden Triangle, leveraging this sensational marketing tactic to ensure their products flew off the shelves, filling their coffers to the brim. "Brother Feng, I'll head back and think it over," Ivan said, accepting the phone from Qin Feng with a nod. Although he claimed he would ponder the idea, he was already crafting catchy slogans in his mind. Triangle sanitary napkins. Experience the freedom of flight. "All right, now be gone." Qin Feng scoffed at Ivan, waving him off. Regardless of the outcome, he had achieved his goal today. Through the international live streaming platform, he had dealt a severe blow to the once dominant reputation of the Golden Triangle, plummeting their standing to an all-time low. This was undoubtedly more painful than simply eliminating Ivan and his ilk. Whether Ivan would ultimately shift to selling sanitary napkins was a matter for him to decide. Holy smokes. Brother Feng, that kid Ivan has gone live. Just minutes after Ivan and his entourage departed, Chen Guangrong exclaimed excitedly, clutching his phone. On his screen, Ivan, now aboard a boat heading back to the Golden Triangle, eagerly initiated his live stream. "Come on, folks. If you want sanitary napkins, give me a follow." The Golden Triangle is ramping up production of high-quality sanitary napkins that can be used by everyone, regardless of gender. Ivan, will personally demonstrate how to use them. Brothers, how about Triangle brand sanitary napkins? Ivan, clad in military attire and sunglasses, addressed the camera before turning to the hundreds of followers behind him, demanding, Triangle sanitary napkins. Everyone says they're great. Triangle sanitary napkins. Experience the freedom of flight. His followers raised their fists and roared in agreement. Incredible. Indeed, it is quite a situation. Even Qin Feng, upon witnessing this, could not help but shake his head and let out a bitter smile. He lamented the fact that in this world, there seems to be nothing that cannot be altered. If anything, it is merely a matter of insufficient profit. In the face of immense gain, even a long-standing drug trafficking hub like the Golden Triangle can pivot to selling women's products. However, he understood that regardless of whether they sold sanitary napkins, it was merely an attempt to ride the wave of popularity and earn a little profit. Once the fervor subsides and sales dwindle, they would inevitably revert to their old ways of drug trafficking. Yet who truly cares? As long as Qin Feng exists in this world, he shall battle against drugs every single day, whether they hail from the Golden Triangle or any other region. Should they dare to peddle drugs in the harbor and fall into his grasp, he would ensure they would never dare to engage in such activities again in their lifetimes. Gongrong, Xiangzhua, Ma Dong, and Xiaoquan, see to it that your injured brothers are taken to the hospital. Qin Feng, will cover all medical expenses. With that, Qin Feng turned his gaze towards Chun Gongrong and the others, proclaiming loudly that all brothers injured this evening should be sent to the hospital to recuperate. No matter the cost, he would ensure they received the best care. Even if it meant spending a lifetime in the hospital, he could provide for these individuals indefinitely. Moreover, their families and friends would enjoy the finest lives. Not for any other reason, but because Qin Feng possessed such capability. This evening, they fought for him, showing him respect and treating him as their elder brother. Therefore, he would not let them down. Once again, he reiterated that throughout his life, he would wholeheartedly support his friends, and he would extend the same fervor towards his enemies, albeit through different means. Just as Qin Feng finished speaking to Chen Gongrong and the others, his phone, nestled in his pocket, suddenly erupted with a sharp ringtone. At the sound, he involuntarily shuddered. Inhaling sharply, he understood that the anticipated call had arrived. The ringtone belonged solely to his second card, and he knew only one person possessed that number, his superior in the Dragon team, Bai Ling. At this critical juncture, receiving a call from Bai Ling, he could easily surmise the reason. Without a doubt, it pertained to the events of today on Bangshui Island. "Hello, Miss Bai," he answered, placing the phone to his ear with a beaming smile. In this world, he could afford to ignore anyone's call, but Bai Ling's call warranted his attention. After all, she was the only person capable of commanding him, Qin Feng. "Qin Feng, you have quite the audacity. How dare you act independently of the Dragon team and instigate such a significant affair in the harbor?" At that moment, after the call connected, Bai Ling, who was in the capital driving a Longqi sedan, dressed in an elegant black gown and standing nearly 175 meters tall, raised her voice sharply at Qin Feng. Just moments ago, she had learned of his rendezvous with Ivan, the top figure of the Golden Triangle, at Bangshui Island by the southern river of the harbor city. Even the personnel from the United Association and the Hong Men have been summoned. Although, as a member of the Dragon Group, Qin Feng possessed the authority to act independently without notifying the capital in critical moments. Bai Ling felt that such a significant matter necessitated prior discussion. Her concern was not that she feared Qin Feng's capacity to engage in this confrontation, but rather that she feared he might not prevail. What transpired? What was the outcome? Did he emerge victorious? Just as Qin Feng took a deep breath, bracing himself for the inevitable reprimand, the words that came through the phone in the next instant eased his tension. He realized that Bai Ling bore no resentment towards him. Victory. It was fortunate that I had rallied the brothers from the United Association and Hong Men. Otherwise, the outcome of this battle would have been uncertain. Those fellows, now engaged in selling sanitary napkins, are unlikely to touch drugs for the foreseeable future. Qin Feng replied to Bai Ling candidly. "Well, that's good." Upon hearing this, Bai Ling too breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. "Sister Bai, your call to me today regarding this matter should not solely pertain to the issue at Bangshui Island, right?" Qin Feng sensed that Bai Ling had other concerns beyond Bangshui Island, as it was rather late for her to be calling him otherwise. Producing a long-wah cigarette from his pocket, he lit it and inhaled deeply before continuing to inquire of Bai Ling. The ensuing words from her confirmed his suspicions, revealing that there was indeed a pressing matter at hand, and it was no trivial affair. Indeed, Qin Feng, your intelligence shines through. You are truly the most exceptional member of our group. You are correct. Tomorrow I require you to travel to Ha City to assist me with an important task. This matter is of great significance and is related to the Yamaguchi-gumi, hence your involvement is imperative. Chapter 42. No rest for the weary beside the emperor's bed after bringing the dragon flag to a halt by the roadside in the imperial capital. Bai Ling took a deep breath and turned her gaze forward. She earnestly addressed Qin Feng, believing that he was the only one capable of resolving the matter at hand within the vast expanse of the Dragon Kingdom. No one else could suffice. Originally, the Dragon Group had agreed to Qin Feng's terms. Once he unified the two historic factions of the Helian Society and the Hongmen, and ascended to a position of dominance, he would be allowed to retire from the tumultuous world and lead a tranquil life as an ordinary student at Harbour University. Yet, Bai Ling realized that she must now renege on that promise. She was acutely aware of Qin Feng's prowess, acknowledging that no one in the Dragon Group surpassed him in strength. Thus, it was imperative that she called upon Qin Feng to emerge from retirement, for her peace of mind depended on it. All right, Ling Jia. As it happens, I was planning to return to Haichang today anyway. I shall assist you with this matter. Qin Feng replied, nodding without further elaboration. 3 years prior, Bai Ling had assured him that should he unify the Helian Society and the Hongmen, he would gain command over the Red Dragon Double Sticks, a force of 160,000 troops in Haicheng, and then retire to a stable life. Nevertheless, Qin Feng understood that whenever his country called upon him, he would rise to the occasion, regardless of his circumstances. As the saying goes, when there is war, I shall return at the call. There was no flaw in this commitment, nor would he falter. Earlier, Qin Feng had indeed contemplated returning to Haicheng after the impending battle. It had been many years since he last set foot there, a place filled with old friends and a woman of utmost significance in his life. Coincidentally, Bai Ling had also sought his assistance, making his visit to Haicheng both a matter of sentiment and necessity. Very well, Qin Feng. Rest early. Once you arrive in Haicheng during the day, I shall call you, Bai Ling said before ending the call. However, a profound sense of concern welled up within her. Despite her unwavering faith in Qin Feng's abilities, certain he could transform into a formidable force in critical moments, she recognized the perilous nature of the task ahead, uncertain whether he would return alive. Yet, there was no one else she could rely on, and all she could do was hope that fate would be kind to Qin Feng, granting him the strength to accomplish his mission and return safely. Old Ghost, what is the current situation in Haicheng? Is the Yamaguchi-gumi particularly active in the Longbei area? After concluding his conversation with Bai Ling, Qin Feng slipped his left hand into his pocket, while his right hand brushed through his hair, beckoning his chief disciple in Haoxiang, Old Ghost, to approach him. He wished to inquire about the developments in Longbei, as he had not closely monitored the situation in Haicheng for quite some time and was thus unfamiliar with many aspects. He figured Old Ghost would possess more insight than he did. Just now, during the phone conversation, Bai Ling did not disclose the specifics, but alluded to matters concerning the Yamaguchi-gumi. Feng, Brother Feng, the Yamaguchi-gumi is indeed quite active in Longbei at present. They have opened numerous establishments and dispatched a considerable number of personnel here. They have already established dominance over half of Longbei, particularly in Haicheng, which is nearly entirely under the control of the Yamaguchi-gumi. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, a middle-aged man clad in a black leather jacket, not tall, standing at most 165 meters, hastily approached, responding to Qin Feng in a stuttering Cantonese. This man was none other than Lao Gui, Qin Feng's appointed agent in Haoxiang. In Qin Feng's absence, Lao Gui was responsible for managing affairs there, also serving as the deputy spokesperson for the Lian Society and Hongmen. After delivering his message, Lao Gui took a deep breath, raised his head, and discreetly observed the changes in Qin Feng's expression, speculating that Qin Feng would likely be quite furious upon hearing his words. After all, he knew Qin Feng's temperament all too well. The subsequent words Qin Feng uttered confirmed his suspicions. Damn it. These bastards think that just because I've been away from Haching for a few years, Dragon Country is without its guardians. How dare they sleep soundly beside my bed? Young Fen, purchase 3 tickets for this afternoon's flight from Haigang to Haching. Once we awaken you, Zhao Yang, and I shall return to Haching. Indeed, upon Lao Gui finishing his statement, Qin Feng fiercely slammed the Qinglong Yinyue halberd into the ground, speaking with a commanding voice, the veins on his forehead bulging visibly. In his early years, during his middle and high school days in Haching, he had engaged in fierce battles with the Yamaguchi-gumi. At that time, holding the 3rd position in the underworld, he was determined to eliminate Jiao Yuannan and Song Yongjia upon graduation, aiming to unify Haching. Despite their deep-seated enmity, they shared a common understanding regarding the Yamaguchi-gumi. They must be fought against relentlessly. During high school, he led 800 subordinates, wielding pickaxes and machetes, and in a single night, he demolished 13 establishments of the Yamaguchi-gumi, leaving them in tears and retreating. Although he later departed from Haching and moved to Haigang, the presence of Jiao Yuannan and Song Yongjia kept the Yamaguchi-gumi in check. However, as the two gradually withdrew from the scene, Haching fell into a leaderless state, allowing the Yamaguchi-gumi to seize the opportunity. Qin Feng now felt an increasing sense of regret for not having allied with Song Yongjia and Jiao Yuannan back then to drive the Yamaguchi-gumi out of Longbei once and for all. Otherwise, there would be no such predicament today. But matters not. As the saying goes, a wolf that returns is either repaying a favor or seeking vengeance. Speaking of which, he still had an old score to settle with the Yamaguchi-gumi. He would reserve it all for this return to Haching. Let us settle old scores and new grievances in a single sweep. Brother Feng, the Yamaguchi-gumi has significantly strengthened its presence in the Longbei region, boasting an impressive force of over 10,000 men. Perhaps I should accompany you back, along with a few brothers from Haoxiang Second City. Currently, your endeavors to confront them in Longbei will undoubtedly be far more challenging than in the past. Upon hearing that Qin Feng was set to depart for Haching at noon, accompanied solely by Yang Fan and Zhao Yang, 2 inexperienced youths just in their early 20s, Old Ghost grew anxious. He hurriedly approached Qin Feng and raised his voice in concern for his safety, expressing his willingness to lead the alliance and the brothers from Hongmen to join Qin Feng on his journey. After all, he was well aware of the Yamaguchi-gumi's formidable influence in Longbei. Even if Qin Feng, Jiao Yuannan, and Song Yongjia, 3 seasoned veterans of Haching, were to unite, it would not guarantee their victory against such a formidable adversary. Chapter 43. Ha City. Your emperor has returned. The era has transformed. The Longbei region is no longer the domain of Qin Feng, who once commanded respect and power there. Moreover, it has been nearly a decade since Qin Feng last set foot in Ha City. Old Ghost harbors fears that, with Qin Feng's return to familiar grounds, he lacks sufficient manpower to confront any imminent crises. Thus, he has insisted on accompanying Qin Feng with a contingent of his own. Indeed, Brother Feng, allow us to accompany you, they implored, though they hailed from Longnan, not the north. It is our shared duty to confront the Yamaguchi-gumi and their ilk. We, the people of Longnan, are eager to contribute our efforts. Even Xiang Zuo, Ma Dong, and Chen Guangrong, standing nearby, gripped their machetes tightly, requesting to join Qin Feng as they ventured to Longbei's Ha City. None of you should move. Remain here at the harbor, Qin Feng commanded. Tonight, we will deliver a significant blow to the Golden Triangle on Bonchui Island. I am not concerned about Ivan. Rather, I worry about other forces from northern Myanmar who may seek to exploit my absence and launch a surprise attack on my headquarters. Thus, the Longnan region is of utmost importance. Raising his hand, Qin Feng patted Xiang Zuo and the others on the shoulder, speaking solemnly. An old ghost, ensure that the He Lien Society and our brothers from Hongmen remain vigilant in the coming days. If trouble arises at the harbor while I am away, you must swiftly rally support to stand with our brothers there. He then turned his gaze to Old Ghost, continuing, do not worry about me. When I was a student in Ha City, I ascended to the rank of 3rd brother on the streets through more than mere fortune. In the past, I had approximately 50,000 brothers from Longbei who fought alongside me, each fiercely loyal to Qin Feng. While many may have withdrawn from the world now, At the call of my command, they would once again take up their blades and fight by my side. The matters of Long Bay shall be resolved by its own people. You need not interfere. Rest assured, never underestimate the combat prowess and valor of the Northerners. If pushed to their limits, they would not hesitate to take down not just a mere Yamaguchi-gumi, but even the islands themselves. As the others contemplated further words, Qin Feng raised his hand to interrupt, signaling his resolute decision, needing no more discourse. At dawn, I shall set forth with Yang Fan and Zhao Yang to Ha City, allowing these two newly accepted disciples to witness the world and aid in their growth, while also resolving the matter concerning Bai Ling. At this moment, Yang Fan and Zhao Yang were particularly exhilarated. The prospect of accompanying Qin Feng to the intricately complex Long Bay Ha City left Yang Fan nearly overwhelmed with excitement, nearly losing control of himself. He had long desired to explore the Long Bay territory, but had hesitated for fear of retribution. After all, the temperament of the Long Bay society is far more fierce than that of Longnan. A mere misstep in eye contact could ignite a bloody conflict on the streets. Certainly, Yang Fan was acutely aware that had he accompanied his esteemed elder brother, such occurrences would undoubtedly have been averted. Ha City was the very place where Qin Feng commenced his journey in the underworld, a period marked by an overwhelming aura of menace in his life. During his middle and high school years, he had subdued countless members of the Long Bay society, ascending to the rank of the third brother in the Ha City hierarchy, commanding a legion of devoted followers. After a decade, the return of their emperor was imminent. Qin Feng's northward expedition promised to unleash a seismic upheaval across Ha City. At that juncture, he would allow his elder brother to introduce him to the stunning women of Long Bay. It was rumored that the women of Long Bay were all genuine, possessing a vivacious spirit and unparalleled beauty. As he contemplated this, a radiant smile blossomed on Yang Fan's face, almost stretching to the point of absurdity. The following morning at 10 a.m., after a night of restful slumber, Qin Feng drove a Land Rover, ferrying Yang Fan and Zhao Yang from the Haikou Grand Hotel to the southern airport of Haikou City. Upon their arrival at 10:30, they boarded an 11 a.m. flight destined for Long Bay's Ha City, returning to his homeland. 2 hours later, at 1 p.m., they arrived punctually at Ha City Airport. Due to Qin Feng's discreet return, having not notified anyone, the airport was eerily quiet, devoid of any welcoming committee or reception. This was, in fact, a deliberate choice by Qin Feng, who wished to maintain a low profile. Had he disseminated the news in advance, the airport would have been inundated with well-wishers, with crowds spilling from the airport to the train station. Upon their exit, Qin Feng led Yang Fan and Zhao Yang directly to the Erdeo district. "Brother Feng, where are we headed now?" Yang Fan inquired, puzzled about their destination. "You must be hungry since we missed lunch, right? I'm a bit peckish myself. Let us start with a bowl of wontons," Qin Feng replied with a smile as he lit a cigarette. While ostensibly taking Yang Fan and Zhao Yang for a meal, his true intention was to reunite with a significant old subordinate from his days in Ha City, Zhang Jian. Before boarding the plane, Qin Feng had arranged for an inquiry into Zhang Jian's whereabouts. Upon learning that, after all these years, Zhang Jian had opened a wonton shop in Erdeo district, Qin Feng couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia. He realized that his good friend might not be faring well. The once invincible war god of Erdeo, wielding dual machetes and dominating Ha City, was now reduced to selling wontons. Amidst his reflections, Qin Feng felt a sense of joy for his brother, acknowledging that since Zhang Jian had stepped away from the tumultuous world of the underworld to embrace an ordinary life, he had no intention of re-engaging him in that realm. His visit was primarily fueled by a deep yearning for camaraderie. After all, Zhang Jian had been his deskmate, standing steadfastly by his side throughout their middle and high school years, sharing triumphs and tribulations alike, and helping him establish dominance over half of Ha City. In no time, merely half an hour later, at 1:30 p.m., the three individuals arrived at a humble eatery named Ajian Wonton Shop, situated along the roadside in the Erdeo district of Ha City. It was mealtime, and as soon as Qin Feng stepped out of the vehicle, he spotted a familiar figure within the establishment. A man, clad in a tattered black leather jacket, of modest stature, with disheveled long hair and a noticeable scar at the corner of his left eye, was bustling about the shop, greeting the patrons with a warm smile. This individual was none other than Zhang Jian, one of Qin Feng's most cherished comrades from years past, a legendary warrior of Erdeo. Upon seeing Zhang Jian, Qin Feng felt a surge of emotion, his eyes becoming slightly misty, and his heart trembled at the unexpected reunion after a decade apart, manifesting in such a poignant scene. "Brother, come enjoy some wontons. Please step inside." Just then, Zhang Jian inside the shop seemed to notice Qin Feng outside, balancing a bowl of wontons in his hands. He enthusiastically beckoned him to enter. Qin Feng remained rooted to the spot, gazing at his old friend, his eyes growing increasingly moist. "Zong, Dongye." As Zhang Jian finally recognized Qin Feng's face, the bowl of wontons slipped from his grasp, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. The ceramic shattered instantly, spilling its contents across the floor. Chapter 44. In the past, on this very land, I was known as Qin Dong. After a brief moment of stupor, I took a bold stride and dashed outside. I enveloped Qin Feng in a tight embrace, resting my head on his shoulder and weeping uncontrollably. In the blink of an eye, tears soaked through Qin Feng's white shirt. Simultaneously, a woman in the kitchen of the eatery, who was serving wontons, noticed this poignant scene. The instant she laid eyes on Qin Feng, she froze, her eyes wide and mouth agape. Disbelief painted across her face. The spoon she held hung motionless in midair, as if she could scarcely fathom seeing that man in her lifetime. "Dongye," she cried, before dropping her spoon, removing her apron, and sprinting out of the kitchen. Approaching Qin Feng, she joined Zhang Jian in a heartfelt embrace, weeping against him. "It's all right. Dong Gu has returned," Qin Feng said, lifting his hands, taking a deep breath, and gently patting their heads while fighting back tears. To his astonishment, after all these years, Zhang Jian had ended up with Lu Tsuimei. It seemed they had married. Lu Tsuimei was an unremarkable girl from their high school, who harbored deep affection for Zhang Jian, though he had never shown much interest in her. Despite the many beautiful girls who pursued him, he ultimately chose Lu Tsuimei. From the heartfelt cries of this couple, Qin Feng could genuinely sense the hardships they had endured over the years. Thinking of this, his fists clenched tighter, his teeth grinding audibly. But it was all right. He was back. Whether in the past or present, Qin Feng would always stand by them. As long as he was around, no one would dare bully his brothers. "Whoa, no way. It's Qin Dong. He is back." At that very moment, several patrons in the wonton shop, who had previously encountered Qin Feng, recognized him. Each one dropped their bowls and chopsticks, gasping in astonishment, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. Their hearts raced as if they might leap from their throats. Those who understood who he was knew all too well. In his high school days, he had claimed the title of the third boss on Haching Road, even forcing seasoned gang leaders Jiao Yuanan and Song Yongjia to unite against him. Everyone believed that upon graduating from high school, Qin Feng would unify Haching and ascend to the pinnacle of power. However, for reasons unknown, he abruptly departed from Haching, dropping out in his second year and vanishing for nearly a decade. Gazing upon the man standing outside Zhang Jian's wonton shop, exuding an unmistakable and commanding presence, everyone in the eatery realized that the once feared king of Haching had returned. With this realization, no one dared to indulge in another wonton, nor did they wish to interrupt the heartfelt reunion of Zhang Jian and Qin Feng. One after another, they hastily tossed their money onto the table and fled the scene at lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, the once crowded shop became eerily empty. "Dongye, please come in. Who are these two brothers?" Zhang Jian asked with a smile, wiping the tears from the corners of his eyes as he lifted himself from Qin Feng's shoulder, pointing at Yang Fan and Zhao Yang. "I presumed they are Qin Feng's underlings. I did not expect them to be so young, appearing to be just in their early 20s. At that age, they are likely still in university. They are my newly recruited big brothers from the harbor. This one is Yang Fan, and that one is Zhao Yang. Though they are youthful, they possess a certain fierceness that reminds me of my younger self. Whatever tasks I assign them, they execute without fail." Qin Feng introduced the two to Zhang Jian. "Hello, Yan Ye." "Hello, sister-in-law." Yang Fan and Zhao Yang greeted Zhang Jian and Lu Tsuimei with deep bows, their voices resonating powerfully. The two were no fools. It was evident that Qin Feng shared a close bond with this couple, although Zhang Jian appeared somewhat disheveled. Clad in a tattered leather jacket and looking unkempt, anyone who could befriend Qin Feng was certainly not an ordinary individual. Perhaps he was once the legendary warrior of Ha City, only to have retreated from the world for reasons unknown, now running a small eatery to support his family. Ah, you must be hungry. Sister-in-law will prepare some wontons for you. Upon hearing the respectful address from Yang Fan and Zhao Yang, Lu Tsume's heart swelled with joy as she ushered them into the shop, smiling. She then entered the kitchen, donned an apron, and busied herself. Dong Yi, your return must be for a reason, Zhang Jian stated after Qin Feng and the others were seated. He retrieved a box of Baishan from his pocket, lit a cigarette for Qin Feng, and then took one for himself, igniting it and inhaling deeply before solemnly addressing Qin Feng. At this moment, the scar on Zhang Jian's face twitched, and the ordinary demeanor of a small eatery owner vanished. His eyes glinted with a palpable aura of menace. Over the years, it was not that he had lost his fighting spirit, but rather that he had chosen not to engage. Yet if Qin Feng required it, Zhang Jian could readily wield a blade and transform back into that legendary warrior of yore. Upon hearing Zhang Jian's words, Zhao Yang and Yang Fan exchanged puzzled glances, wondering why both Zhang Jian and Lu Tsume refer to Qin Feng as Dongge. Qin Feng's response provided clarity. I didn't expect my dear brother to have another name. In the past, I was known as Qin Dong in this land. Qin Feng is a name I adopted after moving to the harbor. He replied with a smile after taking a drag from his cigarette, followed by a deep sigh. When he ventured south years ago, he changed his name to bid farewell to his past, seeking a fresh start like a gust of wind, determined to forget everything. Yet life is unpredictable. A grand tapestry woven with unexpected turns. It was only now that Qin Feng comprehended that his existence, beginning from a moment he found himself abandoned on the streets at the tender age of 10, wielding a stick to fend off those desperate beggars who sought to snatch his meager sustenance, had irrevocably set him on a path of no return. Let's speak of you. I recall the year I departed. I left you a formidable tiger-head vehicle and a substantial sum of 1 million in cash to facilitate your future ventures, did I not? Qin Feng then directed his gaze toward Zhang Jian across the table, inhaling deeply from the cigarette in his hand, and continued his inquiry. Prior to his departure from Ha City, he had ensured that every key member of the Qin Feng group received a financial cushion. Among them, Zhang Jian, his indispensable confidant, was bestowed the largest amount, an entire million. A decade ago, such a sum was not insignificant. The intention was to guarantee that, in his absence, his brothers could lead a prosperous life. However, upon observing Zhang Jian's current state, he understood that the years had not been kind to him, and he had not flourished as Qin Feng had once hoped. Chapter 45. Now, even this little basket dares to demand protection fees from you. Brother Dong. At this moment, Lu Tsume, who was busy in the kitchen, suddenly rushed out with a face full of grievance, calling out loudly to Qin Feng. It appeared she had something to express. Shut your mouth. Go back. Zhang Jian abruptly slammed his hand on the table and turned to scold her sternly. Hearing his words, Lu Tsume lowered her head in disappointment, biting her lip, and silently retreated back into the kitchen. Brother Dong, in the past, my lack of business acumen led to my squandering all the money you entrusted to me, and I even lost my investment in the Tiger Head venture. I have fallen to this state, disappointing your expectations. Let us not speak of me, Zhang Jian. Everything is my own doing. Let's talk about you instead. What brings you back to Haching so suddenly? Turning around, Zhang Jian extinguished his cigarette, but forcefully in the ashtray, and continued to inquire of Qin Feng. After a decade apart, he did not wish for Qin Feng to worry about him any longer. Thus, he preferred to let bygones be bygones, wishing to fabricate an excuse to obscure the events of the past. However, having known Zhang Jian for so many years, Qin Feng sensed an unusual tension in his demeanor. Realizing that he was likely being disingenuous, he understood that something must have transpired with Zhang Jian during his absence. Yet, he refrained from pressing further, knowing that with Zhang Jian's character, he would never divulge the truth. Perhaps he could find an opportunity to glean some information from Lu Tsume instead. Damn you, Zhang Jian. Where is this month as protection fee? Why hasn't Tia been paid yet? If you don't settle it soon, be wary that I'll smash your shop to pieces." At that moment, a sharp bark echoed from outside the wonton shop. A stout, middle-aged man clad in a black suit and sunglasses swaggered in, flanked by two young subordinates in their 20s with dyed red and green hair, chewing gum. Upon entering, he lifted his foot and delivered a fierce kick to a table by the entrance, nearly overturning it, then pointed at Zhang Jian, berating him loudly. As Qin Feng sat with his back to the door, the middle-aged man initially did not notice him. "Now even this little basket dares to collect protection fees from you, Zhang Jian?" However, Qin Feng caught a glimpse of the man's appearance through the glass on the side of the wonton shop and immediately recognized him. He took a drag from his cigarette and directed a cold gaze at Zhang Jian across the table. Simultaneously, an overwhelming aura of menace surged from his eyes, threatening to overflow. More than anything, he felt anger at the situation, unable to comprehend how the once-renowned warrior of Haching had fallen to such a state. The man standing before them was none other than Ma Baohua, a notorious figure from the Erdeo district who had once been trampled underfoot by them. It was worth noting that in the past, Ma Baohua would not have dared to even breathe in Zhang Jian's presence. "Sigh, Suimei," Zhang Jian, opting for silence. Loud a heavy sigh. He then turned his head and called out to Lu Suimei in the kitchen. "Hey, hey!" Upon hearing Zhang Jian shout, Lu Suimei hurriedly emerged from the kitchen, clutching 3 crisp 100-yuan bills. She was just about to hand the money to the middle-aged man, but a mere glance from Qin Feng sent a shiver down her spine, causing her to quickly retract the 300 yuan. "What is the matter, Lu Suimei? You no longer wish to pay this month's protection fee?" The middle-aged man, noticing her hesitation, widened his eyes and barked at her. "Be Brother Bao, this money. I'm afraid you cannot collect it today," Lu Suimei stammered, tightly gripping the 300 yuan notes, her gaze darting towards Qin Feng, who sat smoking with his back to Ma Baohua. Her nervousness was palpable. It wasn't Ma Baohua she feared, but Qin Feng. They had known each other since school a decade ago, and she was all too familiar with his temperament. Today, Ma Baohua brazenly came to her wonton shop to collect protection money in front of Qin Feng. If it had been any other day, it might have been manageable, but with Qin Feng present, Ma Baohua was utterly blind to the impending doom that awaited him. She could easily imagine the dire consequences he would soon face. "What do you mean, Lu Suimei? Have you grown wings?" "I, Ma Baohua, collect protection money from the heavens above, the earth below, and even the air in between. Why should your family be exempt today?" Ma Baohua, sensing an opportunity, retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and, after taking a deep drag, raised his voice. Pointing at Lu Suimei, his confidence was soaring. He was determined to collect that protection fee today, feeling invincible as if even the king of heaven couldn't stop him. However, the next moment, upon hearing Lu Suimei's words and noticing the person seated in the wonton shop, he was struck with a jolt of terror, almost losing his footing. "Brother Dong is here today. Do you dare to collect? If you do, then go ahead," Lu Suimei said, nodding towards Qin Feng. As she extended the 300 yuan towards Ma Baohua, a cold smirk gracing her lips. With a disdainful gaze, she regarded him as one would a dog. Expressing her utter contempt, she had already shown Ma Baohua some courtesy, hoping he would recognize the situation and leave promptly to prevent a tragedy from unfolding in her wonton shop. However, Ma Baohua, like a fool blinded by arrogance, failed to notice the formidable presence of Qin Feng seated behind him. Given this, she felt no obligation to spare him any further courtesy. If Ma Baohua was intent on courting disaster, she would not stand in his way. After years of paying protection fees, resentment brewed within Lu Suimei, and she secretly wished to see Qin Feng deliver a severe lesson to this despicable man. "Brother Dong? Which Brother Dong? I must inform you that none of them are of any use. In the 2nd district, I, Ma Baohua, reign supreme. Damn it! Dong, Brother Dong." As Lu Suimei concluded her statement, Ma Baohua turned to gaze in the direction she was pointing, cursing under his breath. Upon recognizing the figure of Qin Feng seated and smoking, his eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets in disbelief. His body trembled uncontrollably, as if electrified. Beads of sweat cascaded down his cheeks, and he swallowed repeatedly, attempting to alleviate his mounting anxiety. Never had he anticipated that a decade later, he would encounter that man in Haching, the very one who had instilled such fear in him that he had soiled his trousers countless times. To put it plainly, during those years, the true figure of dread for the people of Haching was not Zhang Jian, but rather the formidable Qin Feng, who loomed behind him. "Brother Dong, you have returned." He then raised his hand to wipe his face, which appeared as if it had just been washed, and with a quivering smile, he stammered. Over the past 10 years, he had presumed that Qin Feng was deceased. Yet at this very moment, seeing Qin Feng robustly standing before him, he finally understood that the latter was indeed alive and seemingly more vigorous than ever. It was at this juncture that Ma Baowu realized, with Qin Feng's return, the long quiet streets of Haching were on the brink of a seismic upheaval, the kind that would feel as if the heavens themselves were collapsing. "Kneel." In response to Ma Baowu's greeting, Qin Feng, seated in his chair, offered no reply, not even a glance in his direction. He simply finished his last drag of the cigarette, extinguishing it in the ashtray, and slowly removed his wristwatch. Rising from his seat, he picked up the ashtray with his right hand while accepting the 300 yuan from Lu Tsume with his left and coldly addressed Ma Baowu. Chapter 46. Loyalty Beyond Measure. A bond of trust. "Who do you think you are? How dare you make my brother kneel? Indeed, are you looking for death?" At this very moment, upon hearing Qin Feng's words, the two young subordinates that Ma Baowu had brought to the wonton shop became quite displeased. One of them picked up a wooden stool, pointing at Qin Feng and shouting angrily, just as he was about to swing it at him. Ma Baowu's furious voice interrupted their actions. "Put down the chairs. Get as far away as possible. Today's matter does not concern you." Ma Baowu turned to face the two, scolding them fiercely. Then, taking a deep breath, he suddenly knelt before Qin Feng, awaiting his punishment. Sweat soaked his plump cheeks. Though his two subordinates, barely in their 20s, had no knowledge of who Qin Feng was and had never seen him before, Ma Baowu, an old hand in the underworld of Ha City, understood all too well the man before him. He knew just how ruthless Qin Feng could be. Back when Qin Feng was still in high school, he nearly took down the notorious leaders Jiao Yuanan and Song Yongjia. At his peak, Qin Feng commanded over 50,000 followers in Longbei, a number that far exceeded the combined forces of both Song and Jiao. The reason so many were willing to follow Qin Feng was twofold. Firstly, he was undeniably ruthless. Secondly, he was a man of principle, exhibiting unwavering loyalty and camaraderie towards his brothers. At that time, everyone in Ha City believed that upon graduating high school, Qin Feng would confront Song and Jiao in a decisive battle, rising to become the supreme leader of Ha City and reigning supreme over Longbei. Yet, for reasons unknown, Qin Feng suddenly vanished for nearly a decade. Few anticipated that one day he would return to Ha City, not even Ma Baowu himself. This also explained his audacity to collect protection fees alongside Qin Feng's former right-hand man, Zhang Jian. "Listen well. Back when Qin Dong, was in Ha City, I treated you fairly. I never disturbed your territory or demanded protection fees. Today, you seek 300 from my brother? Fine. If you can withstand the 3 blows from this ashtray, I, Qin Feng, shall give you that 300. With that, Qin Feng slammed 3 crisp 100 yuan bills onto the table, then rolled up the sleeve of his white shirt. 1, 2, 3. He then raised the ashtray with his right hand and brought it crashing down onto Ma Baowu's head with astonishing speed, delivering 3 swift strikes. The first blow drew blood, and by the second, Ma Baowu lost consciousness. After the third strike, the individual closed his eyes and fainted, collapsing heavily onto the ground. "Take your leader and leave." Qin Feng tossed the 300 yuan from the table onto Ma Baowu's body and sternly commanded the 2 stunned subordinates, with their dyed red and green hair, who stood at the doorway. Having navigated the underbelly of society for so long, they had never encountered such a ruthless individual. After a brief moment of shock, one picked up the money from the ground while the other dragged Ma Baowu away, swiftly hailing a taxi to head to the hospital. At this moment, the restaurant was as quiet as a pin drop. In stark contrast to Zhang Jian and Lu Tsume's composure, one calmly smoking a cigarette while the other methodically mopped the blood from the floor, it was as if they had seen such scenes countless times before. Yang Fan and Zhao Yang, however, felt their hearts racing with anxiety. This was the first time they had witnessed their formidable leader lose his temper in public, smashing an ashtray like a weapon, leaving the notorious Ma Bao dazed and bloodied. It was then they comprehended why Qin Feng had once carved out a formidable reputation in Ha City, instilling fear even in seasoned figures like Jiao Yuanan and Song Yongjia. Undoubtedly, it boiled down to one word: ruthlessness. Ruthlessness, and more than just ruthlessness. Perhaps what they had witnessed today was merely the tip of the iceberg of Qin Feng's past ferocity. The true essence of Qin Feng might be far more terrifying than they could fathom. Donggu, what is the purpose of your return? Although I, Zhang Jian, have distanced myself from the world of conflict for many years, with just a word from you, I could pick up the blade and re-enter the fray, just as we did 10 years ago when we dominated Erdeo. After a brief silence, Zhang Jian took a drag from his cigarette, fixing his gaze on Qin Feng as he continued to inquire. He sensed that after a decade, Qin Feng would not return without reason. Something significant was afoot, not just a trivial matter, but rather a monumental one. As I reiterate, it is not that I, Zhang Jian, have lost my fighting spirit. Rather, I have chosen not to fight, for the man I once followed with my life is no longer by my side. As long as Qin Dong returns, I will steadfastly stand by his side, ready to clear any obstacles in his path. It's nothing. I return simply to see you all. Take care and live well with Cui Mei. Qin Feng smiled at Zhang Jian, took a final glance at his dear brother, and stood up to leave. Although he indeed had pressing matters to attend to, potentially engaging in a life-or-death battle with the Yamaguchi Gumi, he did not wish to disrupt his brother's newfound life of tranquility with Lu Tsuomei. Despite the impending conflict and the absence of Zhang Jian's companionship, he felt it was inconsequential. A true brother is one who always wishes the best for the other and considers their well-being. Donggu, why are you leaving? The wontons are ready. As Lu Tsuomei emerged from the kitchen, carrying 3 bowls of wontons, she was taken aback to see Qin Feng preparing to depart with Yang Fan and Zhao Yang. She hurriedly set down the wontons and rushed to Qin Feng, anxious to speak. She hadn't anticipated that Qin Feng would leave so soon. Meanwhile, Zhang Jian sat motionless in his chair, his gaze fixed blankly on the tabletop, smoking his cigarette like a wooden statue. Yes, I am leaving, Tsuomei. This card contains 10 million. The password is 6 sixes. Close this wonton shop and do not linger in Ha City any longer. Go to Sanya and find a place to enjoy life. I will visit you when I have the time, Qin Feng said, lifting his hand to pat Lu Tsuomei on the shoulder, smiling as he firmly tucked a golden industrial and commercial bank savings card into her apron pocket. Donggu, you have taken care of us for many years. We cannot accept this card. Lu Tsuomei insisted, refusing to take it, pulling out the card to return it to Qin Feng. However, he did not grant her that opportunity. After saying this, he hailed a taxi by the roadside and departed with Yang Fan and Zhao Yang. Zhang Jian remained seated in the wonton shop, quietly smoking his cigarette. Chapter 47. Brothers and Their Bonds. Age matters not. Zhang Jian. Donggu has left. Why did you not even see him off? Faced with Zhang Jian's demeanor, Lu Tsuomei exhibited profound anger. Entering the shop, she raised her hand and forcefully slapped a golden industrial and commercial bank card onto the table, shouting at him. Tsuomei, the machete I used at home 10 years ago, is it still around? Observing the card on the table, which contained a staggering 10 million yuan, Zhang Jian took a final drag of his cigarette, extinguishing the butt with a forceful stamp, and turned to Lu Tsuomei, solemnly inquiring. Upon hearing Zhang Jian's words, Lu Tsuomei was momentarily taken aback before she threw herself into his embrace. Go. If you wish to go, then go. Just as Donggu stood up for you back in school when you were bullied. Donggu has treated us well. I'm aware of the bond you both share. With Donggu in trouble, it is inconceivable for you to remain uninvolved. Holding each other tightly, tears welled in her eyes, yet she bravely held them back. Over the past decade, every time Zhang Jian contemplated picking up that machete again, Lu Tsuomei would dissuade him, even when Ma Bao, the former scoundrel, repeatedly extorted protection fees. But this time, she recognized that she had no grounds for persuasion. For that person was none other than Zhang Jian's dearest elder brother. The best person in Zhang Jian's life, without a doubt. In his first day of high school, Zhang Jian was cornered in the restroom, and it was Qin Feng who came to his rescue, leaving those bullies battered and bruised. At that time, Zhang Jian wore black-rimmed glasses and had unkempt long hair. However, from that day on, he removed his glasses, shaved his head, and willingly became Qin Feng's deskmate. Without Qin Feng, Zhang Jian could never have transformed from a powerless student, bullied at will, into the formidable warrior of his generation. Armed with 2 machetes, he fought through the streets, overcoming countless adversaries far older than himself. The memories that Zhang Jian cherished throughout his life were all gifts from Qin Feng. Thus, no matter what Zhang Jian wished to do for Qin Feng, Lu Tzume would never stand in his way. After all, even their presence together today was largely due to Qin Feng's efforts. It was Qin Feng who fervently facilitated their relationship, asserting that she was the woman most suited for Zhang Jian, far surpassing the frivolous distractions that had surrounded him in the past. Yes, after helping Feng Gu win this battle, I will take you away from Ha City. We shall journey to Sanya and live a peaceful life. I will make amends for all the years I owe you. Zhang Jian embraced Lu Tzume tightly, proclaiming loudly. He acknowledged the immense debt he owed her over the years and was profoundly grateful that he had listened to Qin Feng's advice and chosen her. Otherwise, aside from Lu Tzume, it was unlikely any other woman would have willingly stayed by him during his times of hardship for so long. On the other side, after departing from the wonton shop, Qin Feng, accompanied by Yang Fan and Zhao Yang, hailed a taxi to the prestigious Hacheng No. 1 High School, located in the Erdeo district. This institution held profound significance for him, as it was where his journey in Hacheng began, laden with countless memories. His purpose for visiting was twofold: to reminisce about the past and to seek a glimpse of the woman who had been pivotal in his life. Upon their arrival, the clock struck 2 in the afternoon on September 2nd, Beijing time. He surmised that Bai Ling would soon be reaching out to him. Seizing this brief interlude, he decided to revisit the school that had etched so many memories into his heart. Zhongge, is that really you? As soon as Qin Feng stepped out of the vehicle, an elderly man, nearly 70, with a head full of white hair and clad in a uniform, caught sight of him from a security booth at the school gate. After a closer inspection, he confirmed that the person standing at the entrance of the esteemed institution was indeed Qin Feng. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed out of the booth, waving his arms and calling out excitedly. This man was none other than Wu Lao-er, the head of security at the high school, responsible for all matters concerning the opening and closing of the gates, an individual wielding considerable authority. Earlier, while idly sitting in the security booth, smoking a cigarette and scrolling through Douyin, he happened to glance at the entrance and was astonished to behold a face buried deep in his memories, one he would never forget until his dying day. Almost dropping his phone in shock, he exclaimed, "Dong Ge, it's been so long. How do you still look so youthful?" Unlike me, Wu Lao-er, whose face is now a veritable landscape of wrinkles. Ever since you left, Wu Dama has cast me aside. The young ladies who once added me on WeChat have all blocked me. You have finally returned. I have long awaited this day. As he approached Qin Feng, Wu Lao-er suddenly opened his arms wide and enveloped him in a tight embrace, exclaiming with heartfelt emotion, "I could almost shed tears." His words were sincere, reflecting the pinnacle of joy in his life during the years Qin Feng attended the school. The bond they shared was exceptionally close, with Wu Lao-er often boasting that he was Qin Feng's most loyal and formidable brother in Hacheng. Despite the age difference, Wu Lao-er had once been a man of the streets and understood well that, throughout history, the essence of brotherhood was never defined by age but by strength. Without a doubt, Qin Feng was the most powerful individual Wu Lao-er had ever encountered. Even the prominent figures of Hacheng, Song Yongjia and Jiao Yuanan, regarded Qin Feng with a measure of caution. Thus, it was with keen awareness that Wu Lao-er had pledged his allegiance to Qin Feng as his elder brother. During Qin Feng's time at the school, a multitude of individuals sought him out, and the school gate was often obstructed by luxury vehicles. Any matters requiring attention were relayed through Wu Lao-er, who, as Qin Feng's secretary, enjoyed a life of indulgence during those days. Each time those individuals visited, they would bring him an abundance of fine cigarettes and exquisite liquor, causing the security room's table to resemble a small mountain of indulgence. Remarkably, Ever since he became associated with Qin Feng, even the elusive Aunt Wu, whom he had pursued for 7 long years without success, succumbed to his charms that very evening. Accompanying him to a hotel for an intimate encounter, it nearly brought forth a new persona within him. However, everything transformed irrevocably after Qin Feng departed from Ha City. Without Qin Feng's protective presence, his life reverted to its former state of hardship. Thus, after a decade, encountering Qin Feng once more in Ha City filled him with overwhelming excitement. He felt compelled to kneel and pay homage to him. Meanwhile, upon hearing Aunt Wu's words, Yang Fan and Zhao Yang stood in astonishment, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets. If they had not misheard, even the nearly 70-year-old security guard at the entrance of the first high school addressed Qin Feng as brother. It is evident that the influence of this esteemed figure in his heyday within this land was truly formidable, commanding respect and admiration from countless individuals. Chapter 48. The Grand Welcome. The entire faculty and student body of Haching No. 1 High School lined up to pay their respects. No worries, Loa. Dongge has returned. Aunt Wu has left, so let her be. She is unworthy of you. One day, Dongge will introduce you to some lovely ladies. Qin Feng affectionately patted the balding head of Wu Lao Air, treating him with the tenderness one would reserve for a child. After a decade apart, the joy of reuniting with Wu Lao Air, who had once been the eldest yet fiercely loyal among his brothers, filled Qin Feng's heart with elation. Reflecting on their high school days together stirred a profound sense of nostalgia within him. Although their time together spanned barely 2 years, it was rich with countless unforgettable memories. In school, with an overwhelming number of visitors seeking him, it was always Wu Lao Air who sat diligently at the security booth by the entrance, donned with reading glasses, meticulously noting down the names and matters of each visitor, later presenting them to Qin Feng for review. Wu Lao Air had truly laid the foundation for Qin Feng's success in Haching, serving as an indispensable logistical support. To be honest, when he first stepped out of the car and saw Wu Lao Air striding toward him, Qin Feng felt a wave of surprise wash over him. He had assumed that after so many years apart, Wu Lao Air might have already departed this world, perhaps sharing drinks with the King of Hell in the afterlife. However, upon seeing him today, Qin Feng realized he had overthought the matter. Given Wu Lao Air's current vitality and physique, it was possible that he would outlive Qin Feng. The day Qin Feng passed, Wu Lao Air might very well still be scrolling through his phone, enthusiastically admiring young ladies. Dongye, it's been far too long. Let us have a drink together. I won't be attending Class B today. Let us head over to Zhang Liang's spicy hot pot next door and enjoy some drinks. It's on me, Wu Lao Air declared earnestly while removing his security cap, preparing to indulge with Qin Feng until they were thoroughly inebriated. It had been years since they last shared a drink together. In the past, during physical education classes, they would gather in the security room, enjoying a few bottles of liquor alongside spicy snacks, reveling in the merriment of the moment. Hold on, Lao Air. There's no rush. I have some matters to attend to this time around. We might need to take action tonight. So, I cannot drink just yet. Once this is all wrapped up, I'll treat you to the finest restaurant in Haching, and we will drink until we can drink no more. Qin Feng quickly placed the cap back on Wu Lao Air's head, patting his balding crown with a smile. Dongye, who are you planning to deal with this time? Just say the word, and I'm all in. In Haching, no matter who you wish to confront, I, Wu Lao Air, will be at the forefront. Life and death are but trifles. If anyone dares to challenge Dongge, they will find it futile. Damn! Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Wu Lao Air dashed back into the security room. He drew forth a formidable machete, taller than himself, and, grasping it firmly, called out to Qin Feng with a booming voice. As he spoke, his eyes radiated fierce intensity. This blade had been kept in the security room since the day Qin Feng departed, with the hope that upon his return, he would seize it and once again charge into battle on his behalf. In the past, whenever Qin Feng engaged in negotiations in Ha City, Wu Lao was always present. Despite Qin Feng's explicit prohibition against his involvement in fights, it could not quell his fervent desire to fight for him. Old Air, you need not partake in this matter. Qin Feng insisted. Just stay at school and guard the entrance. I'll call you once it's over, and we shall have a drink together. Observing this, Qin Feng swiftly snatched the machete from Wu Lao's grasp and returned it to the security room. There have been instances in the past, during scuffles in Ha City, when Wu Lao had indeed brandished a weapon. Back then, his hair was not yet gray, and he appeared to be in his 40s. Now, however, his hair was as white as snow. If he were to lead Wu Lao into a confrontation with the Yamaguchi Gumi tonight, the opposing party might mistakenly think Qin Feng had brought along a senior citizen to intimidate them. Come on, old heir. Let us head to the school. It's been years since I last returned. I truly miss this place. Let's take a stroll. He continued, eager to wander the campus and reminisce. Let us keep a low profile, Qin Feng thought, but the next moment, Wu Lao's actions left him utterly astounded, nearly causing him to choke on his own disbelief. All right, brother Feng, vous replied, nodding emphatically. He then seized the loudspeaker from the security room and dashed outside with astonishing speed. Hey, what the hell are you all doing? Donggu is back. Hurry up and come out to welcome him. Wu Lao, clutching the loudspeaker, stood outside the security room and bellowed towards the nearby teaching building. At that moment, classes were in session and the entire building was eerily quiet. As Wu Lao's thunderous voice echoed, students gathered at the windows, drawn by the commotion. Even the principal, Feng Shifan, who was smoking in his office, stood up, approached the window, and gazed toward the entrance. Upon seeing the familiar figure standing beside Wu Lao, he was so startled that he nearly dropped his cigarette. Holy smokes! Zong! Donggu is back! His eyes widened, mouth agape. He erupted into a startled shout. Immediately, he rushed to adjust his attire in the mirror, bolted out of the office, and sprinted down the stairs. In his haste, he lost one of his shoes, only to turn back, put it on, and continue his descent. Good grief! Years ago, the most remarkable student of Haching First Senior High School has returned. Indeed, it is said that during his high school years, he nearly unified the entire Haching. Even the seasoned figures, Jiao Yuanan and Song Yongjia, had to show him respect. You cannot fathom the extent of Qin Dong's prowess in this territory. From the principal to the gatekeeper, Old Wu, everyone referred to him as brother. Simultaneously, within the expansive preparation room of the first senior high school, the return of Qin Feng ignited a fervent discussion. Every teacher set aside their books, engaging in hushed conversations. Some of the younger female teachers swiftly retrieved their compacts, meticulously touching up their makeup. Though they had never encountered Qin Dong before, they were incessantly imbued with tales of his legendary status within the school. They understood that Qin Dong was no ordinary figure in Haching. He was undoubtedly a towering presence in both Haching and the entirety of Longbei, unmatched by any other. Before long, these female teachers, inspired by their colleagues, swiftly exited the preparation room, eager to catch a glimpse of the man who once wielded unparalleled influence on this land. Chapter 49. I thought you were dead. All the students in the classroom, consumed by excitement, surged outwards, unable to contain their anticipation, even before the bell had rung. When Qin Feng was studying at Yizhong, these individuals were still in elementary school, having heard of his illustrious reputation, which resonated like thunder. Not only them, but even their parents, during their casual conversations over tea, often spoke of the name Qin Dong. They had longed to witness the true visage of Qin Feng. Yet by the time they matured, he had already vanished from their lives for nearly a decade. Now, with the chance to behold the sole deity of this high school, their exhilaration was palpable. Many stumbled in their haste, nearly tumbling down the stairs, only to rise and continue their fervent rush. In an instant, the once desolate entrance of the teaching building became a throng of eager faces. Leading the charge was Principal Feng Shifan, flanked by all the teachers in a second row, while the entire student body gathered at the back to collectively welcome the triumphant return of Qin Feng. As Qin Feng observed the glimmer of excitement in the eyes of those who gazed upon him, he silently sighed, reflecting on his undeserved fortune to receive such a grand reception from the entire faculty and student body. His greatest contribution to this school was arguably during a tumultuous era, when it stood as the only sanctuary in Haching. With his presence, no underworld figure dared to extort protection money here. It was not just the students, but even the school staff, including Principal Feng, benefited from his reputation. Any troubles encountered outside could be effortlessly resolved by simply invoking his name. This was the power he wielded during his time on this land. As Qin Feng walked forward, flanked by Yang Fan and Zhao Yang, he surveyed all the teachers present, yet did not spot the person he yearned to see, causing his brow to furrow in concern. "Principal Feng, where is Teacher Li?" he inquired urgently, turning his gaze towards Principal Feng. "Brother Dong, Teacher Li retired 2 years ago," Feng Shifan replied, bowing respectfully. "Oh, I see." Qin Feng exhaled deeply, his initial worry that something unfortunate had befallen Li Yaxing dissipating. If she had indeed retired, then his concerns were alleviated. After all, at this stage, Li Yaxing would be of retirement age, and it was fitting for her to enjoy a well-deserved respite after a lifetime devoted to education. "Brother Dong, although Teacher Li is not here, her daughter is present today," Feng Shifan whispered confidentially in Qin Feng's ear, aware that upon his return to Yizhong, the person he most wished to see was undoubtedly Li Yaxing, to whom he owed a significant debt of gratitude. At this moment, Feng Shifan's greatest regret was not having invited the latter to the school earlier to await Qin Feng. However, he felt it was not entirely his fault, as he had no prior knowledge of Qin Feng's sudden return. It seemed that Qin Feng's triumphant return had gone unnoticed by anyone. He had heard no whispers or rumors. "Oh, you mean Li Yu? Where's she?" Upon hearing Feng Shifan's words, Qin Feng's earlier disappointment at not seeing Li Yaxing vanished in an instant, replaced by overwhelming excitement. He turned to Feng Shifan, eagerly inquiring. Li Yu, being Li Yaxing's biological daughter, was just a year younger than him. During his middle school years, he had spent a considerable amount of time living in Li Yaxing's home. Having spent nearly a year and a half in close proximity to Li Yu, they shared a bond akin to that of siblings, filled with deep affection. The news of Li Yu's presence at the event today invigorated Qin Feng. After such a long time, he had genuinely missed her. "Come here, Teacher Li," he called out. Feng Shifan then turned around and waved to a young female teacher standing among the crowd of educators. She was dressed in a black skirt, wearing skin-toned stockings, standing nearly 165 meters tall, with a middle parting and a fair complexion adorned with a bashful expression. "Dong, Donggu," Li Yu said shyly, lowering her head as she approached Qin Feng amidst the gazes of the onlookers, unable to meet his eyes directly. Her heart raced with anxious excitement, almost leaping out of her throat. Upon learning of Qin Feng's unexpected return after a decade, Li Yu had eagerly rushed down with the other teachers. But she had not dared to confront him directly, instead choosing to hide within the crowd. After so many years apart, she was uncertain whether Qin Feng still remembered her as his younger sister. Although she believed this at that moment, the words Qin Feng spoke next dismantled all her defenses, reaffirming that their bond had remained unaltered throughout the years. "Yeah, what is going on today? Don't you recognize me? Whereas that fierce spirit from when we used to fight. I still prefer the impetuous you who never took me seriously." Qin Feng looked at Li Yu, momentarily taken aback, then smiled as he spoke. To be fair, Li Yu was only a year younger than him. Their time spent together had been during their youth, when neither had yet reached the age of 20. Now, upon their reunion, had Feng Shifan not called her out, he would have certainly failed to recognize her amidst the crowd. She had transformed into a graceful young woman, embodying the beauty that blossomed with age. Although remnants of her youthful innocence lingered, she radiated maturity mixed with a touch of sensuality. "Dong Yi, why did you take so long to return? I thought you might have perished. After all these years, don't you miss us, mother and daughter? My mom mentions you every day, saying that when you come back, she'll have you marry me. Do you not wish to marry me, which is why you haven't returned?" In the next moment, Li Yu could no longer contain her emotions. She lunged towards Qin Feng, enveloping him in a tight embrace, resting her head on his shoulder as she wept uncontrollably. In the blink of an eye, her tears soaked his shoulder. For the past decade, she, much like her mother, had not a single day without yearning for Qin Feng, desiring to reunite with him. Yet, he had vanished for a full 10 years, leaving no trace behind. Long before Qin Feng departed from Ha City, Li Yixing had arranged a betrothal between her and Qin Feng, proclaiming that they would wed upon their high school graduation, transforming Qin Feng into her beloved. At that time, Qin Feng had consented. As he journeyed south, he had promised her that he would return to marry her within 2 years. However, That wait extended into an entire decade. She had even feared that Qin Feng was deceased. All her grievances and longing converged in that moment, cascading as tears that flowed freely upon Qin Feng. Chapter 50. Once entering the Jianghu, it is as deep as the sea. From now on, the mountains and rivers hold no familiar faces. Alas, I, Qin Dong, am unworthy of marrying you. Upon hearing Li Yu's words and witnessing her weeping on his shoulder, Qin Feng raised his hand to gently caress her head. Gritting his teeth, he spoke with great difficulty. In the past, he had indeed promised Li Yaxing that after graduating from high school, he would marry Li Yu and open a small eatery in Ha City, leading a tranquil life and forever withdrawing from the Jianghu. At that time, his intentions were sincere. However, it was only when he ventured south to the harbor that he truly comprehended a profound truth. Once one enters the Jianghu, it is as deep as the sea. From henceforth, the mountains and rivers hold no familiar faces. Some paths, once embarked upon, offer no chance of retreat. After he became stained with an overwhelming amount of blood in the harbor, irrevocably treading the path of no return, he had already abandoned the notion of marrying Li Yu. He realized he was utterly unworthy of being her husband, let alone the son of Li Yaxing. I don't care, Donggo. Now that you've returned, you must marry me. Otherwise, I will cling to you for a lifetime. Wherever you go, I shall follow. How could Li Yu easily let Qin Feng off the hook? She took out a tissue from her pocket to wipe away her tears, composed herself, and gazed up at Qin Feng with her watery, delicate eyes, both aggrieved and earnest. Get lost. Can't you see Brother Feng is dealing with family matters? As the tension between Qin Feng and Li Yu escalated, a crowd of several thousand students and teachers from the first high school watched intently. Zhao Yang, concerned for his elder brother, immediately pointed at the throng before him and shouted sternly. Although his actions were somewhat audacious, he felt secure with Qin Feng beside him. After all, with his elder brother backing him, Zhao Yang felt free to act as he pleased, without fear of repercussions. Upon hearing Zhao Yang's words, the crowd of several thousand students and teachers, after a brief moment of stunned silence, immediately surged towards the building. They understood that this scene pertained to the private matters of Qin Feng and Li Yu, and it was indeed inappropriate for them to linger. Their true fear was not Zhao Yang, but Qin Feng. Quickly scatter. Those who should attend class should go to class. Those who need to relieve themselves should do so. Having witnessed Zhao Yang's earlier bravado, Yang Fan too felt unable to contain himself, raising his hand to point at the departing crowd of students and teachers, vociferously cursing. He felt that his own bravado had come a bit too late and resolved that next time he would take the initiative, ensuring Zhao Yang did not beat him to it. After uttering this, Yang Fan suddenly pressed his hand against his abdomen, feeling a tumultuous churn within, as if the sea were raging. He was unsure whether it was the consequence of yesterday's excessive indulgence or the lingering effects of the medicinal laxative. Now, every time he uttered the word relieve, an overwhelming urge to rush to the restroom surged within him. Yet in that moment, he still endeavored to hold it in. After all, he had just urged the group of students to hastily return to relieve themselves, and then he himself rushed into the restroom in a frenzy. It was somewhat inappropriate. Regardless, Yang Fan had already made a name for himself in Longnan through his explosive demeanor. Now, wherever he ventured in Longnan, no one could see him without trembling in fear. It could be said that within a 10-meter radius, no one dared to approach him. He hoped that the people from Long Bay would not regard him with the same trepidation in the future. As for marriage, let us discuss that later. This is a savings card from the Bank of Communications, containing a sum of 100 million. The password is the birthdays of you and your mother. There is no ulterior motive. Consider it a belated birthday gift for both of you after all these years. Once the crowd had dispersed entirely, Qin Feng slowly pulled a golden card from his pocket and extended it towards Li Yu. He had prepared this before arriving in Haching, as a token of gratitude for the kindness Li Yaxing had shown him over the years. 100 million. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words and gazing at the golden card in his hand, Li Yu was momentarily stunned, murmuring in disbelief. She never expected Qin Feng would bestow such a fortune upon her and Li Yaxing. 100 million was a sum Li Yu had never seen in her lifetime, nor had she ever even heard of it in passing. I don't want the money, Brother Dong. My mother wouldn't want it either. I only desire you. Despite fully understanding that accepting this card from Qin Feng would radically transform her and Li Yaxing's lives, alleviating their financial worries for the rest of their days. Li Yu resolutely shook her head and, with gritted teeth, declared to Qin Feng, not for any other reason, but because I fear that once I accept this card containing 100 million, I will lose you forever. More than this vast fortune. What she truly yearned for was Qin Feng. During the time they had spent together, she had fallen deeply in love with him, considering herself his one and only wife, dedicated to serving him every single day. Alas, yeah, I must confess, I'm already married. Looking at Li Yu before him, Qin Feng hesitated briefly before letting out a heavy sigh. He chose to reveal the truth to her. If he were to marry Li Yu upon his return, he was uncertain how he Hongsheng's daughters would react. He was not worried about himself, but rather concerned about the trouble it might bring to Li Yu. Although he had not officially registered with those women, the reason for his past actions was primarily to solidify his position in Haogong and successfully assume control of the Hongmen, fulfilling the mission entrusted to him by the Long Group. However, knowing the personalities of those young ladies, if they were to learn of this matter, they would undoubtedly come to Haching and confront Li Yu. Originally, he believed that once he shared this information, Li Yu would abandon her plans of marrying him. To his surprise, he had underestimated her determination to be with him. It's all right, Brother Dong. Li Yu, do not seek a title. As long as you can return to Haching to see me once a month, I shall be utterly content. I care not whether you regard me as your concubine or your legitimate wife. Do you know? The desire to be your woman has been nestled deep within my heart since the very day I first laid eyes on you at the tender age of 16. With a sudden fervor, Li Yu grasped Qin Feng's hand, gazing into his eyes, which shimmered like water. As she spoke these words, tears threatened to spill forth. Upon hearing Li Yu's confession, Yang Fan and Zhao Yang, who stood nearby, were instantly overcome with goosebumps, their hearts heavy with a bittersweet envy. How remarkable it is that such a charming man has captured the affections of so many. In this world, how many women are willing to surrender themselves to him? Perhaps, in their lifetime, they shall find it impossible to match his allure, unable even to touch the tips of his toes. Indeed, it proves true that exceptional individuals shine brilliantly wherever they go, while the ordinary shall forever remain just that, ordinary. Chapter 51. The long-awaited affection of Yamaguchi Group Princess Lu Chuan Antimony for Qin Feng as Qin Feng faced the relentless advances of Li Yu. He found himself in a predicament, uncertain of how to respond. Suddenly, his phone, nestled in his pocket, erupted with an urgent ringtone, providing him with a timely reprieve. Yu, I must take this call, he declared to Li Yu, and with that, he hastily stepped aside to answer. Hello, Qin Feng. You've arrived in Ha City. Haven't you? The voice of Bai Ling from the Dragon Group came through, tinged with urgency as soon as he picked up. Yes, Sister Ling. I arrived at 1 o'clock this afternoon. By now, I believe the news of my return has spread throughout Ha City and even Long Bay. If there is anything to be done, it's best to act swiftly. Delaying could allow the opposition to prepare, making our task considerably more challenging, Qin Feng replied, glancing at his wristwatch as he took a deep breath. It was now 2:30 p.m. on September 2nd, Beijing time. An hour and a half had passed since his arrival in Ha City, and he was confident that the news of his triumphant return after a decade would have proliferated, including among the Yamaguchi Group. He urged Bai Ling to issue the battle orders promptly if they intended to engage the Yamaguchi Group, as he needed time to gather his forces. Once, he commanded a formidable band of over 50,000 loyal followers in this territory, far surpassing the combined numbers of Jiao Yuannan and Song Yong Jia, who ranked ahead of him. This time, he did not expect to amass such a legion, as many had since settled into ordinary lives, including his close friend Zhang Jian. Yet, he was confident that with 5,000 men at his disposal, he could decisively expel the Yamaguchi Group from Long Bay in a single night. However, the response from the other end of the line took him by surprise. Alas, Qin Feng, this is no longer the era of a decade ago when you reigned supreme in Long Bay. Times have changed. Back then, you could rally 800 followers and dismantle 13 Yamaguchi establishments overnight. But that is no longer feasible. In this age, resolving conflicts requires contemporary methods, not merely wielding weapons. Engaging in outright combat will only exacerbate the tensions without offering a true resolution. To quell the unrest in Long Bay, we must adopt the strategies you once employed in Haojiang. Bai Ling, situated in the capital, stated earnestly, her gaze fixed toward Ha City as she held her dragon's smartphone tightly. Though she was reluctant to propose this course of action, after a night of deep contemplation, she had concluded that sacrificing Qin Feng alone was a necessary measure to safeguard the larger picture. Furthermore, this sacrifice would not entail any significant loss for Qin Feng. It would merely mean acquiring additional wives. This was the reason she had hesitated to inform him of the plan the previous day. What instills fear is the thought that Qin Feng, upon learning of this matter, may refuse to journey to Ha City. She understands Qin Feng's character well. Back in the days at Haojiang, he was most reluctant. Yet, for the greater good, he ultimately sacrificed his own desires. Ling, Sister Ling, what do you mean by this? Upon hearing Bai Ling's words, an ominous premonition surged within Qin Feng. He stammered a query towards her. One could only speculate that Bai Ling might intend to resolve Long Bei's conflict in a manner reminiscent of their past in Haojiang, sacrificing his lifelong happiness. He acknowledges that marrying He Hongxing's 3 daughters hastened the alliance between him and the 2 formidable gangs, the Long Association and the Hongmen, significantly more efficiently than mere brute force could. At present, his standing in the twin cities of Haoxiang is remarkably secure. With the 3 wives from the He family, the entire faction along the Haoxiang path displays unwavering loyalty towards him, treating him as one of their own, akin to a biological father. This stands in stark contrast to the initial days of his arrival in Haoxiang, where he faced utmost exclusion. It is well known that the regions of Haoxiang are exceedingly insular. No matter how skilled or ruthless he may be, he cannot resolve matters there solely through force. However, marrying into the He family changed everything. As the saying goes, a favorable wind propels one to great heights. He virtually ascended to the throne of dominance among the Long Association and Hongmen by standing on the shoulders of the He family. Yet, Qin Feng has never been one to seek shortcuts. He prefers to confront challenges head-on, engaging in genuine combat with his adversaries. It is either he is vanquished, or he subdues his foes. During his time in Haoxiang, he swore that this would be the last occasion he utilized marriage as a means to resolve issues. Sister Ling, let me speak candidly. I, Qin Feng, return to Ha City after a decade without any intention of returning alive. In the north, I still command 50,000 loyal men, comrades with whom I have shared life and death. Our bond runs deep. With just a word from me, they would readily take up their blades and charge into battle once more. I shall call my 2 old subordinates, Lin Sheng and Chun Sheng, to inform them of my return. They must immediately dispatch men to Ha City. Tonight, I shall confront the Yamaguchi Gumi in a battle to the death. Gripping the phone tightly, Qin Feng clenched his teeth and resolved to address the issue in his own manner. In Long Bay, only one faction shall greet the dawn of tomorrow. Although he believed so at that moment, the words that Bai Ling uttered next softened his heart, causing his right hand, which held the phone, to tremble slightly. Qin Feng, I know that you possess a multitude of loyal followers in Long Bay, and with a mere command, they would rise to fight for you once more. Yet, many years have passed, and most of them have withdrawn from the tumult of the world, seeking a peaceful existence. Are you truly willing to witness them bleed and suffer once again for your cause? Upon hearing the words of Bai Ling on the other end of the line, Qin Feng's heart quivered violently, as if a jolt of electricity had coursed through his being. He tilted his head back and let out a heavy sigh. Indeed, Bai Ling was correct. A decade had passed. Those individuals were no longer the impetuous youths who once fought alongside him. Most had likely retreated from the tumultuous world, leading lives of tranquility. Many had even embraced fatherhood, nurturing blissful families, much like Zhang Jian. How could Qin Feng bear to send them into the fray once more on his behalf? As the saying goes, humans are not mere grass or wood. Who among them is devoid of emotion? It is simply the truth, flawless, without a single fault. Sister Ling, you speak, and I shall comply. I, Qin Feng, will heed your guidance. He then spoke softly to Bai Ling over the phone, resolved to sacrifice himself for the greater good. to spare his countless brothers in Long Bay from shedding blood on his account yet again. Chapter 52. The Blood Kill Team. Heed the call. All fly to Tokyo, Japan. Qin Feng, this is the truth. The Yamaguchi-gumi princess, Lu Chuandi, has harbored affection for you for a long time. She has repeatedly declared in public that she will marry no one but you in this lifetime. The tumult caused by the Yamaguchi-gumi in Long Bay is entirely because of you. The leader of the Yamaguchi-gumi, Lu Chuanliang, dotes on his youngest daughter to such an extent that he is willing to deploy forces to Long Bay to ensure you become his son-in-law. Should you marry Lu Chuandi, the Long group could resolve the matters in Long Bay without bloodshed. Furthermore, Yoshimura Liang has promised that the Yamaguchi-gumi will withdraw from major northern cities such as Chuncheong and Liancheng, retaining only a minimal presence in Hacheng. Noticing that Qin Feng's attitude had softened, Bai Ling hastily continued on the phone, elucidating the circumstances. Long ago, the Yamaguchi-gumi had approached her to express their desire for a union with Qin Feng, but she had politely declined at that time. To her surprise, the other party had not given up even after all this time. Lu Chuandi, upon hearing Bai Ling's words, Qin Feng could not help but furrow his brow and mutter to himself, a visage surfacing in his mind. Unexpectedly, among the many princesses of the Yamaguchi-gumi, the one who harbored feelings for him was the youngest and most strikingly beautiful, Lu Chuanti. If his memory served him correctly, Lu Chuanti had just turned 20 this year. He had encountered her once at the Haogong when she was 16, when he was tasked by He Hongsheng to host a visit from high-ranking members of the Yamaguchi-gumi, which included the 16-year-old Lu Chuanti and the 25 or 26-year-old second princess, Lu Chuanfengzi, who was of a similar age to him. When he learned from Bai Ling that there was a princess in the Yamaguchi-gumi who wished to marry him, the first person who came to Qin Feng's mind was Lu Chuanfengzi, given their comparable ages. During their initial meeting at the Haogong, Lu Chuanfengzi had shown him a considerable amount of affection, even engaging in frequent physical contact in front of He Hongsheng's daughters, which had caused He Huijun and He Huiying to lose sleep for days. However, he never anticipated that it was the then 16-year-old Lu Chuanti who now sought a union with him. This made him reflect on the unpredictability of life, how the tides could turn unexpectedly. Ling Jia, allowing me to marry Lu Chuanti is not out of the question. But I have two conditions. First, I, Qin Feng, shall never become a son-in-law. If the Yamaguchi-gumi does not agree to this, then all discussions are off. Even if you rally all 200,000 brothers from Haoxiang Air, Cheng, and the port tonight, we shall fight to the bitter end. After a brief moment of contemplation, Qin Feng immediately addressed Bai Ling again, asserting that he would never become a door-to-door son-in-law. Lu Chuanti must either stay with him in the port or all negotiations would be null and void. He, Qin Feng, vowed never to step foot into Japan unless it was for war. Rest assured, Qin Feng, this point has already been agreed upon by the Yamaguchi-gumi. After marrying Lu Chuanti, wherever you go, Lu Chuanti shall follow. There is no need for you to become a resident of the island nation. Lu Chuanliang holds a considerable respect for you. Bai Ling promptly replied, indeed. As for the second point, when I meet the Lu Chuan family, I will personally address it in front of Lu Chuanti and everyone else. If they cannot agree to this second point, then all negotiations are off. We shall remain at odds. Either the Yamaguchi-gumi will eliminate me, Qin Feng, or I shall subdue them. Having navigated the tumultuous waters of Long Bay for many years, I, Qin Feng, have never feared anyone. A decade ago, I could send them fleeing in Har City, and a decade later, I could do the same. Upon hearing Bai Ling's words, Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction before continuing, all right. Lu Chuanti is currently in Har City. I'll arrange a time and place for you to meet with the Lu Chuan family. Make sure to dress formally and purchase a few stylish outfits from them all. Observing Qin Feng's agreement, Bai Ling appeared quite excited, her face radiating a fiery smile. No need. I will wear this outfit. After saying this, Qin Feng abruptly ended the call. Once the conversation with Bai Ling concluded, he gazed at the setting sun on the horizon, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. It seemed that the prospect of an alliance with the Yamaguchi-gumi was not as straightforward as it appeared. To prepare for any eventuality, he decided to call Lao Gui, his chief disciple from Haogong, who also served as the deputy commander of 160,000 troops in Haoxiang. Hello, Feng Yi. Have you arrived in Har City? The phone rang once before being answered, Lao Gui's anxious voice coming through. Aware that Qin Feng was undertaking significant business in Har City today, accompanied only by Yang Fan and Zhao Yang, two university students in their early 20s with no social experience, he was particularly concerned for Qin Feng's safety. The moment he saw the call from Qin Feng, he answered without hesitation. I've arrived, Lao Gui. Today's situation has shifted somewhat. Later, I may have to confront the higher-ups of the Yamaguchi-gumi alone in Har City. Therefore, I need you to lead 300 members of the Haogong Bloodkill Group to Tokyo immediately. Take different flights to ambush at the Yamaguchi-gumi headquarters. Await my instructions. Qin Feng first retrieved a long-lost cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and took a deep drag before directing his gaze toward Haoxiang, solemnly instructing Lao Gui. To safeguard against unforeseen circumstances, Qin Feng resolved to leave himself a contingency for tonight's meeting. If the Yamaguchi-gumi dared to play tricks, he would certainly make them aware that he, Qin Feng, was not to be trifled with. At worst, they could all perish together. Damn. All right. Understood, Feng Yi. I will set off immediately. We will reach Tokyo in 2 hours. Awaiting your command. Upon hearing Qin Feng's instructions, Lao Gui did not dare to take them lightly. Nodding vigorously while his heart raced with anxiety. His heart raced, nearly leaping from his throat. Aware of the perilous situation confronting his elder brother beneath Long Bay, he understood the imminent danger. A moment's carelessness could lead to a tragic demise. It is crucial to recognize that the Bloodkill Squad, the most elite regiment under Qin Feng's command in this realm, could obliterate any opposition with ease and unparalleled force. These individuals seldom mobilized, yet once they did, bloodshed was inevitable, potentially garnering international headlines. Remarkably, even during his fierce confrontation with Ivan on Bangxiao Island the previous night, Qin Feng refrained from deploying them. Yet today, he summoned all 300 members of the Bloodkill Squad to fly to Tokyo, Japan, underscoring the urgency and gravity of the situation. After concluding his call with the old ghost, the fog that enveloped Qin Feng's mind remained undispersed. He then gradually crouched down, retrieving 3 specially crafted copper coins from his pocket and casting them upon the playground of Haicheng First Senior High School, seeking an omen for himself. This divination technique had been imparted to him by an elder during his time in Haoxiang, boasting an astonishing accuracy of 99. The result he ultimately discerned caused him to draw a sharp breath. It signified great misfortune. Chapter 53. It is not the road that is uneven, but rather your own inadequacies. He casually tossed 3 copper coins, which landed perfectly upright on the ground, forming a triangle, a symbol of countless troops surrounding him. This was the most perilous of all divination symbols. Without exception, years ago his master had drawn this very omen, and that night he was brutally slain in the streets, his body mutilated into 18 pieces. Yet, as he gazed upon this ominous symbol on the ground, Qin Feng felt no fear. Instead, he nonchalantly picked up the coins, stood up, and raised his head to the setting sun, laughing heartily. The sentiment remained unchanged. Qin Feng forever believed in destiny. However, he understood that destiny is not insurmountable. It equally hinges upon human effort and intention. Having roamed the martial world for nearly 2 decades, he had endured countless life and death battles, drenched in blood and strife. Each encounter had fortified his indomitable spirit, rendering him ever stronger. Thus, he believed this instance would be no different. In this world, nothing is unconquerable. At no time should one blame the injustice of fate. The only blame lies in one's own shortcomings. If you are truly capable, the entire world shall yield before you. Young Fen, Cao Yang, with a glint of determination in his eyes. Qin Feng turned to the 2 men behind him and called out loudly, "Yes, Brother Feng." The 2, sensing something amiss in Qin Feng's demeanor, hurriedly stepped forward, their eyes fixed on him, both exclaiming in unison, their bodies trembling with tension. Having known Qin Feng for so long, This was the first time they had witnessed such seriousness from their esteemed brother. Let us head to the supermarket and buy a couple of fruit knives to carry with us. Tonight, we are to attend a banquet fraught with peril, a gathering where failure could mean our demise. He looked intently at the two young men, barely in their 20s and still in university, solemnly inquiring, "Are you afraid?" From the moment he laid eyes on them, he was certain they possessed the courage that transcended that of ordinary students. This was precisely why he had taken them under his wing and brought them to Ha City, to subject them to trials of life and death. Only through such harrowing experiences could they evolve from boys into men, like him, capable of facing anything with a smile, even daring to shake hands with death itself. Surely, after the bloody battle on Bongsue Island last night, and today's crisis in Ha City, they would have matured further. We are unafraid, Brother Feng. From the moment we chose to follow you, our lives belong to you. Whenever you need us, feel free to take them. Indeed, a call of Brother Feng echoes for a lifetime. What a farce the Yamaguchi-gumi is, nothing but a pack of curs. Whoever dares to threaten Feng Ji's life, we shall eliminate him. The two men clenched their fists and responded with resolute determination. At that moment, there was not a trace of fear to be seen in Yang Fan and Zhao Yang's eyes. Instead, they were filled with exhilaration, not for any trivial reason, but precisely as Qin Feng had anticipated. After enduring the bloody battle on Bangzhou Island the previous night, these two had undergone significant personal growth. They were no longer the carefree scions of Haigang University, indulging only in revelry and excess. They aspired to emulate Qin Feng, daring to defy the bitter trials of this world, treating nothing with undue gravity. They yearned to become true men. As the saying goes, the path is forged by those who walk it, and success is achieved by the industrious. Regardless of the challenges and tribulations before a true man, they are all nothing but trifles. Very well, let's depart, Qin Feng said with a smile as he patted the shoulders of the two. He then led them out of the school with purposeful strides. Fengge, are you really leaving? Liu rushed to Qin Feng's side, her voice tinged with reluctance. Yes, you. I have matters to attend to this evening. If I return alive, I shall certainly marry you. Qin Feng promised this. He gently ruffled Liu's hair, and, after uttering this pledge, he took his leave with Yang Fan and Zhao Yang. This was also the second point he intended to discuss with the Luchuan family tonight. If the Luchuan family truly wished to form a union with him, they must not hinder his future endeavors to marry other women. In matters of love, akin to his aspirations, he desired the vastness of the cosmos. He would never allow himself to be confined to a single tree. The daughters of the He family would not suffice, nor would the youngest princess of the Yamaguchi-gumi. As Qin Feng exited the gates of Haiqing No. 1 High School, he was met by a throng of nearly 3,000 people. At the forefront stood Zhang Jian, clad in a tattered black leather jacket, a scar marking his right eye. The disheveled hair he once sported had vanished, replaced by a gleaming bald head. Just moments after Qin Feng left the wonton shop, Zhang Jian had visited a barber shop to shave his head, reminiscent of their first acquaintance. He then retrieved the long-neglected machete from his home, rallying the brothers who had once fought alongside Qin Feng. They gathered at the school gate to express their unwavering loyalty and readiness to fight for him. Time may erode a person's appearance and bend their back, but it can never extinguish the fervor within their heart. Though obscured by the passage of time, there will come a day when they are ignited by the familiar spark. Undoubtedly, Qin Feng is that spark, capable of inciting their fervor. Behind Zhang Jian stood men all over 30, each wielding picks, machetes, and other implements. They all once shared their school days with Qin Feng at this very institution. Many even accompanied him from junior high through high school, steadfastly regarding him as a brother worth following for a lifetime. At this moment, each gaze directed towards Qin Feng shimmered with tears. Even as Qin Feng beheld them, his own eyes grew misty. After a decade, the sight of these familiar faces flooded his mind with memories, like a spring gushing forth without cessation. Brother Feng, just tell us who to take down tonight. Over the years, the brothers' unwavering resolve to stand by Feng has never wavered. Just utter a word, and we shall act upon it, just as we did back in high school, when you led us to conquer Ha City. Zhang Jian, The leader raised his machete and, patting his shiny bald head, flashed a smile at Qin Feng. The sentiment remains unchanged. True brothers always consider one another. He understood that Qin Feng wished to shield him from tonight's perilous battle. Yet how could he abandon his brother, leaving him to confront the storm of violence alone? Not a decade ago, nor a decade hence would that ever be possible. Chapter 54. A grim foreboding. Upon hearing Zhang Jian's words, Qin Feng remained silent initially, his gaze sweeping across the crowd present. He soon discerned that three individuals had not come alone. They were accompanied by a small child. What was happening? Observing this scene, Qin Feng nodded slightly towards the trio and turned to Zhang Jian, inquiring with confusion. "Ah, Brother Feng, Lao Bin and the others just picked up the child from school. They were so eager to see you that they didn't have time to return the child home and brought them along instead. They've already called the child's mother to come and collect her. It won't hinder our preparations for battle," Zhang Jian said, scratching his shiny bald head. His face flushed as he smiled at Qin Feng. The three men also lowered their heads, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Come on, come over," Qin Feng said, not elaborating further. He merely squatted down and gestured for the three children to approach. The two little boys and a girl, upon hearing this, hopped over to Qin Feng, standing beside him. They looked up with their big, watery eyes, their faces radiating innocence and charm. "Yang Fan, do you two have cash?" After affectionately ruffling the heads of the three children, Qin Feng turned to Yang Fan and Zhao Yang behind him and asked, "Brother Feng, I happen to have 60,000 yuan." Zhao Yang replied, unfastening his shoulder bag, unzipping it, and retrieving 6 stacks of red bills, presenting them to Qin Feng. "Take this as a gift from your uncle," Qin Feng said as he accepted the 60,000 yuan from Zhao Yang, distributing 20,000 to each child with a smile, instructing them to return home and find their father. "Listen carefully. Those with families are not permitted to participate in tonight's fight. Otherwise, do not blame me, Qin Feng, for not recognizing you as brothers." With that, Qin Feng gradually rose, hands tucked into his pockets, his gaze sweeping over everyone present as he spoke sternly. He understood that this group regarded him as their elder brother. The bonds forged in years past had never waned. Regardless of the circumstances, they were always willing to take up arms for him, reminiscent of their high school days filled with camaraderie and revelry. Yet times had changed. They were no longer the fiery youths of 18 or 19. Many among them had families now. He could no longer allow them to partake in such perilous endeavors. "Those with families, you can leave now, quickly." Upon concluding his remarks, Qin Feng noticed Zhang Jian also turning around, sternly addressing the crowd. "Brother Dong, please let us join you." Another voice chimed in. "Yes, Brother Dong. In those days, you took such good care of us. Your time in Ha City was the most exhilarating of our lives, bar none. Now that you have a matter to attend to, how can we stand idly by?" Upon hearing their pleas, nearly 1/3 of those present displayed expressions of distress, grasping their weapons once more, petitioning Qin Feng for permission to join the impending battle. However, upon witnessing the frigid gaze of Qin Feng, they understood that no matter how much they spoke, it would be in vain given his character. There was no way Qin Feng would allow them to engage in battle. "Brother Dong, we shall take our leave for now. Should you find yourself short-handed, do not hesitate to call us. With just a word from you, we shall be there." "Indeed, Brother Dong, we remain at your service, always." After everyone had expressed their assurances to Qin Feng, they collectively gathered their weapons, lowered their heads, and departed in disappointment. They felt an immense regret at not being able to fight alongside their esteemed elder brother again after a decade. Once they had all left, approximately 2,000 people remained at the entrance of the first high school. At that moment, Qin Feng's phone, which he had kept in his pocket, rang urgently once more. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Bai Ling. "Feng, I've made arrangements with the Yamaguchi group. The Luchuan family is exceedingly pleased to learn of your intent to form a union with them." Luchuan Yin was so overwhelmed with joy that she cried. "They have scheduled a meeting for you at 5 o'clock this afternoon at the Luchuan family's villa in the northern part of Haching to discuss the marriage arrangements. Furthermore, they have expressed their willingness to provide a dowry of no less than 1 billion dragon coins if you are truly willing to marry Luchuan Yin." Listening to Bai Ling's words, Qin Feng initially did not respond. Instead, he raised his hand and silently glanced at his watch. It was now 3 o'clock in the afternoon on September 2nd in the imperial capital. Only 2 hours remained until his official meeting with the Luchuan family. Those 2 hours would be ample time for Lao Gue to lead the Bloodkill team's 300 members to successfully arrive at the headquarters of the Yamaguchi Group in Tokyo. Very well. I will arrive at the villa on time to meet with the Luchuan family. Qin Feng then took a deep breath and fixed his gaze towards the northern part of the city, speaking earnestly. Though Bai Ling had yet to fully grasp the perilous nature of the situation that awaited him that evening, the divination he conducted on the playground of the first high school had left no room for doubt. Qin Feng was utterly convinced that this journey would be fraught with danger. After all, that particular divination technique had been imparted to him by the most extraordinary master he had ever encountered, boasting an accuracy that approached 100%. In the past, it had proven remarkably effective each time. Thus, Qin Feng believed this occasion would be no exception. Feng, brother Feng? What? You intend to meet with the Luchuan family tonight and travel to their villa in the northern part of the city? That cannot be done. After Qin Feng concluded his conversation with Bai Ling, Zhang Jian, who was nearby wielding a machete, widened his eyes and exclaimed in astonishment. Having stood beside Qin Feng, he had heard every word exchanged between him and Bai Ling. He was aware that Qin Feng planned to form a union with the Yamaguchi Group and marry Luchuan, the youngest daughter of the Luchuan family, who had just turned 20. Zhang Jian had no objections to his elder brother courting a woman from the island nation. In fact, he wholeheartedly supported it. After all, a man like Qin Feng deserved to have multiple wives. However, Qin Feng's decision to personally visit the headquarters of the Luchuan family in Haching for a meeting left him feeling somewhat uneasy. In his opinion, the Yamaguchi-gumi members are inherently ruthless and exceedingly cunning. One must never lower their guard against such beasts. It is entirely possible that tonight could unfold as a feast of treachery. There are intentions to harm Qin Feng during this banquet. Moreover, to his knowledge, many members of the Yamaguchi-gumi under Long Bei are armed. If the confrontation were to occur unarmed, he would not be overly concerned for Qin Feng's safety. After all, he is well aware of his elder brother's formidable prowess. Even a solitary individual could easily contend with all members of the Yamaguchi-gumi in Haching. Yet, if the adversary possesses firearms, the dynamics shift dramatically. No matter how swift Qin Feng may be, he cannot outpace a bullet. Thus, he fervently urged Qin Feng to reconsider, imploring him not to risk everything by venturing into the lion's den of the Yamaguchi-gumi's Haching stronghold. Chapter 55. The Undercurrents Within the Luchuan Family. I fondly recall my idol, Lord Guan, who, with naught but a green dragon crescent blade in hand, boldly ventured into the eastern Wu encampment. Before a throng of armed men, he maintained his composure, engaging in light-hearted banter. Ultimately, through unparalleled courage, he returned unscathed to Jingzhou, leaving behind a timeless tale of bravery. I, Qin Feng, am acutely aware that I cannot rival Lord Guan. However, in terms of audacity, I shall never be outdone. This evening, accompanied solely by Yang Fan and Zhao Yang, I shall journey to the Luchuan family stronghold in Ha City to discern their true intentions. Are they inclined towards conflict or reconciliation? Should they choose the path of war? I, Qin Feng, shall not falter. Tonight, we shall engage in battle. Before dawn breaks, only one of us shall remain in Ha City. Upon hearing Zhang Jian's words, Qin Feng let out a cold chuckle and replied slowly. Throughout his life, Qin Feng had never regarded anyone with undue reverence. The notorious ruffians of Longnan had proven ineffectual, as had the scoundrels of the Yamaguchi-gumi in Long Bei. Were it not for his respect for Bai Ling, he would have long since declared war on these miscreants. Since the Luchuan family had invited him to meet at their villa in Heibi, as the foremost ruthless figure of Longnan and Long Bei, it would be a source of shame for him to decline such an invitation. Thus, Qin Feng resolved to arrive punctually at 5 o'clock with Yang Fan and Zhao Yang, his newly appointed disciples, at the Yamaguchi-gumi's headquarters in Ha City to ascertain the situation. Brother Feng, this is unwise. If it proves too perilous, we should merely arrange to meet in the city. There is no need to go there. Zhang Jian attempted to dissuade Qin Feng further, but was interrupted by a wave of Qin Feng's hand. Jian, there is no need for further discussion. Ensure that all of you are prepared. Should negotiations falter, We shall engage in battle tonight." As he spoke, Qin Feng retrieved his phone from his pocket and called upon two of his loyal subordinates in Longbei. Liang Jinhua, a formidable figure in Chun City, and Zhong Jianlin, a prominent leader in Jiangxing. In the past, during his time in Ha City, he had often aided them in resolving various troubles, forging a deep bond of camaraderie. Upon connecting the call, both men expressed their surprise and delight at learning of Qin Feng's return to Ha City. Qin Feng instructed them to ready their forces, indicating the likelihood of a life-and-death struggle that evening. He understood the necessity of preparing for both possibilities, negotiation or conflict. If discussions with the Yamaguchi-gumi were to collapse, there would be but one course of action: war. As long as he remained unbroken, he would fight with every ounce of his being. Liang Jinhua and Zhong Jianlin, upon receiving Qin Feng's orders, wasted no time in affirming their commitment. They nodded resolutely, expressing their willingness to once again stand shoulder to shoulder with Qin Feng, ready to repay the debt of gratitude they owed him for his unwavering support in years past. Brother Dong, in Jiangcheng, Zhong Jianlin, command nearly 15,000 loyal followers. Tonight, approximately 10,000 will be ready for battle. Brother Dong, although my subordinate Liang Jinhua may not have as many men as Jianlin, I can assure you that the 5,000 from Spring City are nothing short of elite. No matter whom you engage, they are the kind who will brandish their weapons and charge forward with unwavering determination. The two solemnly assured over the phone, "Prepare yourselves. Await my command. For tonight's confrontation, we do not require an overwhelming number, but those who can come must be fierce warriors, capable of enduring to the very end against the opponent. I have complete faith in both of you. The men you lead will undoubtedly share your bravery." Qin Feng nodded with satisfaction after hearing this. He felt an immense sense of trust toward his former subordinates, Zhong Jianlin and Liang Jinhua, knowing they were far from ordinary. Beyond their unparalleled loyalty, their combat prowess was exceptionally formidable, making them some of the fiercest figures in Longbei. In critical moments, they would never falter. Should circumstances change tonight, forces from the three major cities of Haching, Spring City, and Jiang City shall unite to confront the Yamaguchi-gumi. Additionally, he possessed considerable manpower in the cities of Shunsheng and Lianxing, but due to their distance from Haching, mobilizing them would require more time. Thus, he did not consider them. On the other side, with less than 2 hours remaining before Qin Feng reached the Yamaguchi-gumi's main camp in Haching, the two factions of the Luchuan family were also diligently preparing. One faction, led by the family patriarch Lu Yi and supported by Lu Chuanqi and Lu Chuanfang, advocated for an alliance through marriage with Qin Feng. They understood deeply that the Yamaguchi-gumi could never challenge the dominance of Qin Feng within Longwei's territory. Over the years, Qin Feng had established himself as a powerhouse, undeniably a leader of unparalleled strength in the realm of Longwei. Throughout the entirety of Longwei, no one possessed greater influence than Qin Feng. Not only in Longnan and Longbei, but all factions would bow respectfully upon encountering Qin Feng, addressing him as Big Brother. Reports indicated that even the historically significant Hongmen and Hellian society, located in Haoxiang, had fallen under Qin Feng's control, allowing him to command an impressive force of 160,000 men within the Red Dragon Twin Clubs. In such circumstances, the Yamaguchi-gumi could not possibly undermine Qin Feng's status in Longwei. Even if they managed to secure a victory, it would come at a steep price, inflicting harm on 800 while suffering 1,000 in return. The Yamaguchi-gumi would emerge severely weakened, potentially struggling for the next decade. This was also the reason Lu Yi supported his youngest daughter, Lu Chuanqi's long-held affection for Qin Feng, advocating for their union despite the diverse opinions. In contrast to Lu Yi's multifaceted considerations, Lu Chuanqi and Lu Chuanfang's motives were quite simple, rooted solely in Lu Chuanqi's genuine admiration for Qin Feng, devoid of ulterior motives, despite the fact that the person to marry Qin Feng is Lu Yi's youngest daughter, Lu Chuanqi. As the second daughter of the Lu Chuan family, Lu Chuanfangzi wholeheartedly supports this union, not for any other reason, but because she harbors profound affection for Qin Feng. It could be said that the moment she laid eyes on him by the river in Haojiang, she fell deeply in love, entrapped in an inescapable enchantment. However, Lu Chuanfangzi is acutely aware that Qin Feng appears rather indifferent toward her. Her only recourse is to leverage the beauty and youth of her younger sister, Lu Chuanti, to create opportunities for closer interaction with Qin Feng in the future. Even if Lu Chuanti were to become Qin Feng's wife, it would not hinder her from pursuing a connection with him. After all, the daughters of the He family in Haojiang serve as prime exemplars. Without exception, they have all become Qin Feng's wives. Thus, as long as Qin Feng takes Lu Chuanti as his spouse, she too would undoubtedly have the chance to ascend in status, with no flaws in this strategy whatsoever. However, aside from Lu Chuanliangyi, Lu Chuanti, and Lu Chuanfangzi, there exists another powerful faction within the Lu Chuan family, a current of ambition led by Lu Chuanliangyi's younger son, Lu Chuanshu, who champions a more aggressive stance. Chapter 56. A storm is brewing at this very moment. Within the confines of the Yamamoto Group's headquarters in the northern part of Haching, a palpable undercurrent of excitement surged. Upon learning that Qin Feng would graciously arrive at the villa for a banquet at 5 o'clock this afternoon, the members of the Familial Alliance faction, led by the patriarch Ryuchuan Ryoichi, were filled with exhilaration. Among them, the youthful Ryuchuan Mei, barely in her 20s, beamed with delight. Clad in a pristine white kimono, standing nearly 7 meters tall, with lips like cherries and a complexion akin to blooming peach blossoms, she sat before her dressing table. Upon hearing the news from her elder sister, Ryuchuan Yoshiko, her heart raced with joy, and a rosy blush spread across her cheeks. From a moment she first laid eyes on Qin Feng 4 years ago at the riverside, Ryuchuan Mei had secretly harbored affections for him, yearning for the day she might become his beloved. Even though Qin Feng had already taken several daughters of Yi Hongsheng as his wives, Ryuchuan Mei remained undeterred. She understood that those unions were merely strategic alliances for their families. Qin Feng had been compelled to marry He Huijun and He Huimin to facilitate his takeover of the formidable He family and the Hongmen society. In truth, there was no emotional bond between him and those women. If the daughters of the He family could leverage their lineage to become Qin Feng's wives, why couldn't she? Ryuan Mei. Thus, the seed of her ambition was firmly planted in her heart. Over the years, she diligently pursued this goal, ultimately persuading her father, Ryuchuan Ryoichi, to facilitate her union with Qin Feng. The thought of meeting the man she had long admired in just 2 hours at the Yamamoto Group's stronghold sent waves of exhilaration coursing through her. She felt that today was undoubtedly the happiest day of her life. Mei, when you meet Qin Feng, try not to be overly excited. Remember to uphold the dignity of our Ryuchuan family, cautioned Ryuchuan Yoshiko, standing behind her sister, a 165-meter-tall woman of 35, adorned with bold lipstick and exuding an enduring charm. Upon learning of Qin Feng's agreement to visit the Ryuchuan villa and meet the family, Yoshiko herself was equally elated. The real joy for her did not stem from her dear sister finally having the chance to marry Qin Feng. Rather, it lay in her own aspirations to emulate the He family's daughters and unite with Qin Feng herself. In Yoshiko's eyes, this was an opportunity well within reach. In truth, she cared little for Ryuchuan Mei's happiness. Her true consideration was to one day claim Qin Feng as her own. At that moment, she envisioned herself as the one destined to meet him, a broad smile spreading across her face. Meanwhile, not far from Ryuchuan Mei's chamber, another faction within the Ryuchuan family was diligently preparing for what lay ahead. In the heart of the conference room sat Lu Chuanshu, clad in a tailored black suit and adorned with rimless glasses. He appeared to be in his early 20s, much like Lu Chuandi, his countenance marked by an air of sternness and severity. His gaze fixated intently on the black handgun resting upon the table. He remained silent. After a brief moment of contemplation, he abruptly rose from his seat, raising his right fist before striking it forcefully upon the table. A formidable aura of lethal intent flickered in his eyes, as if he had resolved to make a decisive choice. Chapter 57. Strategies of varying degrees in the current conference room. Aside from Ryuchuan Shu, stood nearly 100 members of the Yamaguchi Gumi, all clad in black suits. Each individual was drenched in sweat, panting heavily, with beads of perspiration cascading down their cheeks, as if they were about to traverse the gates of the underworld. Only Ryuchuan Shu remained resolute, his right fist pounding against the conference table, dissipating all doubts, replaced instead by an overwhelming sense of calm. He had made up his mind to orchestrate a significant event in Long Bay Ha City tonight, an affair monumental enough to etch his name into the annals of history. Young master, do you truly intend to proceed with this? A man in his 50s, with graying facial hair, approached Ryuchuan Shu, trembling as he spoke in hesitant Japanese. If you eliminate Qin Feng within the Ryuchuan manor, it would not only defy your father's orders, but also incite a conflict between the Yamaguchi Gumi and the forces in Long Bay. This individual was none other than Mori Sanchu, renowned within the Yamaguchi Gumi as a strategist. Originally astute and cautious, Mori had no intention of aligning himself with Ryuchuan Shu in this perilous game. However, the ruthless Ryuchuan Shu had kidnapped his family, coercing him into compliance through threats of violence. To ensure the safety of his loved ones, Mori had no choice but to clandestinely conspire with Ryuchuan Shu. Mori Sanchu, if you wish to prevent your family from being tossed into the sea off Hokkaido tonight to feed the fish, you will muster all your strength to help me win this battle. Otherwise, neither of us will see the dawn of tomorrow, Ryuchuan Shu exclaimed, turning to face Mori, gripping his shoulder fiercely. With the impending conflict, he feared Mori's cunning nature might lead to treachery, thus resorting once more to the threat of family lives to compel Mori's unwavering support. Alas, young master, the fate of my family is entirely in your hands. We are now bound together in this perilous endeavor. Given your determination to confront the top figure of Long Bay at the banquet tonight, I have devised 3 strategies for you to consider. Mori Sanchu sighed heavily, speaking slowly. Oh, pray enlighten me. Ryuchuan Shu responded eagerly, slapping Mori's shoulder with enthusiasm. The least favorable strategy involves surrounding the restaurant discreetly with your trusted subordinates during the banquet with Qin Feng. Await my signal when I shatter my cup. The moment it falls, there must be no hesitation. Everyone must rush in and eliminate Qin Feng on the spot. As for the aftermath, we shall address it later. Mori Sanchu's eyes flashed with a cold light as he spoke to Ryuchuan Shu. Indeed, your least favorable strategy aligns with my own initial plan. What the middle strategy? Ryuchuan Shu nodded in acknowledgement of Mori's words. This is the scheme that resides within his heart. To orchestrate a grand banquet for Qin Feng at the Yamaguchi Gumi's stronghold in Harbour under the guise of a diplomatic marriage. To eliminate the illustrious Qin Feng, a figure renowned throughout the Dragon Kingdom. Yet, what perplexed Luchuan Shu was why his meticulously devised strategy had devolved into a subpar plan in the context of Sun Sanzhong's perspective. The words uttered by Sun Sanzhong provided clarity. Currently, the call for diplomatic marriage within the organization is fervent, with the majority advocating for a peaceful resolution to the matters concerning Long Bay. Your actions would place you in direct opposition to the entire clan. Should you indeed take down Qin Feng at the banquet, the aftermath would undoubtedly yield dire consequences. Not only would the loyalists of Qin Feng across the Dragon Kingdom seek vengeance upon you, but many within the organization would also regard you as an adversary. It is not inconceivable that Captain Liang might undertake drastic measures to atone to the loyalists of the Dragon Kingdom, even at the cost of familial ties. Sun Sanzhong thoughtfully analyzed the current situation, gritting his teeth as he expressed his disdain for Luchuan Liang, the younger son, who, despite his courage and might, lacked intellectual acumen. He acted solely on passionate impulse, disregarding the repercussions. What about the middle path? Luchuan Shu inquired further. Yet, Luchuan Shu was well aware of the potential consequences. Even with the knowledge that orchestrating a grand banquet for Qin Feng would bring monumental troubles upon himself and his family, he was resolute in not allowing his sister, Luchuan Di, to wed Qin Feng, even if it meant eliminating Luchuan Di to send her to the depths of hell. He would rather not see her become Qin Feng's woman. To him, that would be an affront, an egregious insult. The mere thought of his own sister lying beside Qin Feng each night filled him with a profound sense of revulsion. The middle path, then, is as follows. Do not act tonight. Feign admiration for Qin Feng. Then, at the wedding between Qin Feng and Luchuan Di, orchestrate a blood-soaked ceremony. Capture Qin Feng and all his elite forces within the Dragon Kingdom. I believe that if Qin Feng were to marry the likes of the old ghost of Haojiang, as well as the upper echelons of society from Haigang and Long Bay, would surely attend. If you eliminate Qin Feng's allies alongside him, you shall not face the threat of retribution. Otherwise, merely dispatching Qin Feng while leaving his brothers intact would result in decades of unrest for the Yamaguchi-gumi. After pondering for a moment, Sun Sanzhong continued addressing Lu Chuanshu. Although this strategy is far more perilous and elaborate than the previous one, he had to concede that it is undoubtedly more prudent than the latter. However, it remained uncertain whether Lu Chuanshu possessed the courage to fabricate a blood-soaked wedding for Qin Feng. After all, he would not only contend with Qin Feng himself, but also with all of Qin Feng's elite. Upon uttering this, Sun Sanzhong directed his gaze towards Lu Chuanshu. The latter's evasive eyes indicated that he perhaps lacked the fortitude for such an endeavor. Or the upper path. Lu Chuanshu bit his lip, inhaled deeply, and spoke slowly. The situation, indeed, was as he described. Although he dared to eliminate Qin Feng, who had come alone to the banquet at the Harbour Mountain base tonight, he certainly lacked the courage to confront Qin Feng when surrounded by his men. Qin Feng alone was formidable enough, not to mention his brothers. To his knowledge, Qin Feng's trusted allies in the Dragon Nation were exceptionally fierce, often acting recklessly. When it came to a life-or-death situation, they were known to become utterly ruthless. If these individuals were truly pushed to their limits, it would be uncertain who would meet their demise. Thus, he decided to set aside the strategy from the Third Force for the time being. It was not without merit, but until the final moment, he resolutely refused to engage in such a perilous gamble. Chapter 58. The Plot to Fratricide and Frame Qin Feng by Lu Chuanshu. The optimal strategy is to refrain from taking action against Qin Feng tonight. Instead, we shall eliminate another individual. At this moment, the fierce glint in Sun Sanzhong's eyes bore down upon Lu Chuanshu as he spoke coldly. Kill whom? The moment he perceived that icy glimmer, a shiver coursed through Lu Chuanshu's body, and after swallowing hard, he inquired. He was utterly oblivious to the identity of the other person Sun Sanzhong had alluded to. Subsequently, Sun Sanzhong provided him with the answer. Upon hearing that name, Lu Chuanshu nearly collapsed in shock. He never anticipated that the other's cunning plan would involve him committing patricide. Liang. Sun Sanzhong exerted all his strength, lowering his voice to a deep murmur. Though his voice was barely audible, it struck the atmosphere like a boulder plunging into a tranquil lake, generating ripples of tumult within the conference room. Not only Lu Chuanshu, but even the other members of the Yamaguchi-gumi present trembled involuntarily, gasping in astonishment, their eyes wide open as they turned to Sun Sanzhong, questioning their own hearing. Sen Sanzhong, you want me to eliminate my own father? After a brief moment of stunned silence, Lu Chuanshu hastily pressed Sun Sanzhong for clarification. Prior to this, he could never have fathomed that Sun Sanzhong's so-called optimal strategy was so profoundly foolish. If he were to indeed dispose of Lu Liang tonight, he would most likely meet the same fate and be unable to inherit the family legacy. For within the Yamaguchi-gumi, none would entrust power to a wretch who had slain his own father. Young master, as the saying goes, one must be willing to risk it all to bring down an emperor. Have you not always aspired to become a prominent leader of the Yamaguchi-gumi? Today represents your singular opportunity. If you can successfully eliminate group leader Liang in secret and frame Qin Feng for the act, while simultaneously sending your elder brother, Lu Chuanji, the primary heir, to perdition, then starting tomorrow, you shall assume control of the Yamaguchi-gumi. You would become the undisputed leader. Otherwise, considering your abilities, the likelihood of ascending to power is all too clear to you. Sun Sanzhong grasped Lu Chuanshu's shoulders with both hands, staring intensely into his eyes, and fervently declared. He understood that this evening's game must either be played with full commitment or not at all. Otherwise, both he and Lu Chuanshu would face dire consequences. Should Lu Liang discover his involvement, he could easily imagine the punishment that awaited him, given Lu Liang's methods and temperament. Being torn apart and fed to the fishes would be a mild fate. Thus, the only viable course of action was to compel the reckless Lu Chuanshu to see this through, eliminating Lu Yang in the process. What say you, young master? Are you hesitant? If you're feeling apprehensive, it would be wise to relinquish all plans for this evening. Instead, wait until the banquet commences and accompany Qin Feng in consuming a few more drinks. After all, you two are soon to become family. Huh? Ha! Sun Sanzhong observed Lu Chuanshu's indecisiveness with a cold smile, withdrawing his hands from the latter's shoulders and disdainfully uttering, You must allow me to ponder this. Lu Chuanshu's gaze remained fixated on the ground, his fists clenched tightly, engaging in a fierce internal struggle. As the youngest son of Lu Chuan Ryoichi, devoid of any qualifications, he was acutely aware that his chances of ascending to the position of leader were vanishingly slim. Undoubtedly, if he wished to command the Yamaguchi Gumi in the future, tonight presented a singular opportunity. Yet, Sun Sanzhong's scheme was exceedingly treacherous, requiring him to eliminate both Lu Chuan Ryoichi and Lu Chuan YG, two pivotal figures within the Yamaguchi Gumi, with whom he shared blood ties. Should he succeed, all would be well. However, failure would undoubtedly plunge him into the abyss. His mother would be implicated as well. Young master, you must act swiftly. Hesitation can lead to chaos. The time was now 3:30 p.m. on September 2nd in the imperial capital. Qin Feng would arrive at the Yamaguchi Gumi's headquarters in Harbour in less than 2 hours. If he intended to act, he must rally his forces while the group remained unsuspecting. Delay would surely invite unforeseen complications. After uttering this warning, Sun Sanzhong swiftly exited the conference room, having already delineated the path for Lu Chuanshu. How the latter chose to proceed was solely his own affair. Meanwhile, having just departed from Har City First High School, Qin Feng felt increasingly restless after completing phone calls with his two subordinates in Chun City and Jiang City, as well as finalizing preparations. He had never experienced such a level of anxiety before. The root of his distress lay in the profound impact of the divination he had performed on the playground. Adide Omen. It was worth noting that his master had met his demise on the very night he had divined this portent. Though he had long been prepared for death after years of traversing the underworld, when confronted with the imminent threat to his life, Qin Feng found himself uneasy. He did not wish to perish at the hands of the Yamaguchi Gumi. That was the conclusion he most fervently wished to avoid. Hello, old ghost. How are things? Have you arrived in Tokyo? At that moment, his phone, resting in his pocket, rang. Upon checking, he saw his old ghost calling. Without hesitation, he answered. Upon learning that Old Ghost had successfully led 300 members of the Blood Kill group to Tokyo, he let out a sigh of relief. We have arrived, Feng. We just disembarked from the plane. We are heading straight to the Yamaguchi Gumi headquarters. At Tokyo Airport, Old Ghost replied swiftly into the phone while making his way outside. Fully aware that tonight's meeting with the Yamaguchi Gumi could spell disaster for his older brother. To safeguard Qin Feng from impending peril, he and the 300 members of the Blood Kill group must swiftly secure the families of all senior members of the Yamaguchi group. This is imperative to ensure the life of their esteemed leader in a critical moment. Very well, we shall proceed according to the original plan. First, we shall strategically place 1 ton of TNT explosives around the headquarters of the Yamaguchi group. Should I meet my demise tonight, let the entire Yamaguchi building serve as my tomb. Furthermore, a contingent must be dispatched to the Yamaguchi Villa in Tokyo, ensuring their arrival by 5 o'clock. Regardless of any unforeseen circumstances during tonight's banquet, I expect you to execute my command. When I call you, within a minute, seize control of everyone inside. With a deep breath, Qin Feng gazed at the sun gradually descending on the horizon, gritting his teeth as he spoke. His left eyelid had been twitching incessantly throughout the afternoon, compounded by the ominously dire omen he had witnessed on the playground, leading him to believe that significant events were destined to unfold that evening. Thus, it is essential that he be thoroughly prepared for what lies ahead. Chapter 59. The Qilin is not merely a creature of the pond. When it encounters wind and rain, it transforms into a dragon. Excellent. Fear not, Brother Feng. Rest assured, Old Ghost, shall handle this. Should any misfortune befall you tonight, do not think that a mere Yamaguchi group building is all I would target. I would obliterate the entirety of Tokyo. Furthermore, every member of the Yanagawa family, regardless of age or gender, would accompany you in death. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Old Ghost, who had already led 300 members of the Blood Kill group out of Tokyo Airport, firmly grasped his phone while hailing a taxi by the roadside, resolutely replying to Qin Feng. As the most capable disciple of the latter in the Dragon Kingdom, Old Ghost was acutely aware of the immense responsibility he bore during this trip to Tokyo. It could be said that whether Brother Qin Feng could smoothly depart from the Yamaguchi group's main camp tonight, leaving behind the tale of his solitary blade meeting, rested entirely upon his shoulders. After concluding the call with Qin Feng and departing from Tokyo Airport, Old Ghost immediately followed Qin Feng's instructions, heading first to the Hongmen headquarters in Tokyo to procure firearms and ammunition, as well as a ton of highly destructive TNT. Prior to boarding the plane, he had already coordinated with Cheng Yong, the head of the Hongmen in the island nation, to prepare 300 Desert Eagles, 70 AKs, 50 M4s, along with 2,000 rounds of ammunition. For Cheng Yong, situated in the island nation, this was not a daunting task. In just an hour, everything was arranged. However, the ton of TNT had indeed troubled Cheng Yong. Acquiring 100 kilograms was a trivial matter for him, but obtaining such a substantial quantity of explosives in a short time posed a significant challenge. At that moment, standing before the floor-to-ceiling windows of the Hongmen headquarters, wearing frameless glasses and a gray suit, Cheng Yong, in his early 40s, wore a furrowed brow and a clouded expression, resembling someone constipated for a week. When he received Old Ghost's call and learned that the latter would arrive in less than 10 minutes, he became so anxious he nearly coughed up blood. He truly didn't know how to proceed, so he could only take it step by step and wait for Old Ghost's arrival. Soon, at 4 p.m. Tokyo time, Old Ghost led Qin Feng's elite 300 subordinates to the Hongmen headquarters building. Cheng Yong and the main responsible personnel immediately stepped out to greet them. Is everything ready? Upon meeting, Old Ghost wasted no time and directed his gaze at Cheng Yong, posing his soul-searching inquiry. Yes, all is prepared, Brother Ghost. Hearing Old Ghost's words, Cheng Yong felt a sudden tightening in his chest, hurriedly wiping the sweat from his forehead and nodding in affirmation. He then led the group to a sealed warehouse within the Hongmen headquarters. Upon entering, Old Ghost surveyed the room filled with firearms and ammunition, nodding in satisfaction. With these items, he and his 300 members could transform into harbingers of death at any moment. Not only could they take down the Yamaguchi group, but they could also slaughter the entirety of Tokyo without hesitation. However, when his gaze fell upon the mere 100 kilograms of TNT on the warehouse floor, his brows instantly knitted into a straight line. Cheng Yong, did I not instruct you to procure a ton of explosives? How is it that you have managed to gather so little? He exclaimed, seizing Cheng Yong by the collar and demanding an explanation. It was crucial for him to obliterate the entire Yamaguchi-gumi building in light of the unfolding circumstances. The meager amount of explosives Cheng Yong had provided would scarcely suffice to demolish this warehouse, let alone achieve his objective, inciting his profound frustration. Brother Gue, time is of the essence. This is all I could manage under the pressing circumstances, Cheng Yong stammered in response. Sai, notify all Hongmen members in Tokyo to prepare for an immediate evacuation from the island nation. The moment I give the command, you must lead our brethren to safety. Brother Gue said, gradually releasing his grip and letting out a heavy sigh. He acknowledged the veracity of Cheng Yong's statement. Procuring TNT was inherently challenging. Given the urgency of the situation, the over 100 kilograms Cheng Yong had managed to acquire was likely the result of tremendous effort. Brother Gue, there are still approximately 1,000 Hongmen brothers in Tokyo. If we all retreat to Hong Kong tonight, we risk relinquishing the territory we have fought so hard to secure, Cheng Yong said, his confusion evident as he gazed at Brother Gue, questioning the sudden order to prepare for evacuation. He could not comprehend why Brother Gue would make such a decision, especially after years of struggle that had allowed the Hongmen to establish a firm foothold in Tokyo, managing numerous bars and KTVs. If they were to withdraw, all the blood, sweat, and tears of countless Hongmen brothers would be rendered meaningless. Although Cheng Yong was perplexed by Brother Gue's choice, the next words uttered sent a shiver down his spine, making it clear that Brother Gue was not jesting. All Hongmen members in Tokyo must be ready for immediate evacuation tonight. Otherwise, there will be grave peril. Chungyong, which holds greater importance, territory, or life. If you do not wish to witness our 1,000 brothers slaughtered in the streets tonight, you will follow my directives. Brother Gui's eyes widened as he spoke forcefully. He was not preparing to return alive tonight with the 300 members of the Blood Kill group, but the survival of the over 1,000 Hongmen brothers was paramount. Understood, Brother Gui. I will arrange tickets for the brothers at once. Chungyong gasped, responding while catching his breath. Though he was the head of the Tokyo Hongmen, he was not from a background of violence. Rather, he was a well-educated businessman. The Hongmen operated in Tokyo as a corporate entity, which was a key reason for Chungyong's leadership role. Despite his reluctance to part with the territory they had painstakingly established over the years, the situation demanded immediate action. At this moment, Chungyong understood that between money and life, he must choose life. Money can be earned again, but once life is lost, there are no second chances. Meanwhile, Lao Gui, following Qin Feng's orders, gathered the firearms and ammunition, dividing the 300 members of the Blood Kill group into two teams. One team was dispatched to the headquarters of the Yamaguchi-gumi in the bustling heart of Tokyo, while he personally led the other team towards the suburban villa complex of the Yamaguchi-gumi. It was imperative to reach these two locations swiftly, positioning the members of the Blood Kill group like two sharp daggers nearby. Should the situation change, they would seize control of the two vital arteries of the Yamaguchi-gumi at the earliest opportunity, providing a crucial bargaining chip for their elder brother in the negotiations with the Yamaguchi-gumi that night in Harbour. The Qilin is no ordinary creature. When faced with storms, it transforms into a dragon. Father, Qin Feng is far from an ordinary individual. His years of experience in the Dragon Country reveal much about his capabilities. A young boy who once struggled to find food in Ha City, on the brink of becoming a beggar, has now emerged as a leading figure in both the northern and southern factions of the Dragon Country. This illustrates the extent of Qin Feng's abilities. If he were to remain, he would undoubtedly pose a significant threat to the organization in the future. On the other side, in the capital, on September 2nd, at 4:30 p.m., with only half an hour remaining until Qin Feng would arrive at the Yamaguchi-gumi's main camp in Harbour, Lu Chuanshu entered Lu Chuan Ryoichi's office, attempting to persuade him to eliminate Qin Feng, making one final effort. Standing before Lu Chuan Ryoichi, he spoke with the utmost seriousness, raising his voice to convey his intentions. He was prepared for two scenarios. If Lu Chuan Ryoichi agreed to his request to send Qin Feng to hell during the banquet, then everything would remain unchanged. However, if he did not comply, he would follow the optimal strategy provided by Mori Sanzhong, leading all his loyal subordinates to commit patricide and frame Qin Feng for it, orchestrating a grand internal purge to ascend as the new leader of the Yamaguchi-gumi. Chapter 60. Tonight, you shall kneel and offer a toast to Qin Feng. Chuanshu, you are indeed correct. A person's reputation is akin to the shadow of a tree. Who is Qin Feng, after all? I'm not ignorant of his stature. It is precisely because he is no ordinary individual that, within the entirety of Longhua, he alone is worthy of being the son-in-law of me. Lu Chuanliang. Upon hearing Lu Chuanshu's words, a man resembling a rather cool version of Xiong Ba from the islands, who had been seated at his desk, leisurely cracking walnuts, slowly rose from his chair and approached Lu Chuanshu. He raised his hand and patted Lu Chuanshu's shoulder, smiling as he spoke. Once he finished his statement, a fleeting glimmer of barely perceptible murderous intent flashed in Lu Chuanshu's eyes. His clenched fists made a distinct clinking sound. Without a doubt, Lu Chuanliang Yi's words only served to reinforce Lu Chuanshu's determination to eliminate Qin Feng at the evening banquet. This resolve stemmed not from mere ambition, but rather from the fact that, as the youngest son of Lu Chuanliang Yi, he had always been the least favored. The probability of him ascending to the position of the patriarch of the Yamaguchi-gumi was virtually non-existent. Should Qin Feng indeed become a member of the Lu family, it was indisputable that his standing within the family would surpass Lu Chuanshu's by a significant margin. This was an eventuality Lu Chuanshu found utterly intolerable. The subsequent words of Lu Chuanliang he solidified his resolve to orchestrate a momentous event at the banquet. As the saying goes, without destruction, there can be no establishment. This was the crux of the matter, flawless and without fault. Chuan Shu, to express our family's sincerity, tonight, you shall kneel and offer a toast to Qin Feng. After all, he is considerably older than you and can be considered your elder brother. If you can gain his favor, I dare say no one in all of Asia would dare to lay a hand on you. With that, Lu Chuanliang slowly lifted a cigar from his desk, placed it between his lips, ignited it, and took a deep drag, regarding Lu Chuanshu with a smile that did not reach his eyes. The moment these words escaped his lips, Lu Chuanshu's eyes widened in shock, his entire being trembling violently. For a moment, he questioned whether he was truly Lu Chuanliang Yi's biological son. Why, among the entire family, was he the one least favored? If he had not misheard, Lu Chuanliang, he had just decreed that he should kneel and toast the great leader Qin Feng from Haigang and Haoxiang at the upcoming banquet. This was to demonstrate the Lu family's sincerity in seeking an alliance with him. Well, father. Moments latte. Lu Chuanshu threw his head back and laughed heartily. His face was adorned with a smile that was difficult to define. Was it a bitter laugh? Or perhaps a release of understanding after making his decision? At that moment, Lu Chuanshu cast aside all prior doubts and prepared himself for a bloody rampage. Having uttered these words, he swiftly departed the room. Once he stepped outside, the smile vanished entirely, replaced by a dark and heavy expression. What has transpired, young master? Has the leader agreed to eliminate Qin Feng at the banquet? Indeed, young master. What did the leader say? As he returned to the conference room, he was immediately surrounded by a cadre of loyalists from the Lu Chuan family, who anxiously inquired about the situation. Everyone, prepare yourselves. We shall act according to the prearranged plan. Once Qin Feng arrives at the villa and the banquet commences, we will first eliminate my father. Then, we will take out my elder brother. Afterward, we shall notify Tokyo and announce that I, Lu Chuanshu, am the newly appointed leader of the Yamaguchi-gumi. Lu Chuanshu extracted a Marlboro cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and took a deep drag before extinguishing it underfoot. He fixed his gaze upon all present and declared resolutely, I have decided to adopt the superior strategy proposed by Sun Sanzhong. We shall eradicate the two most significant forces within the family that obstruct my ascension, thus claiming the throne of the Yamaguchi-gumi. I firmly believe that with the demise of Lu Chuan Ryoichi and Lu Chuan Yiji as the sole legitimate male heir of the family, no one will be able to impede my rise to the pinnacle of the Yamaguchi-gumi. Upon hearing Lu Chuanshu's words, the conference room fell into a profound silence. The nearly 100 loyalists present wore expressions of ominous foreboding, fully aware that they had reached a point of no return. Since Lu Chuanshu had spoken, there remained only the path of desperate combat, nothing else. In the imperial capital, on September 2nd, at 4:30 in the afternoon, with merely half an hour remaining before the meeting, Qin Feng made his preparations to head to the Yamaguchi-gumi's stronghold in Hebei. Accompanied only by Yang Fan and Zhao Yang, he brought no additional personnel, and he declined Zhang Jian's offer to drive him. He summoned a rideshare vehicle from the city and proceeded northward. Meanwhile, the members of the Lu Chuan family, wishing to demonstrate their sincerity, arrived 20 minutes early at the villa's entrance. Lu Chuan Ryoichi stood at the forefront, flanked by Lu Chuan Di and Lu Chuan Yko, while the rest of the group positioned themselves behind. At 4:59, with only 1 minute remaining until the appointed time, a sleek black electric Longqi sedan gradually came into view. Upon catching sight of the vehicle, Lu Chuan Di's heart raced uncontrollably, nearly leaping from her chest. She knew all too well that the man she had longed for over the past 4 years, the one who had invaded her dreams countless nights, had arrived. After 4 long years, she was to reunite with Qin Feng on this foreign soil. Lu Chuan Di found it difficult to articulate her emotions. There was excitement, joy, but most of all, an overwhelming sense of anxiety. It was not without reason. This visit from Qin Feng to the Yamaguchi-gumi stronghold was to discuss the prospect of marrying her. If all went well, she would soon become his wife. How could she not feel immensely nervous? Standing beside her, Lu Chuan Yko felt her own heart fluttering. For years prior, When she and Lu Chuandi had encountered Qin Feng at Haojiang, she had been utterly captivated by his charm. She perceived in him not only striking good looks, but also an undeniable aura of regal authority. Without a doubt, he epitomized the ideal type of man for Lu Chuan YKO. There was simply no comparison. As the dragon flag sedan, adorned with Harbin license plates, came to a halt, Lu Chuan Fengzi darted from the crowd with remarkable agility, swiftly approaching the rear of the vehicle to respectfully open the door for Qin Feng. She was filled with an eager anticipation to see the man she had not encountered for 4 long years. Upon catching sight of Qin Feng seated in the back, clad in a crisp white shirt, his eyes captivating like tranquil lakes, Lu Chuan Fengzi felt an exhilarating rush, almost leaping with joy at the sight of him, who appeared even younger than she remembered. "Wind, brother Wind, welcome to Lu Chuan Mountain Villa," she stammered, struggling to articulate in her broken dragon language. Qin Feng offered her a gentle smile and a nod, refraining from further conversation, before shifting his gaze toward the Lu Chuan family members gathered nearby. His eyes quickly fell upon Lu Chuandi, standing beside Lu Chuan Liangyi. As he beheld Lu Chuandi, clad in a pristine white kimono, standing nearly 7 meters tall with a complexion like a peach blossom and lips as red as coral, a wave of astonishment washed over him. He could hardly believe that the once 16-year-old Lu Chuandi had transformed so remarkably over the span of 4 years. The innocence of her youth had vanished entirely, and she now embodied the essence of a true woman, one capable of embarking on the journey of marriage. Chapter 61. First slay my father, then sever my elder brother. Indeed, it seems to resonate with the adage that a woman transforms remarkably as she matures. Lu Chuandi's beauty starkly contrasts with that of her second sister, Lu Chuanfeng. The latter, despite hailing from the foremost family of the island nation, embodies the essence of a worldly temptress, both in appearance and demeanor. In contrast, Lu Chuandi possesses an innocence reflected in her wide, untainted eyes, akin to a blank canvas untouched by the world's harsh realities. Qin Feng speculated that she was likely still a naive maiden. Contemplating this, he couldn't help but let out a silent sigh. Feeling unworthy of winning the affection of the Lu family's youngest and most beautiful daughter, the guilt would be far less if he were to marry Lu Chuanfeng. But with Lu Chuandi, the situation was entirely different. As Qin Feng's gaze lingered on Lu Chuandi, she too found her eyes drawn to him. The moment their gazes met ignited a fierce spark at the entrance of the Harbour Mountain Group's camp precisely at 5 in the afternoon. Lu Chuandi's cheeks, already flushed, grew even warmer, prompting her to lower her head in shyness, unable to meet Qin Feng's eyes any longer. Witnessing this scene from the back of the crowd, Lu Chuan Shu clenched his teeth in rage. The thought of his beloved sister preparing to enter the bonds of matrimony with a man from the Dragon Kingdom fueled a primal urge to devour Qin Feng whole. This twisted sentiment stemmed from his deeply aberrant nature, as he harbored uniquely unsettling thoughts regarding his own biological sister. Upon learning that the family intended to marry Lu Chuandi to the esteemed figure of Qin Feng, he promptly resolved to eliminate the rival. Naturally, as a man from the island nation, Lu Chuan Shu found this reaction unsurprising, given the historical and cultural peculiarities embedded within his heritage. However, for Qin Feng, it was an unfathomable reality. He had never anticipated that the individual orchestrating such perilous circumstances would be Lu Chuandi's own brother. Nevertheless, upon catching a glimpse of Lu Chuan Shu's menacing gaze amidst the crowd, he sensed an ominous presence. It appeared that Lu Yangyi's youngest son harbored considerable animosity towards him, a hostility so intense that it could potentially upend the very foundations of his existence. Qin Feng, my dear friend, welcome to Lu Chuan Manor. After years of absence, it was astonishing to see how much younger Qin Feng appeared compared to the past. At this moment, upon Qin Feng's formal arrival at the Harbour Mountain Group's camp, Lu Yangyi, the leader, stood momentarily taken aback by his appearance. He then swiftly approached Qin Feng, his face beaming with a smile, extending his right hand in greeting, adhering to the formal customs of the Dragon Kingdom. "Yangzi, hurry over. You and Qin Feng are seasoned rivals. As the ancient saying goes, one does not truly know another until they have fought. From this day forth, we shall be family." Turning around, He waved at a remarkably robust man from the crowd, standing at a height of 175 centimeters, sporting a crew cut and dressed in an immaculate white suit. This individual was none other than Ryukawa YG, the eldest son of Ryukawa Ri-ichi. Chin Feng, long time no see, Ryukawa YG said, stepping out from the throng, forcing a smile onto his face as he approached Chin Feng. He awkwardly scratched his head, feeling the weight of embarrassment as he faced Chin Feng after a decade. The root of his discomfort lay in their tumultuous history. 10 years prior, while Chin Feng was still a student at Haching No. 1 High School, they had clashed fiercely on multiple occasions, each encounter resulting in YG's defeat. The most humiliating instance saw him coerced into kneeling before Chin Feng, under the threat of a blade held by Zhang Jian, Chin Feng's formidable ally, who was renowned as the god of war. This memory was the source of YG's acute embarrassment upon seeing Chin Feng again. YG had never knelt even before his parents, yet he had been compelled to kneel publicly to Chin Feng. He had no doubt that had he resisted Zhang Jian's demand, his fate would have been dire. YG, I hope you can let bygones be bygones, Chin Feng said with a gentle smile, seeking to alleviate the tension. As group leader Ri-ichi mentioned, let us prioritize peace between the Dragon Nation and the Yamaguchi-gumi from now on. There is no need to continue the endless conflicts of the past. His intent was to resolve their grievances through peaceful means during his visit to the Yamaguchi-gumi's stronghold, with the understanding that should discussions falter, they could resort to violence if necessary. However, Chin Feng was acutely aware that this approach was merely a concession to Bai Ling of the Dragon Group. Had he not been a member of the Dragon Group and remained a pure practitioner of the underworld, he would never have considered negotiating with the Yamaguchi-gumi. He would have preferred to settle matters with decisive force, as he had always relied on his ferocity to carve a path in this world. Yet, with the weight of an official identity now upon him, he had to temper his actions for the greater good. Gome, Qin Feng, let's proceed inside. The banquet is ready. Tonight, you and Chuan Di should enjoy each other's company. My little daughter has admired you for quite some time, and your meeting tonight is indeed a fateful encounter, Ryukawa Ri-ichi said, taking Chin Feng by the arm and guiding him into the estate. As the crowd parted to create a path, once everyone had dispersed, only Ryukawa J stood alone, his eyes glinting with a fierce intent as he watched their retreating figures. Just wait for my signal, he thought, and then I shall shatter the cup. The moment I let the cup fall, you immediately burst in with firearms. First, you slaughter my father. Then, you behead my elder brother. Not even my second sister, Lu Chuan Fangzi, shall remain alive in this world. Today, with the exception of Lu Chuan Di, all others shall be mercilessly exterminated. Do you comprehend? Following this, I swiftly drew a walkie-talkie from my waist and decisively communicated to the other end. Received. Young master, the brothers are all prepared. As Lu Chuanshu's words came to a close, a prompt response echoed back. At this very moment, not far from the banquet, in a kitchen, 20 men clad in black suits from the island nation lay concealed, each wielding a pistol loaded with 7 bullets. These 20 individuals were Lu Chuanshu's trusted confidants, nurtured over nearly a decade, with the singular aim of one day leveraging their loyalty to ascend to the esteemed position of the leader of the Yamaguchi-gumi. Undoubtedly, today marks this pivotal moment. Chapter 62. At 7 o'clock tonight, I shall formally take over the Yamaguchi-gumi. Very well. Once all adversaries are executed, I shall notify Tokyo at 7 o'clock, proclaiming that I, Yanagawa Shu, have officially assumed command of the Yamaguchi-gumi. At that moment, you shall be my foremost contributors to this ascent. In the days to come, each of you will bask in unparalleled wealth, overflowing riches, and an abundance of women. As a momentous occasion approached, Yanagawa Shu, gripping the intercom, rallied his most trusted aide, number 20, with fervor. It was evident that the success of his grand design hinged entirely upon these individuals. Rest assured, young master, we are all in this together. Whoever you command us to eliminate tonight, we shall do so without the slightest hesitation. Hearing the resolute response from the other end, Yanagawa Shu felt a wave of relief wash over him, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the banquet hall ahead, sensing that his elevation was within reach. The mere thought of soon commanding the entirety of the Yamaguchi-gumi brought a radiant smile to his youthful visage. Meanwhile, Qin Feng had followed the crowd to take his seat in the banquet hall of the Yamaguchi-gumi's main camp in Harbour. Yanagawa Ryoichi occupied the seat of honor at the long table, facing Yanagawa-D, who sat beside him. Others were seated in accordance with their rank. Yang Fan and Zhao Yang stood behind Qin Feng, with their right hands tucked into their jacket pockets, nervously surveying their surroundings. Concealed within were two fruit knives, approximately 10 centimeters in length, which they had purchased just prior to their arrival. Although it seemed rather fanciful to believe that these two knives could ensure their elder brother's safety within the Yamaguchi-gumi's camp, they were acutely aware that a significant number of the gang members were armed. Nevertheless, as Qin Feng's most loyal disciples, they were resolute in their commitment to defend him at all costs, even if it meant sacrificing their lives in the Yamaguchi-gumi's stronghold. Group Leader Ryoichi, where's your youngest son? At this moment, seated beside Yanagawa Ryoichi, Qin Feng began to sense that something was amiss. As the banquet was about to commence, Yanagawa Shu, the youngest son of Yanagawa Ryoichi, had yet to make an appearance. He could not quite articulate the feeling. Perhaps it was the sixth sense of a man. From a moment he laid eyes on Yanagawa Shu within the camp, he had detected a palpable aura of murderous intent emanating from the young man. The way he looked at Qin Feng was reminiscent of a son confronting the murderer of his father. Clearly, prior to this encounter, there had been no animosity between them. They had not even met face to face. Before attending the banquet, his greatest concern had been Yanagawa YG, who had harbored deep grudges against him in Har City. He feared that YG might seize this opportunity to create trouble. However, from YG's demeanor and gaze today, Qin Feng sensed little unusual. Instead, he perceived sincerity. Thus, he surmised that YG had likely laid the past to rest. Like Ryokawa Ryoichi, everyone sincerely desires to befriend him. There is no need to mention Ryokawa Yoshiko. The longing in her gaze is palpable, almost as if she yearns to share an intimate moment with him. Ryokawa D, poised to become his wife, similarly harbors no intentions or capabilities to inflict harm upon him. Thus, the individual within the Ryokawa family who harbors significant issues is likely Ryokawa Ryoichi's youngest son, Ryokawa Shu. This realization prompted an immediate inquiry from Ryokawa Ryoichi upon discovering that Ryokawa Shu was absent from the gathering. Oh, you mean Shu? I'm not sure where he's wandered off to, but he should arrive shortly, Ryokawa Ryoichi reassured. Rest assured, while Shu may harbor dissatisfaction regarding your union with the Ryokawa family, he possesses a sense of propriety and will not act out of line. Seated beside Qin Feng, Ryokawa YG lifted his glass of red wine, taking a sip before adding, indeed, Shu has always shared a deep bond with Ryokawa D. It's only natural for him to struggle with the reality of her impending marriage. Time will heal this. Besides, the Ryokawa family's power rests firmly in my father's and my hands. Shu has little influence. Even if he feels resentment, he will have to contain it. Ha ha ha, Ryokawa Hichakid. Upon hearing their words, Qin Feng chose to remain silent, merely smiling and nodding slightly. He then retrieved a slender long-wa cigarette from his pocket, ignited it, and took a deep drag before turning to beckon Zhao Yang and Yang Fan, who promptly approached upon noticing his gesture. As Qin Feng leaned in to whisper to them, their expressions shifted dramatically, prompting them to hasten towards the exit. Upon reaching the doorway of the banquet hall, they fortuitously encountered Ryokawa Shu entering from outside. A broad smile adorned Ryokawa Shu's face as he brandished a cigar, holding his head high like a leader of the Yamaguchi-gumi. What are you two doing? Ryokawa Shu's smile vanished upon spotting Yang Fan and Zhao Yang, his brow furrowing as he interrogated them in a stern tone. Going to the loo. What? Is that a problem? Before Zhao Yang could respond, Yang Fan, clutching his stomach, exclaimed loudly, Yes, Shu, we're feeling a bit unwell today and need to relieve ourselves. Could you kindly direct us to the restroom? Feigning discomfort, Zhao Yang also clutched his stomach and inquired with a grin, Where is it? Over there. Be careful not to go astray. After a brief moment of hesitation, Lu Chuan Shu raised his right hand, directing the two towards the restroom. Although he was somewhat reluctant to let them leave at such a critical moment, one could hardly deny them their needs. After all, one cannot expect Yang Fan and Zhao Yang to soil their trousers. All right, Brother Shu. Thank you. Following Lu Chuan Shu's guidance, Yang Fan and Zhao Yang nodded in unison and swiftly vanished from sight. However, the duo did not head to the restroom. Instead, they began to meticulously scour the vicinity of the banquet hall, searching for any suspicious individuals. Qin Feng, you truly possess great audacity. How dare you marry my sister? Lu Chuanshu? Upon taking a seat at the banquet, Lu Chuanshu promptly pushed his chair back, crossed his legs, and fixed a fierce gaze on Qin Feng. His voice laced with menace. His expression was a mask of ferocity. The moment these words escaped his lips, they sent shockwaves throughout the gathering. Even Lu Chuan Liangyi, Lu Chuan Yangzi, Lu Chuan Di, and the rest of the prominent members of the Lu Chuan family looked on in astonishment. It seemed utterly unexpected that the youngest and weakest among them, Lu Chuan Shu, would dare to openly utter such words at the banquet. Chapter 63. A sudden turn. Chuan Shu, what nonsensical drivel are you spouting? Are you unaware that Qin Feng is our esteemed guest? Before Lu Chuanliang could utter a word, Lu Chuan's elder brother, Lu Chuan Yangzi, slammed his palm upon the table, casting a fierce glare at his counterpart as he barked, Chuan Shu, if you wish to remain here and partake in the banquet, you had best silence that foul mouth of yours. Otherwise, once the feast concludes, I shall ensure your legs are broken. Seated at the head of the table, Lu Chuanliang, equally incensed, thundered, Qin Feng, I ask you, do you dare to tread upon Lu Chuan Shu's territory today without regard for his standing? Lu Chuan Shu, undeterred by the admonitions, fixed his gaze upon Qin Feng, intent on asserting dominance. However, what Qin Feng subsequently articulated left all present in stunned silence. A mere lad of just over 20, lacking any substantial credentials, believes he warrants my attention? Lu Chuan Shu, at my age, I was already a formidable figure in the harbor, a name known throughout Longnan as the most ruthless of all. Perhaps you should wait until you ascend to the position of Yamaguchi Gumi leader before addressing me. In response to Lu Chuan Shu's taunts, Qin Feng merely smirked coldly, extinguishing his slender Longhua cigarette with force upon the table, leaving a scorch hole in the pristine white tablecloth. In that moment, Qin Feng's inner calm was profound, for he had discerned the true adversary within the Lu Chuan family this evening. Undoubtedly, it was none other than the most contemptible of them all, Lu Chuan Shu. He feared ignorance of his foes. Now that he had identified the enemy, trepidation was futile. He was unperturbed by Lu Chuan Yangzi, a figure of undeniable strength within the Yamaguchi Gumi, let alone a mere youthful brat like Lu Chuan Shu. Should Lu Chuan Shu manage to extinguish my life within the Yamaguchi Gumi stronghold today, it would signify the futility of my years in the underworld. Yet at that moment, Qin Feng failed to recognize that the deranged Lu Chuan Shu had not aimed his wrath solely at him, but rather at Lu Chuanliang and Lu Chuan Yangzi. Just then, Zhao Yang and Yang Fan, who had been dispatched by Qin Feng, abruptly returned, hurrying to his side and whispering urgently in his ear, their faces etched with terror. Despite their alarming revelations, Qin Feng exhibited little reaction, maintaining an expression as serene as still waters. For prior to sending them to investigate, he had already surmised that Lu Chuan Shu might have laid ambush with cutthroats in the vicinity of the banquet hall. The images they inadvertently captured in the kitchen only served to validate his suspicions. Lu Chuan Shu, if you are indeed a man, summon your people forth. Let us engage and see if you can truly claim my life today. Subsequently, Qin Feng rose sharply from his chair, striking the table with his left hand while his right hand slipped into his trouser pocket. Within his right pocket lay a freshly acquired deck of 54 playing cards. It had been quite some time since he had resorted to using cards for lethal purposes, but if Lu Chuan Shu were to press him today, he would not hesitate to unleash a torrent of violence in front of Lu Chuan Liang and Lu Chuan Yangzi at the banquet. In such close proximity, it would be a contest to see whether the adversary's gun was swifter or the cards in his hand. What? Lu Chuan Shu, how dare you show disrespect to a guest? You must be tired of living. If it weren't for the sake of Chuan Diyu, the illegitimate child born from your father and a wild woman would have long been expelled from the family. Should you dare to lay a finger on Qin Feng today, do not blame me for tossing you into the river to feed the fish. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Lu Chuanliang Yi and Lu Chuanyang Zi rose from their seats, pointing angrily at Lu Chuan Shu across the table. Lu Chuanyang Zi's words were particularly fierce, threatening to throw Lu Chuan Shu into the river. Huh, well said, brother Yang Zi. After all these years, you have finally voiced your true feelings. Since you are devoid of mercy, do not blame me for lacking righteousness. Come fort. After hearing Lu Chuanyang Zi's words, Lu Chuan Shu shook his head and reached for a wine glass on the table. Without a moment's hesitation, he smashed it onto the ground. The glass shattered violently upon impact with the banquet hall floor, creating a tremendous racket. Everyone, do not move. If anyone stirs, I shall end their life. Sit still. As Lu Chuan Shu shattered the wine glass, 20 armed men clad in black surged from the back of the banquet hall, swiftly subduing all those seated at the table, including Lu Chuanliang Yi and Lu Chuanyang Zi. The moment they attempted to reach for their phones, they were restrained by Lu Chuan Shu's loyal subordinates from the Yamaguchi-gumi, guns pressed firmly against their temples, rendering them immobile. This evening's banquet was a family gathering, and to create a sense of security for Qin Feng, Lu Chuanliang, he had specifically instructed all personnel not to approach within 100 meters. Consequently, there were no reinforcements available in their immediate vicinity. Qin Feng, along with Zhao Yang and Yang Fan, found themselves similarly restrained by Lu Chuan Shu's men, their waists pressed against by firearms. The reason Qin Feng refrained from acting immediately when the men emerged was that he sensed something was amiss. It appeared that Lu Chuan Shu's true target was not him, but rather Lu Chuanliang Yi and Lu Chuanyang Zi, the top two figures within the Yamaguchi-gumi. Lu Chuan Shu's next words confirmed Qin Feng's suspicions and revealed the audacity of Lu Chuan Shu, who dared to commit fratricide and patricide at the banquet to ascend to the throne of the Yamaguchi-gumi's leadership. Thank you for attending the Yamaguchi Group's dinner today. I also extend my gratitude for assisting me in eliminating those two nuisances. Otherwise, I, Ryukawa Shu, would likely remain in obscurity for the rest of my life. With his hands plunged deep into his pockets, Ryukawa Shu approached Qin Feng, speaking with a veiled significance. Upon hearing Ryukawa Shu's words, a chill instantly coursed through Qin Feng's heart. He was acutely aware of the entirety of the other's scheme. Despite his meticulous calculations for the evening, he had not anticipated such an outcome. Undoubtedly, Ryukawa Shu intended to use him as a pawn, orchestrating the demise of both Ryukawa Ryuichi and Ryukawa Yuji, subsequently framing him for their murders. In doing so, he aimed to ascend within the ranks while reigniting the conflict between the Yamaguchi group and the factions of the Dragon Kingdom. Should these two perish, he would inevitably bear the title of murderer, compelled to confront an all-out war with the Yamaguchi group. At that juncture, all factions from Haoko's second city, along with the harbor's forces, would be drawn into this unprecedented battle to the death. Naturally, Qin Feng wished to avert such an occurrence, his mind racing to devise a solution to this dire predicament. However, at that moment, his phone, tucked away in his pocket, suddenly erupted with an urgent ringtone, sending another wave of trepidation through him. He sensed that avoiding the infamy of being labeled a murderer was becoming exceedingly difficult. The reason was simple. This call was most likely from the old ghost in Tokyo. If he failed to answer by exactly 6 o'clock, the old ghost would lead the blood kill team to detonate the Yamaguchi Group's headquarters. And, at that moment, it was the Imperial Capital's time, September 2nd, precisely 6 o'clock in the evening. Chapter 64, The Outbreak of War. At the very moment the bell rang, Qin Feng hesitated not for an instant. He swiftly plunged his hand into his pocket, retrieving the long-way mobile phone, poised to press the answer key. He intended to urge Lao Gui not to act rashly. Should the adversary indeed follow his instructions and detonate the Tokyo headquarters of the Yamaguchi-gumi, it would indisputably cast upon him the grave accusation of having slain Lu Chuanliang and Lu Chuanyang today. Such an outcome would play directly into Lu Chuan Shu's hands, inadvertently bestowing upon the opponent an immense advantage in their sinister scheme. Naturally, this was not what Qin Feng wished to witness. You dare to answer this call, and I shall make you witness the demise of your two subordinates before your very eyes. However, Lu Chuan Shu was not inclined to grant him the opportunity to answer the phone. He immediately summoned Yang Fan and Zhao Yang before him, pressing a gun to their foreheads as a means of intimidation, determined to thwart any potential recruitment by Qin Feng at this critical juncture. He could not permit even the slightest error in his meticulously crafted plan. You are aware of the consequences that will befall the Yamaguchi-gumi should I refuse to take this call? Aren't you? Glutting at Zhao Yang and Yang Fen, who were perilously close to death, Qin Feng gritted his teeth and inhaled deeply, his grip tightening around the mobile phone. He then turned his gaze to Lu Chuanshu, his voice laced with fury. His true concern lay not with the Yamaguchi-gumi headquarters in Tokyo, but rather with the members of the Yamaguchi-gumi elite residing in the suburban villa complex, particularly those in room 1007. Given Lao Gui's temperament, should he mistakenly conclude that today would be Qin Feng's last, it was likely that none, man, woman, or child, among them would see the dawn of tomorrow. They would undoubtedly be ruthlessly slaughtered. If today he were to perish at the hands of Lu Chuan Liangyi and Lu Chuan Yangzi, one could argue that these individuals would have met there just deserts. Yet, he had calculated every eventuality, save for the fact that the orchestrator of this sanguinary banquet would turn out to be none other than the most despicable member of the Lu family, Lu Chuanshu. Moreover, the adversary intended to slay his own kin and framed Qin Feng for the atrocity, should Lu Chuanshu's nefarious plot come to fruition. Even if he were to escape this mansion alive, it would be tantamount to a death sentence. From that day forth, the north and south of Longwo would be irrevocably at odds with the Yamaguchi-gumi, ensnared in an unending cycle of conflict. Contemplating this, Qin Feng could not help but draw a sharp breath. It seemed that the ominous portent he had divined on the playground at Izhong indeed held its weight in truth. The fate of the Yamaguchi-gumi is of no concern to me. All I request is one thing. Before everyone, eliminate my father and my elder brother at once. Otherwise, I shall send these two to hell this very moment. You, Qin Feng, are known for your loyalty. Surely you do not wish to witness your subordinates meet their demise before your eyes, do you? In response, Lu Chuanshu slowly drew a sleek black pistol from his waist, presenting it to Qin Feng with a smile. The handgun was loaded with 2 bullets, specifically prepared for Ryoichi and Yoji Yanagawa. In that moment, Yanagawa-ju decided to alter his premeditated plan. In order to ensure that the Yamaguchi-gumi would find his fabricated narrative more convincing, he intended to compel Qin Feng to personally execute Ryoichi and Yoji Yanagawa. As he uttered these words, several subordinates who had subdued Ryoichi and Yoji Yanagawa prudently stepped aside, creating space for Qin Feng. Simultaneously, one of the henchmen swiftly produced a mobile phone, directing its camera towards Qin Feng. Observing the firearm in Yanagawa-ju's hand and glancing at the terrified expressions on the faces of Yang Fan and Zhao Yang, who were held at gunpoint, Qin Feng let out a silent sigh. Without a moment's hesitation, he took the gun from the adversary's hand and gripped it firmly. Subsequently, he aimed the barrel at Ryoichi Yanagawa. "I am sorry, Captain Ryoichi," he solemnly declared, locking eyes with the man. He understood all too well that the instant he accepted the weapon from Yanagawa-ju, the fates of Ryoichi and Yoji Yanagawa, 2 of the Yamaguchi-gumi's most formidable leaders, were sealed. Regardless of whether he pulled the trigger or not, their demise was inevitable. "Nobody move. If anyone stirs, I will shoot." In the next moment, Qin Feng seized Yanagawa-ju by the collar, pressing the handgun firmly against his forehead, asserting control over the situation, and barking orders at the 20 men clad in black surrounding them. Yet, instead of displaying any sign of fear, a barely perceptible smile crept across Yanagawa-ju's face. This was, after all, his contingency plan. Should Qin Feng refrain from killing Ryoichi and Yoji Yanagawa, he would undoubtedly choose to take Yanagawa-ju hostage and flee the Yanagawa estate. This too would create the illusion of Qin Feng having committed murder. "Yang Fen, Zhao Yang, move." As Qin Feng led Yanagawa-ju away from the banquet hall, he urged the 2 stunned individuals, who were rendered speechless by fear. Even though he was acutely aware that he was walking into a trap set by Yanagawa-ju, he found himself with no other option. If he were to pull the trigger and eliminate Ryoichi and Yoji Yanagawa, recorded by Yanagawa-ju's loyalists, he would forever be unable to absolve himself of the crime. The only course of action was to utilize Yanagawa-ju to escape Harbour first, and then decide on his next steps. Upon hearing Qin Feng's command, Yang Fan and Zhao Yang snapped back to reality. They hurriedly broke free from their restraints and sprinted towards Qin Feng. Before exiting the banquet hall, Yanagawa Ju exchanged a subtle glance with one of his loyal subordinates, who immediately understood the unspoken message. Moments later, 2 sharp gunshots echoed within the hall. Listening to the sound of the gunfire, Qin Feng comprehended the situation. Undoubtedly, the 2 influential figures within the Yamaguchi-gumi had met their end, and he was the one who had killed them. Yet, at that moment, he could afford no further contemplation. His priority was to escort Yang Fan and Zhao Yang away from this place as swiftly as possible. He is killed. Qin Feng is killed. As Ri-Ichi Yanagawa and YG Yanagawa were successfully eliminated, Ri-Yanagawa, cradled in Qin Feng's embrace, immediately raised his voice in a powerful shout. The commotion, coupled with the gunfire, swiftly attracted a throng of individuals from the estate. Nearly 1,000 members of the Yamaguchi-gumi, clad in black suits, gazed in disbelief at the sight of Qin Feng holding Ri-Yanagawa hostage as he retreated towards the estate's exit. Their eyes widened, mouths agape, their faces betraying a profound incredulity. It was as if they had not anticipated such a turn of events. Just moments ago, they had all entered in jovial spirits. And yet, within the span of half an hour, everything had transformed so drastically. Qin Feng, let us depart in my Toyota Land Cruiser. The keys are at my waist. You have a mere 10 minutes. Hurry back and gather the men. In 10 minutes, I shall formally declare war on both the northern and southern factions of the Dragon Kingdom as a prominent leader of the Yamaguchi-gumi. As Qin Feng, surrounded by onlookers, retreated to the entrance of the estate, Ri-Yanagawa patted the car keys at his waist and nodded towards a military Greenland cruiser parked at the door, smiling as he spoke. Although his face bore a radiant smile, beneath that facade lay a venomous and fierce intent. At that moment, Ri-Yanagawa comprehended that his plan for the night had been entirely successful. What remained was to eradicate the northern and southern factions of the Dragon Kingdom, avenging his father and brother. As this thought crossed his mind, Ri-Yanagawa's smile grew ever brighter, on the verge of blossoming into sheer elation. Chapter 65, Brother Kill Him. Lu Chuanshu, remember this. I, Qin Feng, vow not to be a man if I do not shred you to pieces. Upon hearing Lu Chuanshu's words, Qin Feng forcefully yanked the car key from his waist and declared vehemently. For 30 years, Qin Feng had navigated the underworld with unparalleled prowess, undefeated in battle. No one had ever outmaneuvered him. Yet today he found himself outsmarted by Lu Chuanshu, a mere youth devoid of any social experience or combat knowledge, which ignited his fury. Brother, take him out with one shot. Indeed, this brat has orchestrated such a grand scheme against us today. If we do not eliminate him, our resentment shall remain unresolved. Yang Fan and Zhao Yang, who had successfully entered the luxurious car, looked at Qin Feng earnestly, their eyes ablaze with fierce determination. They harbored a desire to devour Lu Chuanshu whole. Qin Feng, too, yearned to end him with a single bullet. However, with nearly 1,000 members of the Yamaguchi-gumi on high alert surrounding them, he sighed in resignation. If he were to shoot Lu Chuanshu in front of such a multitude, it would irrevocably confirm his involvement in the deaths of several high-ranking Yamaguchi-gumi officials that evening. At that point, he could not cleanse himself of the blood on his hands, even if he plunged into the Yellow River. Once again, he reiterated, he feared not the onset of war, but he wished to avoid bearing the weight of an unfounded accusation. He did not wish to be known as a despicable man in the eyes of the world. Lu Chuanshu, remember my words. I, Qin Feng, will not devour you alive. I vow not to be a man. Having settled into the driver's seat and successfully ignited the engine, Qin Feng seized Lu Chuanshu by the collar and delivered his ultimatum before kicking him to the ground and swiftly departing. Simultaneously, nearly 1,000 Yamaguchi-gumi members opened fire, unleashing a barrage of bullets in his direction as he fled. Young master, are you all right? Should we pursue? A contingent of Yamaguchi-gumi members rushed to assist Lu Chuanshu, helping him to his feet while inquiring about his well-being. Pursue? Are you out of your mind? Everyone, guard the entrance. Prevent any ambush from the forces of Long Bei Dao. Lu Chuanshu shot them a furious glare, barking orders. He commanded everyone to remain stationed at the entrance before hastening toward the banquet hall. Eager to retrieve the bodies of his elder brother, Luchuan Yoshiji, and his father, Luchuan Ryoichi, he intended to inform Tokyo and declare a state of emergency for the Yamaguchi-gumi. Taking command as the second heir of the Luchuan family, ready to wage war against the Long Nation's north and south factions. Upon returning to the banquet hall, he beheld the lifeless bodies of Luchuan Ryoichi and Luchuan Yoshiji sprawled on the ground. Raising a hand to wipe the sweat from his brow, he exhaled deeply. Do you know what to say? He approached his terrified second sister, Luchuan Yoshiko, whose makeup was ruined by tears, gripping her hair with one hand while pinching her face with the other, demanding an answer. I know. Luchuan Shu, Qin Feng, having committed fratricide by killing both his elder brother and father, subsequently fled in fear of retribution. Witnessing the viciousness of Luchuan Shu, Luchuan Fengzi fervently nodded, locking eyes with him as she stammered, "It is good that you know. If you wish to avoid being cast into the sea as fish bait, align yourself with me. Otherwise, I assure you, your fate will be far worse than that of these two on the ground." Luchuan Shu savagely kicked the corpse of Luchuan Yangzi and continued, "Young master, what shall we do about your sister?" At that moment, one of his subordinates pointed to Luchuan Di, who had fainted from weeping and was slumped in a chair. "Let her disappear for a while. Until I unify the northern and southern factions of the Dragon Kingdom, she must not show her face." After a brief moment of hesitation upon seeing his own sister, Luchuan Shu slowly replied. He understood that Luchuan Di, known for her straightforward nature, could not lie like Luchuan Fengzi. Yet, the thought of killing her left him reluctant. After all, she was perhaps his only remaining family in this world. He even contemplated the idea of marrying her openly once he secured his position as the leader of the Yamaguchi-gumi, though he had previously harbored such thoughts. He had found no support within the organization. However, once he fully grasped control of the Yamaguchi-gumi, no one would dare to obstruct his desires. Even marrying his own sister would be no exception. Meanwhile, after Qin Feng drove away from the Yamaguchi-gumi's base in Harbei, he immediately dialed the number of Lao Gue, who was in Tokyo. "Brother Feng, you're still alive? What is the situation on your end? Are you all right?" Upon receiving Qin Feng's call, Lao Gue was overwhelmed with joy, his voice trembling with excitement. "I was ambushed. Damn it. Luchuan Shu, right in front of me, executed Luchuan Liangyi and Luchuan Yangzi at the banquet, and then he framed me. Now I am the murderer of the group leader and the vice leader." Qin Feng slammed his hand down on the steering wheel, anger boiling within him as he recalled the events that had transpired at the Yamaguchi-gumi's camp. Never had he felt so humiliated in his life. "You didn't blow up the Yamaguchi-gumi building, did you?" Suddenly remembering a crucial detail, he hurriedly inquired. "Oh, yes, I did." Lao Gui, staring blankly at the blazing Yamaguchi-gumi building, asked in disbelief, his heart racing with anxiety. He had not anticipated such developments. Just moments before he received Qin Feng's call, he had assumed that Qin Feng had likely met a grim fate. He had ordered the Blood Kill group members to indiscriminately toss 100 kilograms of heavy TNT explosives into the main hall of the Yamaguchi-gumi headquarters in the island nation. Now, the entire hall lay in ruins, engulfed in thick smoke and fierce flames. The only solace he found was that Cheng Yong, the head of the Hongmen in the island nation, had been unable to procure sufficient explosives due to the urgency of the situation. Otherwise, the destruction would not have been limited to the headquarters hall, but would have claimed the entire 35-story building. Alas, upon hearing the response from the old ghost, Qin Feng gritted his teeth, realizing that the situation had reached an impasse with no further recourse. He could only press onward. What are the other team of Blood Kill members? He needed to instruct them to cease their actions immediately. At this moment, Qin Feng recalled a crucial detail. Prior to this incident, he had divided the Blood Kill members into two teams. One team had proceeded to the Yamaguchi-gumi headquarters, while the other had ventured to the Yamaguchi-gumi villa complex located in the suburbs of Tokyo. Should anything untoward happen to him today, both teams would act in unison, ensuring that the Yamaguchi-gumi headquarters, along with the prominent members of the 1007 family, would accompany him in death. If the Bloodkill group were to annihilate all 1,007 individuals, it would irrevocably sever ties between him and the Yamaguchi-gumi, binding them in a feud that would span lifetimes. As he had asserted before, Chin-Fong was unafraid of war. Even if it meant battling the Yamaguchi-gumi until the end of days, he would not flinch. However, he did not wish to commence hostilities in such a manner. Meanwhile, the 200 members of the Bloodkill group had stormed the Yamaguchi-gumi villa complex. In a mere 10 minutes, they eradicated all guards present, forcing every member of the 1007 family, regardless of age or gender, to kneel in a designated area. The 200 individuals were feverishly loading bullets into their firearms, resolutely determined to send these people to the depths of hell within a minute. After eliminating this group, they would take their own lives, descending into hell to meet Chin-Fong. Chapter 66. The island nation's Hongmen headquarters under siege. All right. Good, Brother Fong. I will contact the other team immediately. Tell them not to act impulsively. Upon hearing Chin-Feng's words, Lao Gue felt his heart racing wildly, akin to a frantic dance. After relaying this message to Chin-Fong, he promptly hung up the phone with remarkable speed and dialed the number of the team leader of another Bloodkill faction. Please pick up. Please pick up. As the beeping sounds echoed from the other end, Lao Gue clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth and urging. He fervently hoped that the call would be answered swiftly, for he was acutely aware of the dire consequences should the other party fail to connect in a timely manner. A total of 1,007 individuals would be sent to hell simultaneously. At that moment, Chin-Fong would bear the irrevocable guilt of murdering Lu Chuanliang and Lu Chuanyang. The Hongmen, along with the allied forces of 160,000 men, would simultaneously engage in the conflict with the Long Bay and Yamaguchi factions. Otherwise, relying solely on the northern socialites would be utterly insufficient to withstand the wrath of the most formidable organization in the island nation. Much like Chin-Fong, Lao Gue was not afraid of battle. He simply desired a different approach. Meanwhile, in the vast darkness outside Tokyo, the families of the 1,007 high-ranking Yamaguchi group members knelt in trepidation, staring at the multitude of Bloodkill members pointing their weapons at them. Over half of them were so frightened that they had soiled themselves, trembling uncontrollably, bewildered as to what offense the Yamaguchi group had committed to warrant such brutal retribution, aimed at annihilating their entire clan. Just as the leader of the 150 Bloodkill members raised his right hand to issue the command to fire, a sudden urgent ringtone erupted from his pocket. Momentarily taken aback, he hesitated briefly before extracting the phone. What? Brother Fong